The New Behemoth and the Limits of Laicism.
Chapter 1. Bruckner's Hope and the Phantoms of Laicism.
Ever since the Schroeder/Fischer government secured its re-election with the first state-financed smear campaign against the USA since the Second World War, a kind of Franco-mania broke out in the media and institutions close to the government, which can in no way be explained by a rationally weighed congruence of interests. The same Schroeder who, only a short time before, had been arguing like a tinker with Chirac over the astronomical EU subsidies to French farmers, was now clinging to the French president with a fervor not seen since the Honecker/Brezhnev kisses. The advertising campaign surrounding the 40th anniversary of the Élysée Treaty between France and Germany also clearly bore traits of real socialist fraternal state jubilation in its subject matter, iconography, and phraseology.
In his speech on January 22, 2003, the then President of Parliament, Social Democrat Thierse, openly revealed the extent to which, instead of common interests, a common image of the enemy was holding this newly blossoming friendship together. If a new, further war were to break out in our neighborhood, the Middle East, these problems, terrorism, unemployment, etc., would become even more acute, and the necessary and at the same time fragile coexistence of different cultures in our countries, France and Germany, would become even more difficult and strained. Our chances of overcoming these challenges will certainly increase if we combine our experiences and make use of each other's, also in relation to the United States of America, by the way. A strange return of the Franco-German tandem for the defense of Europe was celebrated. The first edition of this tandem for a new order from 1940 to 44, then consisting of the Third Reich and the Vichy regime, had failed miserably and had then been erased from the collective memory on both sides of the Rhine. The Vichy ideology, which could not be described as anything other than Strasserist, had already gained a decisive influence in France in the final years before the Second World War. The self-image of the État français as a social democracy, which in its essence was directed against Anglo-Saxon liberalism and Jewish usury, and thus recommended itself politically as a competitor and alternative to Bolshevism. However, the fact that collaboration was by no means limited to the old apparatuses and elites, but was also propagated by quite popular leaders and movements, is shown by figures such as Pierre Laval, who went from socialist deputy to Vichy prime minister, or the CPF Central Committee member Jacques Doriot, who founded the Nazi party PPF, Part 1 Populaire Français, in 1936 and organized French SS auxiliary groups. French literary production at the end of the 1920s was already strongly influenced by German developments. Blatantly anti-Semitic writers such as Céline, Drew La Rochelle, Brazillac, Barraud, Maurras and Ribetet were, and still are, very much in the public's favor, while German vitalism and existentialism have dominated French theoretical production ever since, from Bergson to Foucault and Deleuze. In a softened form, precisely these provisions also entered the Fourth and Fifth Republics of the post-war period. On the one hand, in the special foreign policy path taken by de Gaulle with his anti-Americanism and his hostility towards Israel, which came to the fore after decolonization. On the other hand, in the area of domestic and economic policy, where an authoritarian conservative state capitalism was sought to be combined with strongly plebiscitary elements. In any case, German ideology clearly survived the Vichy regime in France. The so-called Fourth Republic lasted from 1946 to 1958. After an attempted coup d'état in Algiers, the position of the president was expanded and strengthened in a new constitution with special powers, foreign policy, use of nuclear weapons, emergency regulations. The new constitution marked the beginning of the Fifth Republic, which still exists today. Despite this ideological rapprochement, people on both sides of the Rhine simply acted and still act as if the First World War had ended in 1945 instead of the Second, and celebrate the Franco-German friendship as something completely unprecedented. But even if one has the Vichy-Berlin axis in mind, can the ugly prehistory of Franco-German cooperation, which lasted only a few years, together with its ideological effects, explain how it came about that since 1940 onwards, no less than 4 centuries of anti-French nation-building in Germany have so quickly become irrelevant to the mass consciousness? And this, when the hereditary enmity cultivated in Wilhelmine Germany goes back even further to much older traditions than the anti-Napoleonic liberation wars of the Holy Alliance of Prussia, Russia and Austria. The rejection of Welsh influence and even more so of Welsh political territorial supremacy, which in case of doubt always meant French supremacy, proved to be constitutive for the emergence of the German concept of nation, which relied so heavily on ethnic distinctiveness. From the very beginning. As early as 1501, the humanist Jacob Wimpfeling denied French claims, referred to as the French yoke, to Strasbourg with the following justification.
Wisslich ist, dass die Tütschen sind dem rechten Franzosen weder an Farb des Hoors, noch Angesicht, noch Zung, noch Gemiet, noch Sitten glich.
150 years later, it was already a widespread attribution to describe France as the hereditary enemy of the Reich and Germanness, and this was to remain the case until the Second World War. But what makes reconciliation with this hereditary enemy of German intellectual history so easy after the Second World War? There is another question that must always be considered. Why is the USA not succeeding in softening the accumulated resentment against itself? And this despite the fact that the United States appeared at the same time as an actual protective power, economic benefactor and lenient victor and, on top of that, did not have a comparable rivalry with Germany, as the history of hegemonic competition in Europe brought with it in the case of France. In any case, it is striking that the more openly anti-Americanism wants to let off steam, the more ostentatiously the Franco-German friendship was and is emphasized. This friendship apparently represents the flip side of a respectable anti-Americanism that supposedly has nothing to do with its anti-Western, anti-bourgeois, fascist predecessors. Because they have finally broken with the 19th century haters of France, they obviously believe they have carte blanche to indulge in all other classic anti-Western resentments. France thus fulfills a similar function with regard to anti-Americanism as the liberation movements of the Third World did almost 40 years ago with regard to anti-Semitism. Via Palestine and Arab socialism, it became respectable and was paradoxically able to perceive itself as an anti-fascist stance. There is thus a junction between Francophilia and Americanophobia. Sympathy with the other France of 1968, the protesting students and striking Renault workers, led to an identification with post-de Gaulle France, while sympathy with the other America in the late 1960s proved to be only a temporary cover for the most vulgar anti-Americanism. Vichy is back. At least since France and Germany staged themselves as a force for peace against plutocratic America, and yet in this left-wing Nazi continuity it feels very Western and universalist at the same time, thanks to French key witnesses. Just like the German master thinker Jürgen Habermas, who, with Derrida to back him up, sees the better, peaceful and solidaristic part of the divided West in the Franco-German core Europe and finally no longer has to make a murder pit out of his heart. This is no longer my America. To which Habermas' more folksy counterpart, News Uncle Ulrich Wickert, would add, "Yeah, to love France is to rave about something that seems to be like the happiness you dream of." A declaration of war against the United States, written jointly with Derrida, was published in the FAZ and Liberation on March 31, 2003. An avant-garde core Europe, consisting of France and Germany, should stand up to the unilateral hegemonialism of the USA, so that in the end not only peace, but also a solidaristic ethos of the struggle for more social justice, aimed at equal provision prevails against an individualistic ethos of meritocracy. This love of France, which has blossomed so strongly in recent years, especially among Germans, cannot be understood without the inner connection to anti-American resentment. Nevertheless, this alone does not answer the question of what makes the French type of society, which arose from the bourgeois revolution, so compatible with the anti-bourgeois rancor, while the other, the American type, is so incompatible. The thesis would be, France, as an also according to its own self-image. Editist counterproject to Anglo-Saxon ultraliberalism, and not without reason as the home country of attack, France offers the ideal projection surface for a mindset of anti-Western westernization and anti-Semitic anti-fascism, which is particularly characteristic and typical of the New Left generation and the generation of the peace movement that followed it. After all, there is hardly anywhere else in Europe where anti-Americanism is as hardcore as in France, where, apart from a small opposition within the educated classes, it is effective across the board, from Le Pen and the Muslim/anti-imperialist networks to the old European cultural conceit and the secular cult of the state. Anti-Americanism is also a natural part of school lessons in France, so much so that no common perspective was possible in terms of the image of America in the current project of a joint French-German school history book, due to German scruples. Welt, May 30, 2006. Interestingly, this more recent, explicitly left-wing Francomania, now flirts with the attitude of something that statism was once, i.e. in Marx's time, directed against revolution. Its surrogate, the uprising kitsch, is what makes the German idea of France so incredibly fiery, and has done so in changing conjunctures for a long time. The beret, Gauloise, existentialist turtleneck, Occitan red wine, etc., have been an integral part of French culture for many decades. Ultimately, even the fear of revolution projected onto France by the Wilhelmine elites since the suppression of the Paris Commune, which was completely unjustified, belongs to the realm of this German assumption of a primordial connection between what was or is considered to be the French way of life and a fundamental tendency to overthrow. The insinuation is so deep-seated that left-wing Germany always glorifies riots in France. It doesn't even matter if it's the pogrom-like riots of Muslim suburban youths like last fall. Neither Jew hatred, misogyny, nor completely uninhibited destruction for the sake of destruction alone could be allowed to rob them of their beloved French plebeians. However, this time the underdog was in fact so mean that he could only be praised in a disguised and expressive manner. Bernhard Schmid is responsible for this in left-wing publication forums in this country, and did his job with a kind of corrupt language that suits those who not only know that they are lying, but also know that their audience knows this too and is happy to put up with it. This spring, however, there was once again truly impeccable social resistance in France, one that was also crowned with at least partial political success: the CPE protests supported by more than 1 million people. In view of this, it seems almost pointless to point out that the protests against the CPE in France, i.e. the abolition of protection against dismissal at least in the young sectors of the labor market, are, without further ado, protests for a further increase in the already enormous unemployment among young people, low-skilled workers and job seekers with less respected qualifications. This last point in particular is an extremely important factor in a country with an almost feudalistic education system, with 4 sets of A levels and a huge disparity between elite and mainstream educational institutions. For example, when you enter the top category of universities, the INS, you are also entitled to a civil servant position for life. The fact that it is precisely the graduates of the neglected mass universities who are the bearers of the protests, the success of which cuts into the flesh of the vast majority of them, is due to the oppressive absolutist legacy that has characterized post-revolutionary France for over 2 centuries. Almost everyone wants to become a civil servant in the land of state idolatry, or at least achieve the same kind of status, a state-centered, authoritarian mentality unimaginable in other Western countries that would rather renounce any prospects than let go of this one. It is completely crazy when Hearts 4 protesters in this country, of all people, now look so longingly at the political successes of the anti-CPE movement. Such successes could, as a consequence, only lead to further tightening of the Hearts laws, precisely because sealing off a primary labor market against competitors by means of protection against dismissal is precisely the reason for and the aim of Hearts 4. This in no way prevents the latest Hearts 4 move in Berlin from being launched under the slogan "Speak French with the government." Speak French has become a standing phrase and provides the basis for strange-sounding slogans such as "Stand Up French Against Hearts 4." Linkszeitung.de, or Answers in French, Junge Welt, 17.5, or Kick It Like France, motto of Hessian student demonstrations, Jungle World, June 21, 05. IG metal sections carry signs such as "Enough." The French are showing us the way when they demonstrate for the Steincolor extra brake, while Freitag, 12.5, comes up with pithy headlines such as "The Great Frustration Needs a French Outlet." If you consider the ideas of socialism and economic democracy that prevail in such circles, France is an excellent role model. Nowhere else do militant statism and revolutionary nostalgia merge more, to the point of mutual unrecognizability. Michael Kleeberg has aptly described this strange amalgam of state-believing revolutionism, which demands not freedom but a life in public service on burning barricades. France is a living paradox, namely a country in which the revolutionary spirit and extreme conservatism are not only not mutually exclusive, but have married, so that one can say in short that France was the refuge of a permanent revolution, the bearer and guarantor of which was the state and its institutions. This is why the vast majority of French people see the USA as the antipode, where the subject of freedom has always been the individual, who asserts his rights to freedom against the state. Welt, March 21, 2006. An idea that seems to trigger a kind of horror vacui in the French, a state of affairs that, although itself highly Republican, is even perceived as an attack on Republican values. Values that, on closer inspection, still always present themselves as the institutions of the state-organized course of life. Liberté, égalité and fraternité, which Marx had still deciphered at the beginning of the Second Empire as the very means of state violence, artillery, cavalry and infantry, have been demartialized into the trio of school, university and civil service, but the sacrosanct status of state institutions has remained. Marx mocked the almost voluntary self-abandonment of the Second Republic, 1848 to 1851, which made Louis Bonaparte's coup d'état possible in the first place. It became unmistakable that only one thing was still missing to complete the true form of this republic: make its vacations permanent and replace its inscription, liberté, égalité, fraternité, with the unambiguous words, infantry, cavalry, artillery. Marx, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, in MEW Volume 8, page 148. Of course, the Francophile romanticism of revolution is not at all affected by considerations as to whether statist uprisings are perhaps nothing progressive. A long, continuous line is drawn from the Glorious Revolution of 1789 to the Paris Commune, 1871, and May 68 to the manifestations against social cuts in the last decade. The fact that the typology of the Grand État, the all-encompassing state that the latter want to defend, goes back to Louis Bonaparte and his proto-fascism, and not to the Commune, is ignored, as is the fact that Marx does not place the Commune in the continuum of French uprisings, but sees it as an attempted break with France's authoritarian editist tradition. For this also includes the uprisings that define the relationship between la rue, the street, and la cour, the court, in early and pre-bourgeois times, a type of riot that historians memorably refer to as King and Crown riots. Based on the English model, the Commune was not a revolution against this or that legitimist, constitutional, republican or imperial form of state power. The Commune was a revolution against the state itself, against the supernatural miscarriage of society. The Second Empire was the last form of this state usurpation. The Commune was the decisive negation of that state power and therefore the beginning of the social revolution of the 19th century. A distantly related descendant of Emperor Napoleon repeated his ancestors' coup d'état in 1851 and made himself the second emperor. His France became the prototype of the over-indebted state, which staged itself as standing above class interests and usurped itself as the center of all social development.
Unfortunately, contrary to Marx's hopes for the 20th century, the usurpation of the state proved to be epoch-making, and thus the interplay between tumult and autocracy remained as a sign of the continued existence of pre-bourgeois forms of rule with which the Commune precisely wanted to break, the recent, rather immediate interaction between protesters and rulers, between tumultuous carnivalesque student manifestations and the leader of the state in the Élysée Palace, who was overriding parliament and government, also belongs in this category of the interplay between autocratic elites and urban masses, sometimes more and sometimes less instrumentalized for their power struggles. Because the form of rule in which Louis Bonaparte, as head of state, was able to place himself above the classes, as head of a state that functioned both as an actual entrepreneur and as an appealing authority for the plebeians, he is the historical mold from which de Gaulle, Pompidou, Mitterrand and Chirac were also made. And that is why Marx's criticism of this state in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte is all the more pertinent today. He characterized it as a combination of the means of oppression of two epochs, in which the state dependence inherited from absolutism, in which the president, with all the attributes of royal power, decides at least over 1.5 million existences, MEW 8. Page 128, at that time an almost unimaginably large number of direct state positions, is combined with the financial science of the lumpenproletariat, the flat baiting of the masses on a tax and credit basis. Giving money and pumping money was the perspective with which he hoped to lure the masses. The financial science of the lumpenproletariat, the nobility and the commoners, was limited to giving and pumping. The springs that Bonaparte knew how to set in motion were limited to this. Never has a pretender speculated more flatly on the flatness of the masses. MEW 8, p. 154f. This combination, a kind of agonal cooperation between the ever-growing apparatus and the classes increasingly dependent on it, pushes, in accordance with its own political economic gravity, towards emperorship, which in the subsequent republics was to be softened to the elective dictatorship of the president, and blocks social development independent of the state machinery. This executive power, with its monstrous bureaucratic and military organization, with its vast and artistic state machinery, this dreadful parasitic body, which wraps itself like a retina around the body of French society and clogs its every pore, came into being during the period of absolute monarchy, during the decay of feudalism, which it helped to accelerate. The manorial privileges of landowners and cities were transformed into as many attributes of state power, the feudal dignitaries into paid officials, and the colorful pattern of conflicting medieval powers into the regulated plan of a state power whose work is divided and centralized like a factory. The First French Revolution had to develop what the absolute monarchy had begun, centralization, but at the same time the extent, the attributes and the agents of governmental power. Napoleon completed this state machinery. The legitimate monarchy and the July monarchy added nothing but a greater division of labor, growing in the same measure as the division of labor within bourgeois society created new groups of interests, that is, new material for the administration of the state. MEW 8, p.197f. Incidentally, the relatively strong position of Parliament in the Third Republic, from 1871, was not to change this, for the Rousseauian belief on which this constitution was based, that the will of the people should have as direct a relationship as possible with the executive, quickly pushed back towards the personification of rule in accordance with its own dynamics. With the defeat of the Commune, this specifically French absolutist path into the era of bourgeois society outlived its historical expiry date, so to speak, stagnating in the form described to this day. Every common interest was immediately detached from society, set against it as a higher, general interest, snatched from the self-activity of the members of society and made the object of government activity. From the bridge, the schoolhouse and the communal assets of a village community to the railroads, the national assets and the National University of France. All the upheavals perfected this machine instead of breaking it. The parties which alternately struggled for power regarded the seizure of this immense edifice of the state as the chief booty of the victor. MEW 8 p.
197, in that the state snatches every common interest of society as a general one and sets it against it as its own, a difference that Marx himself emphasizes in the original text for good reason. Bonapartism is the forerunner of the very different real socialisms of the 20th century, which were to provide a mocking parody of the classless society state capitalist France represents, to put it bluntly, the link between absolutism and socialism. In fact, absolutism, bourgeoisified and at the same time perpetuated in Bonapartism, clogged the pores of French society. The fact that every social movement could only appear as material for state administration tended to bring social and economic development to a standstill. Urbanization, rural exodus, the rapid development of heavy industry, all developments that pulled Germany out of its economic backwardness, France refused to accept. It remained dominated by small farmers at the expense of its industrial development and fell further behind England and Germany from year to year. Marx also emphasized this connection between rurality and bureaucratism as a fundamental trait of Bonapartism, a fundamental trait that can still be found in the EU agricultural constitution, the sole purpose of which is to maintain the specifically French symbiosis of bureaucrat and peasant, and which is also perceptibly inscribed in the French landscape as soon as we pass through. Nowhere else in Western Europe is there such a stark difference between rural backwardness or peasant wasteland on the one hand and rural backwardness on the other. Nowhere else in Western Europe is there such a stark difference between rural backwardness or rural wasteland on the one hand and the dominance of the administrative metropolis, i.e., Paris and the associated department of Île-de-France. By its very nature, parcel ownership lends itself to the foundation of an all-powerful and innumerable bureaucracy. It creates a uniform level of relations and of persons over the whole surface of the country. It destroys the aristocratic intermediate levels between the masses and the state power. It thus provokes from all sides the direct intervention of the state power and the interposition of its immediate organs. It finally produces an unoccupied overpopulation, which finds no place either in the country or in the cities, and therefore grasps at the offices of the state as a kind of respectable charity and provokes the creation of state offices. MEW 8, p.202.
In 1947, the geographer J.F. Gravier wrote a book that fiercely denounced this state of affairs and whose title became a catchphrase, Paris et le désert français, Paris and the French desert. The gross domestic product of the Île-de-France department is almost 10 times as large as any of the following departments. Almost 20% of the 58.5 million French people live in the Greater Paris area. In order to preserve this social constitution, France largely withdrew from the world market until the First World War with the expansion of the Empire Français and entrenched itself and its quite considerable colonial empire behind high protective tariffs in favor of peasant agriculture on the one hand and the establishment of a huge colonial bureaucracy on the other. A policy that was not to change fundamentally either after the defeat in the Franco-Prussian War of 1870-71 or after the devastating near defeat in the First World War. Population growth stagnated, as did coal and steel production. Only the banking industry flourished due to the extremely high savings rate. France's rentier capitalism was proverbial at the time. In 1945, agriculture still employed more people than industry, which itself had only entered the era of modern mass production in a few exceptional companies. De Gaulle shared the famous brief analysis of his political enemy, Vichy President Marshal Pétain, for the complete defeat of France: far too little steel, far too few children. And so French statism attempted to modernize its own social basis in its typical way. It was not so much the companies themselves that were to take the reins, but the state as a modernization agency. A planning commission, planification, implemented the so-called Monet Plan, which directed investments in 6 central areas, including steel and electricity. To ensure that this model of planned economic modernization could really take effect, a considerable proportion of French companies were placed under state control between 1944 to 48, almost 100% of the banking and insurance sectors, as well as the transport, electricity and energy sectors in their entirety. Not to mention large companies such as Renault and the aircraft manufacturing industry, which were considered key industries. The wave of nationalization did not subside, but reached a new, Bonapartist peak in 1981 under François Mitterrand. The entire technical consumer goods industry, including the young computer industry, was now dependent on state subsidies and regulation, a peak which, however, caused the national currency, the franc, to collapse completely. The Bundesbank absorbed this collapse at the time, but demanded a stop to further nationalizations, which is why it was called the monster from Frankfurt. In France, since then, successive governments have struggled to privatize against fierce resistance. However, the great state machine remains a prisoner of its own nimbus, a nimbus that the overwhelming majority of French people believe in almost desperately after centuries of hyperestatism. They see globalization, liberalism, and the world market as the true enemies of post-colonial France, in which the court and the street differ little. Liberalism can be just as devastating as communism, as President Chirac recently said to his people. Welt, October 4, 06. From the almost unbelievable figure of 19.5% of all employees working in nationalized companies, which was only surpassed under real socialism, the figure fell to just under 8% in 2002. Information on Political Education No. 285, April 2004. However, as the quasi-permanent status of regular employees persisted under labor law, only the sector of illegal, actually precarious and state-directed employment expanded during this period. France is thus the prototype of a divided labor market. The temptation emanating from France's protest culture is thus similar to that which all the third ways of recent decades have exerted on the just milieu of the Federal Republic of Germany, and which were themselves merely costumes of a primeval German ideology, namely, to use the authoritarian state to keep out the corrosive influence of liberalism and the antagonistic utopia of communism. This is precisely what makes France the dreamland not only of the nation's conscience. Ulrich Wickert. German ideology is simply reflected back by French conditions. Germans in particular have therefore fallen in love with themselves via France, and free of historical burden. The history of hegemonic competition between the two countries, and even more so the fact that in France state supremacy Marx is considered a republican value while in Germany it is still somewhat tainted by the odium of Bismarck-Hitler, provides a perfect camouflage and excuse at the same time. This alone sheds light on how 4 centuries of hereditary enmity could dissolve so quickly and so completely, while, on the other hand, anti-Americanism, which is always also anti-liberal resentment, continues to blossom at the same time. This resentment senses very clearly that the West is really divided, Habermas, or rather, has fallen apart. France and the United States actually represent 2 essentially different types of bourgeois society, one with an overly clear history of absolutist origins, the other set apart from it. Even the bourgeois revolutions, the French on the one hand and the American on the other, could hardly have been more different. On the one hand, it exhausted itself in the takeover of the absolutist central state, in other words, it was more in the nature of a broadly conceived coup d'état, and on the other, it presented itself as a war of liberation against precisely this state machine. In the Declaration of the Bill of Rights in 1776, the American War of Independence brought the Republic into the world as a completely new and unprecedented brainchild of the will of the fighters and the minds of their leaders, which wanted to be one thing above all, completely different from the monarchical state machine, and thus became a true upheaval of the previously existing conditions. A revolution. This does not mean, however, that the French Revolution, just because it had more the character of a coup d'état, was therefore less bloody. On the contrary, while in the USA the militia war of the settlers against the British Crown was accompanied by the establishment of local self-organization structures in the conquered territories, in France the apparatus of the central state that had just been stormed became a redistribution machinery of power and property. The French Revolution entered the terror phase in the year 1 of liberty, i.e. 1793, under the triumvirate of Danton, Robespierre and Marat. With the final abolition of kingship in September 1792, a new calendar was introduced which, among other things, attempted to extend the week to 10 days. The highly profane process of replacing parts of the old high nobility with families from the middle ranks of the civil service and the military and the floor nobility, in the leading elites of this state, which, incidentally, maintain quasi-dynastic continuity to this day, including the limited purpose, the takeover of the centralist dirigist state, and the social disinhibitions set in motion in the process are ideologized in the Rousseau cult of the struggle of the natural good against the natural evil. The term anarches or anarchy is used in reference to France's civil servant political class. This alludes to the elite ENA, École Nationale d'Administration. In his late work, The Old State and the Revolution, 1856, Tocqueville therefore already made a very clear-sighted reference to the connection between the terror of virtue and authoritarian continuity, absolutism and revolutionism. For after the terror, the absolute state repeatedly pushes towards restoration in accordance with its own organizational principle. 2 usurpatory empires and 2 legitimist kingdoms are therefore the fruit of the French Revolution until 1871. In contrast, the lifespan of the 2 republics is puny, limited to the period from 1791 to 99 and 1848 to 51. In the USA, on the other hand, the Republic has existed uninterruptedly since 1776, a long history in which the circle of the free and equal before the law has expanded more and more. 1776, Equality of the Jews, 1865, Nationwide Emancipation of Blacks, 1921, Introduction of women's suffrage, accompanied by serious conflicts, rebellions and a real civil war, 1861-65, but without a guillotine and without a hint of royalism.
This essential difference in the installation of bourgeois power and traffic relations still characterizes the social debates and conflicts in both countries to this day. The uprising spectacle, the ritualized riot, as recently staged by the students and trade unions, and the way in which the contested CPE law initiative to abolish the quasi-civil servant status of entry-level workers was proposed and then rejected, are clear signs of the survival of pre-bourgeois forms of rule and legitimation. The all-encompassing power of control of the effectively absolute state and its cameralistic economic order found its expression precisely through the immediate, i.e. unmediated, relationship between the king or his court and the plebs. As inviolable as the sovereign's privilege was, it had to be directly popular. Tumult was the form of objection that could not be articulated. It is significant that even today a virulent political carnival can replace the social debate, which is still conducted solely at court, not as a conflict of interest between groups, but as a game of intrigue between individual courtiers. And this does not even insult Sarkozy and de Villepin when they are referred to as courtiers, as the nucleus and original form of the civil service was the absolutist court system of the former feudal nobility. These are precisely the continuities that link post-revolutionary France so closely with pre-revolutionary France. The incumbent president has to synthesize plebs and elite in his person in place of the king or emperor. The infantility, i.e. tumultuous inappropriateness of the protest to its object is the exact counterpart to courtly/authoritarian rule, indeed, the actual addiction to it, a rule in which people do not speak openly, but act presumptuously. The situation is quite different in the USA. The state is conceived here as a necessary evil that should be limited to the bare essentials, while local self-government should otherwise prevail. There is undoubtedly an inherent reactionary aspect to this, which granted excessive protection to local peculiarities such as slavery, which once caused the debate on the abolition of slavery throughout the Union to continue for decades. The basis of the legal system, however, remains the individual and not the group or community etc., so that ultimately the central state does intervene when the freedom and equality of individuals is permanently endangered or not given at all, as in the Civil War or almost a century later, in 1957, when federal troops forced the entry of black students into Central High School in the capital of the state of Arkansas, Little Rock. In fear of and distrust of the absolutist state and its concomitants, the U.S. political system, beyond the apparent similarity to that of France due to the strong position of the president, is characterized by the highest possible degree of mediation of rule, an enormously finely balanced system of checks and balances between and within the powers, the social interest groups, the levels of politics and the mode of determining elected officials was installed and kept in balance, in contrast to the highly centralized, through government, à la France. The ideological fronts are knitted in a different way to suit the old Europeans. Currently, for example, a Christian Republican president is relying on the votes of Latinos, with whom he had already won the former Democratic stronghold of Texas as governor, thus continuing the Lincoln tradition, allying himself with liberals and entrepreneurs and being opposed by the Democratic-minded trade unions and a WASP ideology lobby in his own camp, in order to get what the president is concerned about through the legalization of illegal employment and the naturalization of those living illegally in the USA anyway. Bush will have to tear his course as the checks and balances currently demand. A hysterical riot campaign for or against is almost impossible, because the opponents also use the means of lobbying and participation. This is why protest movements in the USA often seem so strangely, almost alienatingly civilized, because they do not want to frighten autocrats in the Élysée Palace, but want to gain political influence in a bourgeois public sphere and a system of mediation. A system that in no way offers the possibility of reconciling tasteless criticism of Germany with what is German. Conversely, it is very easy to gauge how powerful German ideology is by how resentfully the USA is spoken about and judged. Or to put it even more simply, whether Jürgen Habermas is on the label but Gregor Strasser is inside. After Schroeder's successful anti-American political rally against the intervention in Iraq, the cards for the 60th anniversary of D-Day have also been reshuffled. The commemorations of the opening of the Western Front against Nazi Germany in 2004 will no longer know any losers. Everyone will celebrate their victory over Hitler, including a German head of government for the first time. The era of anti-German anti-fascism, founded on the victory over Germany, will be symbolically buried in Normandy. With Schroeder's presence, Germany's probationary period will be declared over for all to see, as will its obligation to prove itself. It no longer stands there as a defeated country, but as a liberated one, liberated not only from Nazism, but also from the anti-fascist duties imposed on it by the Allies. The FAZ of 7.1.04 nevertheless sees Schroeder's participation as recognition of the victor's point of view and rights of a walk to New Canossa, especially as Bush, as the Taz of March 1, 04 suspects, will again make the war on terror under U.S. leadership a topic on 6.6. However, the FAZ is also relaxed about this self-declared Canossa, as the Cold War of remembrance in Europe has now come to an end. One can vividly imagine that the Americans and British had no objections to Schroeder's invitation. Their war-weary friends in old Europe, overwhelmed by coming to terms with the past, no longer had the strength to defeat Hitler and Pétain again in a final edition of their compulsive neurotic repetition ritual. Without Germans and French, the Anglo-Saxon coalition of unloved liberators of 1945 had to free the world and Iraq from the revenant of the brown tyrants in the 0 hour of coming to terms with the past. FAZ, January 31, 04, the pacifist collaboration with Saddam Hussein and the Iraqi resistance becomes the 0 hour of coming to terms with the past, because the unloved liberators of 1945 finally stand alone. D-Day was never popular in Germany, and not only because Chancellor Kohl was not invited to the 50th anniversary in 1994. In response to the question, should D-Day be celebrated, 74% answered no, 17% yes and 9% had no opinion. Ulrike Klein, Das Internationale Medienereignis D-Day, 1996, page 184. But why was the opening of the Continental Western Front not a public holiday for the Western-oriented FRG? When Germany was still a two-state state, it was said, the victories over the German armies and their auxiliary troops, which liberated Europe from Hitlerism, did not lead this Europe towards a future of its own, but only towards a future to be thought of in terms of permanent dependency, and, in addition, tore it apart miserably in its cultural context. Stalingrad there, Normandy here. FAZ, July 6, 1984, celebrating their victory, as liberation with the Western Allies, would have meant accepting the division. So all that remains is to say what they, the Germans, realized after the defeat. Namely, that such celebrations insist on a victory that should have overcome itself long ago. After the end of the two-state system, however, the desire to overcome the victory still existed. People continued to insist on mourning when the Allies wanted to celebrate. For Germans in the West, May 8 meant the end of a totalitarian dictatorship. For Germans in the East, May 9 meant the transition to a second one. October 5, 1994. According to this, the Western Allies' alliance with the Soviet Union, which lasted until the German defeat, was responsible for the division, and not the German invasion of Poland. After the end of the division, the Germans saw the stubborn insistence on victory as at least as annoying as before. The memory of D-Day was seen as an inadmissible admonition and interference, or even as foreign domination. And if there is already talk of Auschwitz cudgels when it comes to foreign domination, the Germans are mocking the victory cudgels here. Kohl's response: as early as 1984 he commented that he had lost nothing there, May 6, 1984, to the D-Day celebrations in 1994, was to defiantly emphasize the men of July 20, whose project, even if it was prevented, had been a German contribution to liberation. By singling out the few from the masses of the Wehrmacht, a call was made to examine individual cases instead of declaring all Wehrmacht soldiers to be criminals on the basis of the function of the entire organization. The second Wehrmacht exhibition has since allayed such fears. While Hannes here had still assumed a criminal Wehrmacht with 80% perpetrators for the first version of the exhibition, at the end of the second exhibition, according to Horst Mahler, only 4 to 5% were assumed. CFAZ of March 24, 2004. The posthumous rehabilitation of German soldiers' honor was already the subject of a counterprogram to D-Day in 1984. Since then, France has staged a symbolic reconciliation with Germany. At that time, the hand-holding duo Kohl/Mitterrand demonstrated their mutual emotion in front of the soldiers' graves of the First World War for the first time, and when Kohl was not invited to Normandy again in 1994, France gave him the satisfaction of demonstrating the brotherhood in arms between the two nations by allowing German tanks to ride in a military parade in Paris. At the time, President Mitterrand acknowledged that the Wehrmacht had acted with courage and patriotism, just as if he were talking about his own Vichy past. The French Special Path does not only consist of a partnership with Germany, but in particular points to the fact that the D-Day commemoration has a different meaning for France than for Great Britain or the United States. From a French perspective, D-Day stood for regained national unity, as the liberation by the Western Allies ended a period of national division between supporters of de Gaulle, the resistance and collaboration. France's integration into the circle of victors created the need to emphasize its own contribution to the liberation more clearly, which was achieved to some extent by overemphasizing the importance of the resistance. We must throw a veil over the time when the French did not love each other. Taz, April 21, 1994, was how President Georges Pompidou justified the pardon of ex-militia officer Paul Touvier, who had been sentenced to death twice and had ordered the shooting of Jews, at the beginning of the 1970s. By the time Mitterrand's collaboration biography had been widely discussed, however, the veil had been torn and France's special position among the Western Allies had become apparent. The German side emphasized this with particular satisfaction. The Normandy landings, was too reminiscent of Vichy, which was only slowly returning to consciousness, and of an ambivalent victory that had not been achieved by one's own efforts. July 1, 2004, by remembering its own history of collaboration, France is participating in the continental consensus of rejecting Allied anti-fascism, which it once professed itself, in its reconciliation with Germany. Allied anti-fascism fits neither with national history nor with current foreign policy. In this respect, France is similar to Latvia, which can also look back on a history of collaboration. This is also the basis of a common European identity, which is constituted in an enlarged Europe against the states that mainly fought for victory against the Axis, the Soviet Union, the USA, and Great Britain. This European identity enables Germany to object even to Putin's invitation to Normandy, an explicit acknowledgement of the SU's central role in the defeat of Germany. But the emphasis on the great merits of the Soviet Army in the Second World War must be seen as a mockery by the East Central Europeans who have only just escaped the communist dictatorship. May 4, 2004, the separation from the USA, on the other hand, is celebrated as a core European success story. In the First Gulf War, the climatic differences between France, whose army was fighting with the Americans at the time, and Germany, where the candle-bearers marched and white cloths were hung in the windows, could not have been more striking. But during the second attack on Saddam, the comparison with Hitler no longer crossed anyone's lips. After 20 years of militant anti-pacifism, the imperatives of coming to terms with the past were exhausted. FAZ, July 1, 04. If the Iraq War is seen as an imperative of coming to terms with the past, then, in the opinion of the FAZ, the war against Hitler merely created new wars, as his revenants now had to be defeated again and again. Only with Germany's admission to the anti-Hitler coalition is this continuity ended, and with it the warlike age of Allied anti-fascism, which began with the victory over Germany. Before entering the war against the Nazis, a domestic political struggle took place in the states of the Western Allies between the supporters of this war and the sympathizers and propagandists of a policy of reconciliation with Nazi Germany. The SU had gone the furthest in terms of a policy of equalization by entering the war against Poland together with Hitler after the Hitler-Stalin Pact of August 1939, but this always meant little loss of prestige for the SU because it later resisted the continuing German war of conquest. In addition to Oswald Mosley's Black Shirts, the supporters of a settlement in England included a coalition of appeasement supporters who determined policy and comprised very different social groups, from pro-fascists to simple preservers of the existing order to left-wing opponents of rearmament. Churchill had to fight against these groups to achieve the unconditional surrender that was ultimately demanded as the only acceptable outcome to the war. Until the attack on Pearl Harbor, the hands of the United States were tied by an isolationist pacifist neutrality law from 1935. President Roosevelt had to struggle with this jealously guarded impartiality for a long time, especially as he himself opted for neutrality during the Spanish Civil War and was only gradually able to come to insights such as the following, taken from a speech on May 27, 1941. We are not prepared to accept a world in which, as in the post-war period of the 20s, the seeds of Hitlerism would again be sown and their growth tolerated. President Roosevelt, America and Germany 1936 to 1945, page 45. A considerable number of Nazi groups and Nazi sympathizers existed in the USA at this time. From William Dudley Pelley, founder of the Nazi movement Silver Shirt Legion, to the Black Legion, a Nazi terror organization, the German-American Bund, Nazi propagandists in the USA with a newspaper called Völkischer Beobachter, to Father Charles Coughlin, radio preacher and newspaper writer who fed a Jewish communist conspiracy to an audience of millions in the USA, and the influential Nazi friend and anti-Semite Henry Ford. A broad campaign against the Polish Jewish immigrants Harry and Jack Warner, known as the founders of the film company Warner Brothers, who, as avowed Nazi opponents and supporters of a war against Germany, were denounced as the masterminds of a warmongering Jewish conspiracy emanating from Hollywood, proves that these groups had a large base. It is often pretended that there was no domestic political dispute about the anti-fascist war. The reference, often presented in the style of bad Antifa research, to the fact that there were friends of the Nazis everywhere and politicians strategically reckoning with them, prevents appreciation of the historical fact that they stood for a political option that ultimately did not come to fruition, and that both bourgeois appeasement politicians and socialist pacifists only changed their attitude towards the Nazis when their incomparable barbarism could no longer be overlooked. At this point, sympathy for Hitler became a marginal phenomenon in the USA and Great Britain. The qualitative difference between the Nazis and the Western Allies is often sweepingly leveled out, as recently in an ARD report on Hitler's American business friends, by referring in poor abstraction to the fact that capitalism spawned fascism and therefore the capitalist states could not be partners in the morally justified fight against the Nazis, but instead stood up for their interests in the war, out of mere imperialist competition. The Western contribution to the fight against the Third Reich, in contrast to that of the SU, must simply not be recognized for what it was: armed anti-fascism. Advocates of an anti-imperialist understanding of fascism refuse to acknowledge that the Nazi-folkish world order stood against proletarian internationalism and class struggle, as well as against liberalism and individualism. The ideological and military storm of National Socialism endangered the survival of the parliamentary constitutional states in their core countries, and almost led to the military collapse of the SU in 1942. The anti-Hitler coalition did not hold out until the victory over the Nazis for no reason. The bourgeois democracies were supported by the resistance of the SU, which received great support from those against Hitler. As is well known, common ground beyond the fight against Germany was very limited and cooperation was already burdened by mutual mistrust. The Western Allies wanted to prevent a new Hitler-Stalin pact, and the SU wanted an anti-communist alliance against itself. Only after the anti-Nazi alliance had served its purpose did the competition between the systems come to the fore. The willingness to go to war against Germany was not so pronounced in France that a war with heavy losses for the Nazis could have been sustained. Ultimately, the French defeat ended in the Nazi collaboration of the Vichy government, which retained control over part of French territory and most of the French colonies. French troops later also fought against the Allies there. The surrender of France was accompanied by a British defeat. The British attempt at the time to stand with the French against the Germans on the continent ended in June 1940, at Dunkirk, with the evacuation of around 335,000 mainly British, Polish and French soldiers to England. Soon afterwards, from August 1940, however, the British were able to win the so-called Battle of Britain. Hitler's further westward expansion was halted. Now they were facing an overpowering opponent on the continent, who was also in an alliance with Stalin at the time. The demand made by Stalin soon after the German attack in June 1941 to open a second front against Germany in the West was still made to Great Britain, which was fighting alone and was therefore far overstretched. President Roosevelt initially promised the SU only material support. Shortly after the signing of the Three-Power Pact between Germany, Italy and Japan in December 1940, i.e. before the USA decided to open the war against the Axis, the president announced that the USA would contribute its resources to the war as the great arsenal of democracy. The share of the massively increasing American war production in the national product of the USA rose from 2% to over 50% from 1940 to 44. The USA supplied almost two-thirds of all Allied military goods. Before the rearmament, the USA was a comparatively insignificant military power, ranked 18th in the world and equipped with obsolete material. The anti-Hitler coalition only had the material means to wage a promising war against the Axis after the US rearmament. The US troops were thus quickly put in a position to confront the Axis globally, so that on June 15, 1944, for example, shortly after D-Day in Normandy, they were able to land 67,500 men in a second major landing operation on Saipan to push back the Japanese in the Philippines. It was not until the end of 1943 that the conditions for the opening of the Western Front on the continent, as demanded by Stalin, were in place. Prior to this, despite their close alliance, the British and the Americans had had almost opposing strategic ideas. While the Americans had insisted on an offensive and direct strategy since mid-1942, namely the fight against the main force after landing in Normandy and the advance into the heartland of the Third Reich, the British preferred more indirect but more manageable interventions via the periphery, as well as the acquisition of naval supremacy and air warfare. The British felt that they were no match for the Wehrmacht in a land war on a broad front and therefore did not rely on major decisive battles. They wanted to gradually change the balance of power by permanently weakening the enemy. The massive Soviet mobilization force in the Great Patriotic War was also a prerequisite for the Allied victory. The decisive increase in mass production, technical performance, defensive readiness and capability was largely created during the war itself, although the industrial production volume that existed before the German attack could no longer be achieved due to the loss of control over territory and raw materials. Large-scale military and goods supplies, particularly from the USA, were therefore indispensable. The distribution of the burden of war among the Allies corresponded to their respective roles in the fight against the Axis. The SU bore the main burden of the war on its territory against the land forces led by Germany. As a result, 10 of the 13 million German casualties on the Eastern Front were killed, wounded or captured. The Western powers, on the other hand, fought the battles in Africa and Asia, the Pacific, the Mediterranean and the Atlantic, and contributed to those in Europe. Achieving air superiority and naval supremacy was material-intensive and costly. In 1942 alone, the Allies lost 1662 ships. Richard Overy, The Roots of Victory, 2000, page 71. The War of the Western Allies, in contrast to that of the Soviet Union, was characterized less by the use of mass armies and more by technology. In 1942, 400,000 American soldiers fought in the Pacific and brought Japanese expansion to a halt by winning the most important naval battle of the Second World War, at Midway Island, which was decided by naval aviation. By contrast, Only 60,000 U.S. soldiers were fighting against Germany and Italy at the time. Overy, page 64. The great importance of both the USA and the Soviet Union for the outcome of the war resulted in their strong position in the post-war order, in which the European continental Anglo-French world order was replaced by the Soviet-American one. Victory over Germany in particular was a central reservoir of legitimacy for this post-war order. The UN, which was founded in June 1945 and was just as important as the two blocs, initially also stood for successful armed anti-fascism, as it emerged directly from the anti-Hitler coalition, which had grown ever larger with the Allied successes. As the anti-Hitler coalition split into competing systems after the victory, there was a jealous dispute over the respective share in it. For this reason, there was no common public holiday, such as May 8, the day of the German surrender. Instead, individual military achievements against the Germans were highlighted on symbolically enhanced memorial days. The Eastern Front with Stalingrad has become more famous in Germany than the Western Front with D-Day. The heroic deeds of the Soviet people testified to the superiority of the socialist social order. They accomplished them essentially on their own. Its combat and labor achievements changed the military, economic and political balance of power in favor of the USSR and the other countries of the anti-Hitler coalition long before the Second Front was opened in Western Europe in June 1944. Zentralinstitut für Geschichte der Akademie der Wissenschaften der DDR, Grundriss der Deutschen Geschichte, Berlin, 1979, page 473. Stalingrad has become a symbol for this interpretation directed against the war achievements of the West. It not only stood as an important demonstration at the time that Hitler's armies were vulnerable, but was subsequently stylized as a preliminary decision for the entire war, which the glorious Red Army had brought about. The assertion that the outcome of the war had already been decided after Stalingrad, the turning point on the Eastern Front, suggests that the Western Allies had merely helped to bring a war to an end in which victory had already been achieved. The myth of the Soviet Communist alliance with the world spirit against fascism and imperialism is also based on the legend of the Soviet Union being on its own. The course of the war made it clear that the defeat of fascist German imperialism was historically inevitable and lawful. Institut für Marxismus-Leninismus beim Zentralkomitee der SED, Geschichte der deutschen Arbeiterbewegung. Vol. 5, Berlin, 1966, p. 410. In view of the fact that the SU was not far from collapse after the German attack, such historical metaphysical grandstanding is somewhat ridiculous. Stalingrad 1943 stands for victory that postponed the impending military collapse of the SU, but by no means averted it for good. The Wehrmacht had already succeeded in intercepting the Soviet offensive and stabilizing the German front in the spring of 1943. The decisive factor for the German defeat was ultimately the Battle of Kursk, in which the Wehrmacht suffered such heavy losses in July 1943 that it lost its offensive power. Only then did the initiative in the conduct of the war in the East pass to the Soviets. The Stalingrad myth had and continues to have a particularly lasting effect because, unlike the war in the West, the German side waged the war in the East as a war of extermination for living space and against inferior races, especially the Jews. As we know, it was not only the earth that was scorched on the broadest front in the East. The scale of the destruction and massiveness of the war was not revealed in the East by modern, mechanized warfare made possible by advances in productivity, which not only saved many lives on the part of the Western Allies, but was also a simple prerequisite for global naval, land and air warfare. The West pursued capital-intensive armaments aimed at technical superiority. On the Soviet side, ruthlessness, improvisation and barbaric coercion became a prerequisite for military success to compensate for the shortcomings in equipment. While today the soldier engineer or electronics technician is still seen as a calculating button pusher, the extremely material and man-consuming war that Stalingrad stands for is associated with an image full of bloodbaths, privations and superhuman efforts that only Stalin would have been expected to mobilize. After General Zhukov's successful encirclement tactics, something took place in Stalingrad that is regarded in this country as the downfall of the Sixth Army, rather than a Soviet triumph. However, the participants in such battles of attrition are declared heroes by both sides, but only as tragic ones by one of them. Instead of images of the imperious, Stalingrad offers images of the other, of the suffering German Wehrmacht soldier, abandoned by the fortunes of war and betrayed by Hitler, led en masse and without any particular militaristic attributes in long columns into captivity, of which everyone knows that many did not survive. In the images of failure, the reduction of the German fighting machines to their sheer human existence is traced. Here, the hopeful Germans who were disappointed by the course of the war are transformed into victims of Hitler or the war. Stalingrad thus does not simply stand for a victory over Hitler, but also provides the images that lead many to equate war and fascism as horrors in store for the little man. Since it was not the left that defeated state-organized fascism, but the Allies, leftists declared the SU to be the representative of anti-fascism in the anti-Hitler coalition. In the fatherland of socialism, no financial oligarchy was suspected of determining the motives for action. There, foreign invaders fought against defenders of soil and homeland. There, a potentially cosmopolitan anti-fascism was understood as a nation's resistance based on its people's spirit, which was therefore ennobled as anti-fascist. Anti-fascism was made into something sacred, ideal, selfless and a moral code, the object of which became as arbitrary as ignorance of fascism grew through sloganeering descriptions. Such anti-fascism was always bothered by the fact that the anti-Hitler coalition was merely an alliance of convenience, even if this purpose was the complete defeat of the Nazis. Consequently, left-wing anti-fascism after 1945 made the preconditions for the Allied victory over the Axis powers the real problem. The anti-fascist war of the Western Allies was placed under general anti-imperialist suspicion. The Second World War, which ushered in a new stage of the general crisis of the capitalist system, began as a clash between the bloc of fascist states under the leadership of ruling monopoly circles and politicians from France and Great Britain. This military conflict between two imperialist coalitions was, in its origin and character, a mutually unjust, imperialist war. Zentralinstitut, page 465. It was only with Germany's attack on the USSR that the war went beyond the boundaries of the capitalist system. The Great Patriotic War of the Soviet people, which was the main component of the Second World War, ultimately determined the entire character of the war on the part of the states of the anti-Hitler coalition as that of a just war. Zentralinstitut, page 470. The attempts to interpret the Second World War, insofar as it was waged by the West, as an intra-imperialist war, in which it was therefore not permissible to take sides with either side except for the SU, is a cheap trick that is still popular today and simply negates Western anti-fascism. While the GDR Central Institute for History still acknowledged that the U.S. anti-fascist war was also a just war from a certain point onwards, such a stance seems far too compromising for its post-reunification trustees when it comes to the USA, which is occasionally denounced as fascist. The book by Jacques Pauwels, translated from Flemish, may serve as an example. Der Mythos vom Guten Krieg, die USA und der II.
Weltkrieg, Pepirossa 2003.
The book, whose sole purpose is to serve the stupidity of its readership, refers with its title to the first Wehrmacht exhibition on the War of Extermination 1941 to 1945, whose task was seen by its director Hannes here as destroying the legend of the clean Wehrmacht. So after the clean Wehrmacht, the clean army is next. The Nazi demonstrations against the exhibition already made it a topic of discussion, for example on April 13, 2002 in Vienna, when leaflets written by the German college, Würzburg, were distributed, in which the following can be read. The closeness to the aims and methods of the Western powers is the only accusation that can be made against Hitler from the German point of view.
Hitler is a disciple of the West, or USSR is also the anti-imperialist message here. Papyrossa Verlag has its author Pauwels criticized the Western powers for not waging the anti-fascist war for the sake of anti-fascist morality. For the US power elites and above all for the big corporations, the Second World War was undoubtedly a very good war for a whole series of reasons. First, the war ended the Great Depression by reviving demand. In other words, the war provided the solution to the deep crisis of the capitalist economic system, at least as far as the United States itself was concerned. Pauwels, page 234. The superior capitalist American armament in the anti-Hitler coalition is seen as the origin of the evil that continues to this day and has become a mode of existence for the survival of U.S. imperialism. If the United States were finally forced to stop waging war, the moment of truth would strike for the U.S. economy. Could capitalism in the United States survive such an outbreak of peace? Pauwels, page 249. Pauwels writes that U.S. capital, disguised with a false anti-fascist reputation, is gaining legitimacy to foment a permanent world conflagration and thus comes to the same conclusion as the FAZ, which speaks of the repeated victory over Hitler as a ritual of repetition. Whether capitalism, fascism or war, it is all the same when homegrown materialism and anti-imperialist morality have an elephant's wedding. The Americans are greedy for power and money, everyone knows that anyway, but when their idealism comes up, it becomes even more dangerous, because then they go about their work like God, if not like Hitler in megalomania, i.e. in the awareness of a divine mission. The Americans felt called to spread their own ideas of freedom, justice, and democracy everywhere, in other words, to recreate the world according to their own ideas. Pauwels p. 155f. D-Day also stands for this. The Western Front on the European continent was opened in 1944, when the Wehrmacht still had 10.5 million soldiers at its disposal, 4.4 of whom belonged to the field army alone. Until then, the Germans could give up space in the east without jeopardizing Nazi rule, and a negotiated peace, which was the aim of the failed putsch in 1944, was within the realm of possibility. The Western Front aimed at the conquest of the German heartland and thus the final capitulation of the Nazis. In addition to their own defense, the Western Allies were also concerned with defeating an ideology that could only be contained by eliminating its ideological and power political center. National Socialism was to be dealt a historic defeat because the threat posed by the Nazis went beyond military conquest, as President Roosevelt explained in a radio address on March 15, 1941. 1941. The propaganda offices of the Axis powers have confidently prophesied that the conquest of our country would be an internal affair, a task which would not require an overwhelming attack from without, but which could be solved by internal confusion, division, and moral disintegration. Roosevelt, page 40. In contrast to the defensive war in the East, the opening of the Western Front practically legitimized the idea of legitimate war, including wars of aggression against political systems that were solely bent on destruction, i.e. evil. Since the West did not have a sufficient vocabulary to analyze Nazi fascism, but also did not limit itself to national defense, it was given a universal meaning with evil, which was also to be universally resisted. The war was understood in the USA and England as the central political lesson of Munich 1938, which stated that no concessions should be made to a dictator who represented evil. The legitimacy of the war against the Third Reich was so rock-solid in view of the methods of the Nazis that attempts were repeatedly made to justify other wars in the same way, even though the circumstances during the Cold War no longer allowed for such a parallelization. As the main players in the world order knew how to limit every war regionally, and everyone who was chosen as a dictator was somehow in league with one of the two sides. Only after the end of the Cold War is a development possible again in which a work of destruction that negates all emancipation and is globally anti-civilizational can gain global acceptance. The topicality of D-Day is therefore unbroken. For Americans and Britons, whose compatriots lie in the cemeteries in Normandy, it is more of a day of devotion, while in France it has always been celebrated as a day of national reconciliation. On the anniversary in 2004, the French hosts, with the help of thousands of young people, want to ensure a future-oriented character in which Germany is once again associated with the future rather than the past. On such occasions, the FAZ also becomes anti-national. The national pasts in Europe are largely freed from representing the iron ration of collective identity. FAZ, 31 de janeiro de 04. On D-Day 2004, the memory that once stood for historical and future-oriented determination in the face of fascism will be celebrated in a kind of French reconciliation ceremony on an extended scale, as a victory over the division of core Europe into fascism and anti-fascism. The Chancellor will therefore not appear in Normandy in a penitent's shirt and attaches enormous symbolic significance, TAS, March 1, 04, to his participation. He will stand for a new European spiritual world order there that is committed to reconciliation, as in France, Latvia, Iraq, and elsewhere. It is likely that the TAS of January 3, 2004 is right when it expects, in view of the EU enlargement that will have taken place by then, that Chirac and Schroeder will praise European unification as the most important fruit of the defeat of Nazi Germany, pointing out that Europe and the UN will present themselves as the successors to the anti-Hitler coalition. If Schroeder can refer to the UN, it is because, although it emerged from the anti-Hitler coalition, it soon became the institution for the rejection of cultural heteronomy and interference in the right of peoples to self-determination. It served the global political integration of anti-colonial nationalism in the decolonization process promoted by the Soviet Union and the USA after 1945. Although the UN has the authority to decide on interventions and is thus still committed to the idea of a just war of the community of states against its threats, anti-fascism and anti-imperialism are in direct opposition. For the sake of anti-imperialism, the UN has decided to conceal anti-Semitism since 1945 and subsume it under racism. Zionism was declared the main enemy. The rights of the individual had to take a back seat in favor of the rights of nations. Thus, the Axis powers' bad spirit prevails in the UN. The left acted as a catalyst in this development. As the International of the 68, it was initially the left that used the accusation of fascism to create a continuity between the past and the present, thus suggesting the continuation of a struggle for liberation, as the FAZ of January 31, 2004, complained. By this, the left initially meant not only national liberation, but also liberation from social and personal restrictions. In the course of the 1970s, this was clarified in terms of anti-imperialism. Since then, the left has not overcome anti-imperialism, but rather repressed the fact that the Nazis were a large-scale anti-civilizational project that lives on as a destructive will against enlightenment and liberalism, precisely among the clients of anti-imperialism. At D-Day 2004, the EU will be burying international anti-fascism and identifying it as imperialism. Peacekeeping à la Munich has been high on the agenda in Europe not only since the Madrid bombing and election catastrophe, as a declared will to watch how a political and social catastrophe like the Nazis, like the Hutu uprising in Rwanda permitted by France and the UN and, above all, the Islamic liberation struggle against the infidels not only rages bloodily, but can possibly grow into a power whose elimination must then also assume catastrophic proportions. 6 months before the start of the coronavirus crisis, on August 27, 2019, President Emmanuel Macron gave a speech to diplomats at the French ambassadors' conference at the Élysée Palace. In it, he announced a rapprochement between France and Russia. As Western Europe has increasingly become the scene of conflicts between Russia and the United States since the end of the Cold War, such a rapprochement would strengthen the European Union in relation to both America and Russia. In his speech, Macron drew on France's self-image as the vanguard of a European republicanism, which he recommended as a reliable response to Vladimir Putin's grand Russian claim to power in comparison to American foreign policy, which tends towards isolationism. He justified the policy of rapprochement with the need to keep the Russian Federation, strengthened by the West's weakening, under control by means of a European foreign policy. We are pursuing this goal through a continuous dialogue with President Putin, and of course one of the decisive prerequisites for making progress in this direction is our ability to make progress in the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. For the past 5 years, Russia has played a significant role in all major conflicts. The country has taken an exceptional place because the US, Britain and France have been weak. Russia has asserted all its interests in foreign policy. It is back in Syria, in Libya, in Africa. And that is why we must succeed, through an ambitious dialogue on the basis of conditions we have set, in offering this country a strategic perspective. Even after the strengthening of the Russian military presence on the border with Ukraine since summer 2021, which prepared the invasion last February, Macron was able to sell his policy of demanding dialogue as a third way between appeasement and bellicosity and thus make his party La République En Marche (LRM), weakened by the authoritarian coronavirus policy of recent years, more popular again. At the beginning of March, shortly after the Russian attack, he spoke to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin on the phone to try, unsuccessfully, to reach a negotiated peace. In mid-March, he had a new variant of the nuclear-capable ASMPA medium-range missile tested with the aim of maintaining the operational credibility of the armed forces. So far, however, he has not called for NATO to intervene in Ukraine in a military manner, nor has Federal Chancellor Olaf Scholz. Accordingly, the brusqueness with which Zelensky appealed to the German government in his speech to the German Bundestag on March 17 to take the much-proclaimed lessons of German history seriously in the Ukraine conflict echoed the demanding friendliness he has cultivated towards the French president since the failed EU-Russia summit in June 2021, which Macron deemed a mediation success. Nevertheless, the relationship between foreign policy and domestic policy has a different character in France than in Germany in light of the Ukraine crisis. In Germany, the ruling Social Democrats in particular are so closely linked to the Russian president through Gerhard Schroeder that the hasty distancing from Schroeder's male-friendly ties with Putin and the pathos of freedom with which the blue and yellow flags are staged as an expression of solidarity not only appear ambivalent, but also untrustworthy. Especially as a domestic weakening of the government, as Macron is trying to compensate for with his involvement in Ukraine, was not observed in Germany before February 2022. The French coronavirus policy, which was at times stricter than in Germany, had strengthened the opposition parties, the majority of which opposed Macron's policy measures, to such an extent that his victory in the presidential elections on April 10 still seemed questionable at the beginning of this year. In Germany, the strictness of the government's coronavirus policy has done no harm to date, as the country has long differed from France in its adherence to rigid hygiene and testing rules. On the contrary, the majority of the population wants to voluntarily adhere to many hygiene rules after they have been lifted. The most significant difference between France and Germany, however, is the existence of a civil society that deserves its name because it does not simply popularize government positions through civil society. This was recently demonstrated when a statement by around 40 French writers, philosophers, actors and artists against the anti-public and anti-discussion policy of Macronism appeared in Liberation on March 15. The text, which was also shared 10,000 times under the hashtag #PastetEtBestemmendat, took Macron's previous refusal to engage in public debates with his challengers as an opportunity to settle accounts with his neo-Freudian habitus and the domestic political devastation of recent years. It says, the reality after 5 years of Macronism looks like this: the healthcare system is shattered, the judiciary is corrupted, the school system is ruined, civil liberties are in ruins, but the police are all-powerful and the possibilities of digital surveillance have taken on Orwellian dimensions. The fact that Macron's corona policy is interpreted in the statement as a continuation of the dismantling of the healthcare system and work on a digital control society did not lead to mass self-corrections by the signatories, in contrast to the obsessive demarcation against conspiracy theorists in this country. Even when presidential candidate Eric Zemmour, who is often regarded as a right-wing extremist by Macron's supporters, referred positively to the hashtag, the first signatories did not retract their statements. This group is itself no less heterogeneous than its supporters. It includes the writer Annie Ernaux, who defended the Yellow Vest demonstrations in 2018, the actress Adele Haenel, who became known for her anti-sexist protest at the César Award ceremony for Roman Polanski, and the philosopher Barbara Stiegler, one of the most outspoken critics of French coronavirus policy, who published an appeal in Liberation in November 2020 for the immediate reopening of universities and the restoration of face-to-face teaching. By bringing together signatories with contradictory political positions, the declaration reflected a public sphere that, in contrast to what is called diversity in Germany, can be called truly pluralistic. With the founding of LRM in 2016, Macron promoted a disintegration of the French party system, which partly made up for what had been happening in Germany since the 1990s in the course of the erosion of the mainstream parties in favor of civil society pressure groups, which have since been increasingly brazenly influencing the parties. The fact that anyone who subscribed to the party program could become a member of the newly founded LRM, and that membership did not exclude membership of another party, was a symptom of Macron's transformation from party political patronage to a commitment to a particular cause. The balance between the antagonistically related blocs of socialists and conservatives, which had determined the parliamentary dispute in France until then, was based on the predominance of clientele parties, for whom the commitment to the economic interests of the electorate and a pragmatism contained by political tradition were more important than moralizing activism and the citizens in their dual role as citoyens and bourgeois, as political subjects with conflicting economic objectives. The new German party model, which is the model for Macron's collective movement, overlooks antagonisms of interests as long as everyone agrees to the general moral consensus that neutralizes the conflict of interests and the clash of opinions that reflects it. By attacking this postmodern variant of the divide et impera principle and uniting in opposition to Macronism, despite their differences of opinion and interests, the signatories of the Liberation Declaration reminded us of the existence of a public sphere that turns against the state-approved civil society by criticizing it, as a sovereign that is not absorbed by the state. This difference between France and Germany speaks to the veracity of the Manifest Conspirationist, a pamphlet against the corona measures published anonymously earlier this year and attributed to members of the anarchist Invisible Committee, which contains the idea that the warnings of the government and civil society against Conspiracy theories indicate ex negativo that the state agencies regard any association of individuals that eludes institutionalized party boundaries as a potential conspiracy. In this sense, the authors write, a conspiracy in Old French is simply a gathering, a crowd, a meeting, or a dinner party. Wherever people breathe the same air and share the same spirit, a conspiracy is formed. The fact that these terms have been loaded with a sinister meaning only testifies to the heavy weight of the state that lies in our vocabulary and, consequently, in our view of the world. The consensus ideology of the LFM, which Macron promotes as a contemporary form of liberalism, is in fact anti-liberal in that it opposes the idea that the more the state tolerates within its borders what is not absorbed into it, and the more individuals are empowered to associate in the mode of common thought and action with people with whom they otherwise have little in common, the freer a society is. Such conspiratorial association is the opposite of consensus democracy, which is based on the denunciation of dissenters rather than the free association of those who are different. Even though Macron won in April, his election victory was not a victory over the civic spirit in which the memory of such conspiracies still lives on in France. Anyone expecting Emmanuel Macron's victory in the 2017 runoff elections for the French presidency to trigger jubilation or at least deep satisfaction among Germany's so ostentatiously pro-European political staff was initially disappointed. The second day after the election had barely begun when the following was reported on the Deutschlandfunk morning news: the future French President Macron is encountering resistance from Germany with his ideas for a European financial policy. Union Parliamentary Group Deputy Fuchs said that the German government was still against joint European government bonds, so-called Eurobonds. Each country must remain responsible for its debts. Otherwise everyone would borrow as much money as they wanted and then the whole thing would collapse, warned Fuchs. The president of the Association of German Chambers of Industry and Commerce, Schweitzer, expressed a similar view in the Rheinische Post. Macron's proposal to install a finance minister with his own budget for the Eurozone also met with immediate opposition. EU Budget Commissioner Oettinger told the Rhein-Neckar-Zeitung that there was no reason to change the current structure. FDP leader Christian Lindner also showed that opposition from Germany knows no parties. He warned against opening the floodgates to national debt for future French President Emmanuel Macron, adding, his reform proposals fall short of an Agenda 2010. And when people talk to him about remeasuring the European unification project, things get uncomfortable. He is in favor of an EU of unification and blurring of responsibilities. FAZ, October 5, 2017. We don't need Eurobonds or any more joint liability than we already have through the European Stability Mechanism and the European Central Bank, said Carsten Schneider, deputy leader of the SPD parliamentary group in the Bundestag. FAZ, September 5, 2017. No one from his party wanted to go further than Sigmar Gabriel, who rather shamefully ignored Macron's ideas and suggested as a placebo gift that Germans should now work together with the French on a Franco-German investment fund. Spiegel Online, September 5, 2017. The tone certainly changed in the days that followed. Merkel even made reference to Hermann Hesse's saying that there is magic in every beginning. Die Welt, May 16, 2017. But the fact that the wishes of some editorialists actually came true, for example that Schäuble would be open to Macron's radical Eurozone plans, Welt Online, December 5, 2017, did not stand up to a reality check. Because what Schäuble presented in an interview with the Italian daily newspaper La Repubblica, November 5, 2017, as his way of making concessions is likely to clearly contradict Macron's intentions, as Schäuble was only concerned with even stronger monitoring of the budgets of the Euro members. As a solution, he envisaged creating a European monetary fund by further developing the ESM treaty. Instead of the EU Commission, the Euro Rescue Fund ESM should in future monitor compliance with the so-called stability and convergence criteria in the budgets of the Euro countries, in Schäuble's words control budgetary discipline, i.e. give Germany even more direct access to the economic and social policy of the other Euro countries. Schäuble only wanted to grant the Euro Parliament, demanded by Macron, information rights in the ESM, although he left no doubt as to its fundamental orientation. The idea is simple: if we create rules, we must also apply them. Why the European hegemon intends to be anything but generous even with its most loyal vassals was revealed a breath later by the Deutschlandfunk news program quoted above, when the next report stated, German exports and imports reached a new record high in March. German companies exported goods worth around 118 billion euros. According to the Federal Statistical Office, this was 10.8% more than in March 2016 and 0.4% more than in the previous month. And yet Macron's political hope that the stubborn little fat man in the heart of Europe with his perpetual best export brands could possibly provide his revenues at least as collateral for reform-minded European paragons like himself or Matteo Renzi, who is currently organizing his political comeback, so that France and Italy in particular could once again obtain government bonds at lower interest rates, is not completely out of thin air. After all, he can count on the US-German conflict, which Trump clearly identifies and probably intends to fight out, in contrast to his predecessors from Bush Sr. to Obama, who always left it at diplomatic admonitions. Trump is threatening. His appearance at the G7 summit left little doubt about this, to shake Germany's previously comfortable position, a position from which the country has been able to austeritize its European backyard at will because the dollar area has compensated as a consumer where weakening European markets have tended to be unable to absorb German exports. Merkel and her staff reacted quickly and at least changed the rhetoric. Merkel warned in the Trudering beer tent that we Europeans really must take our fate into our own hands. FAZ, May 29, 2017, Foreign Minister Gabriel followed suit on ZDF on the same day. We must stop behaving like Europe's schoolmaster. However, it is highly unlikely that this was the signal hoped for in the southern Euro countries to convert the Germans to the government économique long demanded by the French, the curtailment of the independence of the European Central Bank. Ideas such as those announced by Macron during the election campaign, for example that the 19 Euro countries should have a joint finance and economics minister, a joint economic government, and their own parliament, which would set the joint budget and be able to levy joint taxes, could perhaps even be accepted by Germany and the other northern Euro countries, but only on their terms. The southern countries could get their Euro finance minister, who would provide a kind of Marshall Plan or financial support so that the southern European economies also flourish again, which would ultimately benefit us again, as Dutch MEP Hans van Baalen put it, Dutch Landfunk, May 30, 2017. What they will not get, however, is a relaxation of the so-called Euro Stability Pact, as Schäuble agrees with his colleagues from the northern Eurozone countries. Van Baalen, for example, clearly demanded, reforms in France first. That is the most important thing. A modern, flexible France, open to the world, global trade, internal market, and of course France should also participate in the Stability Pact. Joseph Janning from the European Council on Foreign Relations in Berlin is likely to have captured the direction with his recommendation. One should link reforms and financial incentives much more clearly instead of a relatively broad dispersion of these budgets, for example via the European Union's structural funds. Ibid, as much carrot as unavoidable, as much stick as feasible. That is what the Norse concessions will be limited to. Macron's flirting with the issue of supranational Eurozone government bonds and his hope that Germany will annoy its recently targeted geostrategic partner China with a Buy European Act proposed by France, according to which only those companies that produce at least half of their products in Europe should receive orders from the EU. However, with Germany's merely selective and hesitant concessions, and those of its fiscal allies such as the Netherlands, the political bubble that Macron has allowed to rise in the manner of Balzac's bluff and bankruptcy, the French opinion research institute Odoxa aptly analyzed Macron's victory as a trompe-l'oeil threatens to burst sooner rather than later. Because there are many anomalies, a whopping 61% of French people already wished on election day that the president or his party En Marche, which was only founded a year ago, would not achieve an absolute majority in the parliamentary elections on June 11 and 18. Focus Online, May 8, 2017. And this despite the fact that the electoral law was only changed in 2000 specifically to avoid the situation where a newly elected president is only supported by a minority of parliamentarians, so that the parliamentary elections follow on from the presidential elections. However, the behavior of the other parties and the French majority voting system are likely to ensure that Macron's party will still win an absolute majority in parliament in the second round of voting. The elections will take place after the editorial deadline. Although En Marche itself is only expected to achieve just under 30% in the first round of voting, the bourgeoisie, the left and Macronists are vowing in many places to back the best-placed candidate in order to prevent the FN candidate from winning, as Der Standard reported on June 8. Socialists and conservatives are entering the election campaign with such a defeatist attitude, conservative campaign leader François Baroin told the Weekly Canard Enchaîné on June 7, for example, we will get a drubbing at the ballot box, that En Marche could end up with up to 400 seats in the 577-seat National Assembly. The established parties are thus giving Macron the authority to push through reforms that they themselves have so far failed to implement or, like the socialists, have downright sunk. The Macron-Le Pen electoral alternative also set a new record in the history of French presidential elections. Never before, as Le Monde, July 5, 2017, among others noted, has the rate of non-voters, 25.4%, been as high as this time. Never before have so many French people made the effort to go to the polling station to cast an invalid vote, more than 1 in 10. 11.5% thus opted for a clear protest vote.
For better or worse, Macron is therefore reliant on Germany giving him a place on the footboard, which is more comfortable than the previous situation, in which Germany merely tacitly tolerated France violating the austerity criteria of the Maastricht Treaty more clearly year after year without having to fear serious sanctions. However, Germany's elites, and the majority of voters anyway, are unlikely to seriously accommodate Macron's expensive friend, as Spiegel 20/2017 put it, to the extent that the economic structure of the Eurozone, from which Germany benefits beyond all measure, but which threatens the declining ex-industrial powers such as Italy and France with complete scrapping, will change. Macron's ideas, which would amount to little less than installing a kind of fiscal equalization at European level, will only be accommodated to a very limited extent and under the strictest conditions, if only to prevent France's statist regulatory model, albeit slimmed down, from endangering German hegemony in Europe. Angela Merkel's friendly threat, Spiegel Online, October 5, 2017, to help France reduce its unemployment figures is therefore indicative of the kind of stalling tactics that the Germans have always adhered to, linking any concessions to the respective Eurozone country doing its homework first, i.e. ruthlessly sounding out how far the social reproduction costs of the local population can be reduced. France should probably be expected to do no less than install a precarious low-wage sector across the board, to which Germany has primarily outsourced its youth unemployment with Agenda 2010. France has not even begun to take this step, not even Macron dares to say so openly. It is true that during his visit to Berlin in mid-May, the new president loudly and clearly affirmed his courageous pro-Germanism, Welt Online, May 15, 2017, to Chancellor Merkel, everyone has to do what they have to do. I will have to carry out reforms in France in order to restore trust, the trust of the Germans of course, Die Welt, May 16, 2017, but from a local, hearts-for-oriented perspective, France still has plenty of room for improvement. After all kinds of relics from the long-gone era of social compromise with a once militant working class are still in force in the country. From the 35-hour working week to the retirement age of 62, from far-reaching protection against dismissal for permanent employees to a rigid restriction on Sunday working, which Hollande and Macron have shaken up the most so far, to the ban on companies negotiating in-house rates that deviate from the norm, wealth tax is also still in place in France. And enjoys great popularity. What may sound paradisiacal here is in fact no longer the case for all French people, at least not for the constantly growing army of precariously employed people and especially not for the younger generation. According to official figures, youth unemployment is already at an impressive 24%. French companies have been refusing to hire new staff for decades, while the German path of temporary and agency work, outsourcing, bogus self-employment and subcontracting is open to them to a much lesser extent. However, it seems clear to many in France that the abolition of the old privileges ultimately means nothing other than a further expansion of precarization, that so-called reforms will not help anyone in need, but will plunge many into precisely this need. Under the given conditions, even projects that make sense in themselves, such as the planned standardization of the pension system, there are currently around 25 special funds in France, or the nationalization of unemployment insurance. Arouse justified mistrust, not only among civil servants, who have always been structurally advantaged in France. The plans that Macron drew up as Minister of the Economy under Hollande, 2014 to 2016, together with former Labour Minister El Khomri, were met with nothing more than a weary smile from German liberals, but sparked angry protests in France last year. Now Macron wants, at least according to his election manifesto, to limit himself to not abolishing the 35-hour week de jure, but to undermine it de facto. Companies are to be allowed to negotiate working hours and pay autonomously in future, up to 48 working hours per week. At the same time, the so-called Loi El Khomri, which restricts protection against dismissal, is to be retained. Macron wants to cut 120,000 jobs in the public sector, by far France's largest sector in terms of employment, and reduce government spending by 60 billion euros over the course of his presidency, while at the same time creating a shadow labor market based on the German model, keyword, further education and training. Company tax and social security contributions are to be lowered and pensions standardized, i.e., also lowered in case of doubt. The retirement age is to remain at 62 for the time being. However, this program is likely to cause major turbulence for Macron. It can be ruled out that Germany will even consider such social cuts, which are ludicrous in our eyes, to be proper reforms of Teutonic proportions. It is highly unlikely that Macron will be able to make his plans palatable to a majority of French voters, especially not without being able to demonstrate tangible political successes at European level, ultimately slipping under the protective umbrella of Germany's export success. Macron got a taste of this on election night. Almost 10,000 people demonstrated in Paris, mobilized by the trade union-oriented alliance Front Social, against Macron's plans. The left-wing trade union umbrella organization CGT has already threatened to strike if Macron makes good on his announcement to push through his first reform plans by means of presidential decrees. Frankfurter Rundschau, September 5, 2017. However, the possible failure would be more than just the belly landing of a young banker who likes to be compared to the young Napoleon and underlines a distant physical resemblance with the right hairstyle, as Sarah Wagenknecht tries to do with the Rosa Luxemburg bun. Macron, whose movement En Marche, before being renamed La République En Marche, was hardly abbreviated to EM, the initials of its founder, just by chance, is expected by many ideologues, not least German ones, to bring about a new political order in France that is appropriate to postmodern capitalism. Of a capitalism whose production processes, and thus its necessary proletariat, have long been outside the boundaries of national political regulation, which is why not only old social considerations seem as superfluous as those who have to live off them, but also the entire system of political representation from the era of national industrial production in general, when the state was first and foremost responsible for moderating the opposition between capital and wage labor. Macron himself sees himself precisely in the role of the great transformer in the replacement of the old order of class bipolarity, to which both the classic conservative and classic social democratic parties were committed. The alternative of right or left is outdated. Our movement is above all one thing, progressive, he said before the first round of the election, Spiegel, February 13, 2017, and was at least as bold before the second. I am not pursuing a reform of France. I intend to transform France completely and fundamentally. New York Times, April 28, 2017. What Macron actually managed to do straight away, and quite obviously, was to free prominent protagonists of the previous parties from their loyalties and clientele. Not only, but above all, the composition of his cabinet presented in mid-May indicates that a process is to be set in motion that replicates the modernization consensus that unites the established German parties without them having to unite as a result. En Marche appears as a voluntaristic recreation of the so-called German Social Center, as a rallying movement of the France that is desperately trying to connect to the German model, against the France that can't get anything out of this model, and which therefore belongs on the garbage heap of history, as Thomas Schmid suggests in Die Welt 4. 5.2017. With Macron, France is getting the chance to leave the old, already demolished party system completely behind and establish a contemporary political order. The desired new, retort German order is reflected in Macron's cabinet. The two closest leadership advisors of the two old political camps, Macron and his conservative Prime Minister Édouard Philippe, both graduates of the same administrative university, want to shape French politics together from now on. They are young, polyglot and inexperienced. They want to shake off the economic blockades of the left-wing, pro-union camp as well as the sluggish cultural nationalism of the conservative camp with its xenophobic attitudes. Zeit Online, May 17, 2017. Almost all members of the government, who embody the end of the old left-right divide, have very German qualifications in Macron's experiment that no one before him has dared to undertake. Deutschlandfunk, May 20, 2017. For example, there is Labour Minister Muriel Pennicaud, who the FAZ highly credits with the fact that as head of human resources at the Danone Group, for example, she managed to push through factory closures without union uproar. 17.5. 2017, or Interior Minister Gérard Collomb, previously the Social Democratic mayor of Lyon, who Die Zeit hopes will make France more resigned to accepting Islamist terror in the future. Collomb became known for stubbornly refusing to hand out weapons to his municipal police force in Lyon, after the first terrorist attacks in Paris and the declaration of a state of emergency throughout the country. This Collomb, of all people, is now the Parisian front man in the fight against terrorism. Above all, he promises experience, certainty in judgment, calm. Zeit Online, May 17, 2017. the lack of interest in secularism on the part of both the Interior Minister and the President is ultimately compensated for with ecology, which is also very much in line with the German model. Eco-TV star Nicholas Hewlett, who former Socialist Education Minister Claude Allegri, 1997 to 2000 once described as having an appalling ignorance of literature, history and basic scientific facts, is playing the role of Environment Minister. In all likelihood, he should ensure that concerns about the global climate override those about the social climate in the banlieues in the public debate, and that social cuts appear to be an ethical renunciation of growth. I am in favor of preventing a debate on Laicism. It only feeds the cultural insecurity that divides the French, Emmanuel Macron emphasized during a televised debate in March, Jüdische Allgemeine, April 21, 2017. Moreover, a President Macron would be strongly committed to rebuilding Islam in France. As Le Monde, February 3, 2017, quotes from Macron's election manifesto. Finally, Macron showed pure ignorance of the obvious connection between Islamic socialization and Islamist terror when he stated at an election campaign event, "IS is not Islamic at all, which is why France has no problem with Islam."
Le Figaro, 19 octobre 2016.
However, unlike in Germany, this attempt to seize power by an after-bourgeois elite of technocratic crisis administrators is unlikely to gain a lasting majority. This is not only due to Germany's unwillingness to seriously accept restrictions on its hegemony in Europe in favor of modernizing its neighboring country, but also because, in view of the smaller spoils to be distributed and against the backdrop of France's state and class history, precarization offensives cannot be sold as a national effort, as an uprising of the decent, and secretly approved measure of black pedagogy against the useless, as is the case in Germany. Even before they begin, they are always deciphered for what they really are, as a struggle of those who are in the middle against those who are left behind, as a struggle of the flexible against the useless, as a struggle of the inner cities against the periphery, as a struggle of those who pretend to have hope against those who openly admit their hopelessness. The fact that this frontal position is also articulated politically and, above all, is allowed to be articulated without everyone who takes sides with the anti-Macronists immediately being unanimously branded as reactionary, localist and fascist points to fundamental differences between the French model of integral statism and the internalized German-style Volksgemeinschaft that go back a long way in history. While in post-fascist Germany, too, the state was always seen as a mobilizer of individual initiative, summarized in the social democratic mantra of the state's ability to act in France, the state has always played the role of an active moderator of the otherwise abruptly colliding social antagonisms. The Green politician Klaus Müller cites a federal authority that emerged from the state-launched dismantling and privatization of former state-owned companies, the remnants of which are now to be taken back into state control by means of competition control, centralization, and networking. However, this is not for the purpose of securing basic infrastructural services for all citizens, but with the aim of morally regulating their everyday behavior. Originating from the Federal Ministry of Telecommunications, the Federal Network Agency is an authority of the Federal Ministry of Economics and Climate Protection and, in addition to regulating telecommunications, has also been responsible for electricity and gas supply since 2005 and for rail infrastructure since 2006. In this respect, its creation is part of the post-reunification history, as a result of which state-operated transport and supply infrastructures were privatized or partially privatized. Deutsche Bahn AG was created in 1994 through the merger of Deutsche Bundesbahn and Deutsche Reichsbahn into a holding company that is wholly owned by the federal government. In 1995, Deutsche Telekom was created through the privatization of the public company Deutsche Bundespost, which has since been joined by other telecommunications providers. Deutsche Post was privatized in 1999 without really breaking up its monopoly. The gas and electricity markets are more liberalized than postal services. Although the Federal Network Agency reports to the Federal Ministry of Economics and Climate Protection, it brings together competencies that were previously divided between the Ministry of Economics, the Ministry of Transport and, in some cases, the Ministry of Justice, Antitrust and Competition Law. By ensuring the competitive and technical control of transport, communication and energy supply networks and guaranteeing non-discriminatory access to them, it combines elements of market liberalism with traditional state tasks in the area of infrastructure policy. In reality, it perpetuates the contradiction between economic liberalism and state interventionism that is characteristic of Germany. By forcing the former monopolists to open up the markets to competitors, it promotes the deregulation of former areas of state economic control. On the other hand, by guaranteeing the continued existence of state regulatory sovereignty over the material infrastructure, which private companies must also use, it ensures, in accordance with the doctrine of the dialectic of chaos and order, that nominally free competition remains subject to state control. The disastrous state of Deutsche Bahn, the almost non-existent customer orientation of the postal service, Germany's lagging behind in digitization, all this is also a consequence of the fact that since the pseudo-liberalization of telecommunications, transport and electricity supply, the areas of responsibility of the market and the state have become hopelessly intertwined instead of being unbundled. There is neither a transparent state regulatory policy, nor a truly free market in which what is best for the vast majority of people could prevail according to its own logic. Instead, elements of state control, which is confused with social policy, and elements of state neglect, which is confused with liberalism, coexist. In Germany, morality has always acted as a cement for the contradictions between market and state, which is not seen as the result of free negotiation of conflicting interests, but is imposed by the civil state. It is probably this degradation of morality to a community-building cement that has led Klaus Müller to act almost exclusively as the nation's chief teacher since taking office. He does not comment on the energy crisis, which has been forced by bad decisions, from the perspective of someone who has to mediate between economic constraints and the documented demands of citizens, but as the mouthpiece of gas storage facilities, heaters and showerheads, who speak from him like the virus spoke from Marcus Soder just a year ago, who knew in his gut what Corona allowed or forbade us. From the point of view of the storage levels, I have to say clearly that everyone is called upon to contribute to saving gas today. Similar to Karl Lauterbach in the field of health policy, Müller relies on experts instead of his official duty to legitimize his unsolicited moral teachings in the field of supply policy. 1 degree less temperature in the apartment, 2 minutes less in the shower, and a critical look at the heating pump at the end of the heating period, and I'm already quite close to the 10% target. He quoted the consumer advocate and energy expert, Martin Brandis, on Twitter. And in an interview with the Taz newspaper, which journalistically covers up the constitutive contradiction between economic and climate policy, no less efficiently than the name of Robert Habeck's ministry, Müller said without blushing, "I believe that the price, with its antisocial harshness, will be the most effective measure to ensure that private households also save gas." The commitment to an antisocial policy as a means of controlling the population through energy policy can hardly be understood in any other way than that, in addition to the upper-class parasites, heated baths and pools, attacked by Habeck, the lower-class parasites are now also to be shown up as irresponsible. The Brandis quote cited by Müller is interesting for another reason. It signals a profound change in the meaning of the concept of consumer protection. Consumer protection as a classic state task, which in Austria, unlike in Germany, is sympathetically still called consumer protection, was originally intended to protect consumers from unlawful manipulation, to enable them to make free purchasing decisions in the limited area of market participation and, conversely, to ensure that competition between providers is as unaffected as possible by state intervention, monopolies and oligopolies. Today, however, the German government seems to understand consumer protection as protecting consumers from themselves. Only the sustainable, climate-friendly, health-conscious citizen who has his ecological footprint as well as global politics in mind every time he turns on the tap is now considered a legitimate consumer. Consumer protection in this sense is moral consumer control and self-protection of the state against the perception of government misconduct. The population will have to be prepared for the fact that the metaphor of the net, which Müller's agency bears in its name, will also be understood by the federal government in terms of realpolitik in the sense of an authoritarian moral concept. Not, as has long been the case, as an image for the free movement of goods, opinions and self-interests, which, the more space the state gives them, the more effectively they intertwine, but as a model of a community of voluntary renunciants who expect all the less from their own lives, the less they allow each other. The anticipated idea of a deconstruction of social infrastructure into an archaic, provisional root system is so bleak that hopefully many of those who invoke it rhetorically do not live by it in their everyday lives. If they do, the sustainable green cultural revolution could very quickly turn out to be a postmodern castle in the air. In other words, while in Germany's so-called civil society, as a modernized form of the Winter Relief Organization, acts as a matter of course as a border carrier and auxiliary policeman of the reason of state, and the state can easily delegate and reorganize public sectors on a Volksgemeinschaft basis. Social milieus in France organize themselves immediately according to the respective interests that a state, which therefore has to reach far both politically and economically, has to mediate in a complicated system of material concessions. Marx already analyzed the origins of this system of statist regulation in his essay The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, MEW 8, 111-207, the consequence of which, the nationalization of the industrial apparatus, continues to shape French society and its political economic structure to this day. The large infrastructure companies of EDF, both energy companies, or SNCF, railroads, are state-owned companies, as is the mining company CMF, the automobile companies Renault or Peugeot. Citroën as well as Air France are subject to state regulations via shareholdings. In total, the French state has a stake in over 3,000 companies, which is why the state share in France, at just under 60% of gross domestic product, continues to exceed the EU average, a good 40% in recent years, year after year. In economic terms, the French crisis is not only remotely similar to the crisis of the faded réel existing socialism. All of this makes the social basis for Macron's movement as narrow as it is fragile. Not only are the trade unions barely containable by civil society, but the Fifth Estate is not a reliable partner in France either. The official anti-fascism of the decent, at the latest since Agenda 2010, clearly follows the life imperatives of this Fifth Estate. The civic engagement propagated everywhere is merely the political and moral exaggeration of individual commitment, which gladly and voluntarily accepts subsidiarity in order not to be counted among the class of those left behind, at least officially and according to the appearance of social reputation. And this is all the more the case as the basic principles of the existence of project applicants and Hearts for recipients are becoming increasingly similar. The project applications, work reports and plans of the flexibilized cultural and academic precarious are regular accountability reports for the purpose of legitimizing their own economic existence, the meaning of which even their authors no longer believe in. Like Hearts for recipients, they are alms recipients of the European Behemoth, which has merely assumed the powers, but not the obligations, of the classic authoritarian state. Some who receive subsidies in exchange for commitment only appear respectable because they have made it their business to discredit others who receive subsidies for simply existing. Many teachers, social workers and intellectuals in France are much more inclined to defend the old order tenaciously and doggedly, if not to call for revolt against the new one, than to work towards the establishment of a contemporary political order. And this applies not only to the intellectual protagonists of discontent who are also well known in Germany, such as Michel Houellebecq or Didier Eribon, but also to academics who are considered serious, such as the geographer Christophe Guillouis, whose much-discussed book La France périphérique, 2014, openly names the fronts, those between the inner cities, from which the left liberal bourgeois bohemian has driven out the relics of the working class, the petty bourgeoisie and also the service proletariat, and the periphery, where those condemned to commute vegetate. For the first time in history, the majority of these classes do not live where the wealth is produced, but away from the metropolitan areas. They no longer participate in economic history, and only to a limited extent in cultural history. Another recently published bestseller by war reporter and Nivet, Dans quelle France on vit, sympathetically tells the stories of the forgotten from France profonde. The FAZ, March 28, 2017, has already noted with astonishment that France's intellectuals recognize a class struggle in the election campaign. The Second Republican Alliance, which Macron is presenting himself as the winner of, is infinitely more fragile than the first, which Chirac heaved into office in 2002 against Le Pen Sr. with over 80% of the vote. Chirac promised to preserve the status quo. Macron wants to smash it, but the starting conditions for his project of a new center are extremely poor, because in France, that center is not a Volksgemeinschaft of decent people sworn to obedience and export. The struggles he faces, precisely because they can organize themselves socially and articulate themselves politically, may also hold out the prospect that the dissatisfied will have other options in the next presidential elections than to vote invalid again, or to have to choose between a Marine Le Pen, who carries Vichy France and its counter-Enlightenment tradition as a legacy, and a Jean-Luc Mélenchon, who will always remain a notoriously anti-Zionist old apparatchik. When the German government called on France to take in 1,000 Syrian and Iraqi migrants in September 2015 in light of the refugee crisis, which had been significantly exacerbated by its haphazard, open borders policy, Patrick Devedjian, a Republican MP in the Hauts-de-Seine department, made a statement that sparked furious protests due to its unexpected historical insight. At a press conference, Devedjian emphasized his criticism of Germany, trying to make France responsible for refugee policy with the words, "The Germans have taken our Jews from us and are giving us Arabs back." After Devedjian's statement went viral on Twitter, the public outcry was not long in coming. Socialist Prime Minister Manuel Valls rebuked Devedjian by appealing to the nation's honor and placing the help in the refugee crisis in a long tradition of the French Republic as a place of refuge for politically persecuted people. France was honored by taking in Chileans who fled the dictatorship under Pinochet. It was honored by welcoming Lebanese fleeing the civil war. We must therefore be honored to welcome Syrians and Iraqis fleeing intolerance, torture and violence.
Le Monde, 11 septembre 2015.
With his patriotic appeal, Valls admittedly blurred the political and historical lines of tradition to which Devedjian's statement alluded, even if he himself had already spoken in general terms about Arabs instead of Muslims, and had thus brought to light the politically unconscious and semi-conscious aspects of the refugee debate, which is decoupled from all rationality. Basically, Devedjian had only revealed how German refugee helpers, inspired by presumptuous selflessness, think. By announcing in a familiar threatening gesture that they would manage it in the face of the crisis they had exacerbated, the Germans were merely demonstrating once again that they had learned the moral lesson of integrity from the extermination of the European Jews. Not to show unconditional solidarity with the Jews and the Jewish state, not to fight their currently most dangerous enemy, Islam, wherever possible, and not to abandon these principles in the name of integrating migrants coming into the country, rather, to offer the multicultural victims of war and persecution, to whom they themselves once belonged, civil rights and duties only as a three-part gift to their much more significant cultural identity. Anyone who expresses the suspicion that quite a few of the recent newcomers perceive the presence of Jews as an attack on this identity and, in view of this, should not take civil rights and duties so seriously, is henceforth not only considered an anti-Muslim racist, but also a prospective enemy of the state, and in France that means a potential supporter of the Front National. To prevent his party LR, Les Republicans, which was called UMP, Union pour un Mouvement Populaire, until 2012, from being accused of sympathizing with Marine Le Pen, Devedjian immediately retracted his misplaced joke and assured that he regretted the statement all the more as I myself am organizing the reception of the unfortunate refugees.
Le Figaro, 11 septembre 2015.
The Franco-German friendship, which had suffered long-term from the arrogance with which Germany, after inventing its welcome culture last year, reprimanded every European state that did not unreservedly welcome the high number of Muslims among the refugees as an enrichment, was thus returned to the conciliatory tone with which reservations skeptical of Germany have always been covered up in France. The scandal that Devedjian had recalled was forgotten, that the relaxed relationship with Islam, which threatens to become a supranational reason of state in place of eroding national sovereignty as a result of Germany's refugee policy, is not a lesson from German history, but its consequent continuation. The case of Devedjian was an example of how the migration policy imposed by Germany on European states favors the disciplining of insufficiently Islamophile individuals and groups in the name of the fight against right-wing populism. Devedjian comes from an Armenian family that had to emigrate from Turkey to France as a result of anti-Armenian pogroms and is one of the harshest critics of Turkey's history policy and the EU's political rapprochement with Turkey. In the reporting on his statement, his life story was reflected just as little as the fact that his loudest opponent, the former Green politician Martine Ballard, who initiated a veritable hate campaign against the politician with the hashtag #Haunted shame on Devedjian, regularly appears at pro-Palestinian and anti-Zionist demonstrations. The fact that Valls did not include Jewish immigration from Germany and Eastern Europe, of all places, in his panorama of migratory movements, which was significant for French social life in the 20th century, also fits in with the image of a state that prefers to conceal the threat to Jews on its territory when it comes to demonstrating respect for Islam. After all, one would otherwise have to admit that the history of Judaism in France threatens to become a history of emigration as a result of everyday Muslim hatred of Jews. In 2014 alone, around 5,000 of the traditionally loyal French Jews emigrated to Israel, compared to around 3,000 emigrants in the previous year. This figure is likely to have been exceeded again in 2015. The fact that this emigration is being kept quiet in the face of new Muslim immigration makes it foreseeable which side the French state is likely to take in the event of conflicts between Jews and Muslims. Where the difficulty of integrating Muslim migrants coming to Europe is dealt with under the auspices of honor and shame, it is almost a foregone conclusion that individual rights to freedom will have to take a back seat to Islamic cultural claims if conflicts arise. The fact that Germany, having created a Europe-wide state of emergency in terms of refugee policy, is now seeking to shift border security, with all its brutal consequences, to Turkey of all places, while Manuel Valls has recently begun to oppose the refugee quotas desired by Germany, does not fundamentally change this. Valls combined his most recent warning about the influence of Salafists in France with a statement that at most 1% of their supporters living in France have radical views, and did not forget the trivializing formula that has become commonplace, namely that IS has only committed its attacks in the name of Islam. The long historical memory echoed in Devedjian's statement is thus suppressed in favor of an increasingly flimsy staging of Franco-German friendship. This is made all the easier by the fact that a similar analogy had previously appeared in a statement by Marine Le Pen, which was used by all parties to disavow the politician as the most dangerous opponent of the Republic and the Laicism she claims for herself as a nationalist project. In December 2010, when she was competing for Jean-Marie Le Pen's succession to the party presidency against Bruno Gollnisch, who had close ties to her father, Marine Le Pen compared the mass prayers of Muslims in public spaces, which had become common in French cities due to overcrowding in mosques, to the German occupation. Alluding to the frequent accusation against the FN of being in the tradition of French collaboration, she had said, "I'm sorry, but when it comes to talking about the occupation, you could actually talk about Islam for once. This is an occupation of parts of the national territory. Of course there are no tanks, no soldiers, but it weighs on the residents." End of quote. The statement could have been taken as an opportunity to examine the way in which the FN and its opponents today refer to the history of the German occupation in France. The result would have been contradictory, to say the least. For one thing, it is striking that the only French party from which voices that are sometimes openly critical of Germany are heard today is the former Party of Collaboration, while Germany is otherwise regarded across all fronts as the Republic's closest friend and partner. The close relationship established between the FN and the Vichy tradition is only partly true. Among the founding members who founded the Front National pour l'Unité Française, the predecessor of today's party, in October 1972, were Nazi collaborators, former resistance fighters, veterans of the Algerian War and right-wing Catholics. Secondly, the affinities of everyday Islam with National Socialism, which Le Pen's statement recalled, are systematically suppressed by the parties that distance themselves from the FN as Democrats. And finally, Le Pen's comparison also included the insight that the Islamization of the French suburbs cannot be explained according to the model of foreign rule, as it resonates in the talk of occupation, but was only made possible by the cooperation of Republican institutions with Islamic cliques. However, such denied facts were not discussed. Instead, Marine Le Pen was charged with incitement to racial hatred by the anti-racist NGO MRAP, Mouvement contre le racisme et pour l'amitié, due to her statements, a charge that was dismissed in the trial that took place 5 years later in December 2015. In the grounds for the verdict, read out a month after the Paris attacks, the desire to trivialize the ongoing Islamization of the banlieues was expressed even more uninhibitedly, by denouncing prayer in public spaces, which is not a matter for the entire Muslim community, but only for a minority. Marine Le Pen had exercised her freedom of speech, it was conceded.
Le Figaro, 15 décembre 2015.
Nobody said anything about the fact that the justification trivialized the allegedly defended freedom of speech by claiming that praying in public, which had become a problem due to its mass and demonstrative nature, was only practiced by a minority of French Muslims. The danger of being declared an enemy of the state by agreeing with a politician whose political views one might not otherwise share was too great. The extent of denial and projection with which the FN is stylized as a substitute enemy of the state, the more obvious the threat to life in Europe posed not only by IS, but also by everyday Islam, can basically only be understood psychopathologically, as a delusion that has become reality. Manuel Valls stands out in particular here, who always forgets his sometimes quite Islam-critical insights when it comes to mobilizing against Le Pen's party. The refusal to fight the FN as a political opponent, i.e. with the better arguments, as would be parliamentary routine, has now been elevated by Valls to the status of a reason of state, whereby he accepts the risk of the remnants of the former state-supporting Laicism being disposed of at the same time. Back in March 2015, Valls responded to Nicolas Sarkozy's call to counter the FN by reasserting the Laicism that Marine Le Pen invokes in French public life with the sentences, "No, You don't attack the FN by adopting its disgusting agitation in the name of identity and secularism. You only show that you are weaker and they are stronger. In the same context, he called the FN a mortal danger for France. In December 2015, after there had indeed been deaths for which the FN was not responsible, Valls did not reconsider his denunciation of Laicism, but hallucinated, "There are two visions for our country. The one of the extreme right, which wants to divide the country. This division could lead to civil war. And the vision of the Republic and its values, which consists of unity." End of quote. Now it would have been easy to make Le Pen's commitment to Laicism implausible by pointing to her party's clerical fascist tradition. But Valls did not even attempt this party tactical exercise. His aim was to discredit any partisanship against Islamic special rights carried out in the name of Laicism as a potential strengthening of the FN. Otherwise, he would have criticized the party's rhetoric for linking the concept of identity with that of Laicism, and pointed out that Laicism is precisely about restricting identitarian group claims in favor of a republicanism that goes beyond religious and cultural needs. The assertion that the Republic is simply in the service of unity is wrong. By insisting on the separation of church and state, public and private, civil life and cultural customs, the secular Republic insists on distinctions constitutive of civilization, i.e., on what Valls opposes as the principle of division, to the Republic supposedly standing under the sign of unity. Republican unity is only possible at all on the basis of universal recognition of the division of the citizen into bourgeois and citoyen, with all its forms of mediation, which in the case of public mass prayer means, through the renunciation, to be enforced by the state sovereign if necessary, of carrying one's personal or communal delusion into civil life and elevating it to the principle of public order. Where this social contract is terminated, and everyday Islam terminates it on a daily basis not only in France, the Republic disintegrates, precisely because it is no longer capable of maintaining the divisions that constitute it and gives cultural identities carte blanche. By declaring secularism together with identity to be a right-wing battle term and by circumventing the problem of everyday Islam by repeating the formula, after the recent attacks that the French state is waging a war against radical Islamism, but not against Islam, Valls is preparing the ground for a civil society unity that undermines the Republican one. This is not surprising given the turnaround in French integration policy announced by François Hollande's government back in December 2013, which promised Muslims living in the country nothing less than a complete reassessment of France's history and a commitment to the Republic's Oriental Arab heritage. The creation of a museum of colonizations and the end of the public dominance of French through the recognition of all languages were promised. The ban on headscarves and veils in schools was to be abolished and Islamic holidays were to be introduced, according to a report on immigration and integration, which was to form the basis of a reorientation of French migration policy. The report's recommendations, which read like a call for a comprehensive Germanization of French education and cultural policy, blatantly contradicted the Charter of Secularism, presented in the autumn of the same year by the then Minister of Education, Vincent Pilon, which reaffirmed principles such as the ban on the display of religious and political symbols in educational establishments. The Charter, to whose presentation the Central Council of French Muslims reacted with the threat that 90% of Muslims would feel labeled by it, admittedly already contained an alibi through the formula France is an indivisible, secular and social democracy, with a reference to the social character of the Republic itself, in order to be able to approve the break with secular principles as a commitment to cultural identity, in terms of social policy. Although Pilon's charter came back into focus after the Paris attacks with various days of secularism in schools, the fact that the former plans to readjust migration policy basically only amounted to the approval of what has long been everyday life in France, where the ban on headscarves and veils in educational institutions can no longer be enforced or, as at universities, does not exist at all, is being suppressed more than ever after the attacks. The burqa ban still applies without exception. At universities, as the wearers are of legal age, the veil is permitted alongside the headscarf as long as part of the face is visible. The ban on veils and headscarves for schoolgirls introduced in 2004 still applies, but is circumvented by switching to other head coverings. The ban on veils and headscarves for state employees, including teachers and university staff, was confirmed by the European Court of Human Rights in November 2015. It is precisely this everyday life that IS relies on when, in a video message distributed after the Paris attacks, it describes the French education system as a propaganda tool of Jewish Masonic thought, decrees the incompatibility of the only religion of truth with fanatical Laicism and threatens any Muslim who sends their children to a Republican school. You accept that your child will devour this slop of unbelief, be corrupted in its true nature, and send it on the road to hell. At the same time, IS called on Muslim boys, who often felt proudly like failures compared to more ambitious Muslim girls, to arm themselves in order to murder infidel teachers and classmates. In view of such agitation against fanatical Laicism, which is aimed at forming a kind of Islamic essay and can certainly hope for a willing audience, it is a ludicrous denial of reality when Valls accuses the FN of agitation in the name of Laicism. This is indicated by the mass and aggressive boycott of the Minutes of Remembrance dedicated to the victims of Islamist attacks in schools. After Mohamed Merah's jihadist attacks in the spring of 2012, Molise pupils throughout France refused to take part in the minute silence and in some cases openly showed solidarity with the murderer. This was repeated after the murders of Charlie Hebdo editors. The truth is that by stylizing the FN as a mortal danger to the Republic, the real mortal danger, which everyone knows about, is all the more groundless. The fear of a strengthening of the FN, which extends into the conservative Republican bourgeoisie, takes the place of the completely split-off fear of Islam, which should actually be raised and reflected upon as an index of reason, but in fact is not even made an issue in connection with IS, which only murders in the name of Islam. On the other hand, everyone can agree on the FN as the embodiment of the worst dangers for the Republic, if only because the party is so thoroughly discredited by its history that everything its representatives say can be dismissed as a rhetorically camouflaged return of its fascist legacy. The assumption that today's party, from which Marine Le Pen has removed all anti-Semites, at least from key political positions, following the expulsion of her father from the FN in August 2015, which was largely driven by herself, is still based on the past embodied by Jean-Marie Le Pen, is just as false as the assumption that the FN has shed its far-right legacy. Rather, the changed political constellation has caused long-dominant ideological traditions to recede and other traditions that have always existed to emerge. The latter include the glorification of national sovereignty and military strength, which has also contributed to the party's more positive relationship with Israel today. With its call for Jewish rituals to be banned from public life, the FN is in some cases harshly confrontational with Jewish organizations in France. The party also has no substantial understanding of the causes of the founding of the Jewish state. The fact that Marine Le Pen recognizes Israel's right to self-defense and criticizes the BDS campaign is nevertheless new in the party's history and so unpopular that it is hardly ever reported on. The FN differs from other new right-wing parties in Western Europe in that its emergence is inconceivable without the Algerian War from 1954 to 1962 and without French decolonization. While the anti-colonial independence movement in Algeria saw its struggle as a continuation of the anti-fascist resistance, a consensus against the anti-colonial uprising prevailed in France for a long time, from the bourgeois milieu to the Communist Party, which rejected the demand for Algerian national sovereignty. The formation of the Western European New Left in the 1960s, for which anti-colonialism became a substitute ideology for anti-imperialism, and which mostly identified with the most barbaric tendencies of the anti-colonial liberation struggles, changed this constellation. The founding of the FN in 1972 was a reactionary response to the fading of colonial splendor and to the unmistakable regression that had been unleashed by the anti-colonial liberation movements themselves. The former Algerian fighters and foreign legionnaires gathered in the FN promised to respond to these tendencies with an aggressive militarism and master race in order to promote the restitution of French greatness. The right-wing ethno-pluralism propagated by the FN at the time with reference to its mastermind, Alain de Benoist, was a concession to the untenability of this promise. If the foreign peoples could not be subjugated for the time being, they should at least form homogeneous cultures on closed terrains outside the Western community of states. However, this ethno-pluralism has now lost its significance for the FN in view of the triumph of its left-wing counterpart, multiculturalism. The more popular the culturalist anti-secularism of the left and its anti-Zionism became in France, the more the FN attempted to oust comparable right-wing ideologies from its program. Jean-Marie Le Pen's expulsion from the party sealed this trend. In view of the threat posed by everyday Islam, nationalist traditions more compatible with a pre-republican course took center stage instead. Instead of exorcising the ghosts of collaboration for the 100th time in the fight against the FN, we should therefore take note of what the renovation of the party is reacting to. the fact that Laicism in France is itself almost a phantom existence in the face of the new collaboration that has long been underway. However, the national consensus to unite against Marine Le Pen's party, accepting Islamic impositions if necessary, is being disrupted by the growing number of French Jews who are voting for the FN. There is much speculation about their confused state of mind. As self-categorization as Jewish voters is voluntary in polls, their numbers can only be estimated. A voter study from 2012 came to the conclusion that even then at least 13% of Jewish voters voted for the FN, while Jean-Marie Le Pen only received 4% of the Jewish vote in 2007. The FN's popularity is boosted by the fact that it now has several Jewish regional politicians who specialize in internal security and the protection of citizens, which should not only be seen as a recommendation to the right-wing middle classes, but also as a reaction to the fact that the lives of Jews, especially in the banlieues, are in fact hardly protected by the state. The Jewish voters of the FN are not primarily recruited from the bourgeois Republican milieu, nor does the split in the Jewish electorate between loud FN opponents and more silent FN voters reflect a contrast between assimilated and Orthodox Judaism. Ethnic differences are more important. In the south of France, where the number of Jewish FN voters is particularly high, there are many Maghrebi Jews whose families have often themselves fled to France from the everyday hatred of Jews in North African countries. While the historical memory of Jews whose families came to France from Eastern Europe and Germany is strongly influenced by the Shoah, National Socialism and collaboration, and the FN is rejected as a representative of a past that is still alive, many Jews who have immigrated from the Maghreb, for whom the memory of National Socialism is of less importance, hope to find an ally in the party against Islamic anti-Semitism, which they see as a reincarnation of the Muslim communities in France. This group of voters sees the FN as the only political force that takes the threat posed by everyday Islam to which French Jews are exposed seriously. The division of the Jewish communities in France, which is lamented everywhere as a consequence of the FN's manipulative politics, is therefore an objective one between Jews with two contradictory historical experiences. Instead of being alarmed by the fact that more and more Jews from North Africa are experiencing their everyday life in France as a continuation of the anti-Semitic persecution in their countries of origin and see themselves so abandoned by the state sovereign that voting for the FN appears to be the only way for them to force the Republic to enforce its minimum standards, the right-wing part of French Jewry is usually portrayed as a crazed suicide squad. Roger Kuckerman, president of the Conseil representatif des institutions Juives de France, CRIF, is the exception when he justifies his rejection of the FN with the binding nature of historical experience. It is unworthy for a Jew to vote for the FN. We have a duty to remember and a duty to remind ourselves that there were many Vichists, Holocaust deniers and Patanists in the FN, and that those who profess these ideologies are still there. Sud West, March 12, 2015. Of course, in the same context, Kuckerman qualified an earlier statement in which he had attested to Marine Le Pen that, unlike her father, she was personally free of prejudice, and correctly added that all acts of violence against Jews in France today were committed by young Muslims and not by right-wing white Frenchmen. Other representatives of the CRIF argue more questionably when they use an undifferentiated concept of xenophobia. Michigan and Tebal, chairwoman of the CRIF in the Provence's Alpes-Côte d'Azur department, said in view of the FN's vote gain that it was basing its discourse on the supremacy of a Christian France where we Jews will find no place, and judged Marine Le Pen. If the Muslims were not there, it would be the Jews she would exclude. Le Point, March 12, 2015. Apart from the fact that such statements trivialize anti-Semitism into an interchangeable prejudice, they confirm notoriously offended Muslims in the delusion that they are the Jews of the 21st century. This is in the spirit of extremism researchers such as Jean-Yves Camus, a convert to Judaism, who justifies the FN's unelectability for Jews by saying that the party wants to ban the public wearing of the kippah and ritual slaughter, a project that is certainly worthy of criticism in light of the history of persecution of European Jews and the anti-Semitic, not anti-Muslim, implications of slaughter bans, but which Camus sees more as an indication of the FN's general hostility towards minorities, which necessarily also includes hostility towards Jews. The fact that the CRIF called for broad participation in the regional elections after the attacks of November 13 in order to weaken the FN and defend the Pacte Républicaine is therefore an expression of the same helplessness that drives the Jewish voters of the FN, very few of whom can be described as supporters of the party. On January 31, 2016, The pragmatic considerations on which most of their voting decisions are based were summarized by the journalist Cyril Benassar, one of the few who do not accuse Jewish FN voters of stupidity or betrayal across the board, in the magazine Le Causeur, founded by ex-leftists and liberals, in which Alain Finkielkraut, who is increasingly hostile due to his alleged racism, also publishes. 1.2016 with the words, "It would be better to vote for anti-Semites whose policies are good for the Jews, rather than migrants who wear the blinkers of do-gooderism and thus expose the Jews to very real danger." Benassar's statement expresses what the false opponents of the Front National do not want to know, that multiculturalism, which legitimizes itself as a lesson from fascism by downplaying the threat posed to Jews by everyday Islam, promotes the most dangerous anti-Semitic movement of our time. Of course, the denial of this anti-Semitic threat can be sold as a strong-minded anti-fascism more easily in Germany than in France. The Nazi denier Beat Klarsfeld demonstrated how this works in an interview with Deutschlandfunk Radio in December 2015, in which she commented on the rise of the FN in the second round of the regional elections with the words, "It somehow reminds me of 1933 in Germany." The fascism expert rejected the suspicion that the party's gain in votes could be linked to the attacks in Paris, stating that this was certainly not the only reason. The danger of a new anti-Semitism could never be imagined in any other way than as a faithful repeat of the Third Reich. As in Germany, in 1933, the French were not satisfied with the government in 2015. And then it's always a third party, a demagogue who promises a lot, who has never achieved anything, who has never been in government. The dissatisfied citizens then vote for this party in the hope that things will get better for them, which is of course completely wrong. End quote. Klarsfeld does not care that such platitudes are also unsuitable for explaining the success of the National Socialists, whose greatest danger was not their refusal to perform, as her aim is to portray Marine Le Pen as the reincarnation of Hitler, in whose speeches anti-Semitism and the like did not play a role, but who nevertheless poses a greater danger to French Jews than Islam. Without saying a word about the Jewish emigration caused by French Muslims' hatred of Jews, Klarsfeld, who lives in France with her Jewish husband, predicts, with a Marine Le Pen as president, we would probably have to leave France like many Jews. It is no coincidence that the mortal danger that is said to emanate from the FN is negotiated under the aspect of seduction, as the party is increasingly successful with women in addition to the increase in voters among French Jews. In the 2015 regional elections, 28% of French women voted for the party. With Marine Le Pen and her niece Marion, women also form a significant part of the party leadership. French women's magazines see this shift to the right as an opportunity to re-educate a clientele that was long considered to be on the left. Julia Mouzon, chairwoman of the Femmes et Pouvoir organization, explained the strategy of how the FN seduces the female electorate in Madame Figaro magazine on April 3, 2015, by saying that the party uses slick language and a clever disguise of backward views, while the decision of many FN voters is in fact more likely to be influenced by the completely unmetaphorical veiling of women in Islamized everyday life. Marine Le Pen's appearances are highlighted as being precisely staged, Madame Figaro, January 18, 2016, as if the appearances of other party leaders were characterized by casual improvisation. The logic behind such counterpropaganda is itself misogynistic. Instead of asking whether the sympathy of female voters for the FN could perhaps be based on experiences of powerlessness and intimidation by representatives of the Muslim patriarchy, it is assumed that women, unlike male voters who love plain speaking, can only be hijacked for reactionary views through language smoothing, deception, and disguise. The FN's electoral successes thus mutate into the lesbianization of patriots loyal to the Republic by a femme fatale disguised as Marianne. The rhetoric of seduction also determined the responses to Marine Le Pen's reaction to the attacks on New Year's Eve in Cologne. In an open letter to the French, published on January 13, 2016 in L'Opinion, Le Pen declared, "Whether these men are sexually frustrated by their situation as migrants, by their living conditions in their countries of origin, or by their religious dogmas is of no interest to me whatsoever. The fact that they disregard fundamental rules of our Western societies, and that they openly disregard women's rights concerns me greatly." What was scandalous about this statement was not only that Le Pen, of all people, did not give the perpetrators an ethnic advantage by explaining their actions in terms of their origin or living conditions, but also that she judged them as Republican as French citizens. The fact that she invoked two icons of the French women's movement, Simone de Beauvoir and Elizabeth Badinter, also caused outrage. Le Pen stated, Elizabeth Badinter was absolutely right to say that the left is capitulating to the serious attacks on secularism and women's rights through clientelism and a fantasized stigmatization of Islam. She quoted Simone de Beauvoir as saying, "Never forget that it only takes a political, economic or religious crisis for women's rights to be called into question," and added, "I am afraid that the migrant crisis is the beginning of the end of women's rights." The criticism of the women's movement's capitulation to Islam and the warning that Muslim migration could lead to a dismantling of the rights won for all women in Western countries could not be countered in any way. For this reason, Le Pen's feminist opponents made reference to a survey published in 2006, according to which 84,000 women in France are victims of sexual violence every year. According to feminist Rebecca Amselem, these figures prove that anti-feminism should not be seen as an ideology imported from outside. In fact, the victim knows the attacker in 90% of cases, and in almost 40% of cases, it is the victim's partner with whom they are living at the time of the attack. Titat over. If these figures are correct, it would be interesting to find out how many women of Muslim origin are among the victims, because only then would it be possible to assess whether the data speaks against or even confirms the theory of a close connection between Islam and sexual violence. However, figures on the ethnic origin of perpetrators and victims were not recorded in the study. The statistics are not suitable as an argument against Marine Le Pen's statements about the assaults in Cologne anyway, because in Cologne it was not a question of individual sexual offenses in the private sphere, but of collective assaults on women moving around in public spaces, unknown to the perpetrators. All of this could be a reason not only for the socialist PS, but also for the bourgeois LR to try to win back the voter groups that are migrating to the FN through an offensively secular policy, because the disinterest of the Republican institutions in women's rights as well as in the civil rights of French Jews, which are massively threatened by everyday Islam, is the main reason for the reorganization of the party landscape in France. Instead, however, both major parties are pursuing precisely the dismantling of parliamentarianism that they see approaching through the FN. In the regional elections held in December 2015, in which the FN achieved a historic record in the first round with almost 28% of the vote, it did not win a single region in the second round because there was cross-party mobilization throughout France to lock out the party. In Nord-Pas-de-Calais, where Marine Le Pen stood as a candidate and won the first round with almost 41% of the vote, the left then withdrew its candidate and called on its supporters to vote for its immediate political opponent, the Republican candidate Xavier Bertrand. The calculation worked out, with the bourgeois left and right proving together that they are prepared to abandon republicanism and Laicism in the fight against the FN. In Germany, unvaccinated people are addressed as idiots or treated as enemies of the state. France's President Macron insults them and denies them the right to be citizens. What we are seeing are symptoms of the disintegration of the nation-state. The French verb murder can either be freely translated as to get on someone's nerves or literally as to throw shit at someone. The appropriate German version of the phrase to emmerds is, "You piss me off." Using this phrase in political disputes is unpleasant, but not unusual. Up to now, it has mostly been used when socially powerless groups or groups that feel powerless want to really show those at the top what they're made of. Where underpaid care workers or other precarious employees shout "enough is enough" at those in charge in the fight for better pay, an occasional slip into gutter language is even appreciated as an expression of popular sentiment. It is less well received when those in power tell the mob to their face that they feel they are being puked on. But this is exactly how more and more politicians responsible for government have been speaking since the discussion about the benefits of vaccination against COVID-19. In Germany, unvaccinated people are either addressed as idiots who need to be talked to like babies, "it's only a prick," or treated as enemies of the state who should be taken into custody, Boris Palmer. Pacifier or baton, that's the only alternative the German Covidian knows when dealing with lateral thinkers, hippies and other antisocials. In France, on the other hand, it causes offense when the president insults millions of citizens. When Emmanuel Macron used fecal language in the magazine Le Parisien to emphasize his contempt for the unvaccinated, he did so in the style of a schoolyard bully who is a little ashamed of his enjoyment of bullying. He is not there to berate the French, et murder les Français, he himself berates the administration all day long. It is only with the unvaccinated that he feels a great desire to pester them, les non-vaccines, J. Trace envy de les murder, because they pester him and society. The modal ambiguity inherent in the word a murder is characteristic of the resentment it articulates. Because you piss me off, I piss you off. Because I think you're stupid, I'm stupid to you. The fact that Macron also denied that the unvaccinated were citizens, citoyens, matched the rhetorical derailment. The statesman who denies civil rights to the unruly part of the sovereign sees himself relieved of the duty to speak to them like a responsible person. He no longer needs to formulate arguments, but is allowed to act like the infantiles he declares his opponents to be, doing something because you feel like it is no more a sufficient justification for going berserk in politics than it is in kindergarten. Only Eric Zemmour placed Macron's expatriation of the unvaccinated in the context of his migration policy and tweeted, "For 5 years, Macron has carefully avoided annoying the scum, the gangs, the jihadist apprentices, the lawless immigrants, the Antifa. Cowardly to the strong, cruel to the weak." What is wrong and indeed populist about Zemmour's statement is that he indiscriminately cites all opponents of his agenda as accomplices to Macron's policies. It is true that the crisis of citizenship, which has been accelerated by the European migration policy, supported by Macron since 2015, and the devaluation of citizenship rights in favor of health rights documented by vaccination passports, which has been taking place in most Western countries for the past year, are symptoms of the disintegration of the nation-state. And above all, it is true that the gutter language that Macron uses when talking about the new non-citizens, while maintaining a linguistically sensitive composure towards everyday Islam, indicates a chumminess with a strong and thus an affinity between the mob and the elite that can only be detrimental to a republican state. The new old French president promises to be there for those who did not vote for him. However, he is not referring to Eric Zemmour's supporters. But it is precisely Zemmour who stands for a certain, original French tradition that is in danger of being lost. When Emmanuel Macron thanked his supporters on the Champ de Mars in front of the Eiffel Tower after his victory over Marine Le Pen in the French presidential elections, he did so with the words, "From now on, I am no longer the candidate of one camp, but the president of all." He told the 41.5% of voters who had voted for Le Pen that he wanted to do more to address the social difficulties that had led them to vote for him and assured them, "No one will be left behind." In fact, Le Pen, who probably owes her clear defeat not least to her self-reinforced image as a friend of Putin, tends to represent the disappointed petty bourgeoisie within right-wing conservatism that Macron addressed in his speech. Her rival within the right, Eric Zemmour, who was far behind in the elections and ran for the Reconquête Party, was not mentioned at all in Macron's speech. Yet he would have deserved more interest precisely because of the heterogeneous milieu he represents. Although he shares Le Pen's closeness to Putin, which was probably also the reason for his defeat, he differs from her. For one thing, unlike Le Pen, Zemmour's voters are in the upper-middle-class districts of the cities rather than the countryside, as well as in the former industrial centers of the north. For another, in recent months he has been more outspoken than Le Pen about the anti-Semitism and anti-republicanism of the young Muslim immigrant generation, the consequences of which affect not only the middle classes, but also the inhabitants of the suburbs in their everyday lives. A few weeks before the first round of the election, Zemmour had reported an attack on a Jew in the Parisian banlieue of Bobigny a month and a half earlier, which the media had not reported, and had been accused of being a demagogue by political opponents. On February 17, 2022, 31-year-old computer scientist Jeremy Cohen, whose mobility was impaired by a disability, was severely beaten by around 15 young men in Bobigny. While fleeing from his attackers, he was killed by a streetcar that he had been unable to avoid. A kippah that Cohen may have been wearing was found near the scene of the crime. Whether this was the case is still unclear, as is the question of whether the perpetrators belonged to a group of predominantly Muslim men who were dealing drugs near the scene of the crime. Since the police classified Cohen's death as an accident, two of Cohen's brothers questioned the neighborhood and came across a video on which a local resident had documented the violence. Cohen's father contacted Zemmour, who posted the video online without the consent of Cohen's family. Although Zemmour's actions certainly disregarded the Cohen's privacy, it remains to be explained that he was criticized during the election campaign less for this media policy than for allegedly threatening to overtake Le Pen's Rassemblement National (RN) on the right. In an interview with the Austrian newspaper Standard, French political scientist Thomas Vitiello even claimed that Zemmour's extremism had helped Le Pen to shed her previously radical image and conceded, in general, she has shied away from big appearances, traveling the country instead and relying on local grassroots mobilization. Such depictions obscure how Zemmour differs from Le Pen. While Marine Le Pen, in contrast to her father Jean-Marie, tried to give the successor party to the Front National a more modern image in terms of gender politics, Zemmour's dictum that a war of extermination against the white heterosexual man is taking place in the West is more in line with Donald Trump's rhetoric than with the RN. Conversely, although Zemmour is also an entertainer as a journalist for Le Quotidien de Paris and Le Figaro, and a permanent guest on television, his upper-class habitus and his educational affinity make him more suited to the ranks of conservative French politicians since Charles de Gaulle than to Trump, who has always been proud of his bad manners. Zemmour, who set out his views in the book La France en applaudit son dernier émotige, which was published last year, and who tends to speak in public discussions in a manner that is fit for print, corresponds in gesture and diction to the French image of the Soigny statesman, who sees himself more as a descendant of the monarch than a tribune of the people. Zemmour's habitual bourgeoisie is probably one reason why he is now seen as the most dangerous extremist in the entire party spectrum by the Republican Party, LR, which was still courting him as a right-wing conservative alternative to Le Pen in 2019. Zemmour's pro-Russian statements have since been taken more seriously by Republicans and socialists alike than the Front National's cronyism with Putin's regime. Zemmour's statement that it would be better to bomb the Brussels immigrant neighborhood of Molenbeek to combat Islamism than Raqqa in Syria is interpreted as an expression of racism, although he justified his polemic by warning against the colonization of French cities by a policy of Islamic superiority enforced in everyday life, which is particularly threatening for migrants. His assertion that the Vichy regime tried to protect French Jews as opposed to Jewish immigrants is taken as proof of his fascist convictions instead of criticizing them historically, which would require being able to distinguish the history of fascism in France from that of Italian fascism, as well as National Socialism. And when Zemmour emphasizes French Jews who see themselves as Republican in a positive light compared to the ever-increasing number of Jews emigrating to Israel, he is reproached most loudly not by Republicans, but by anti-Zionist leftists as a sign of his hostility towards Israel. In order to criticize Eric Zemmour's positions, one would have to refer to his biographical experience. He comes from a family of Algerian Jews who came to France in 1952 and, in accordance with the Decret Crémieux of 1870, had French citizenship like all Jews in Algeria. In 1954, 2 years after Zemmour's parents emigrated, the Algerian War began. In 1962, when the colony became an independent state with the Avion Accords, Zemmour was 4 years old. Both his view of Algeria and Muslim migration to France and his attitude towards French Jewry are shaped by the experience of anti-Semitism and anti-republicanism of the younger generation of Muslim immigrants, who used the colonial experience of their parents' and grandparents' generation to legitimize their own anti-French and anti-Jewish resentment. When Zemmour presents himself as an upright right-winger in the face of a republic shattered by leftists and liberals and denounces the feminism that undermines familial authority, this sounds similar to Jean-Marie Le Pen's corresponding tirades, but is tactically aimed at defending those Republican institutions and authorities that Le Pen and the Front National wanted to destroy in the name of not Western, but actually white supremacy. The Front National, which Marine Le Pen purged in terms of personnel without breaking with its traditions, was a party of former colonialists whose honor was offended, as the antithesis of left-wing anti-imperialism that was as racist as it was anti-Western. Zemmour's nationalism, on the other hand, stems from a fetishization of the Republic that Jean-Marie Le Pen and his fellow campaigners detested as an artificial product of the destruction of the real France. As a nationalist Frenchman and Algerian Jew, Zemmour remains just as alien to the anti-national France represented by Emmanuel Macron as he is to the right-wing extremists of the Front National, for whom people like him have always been a thorn in their side. In the controversies surrounding him, conflicts resurfaced in a recurring manner that were exemplified by Albert Camus in the 1950s, who, as the son of a French-Spanish settler family born in Algeria in 1871 and a defender of republicanism influenced by anarcho-syndicalism, supported neither the Algerian liberation movement nor the nostalgics of colonialism, but demanded civil equality for the Algerian population in a French Algeria, thus making himself unpopular with both the left and the right. This peculiarity of Zemmour's right-wingness cannot be understood without reflecting on how the history of the French parties is linked to the history of colonialism. Perhaps the repression of this part of French history is more responsible for Zemmour's poor performance in the election than the words used to justify the rejection of his person. In any case, the fact that he came a distant fourth behind Macron, Le Pen and Jean-Luc Mélenchon testifies to how little majority support there is in France for the combination of Jewish and Algerian affiliation, conservatism and emigration experience that he represents with his person, least of all among those who ask about his place of speech and self-location at every opportunity. When the West Berlin publisher Rotbuch Verlag brought out Pascal Bruckner's study Das Schluchzen des Weißen Manns, The White Man's Sobs, in French in 1984, it took a risk. At that time, after the proletariat had disappeared as an untraceable appeal, the New Left discovered the Third World for itself alongside peace and the environment, which seemed to be related to the other two fetishes in a way that was as irrefutable as it was diffuse. Bruckner attacked this alliance in his essay, to which the publishers added the subtitle Ein Polemik as a precaution. He set out to explore the history of the Third World idea in Europe and America since the early 1960s from the perspective of an unhappy conscience, and decipher the enthusiasm of the New Left for peaceful reconciliation with the natural foundations of life, which manifested itself in the commitment to the Third World as well as to the environment as a moral indulgence. The process of civilization, Bruckner made clear against the upswing of postmodernism, was always based on domination, sometimes enforced by force. However, this alone does not speak against it. Rather, only the West has managed to incorporate reflection and criticism of its own dark sides into its thoughts and actions. By paralyzing the ability to reflect, the resulting Western guilt complex also weakens the West politically. The Rotbuch Publishing House, which dared to publish Bruckner's pamphlet, had a unique position in West Germany. Organized as a collective and associated with authors from the radical left-wing scene in West Germany, such as Peter Paul Zoll, it was one of the best-known left-wing book publishers. By publishing dissident writers from the GDR and Eastern Europe, alongside Heiner Müller, for example, Agota Christoph and the still largely unknown Herta Müller, it also placed itself in a tradition of criticism of real socialism that nevertheless refused to make a commitment to the West. It was fitting that when Bruckner's book was published, the publisher brought out Klaus Legawi's essay Kaufverträge, which dealt with the Western European glorification of Arab and African cultures on the basis of Algeria. Nevertheless, with the publication of Bruckner's book, Rotbuch did not play a special role in its popularization. Unlike the works of André Glucksmann and Alain Finkielkraut, Bruckner's fellow members of the Nouveau Philosophes, he remained unknown in German-speaking countries. Until after reunification, his books were published in mutilated translations and by various publishers, Goldman, Aufbau, Junius. Edition Tiamat, another left-wing publisher, brought out Bruckner's book Der Eingebild des Rassismus last year and has now published Eine Jesu perfekter Täter, his study on the construction of the white scapegoat. An Almost Perfect Perpetrator is a return by Bruckner to his first study of Western self-pity. Bruckner demonstrates how the West's disguised hatred of its own foundations is linked to its tendency to preserve objectively outdated forms of socialization using a dictum by Jean Baudrillard, who, as a postmodern theorist, is actually one of his opponents. In the 1990s, Baudrillard once casually compared anti-racism with the environmentalist rescue of whales. One could also understand the first case as a call to save racism, this doomed species, as an object of the anti-racist struggle, as the last remnant of political passions. The rescue operation, summarizes Bruckner, has exceeded all expectations, and then outlines the direction of his criticism. Day after day, new forms of oppression are discovered against people or groups who feel slandered or ridiculed. There are tiny sects that have no other task than to keep uncovering new sediments of oppression, from glottophobes, people who make fun of accents, to fatphobes to atophobes, people who don't like teenagers. As accurate as the diagnosis of the disintegration of Western societies into particular communities is, it also reveals the weakness of Bruckner's new book. The Sobs of the White Man were historically a response to the commitment of existentialist philosophy in France, in particular Jean-Paul Sartre, to the anti-Western liberation movements in the former colonies. As such, it was one of the founding documents of Nouvelle Philosophy, whose members were united by their criticism of neo-Marxism and their attachment to an emphatic concept of republican statehood. An almost perfect perpetrator generalizes and dilutes the diagnosis gained from the case of France and the French left into a cultural critique aimed at social disintegration phenomena as a whole. This leads to a dehistoricization of Bruckner's earlier criticism and, in a way, gives it an anti-Western accent. At least if one identifies the West not only with the French Republic, as Bruckner himself does, but also with the United States. The USA is one of the main opponents in Bruckner's new work. The tendency to play France off against the USA as a model of civilization can be seen in an episode with which Bruckner introduces the central chapter of his book, entitled The Race and the Citizen. In it, he describes an encounter with the Black American writer James Baldwin in 1984, when The White Man's Sobs was published. Baldwin had emigrated to France in 1948 and described to Bruckner the disinterest of the French in his origins as saving him. "The French left me alone. They freed me from the crutches of race. It was frightening, but helpful." America has a similar function today for many French blacks who hope for relief from their discomfort on the other side of the Atlantic. Just as French republicanism represented a promise of happiness for Black Americans in the face of the persistence of racial segregation in the USA, the equality pathos of the civil rights movement embodied the promise of escaping the past shaped by colonialism for French blacks. However, since Martin Luther King's universalism was replaced by particularism in the style of Black Lives Matter, a cult of minority and victimhood has spread from the USA, mediated through universities and the cultural sector, to which Bruckner sees the French social model with its primacy of republicanism and Laicism as a better alternative. He therefore ends his comparison of countries with an optimistic appeal. To all Americans, artists, writers, directors, actors, musicians, whites, blacks, Latinos who can no longer bear the prison-like atmosphere of their country and long for the air of freedom, let it be proclaimed that France is ready to welcome them, just as it welcomed hundreds of intellectuals, jazz musicians and novelists fleeing racial segregation after the Second World War. Come and find asylum in the nation of the art of living and tolerance. Given the relentlessness with which Bruckner had earlier analyzed the failure of Laicism in France, this reversal of the inscription on New York's Statue of Liberty, declaring France an asylum for emigrants from the American minority prison, seems very idealistic. Instead of contrasting the fetishistic politicization of minorities in the USA and France in a contrapuntal comparison, and thus doing justice to the fact that Western universalism has always existed divided, as American and French, Bruckner takes the side of the French Republic. As honest as his motives are, there is something hopeless about this gesture. Every nation seems to have the neoconservatives it deserves. In the US, they are political advisors schooled in the Plato and Maimonides exegeses of Leo Strauss. In France, moralists modeled on Voltaire and Zola, and in Germany, comedians in the tradition of Roda. But the decisive factor in whether they are able to do anything about the madness that is spreading in the form of Islam and the left is their ability to sound out the internal contradictions of their own society and thus the limits of liberalism in the political sphere, in whatever countries and with whatever preconditions. If they are not able to do this, they can just as well operate as neoliberals, like Friedrich Hayek, Milton Friedman and others, who ruthlessly trust the invisible hand of the market, and ruthless here also means that it does not matter what political awareness the citizens have, as they are in God's hands anyway. Destroying liberal illusions in the political sphere in order to save liberalism from self-destruction, on the other hand, characterizes a way of thinking that can be called neoconservative in a certain sense. It targets the consciousness of the citizens themselves, knowing of its precarious composition. This is also the criticism of Friedman. The neoliberal ignores the fact that self-destruction is a permanent possibility of a free society. The way he understands the nature of things, the forces of this society cannot be self-destructive, rather his credo is that self-realization in a free society can only lead to the creation of a self that is compatible with such a society. Irving Kristol. And in this, his findings sometimes overlap with the best traditions of the European Enlightenment, whose emancipatory potential, however, it only ever wants to see limited to that minimum of freedom, Franz Neumann, that bourgeois society can offer. But for someone like Norman Podhoretz, the defense of this minimum necessarily means that U.S. policy should no longer proceed according to the time-honored maxim towards friendly dictators. He may be a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch. A neoconservative, says Irving Kristol, is a liberal who has been mugged by reality. The assault of reality on liberal ideas sends their defenders back to the origins of democracy, be it the American Revolution or the polis of ancient Athens. The first to do so in the face of the worst of all conceivable assaults were political intellectuals from Germany, such as Hannah Arendt, Leo Strauss, Erich Voegelin. And many of those American liberals, who then learned to fear in the 1960s in the face of an increasingly clearly anti-Western left, took their cue from them. If Hannah Arendt not only delegitimized religious and authoritarian ties in the spirit of Kant's Enlightenment, but also adhered to many a political illusion with Kant's perpetual peace, Leo Strauss and Erich Voegelin obviously seemed more reliable, as they had studied their Hobbes and Bodin, in whose sense they also wanted to redefine the significance of religion and authority for the preservation of freedom. Inspired by Plato, they conveyed a new, political legitimization of certain traditions of Jewish religion, Strauss, or Christianity, Vogelin, and generally sought to rehabilitate pre-modern rationality. The recourse to pre-capitalist forms of consciousness, which the right is generally so fond of that they sacrifice all freedom for it, is not intended as an undermining of the separation of powers and individual freedoms, but on the contrary as their necessary support, a counterweight to the self-destructive tendency of society, which constantly produces new crises and threatens to forfeit even the minimum of freedom that is life-saving. Such an interpretation was and is only credibly possible with trust in a country like the USA, where Arendt, Strauss and Vogelin had fled to. But even this trust, which is based on the revolution and history of the most Western nation, can be disappointed at any time. And the different neoconservative conclusions that Arendt, Strauss and Vogelin draw from their philosophical historical reminiscences are in any case only comprehensible to the extent that they represent a break with German ideology, an ideology, incidentally, that they had first come to know from the inside through their teachers, Heidegger and Schmidt, and thus knew better than all Greek philosophy, which appeared to them a little later as a way out. However, the break must be made on the question of anti-Semitism, and that is the touchstone of their theories, just as the neocons of today proved to be most clear-sighted when they set the fight against anti-Zionism as the primacy of the political. Podhoretz, who had already clearly polemicized against Arendt's Eichmann book, recognized the new globalized version of anti-Semitism in the hostility towards Israel as early as the 1970s. From the protest against Middle East policy under Carter, in which the neocons distinguished themselves in foreign policy, the direct path led to today's realization that we are dealing with the threat of Islamofascists worldwide, whereby even the theory of totalitarianism is helped to its truth. The influence first of Nazism and then of Soviet communism had everything to do with the emergence of Islamofascism as a political force, Podhoretz. Not long after September 11th, the neoconservative journal Commentary wrote, "As the Jews were the practice range for anti-democratic and anti-liberal forces in pre-Hitler Europe, so in the second half of the 20th century, the State of Israel took the brunt of the Arab/Muslim war against Western democracy." In the German public, only Heinrich M. Broder can match this consistency. As much as he takes pleasure in adding something ludicrous to his criticism of the EU's appeasement policy, and this is entirely appropriate for this policy, it cannot be described in any other way. This is also done against the constantly present backdrop of an intensifying conflict situation and approaching political catastrophes. By keeping the central problem, the question of violence, in view, he takes the experiences of the persecuted Jews most strictly into account. As a result, his commentaries, which renounce all theory, repeatedly gain sharp contours and the power of criticism, especially when they denounce the delusions of the left. Representing neoconservative ideas in Germany inevitably has humorous aspects. This is in the nature of things, namely the dependence of liberalism on the West. What appears to be neoconservative here is often enough just the need to be funnier than the old-fashioned liberals, but it is precisely this heteronomy that is evident. Hannes Stein, who has serious interventions against the anti-Westerners to his credit, also writes forcibly humorous texts in which they then figure as chewy representatives of the generally human. And it is no coincidence that this tendency towards Wilhelm Busch is strongest among those who need to purge themselves of anything that sounds anti-German in order to establish an identity. Wishful thinking is also the crux of liberalism in this case. Its limits are only grasped to the extent that they give rise to mockery of apocalyptics, by which Heidegger and Adorno, German ideology and anti-German criticism can be meant indiscriminately. Because nothing should actually appear threatening, otherwise the doubt about the pre-stabilized harmony, which is obviously at stake under all circumstances, would be too great. In acute situations, however, the question of priority always arises, and here it is: apology for society or the fight against anti-Semitism. In order to expose the enemies of liberalism, who regularly flock together as anti-Semites, we need the ability to be disappointed, so that at least the optimism of liberals can be seen through as optimism for a purpose. Their basis may be as gloomy as Irving Kristol's. In some respects this world we live in is, in fact, a hell. Fortunately, there is America, say Kristol and the American neoconservatives. As realist patriots, they hopefully keep their deeply pessimistic anthropology in check. In Europe there is not even this, in truth very vague, perspective opened up by a hegemon like the USA. How could Broder, only seemingly humorous but mugged by reality, judge the self-preservation instinct of European citizens differently in view of the Islamic threat? They perceive reality, but put a filter in between, which is quite reasonable in the short term so as not to have to jump off the cliff straight away. Broder. The French moralists of today also pursue an anthropologization of social conditions that does not allow for appeasement, whereby, in contrast to the neocons, they argue atheistically throughout. In his book on hatred, André Glucksmann often inserts society merely as an illustration of the generally human, but this does not alter the fact that he correctly assesses its destructive forces in the present. The decision situation he conjures up for Europe is decisive for his clairvoyance. Either it becomes united and resists the master builders of the apocalypse, as Great Britain, Poland, Italy and the Czech Republic have done. Or it lets its guard down and defies the United States in order to follow the path of the so-called peace camp, led by France, Germany and Russia. Glucksmann also avoids touching on the significance of the assessment of those architects of the apocalypse for the former involvement in the Yugoslavian conflict and for the current one in Chechnya. The fact that the questions here are no longer as simple as all neoconservatives believed and still believe. Europe is killing itself, says Bernard-Henri Lévy in an interview with Cameron Abadi, and, like Glucksmann, is referring to the increasingly ambiguous policy towards the West. But he praises Joschka Fischer, a politician who is more concerned with this killing than almost anyone else, as a great European. George W. Bush, on the other hand, appears to Lévy as the worst president of the USA for quite a long time. However, he believes that he has learned from the USA, while working on his book American Vertigo, that Europe is possible. Der Spiegel, March 27, 2007. It is a certain concept of politics that allows insight and delusion to merge here. This becomes clear in Lévy's argumentation against the Iraq War. The reason for his disagreement with the US neocons is the question of the political. What I accuse them of is not their immoralism, but their political naivety. The war they waged against Saddam Hussein was morally right and politically wrong. They bought into their own delusion of democratic messianism. The idea, to put it briefly, that it is enough to decree democracy in order to achieve it and that the patient work of politics can be bypassed in the process. They are people who don't believe in politics at home either, so why should they do it anywhere else? They don't believe that the point of politics is to fight poverty. Der Spiegel, 27. 3. 2007. For Lévy, politics means that the state is there to fight against poverty, and only if it does so will the masses identify with it as a nation and support democracy. Without quite realizing it, he denies what he actually admires about the USA. I saw this confederation of states, this national community of people who speak much less of a language than Europeans, who have much more difficult ethnic problems to solve. And I told myself that the miracle was possible. That the inorganic nation, the inorganic social body is possible. I discovered that constitutional patriotism, to speak like Habermas, is not just a philosophical reverie, but a thing that can work, that can be used to create armies, maintain schools, raise taxes. When you cross this country, as I have done, and see how little a landowner in Alabama has in common with a Mexican in San Diego or a European in Savannah or Charleston, and that America has nevertheless come into being, then a hope for Europe reawakens. Quote, end. However, if one crosses Europe and sees how much a farmer in France has in common with a worker in Austria or a civil servant in Sweden, namely the basic anti-American sentiment and hatred of Israel, then it also becomes clear why Europe is not heading towards a confederation of states with a sovereign, as the USA has formed. Why there is no sign here that the masses want a European state at all, with a government capable of acting, which decides internally on the state of emergency and externally on the means of coercion in a state of war. Instead, the bureaucrats of the European Union increasingly rank ahead of those of their own state as scapegoats of the administered world. Adorno. Lévy obviously does not realize that the synthesis of the American nation as an inorganic one, which he favors, originates precisely where he locates its error. Its ideologues, insofar as they are neoconservatives, do not believe in politics as he understands it, politics that imposes on the state first and foremost to be a welfare state. No matter what they demand, no matter how idealistically they argue, the state in which they believe remains transparently focused on the motive of guaranteeing above all else the rights of the citizen, i.e. the owner of goods, of regulating and securing the buying and selling of goods and capital, and the much-cited human rights are the appropriate catchword for this. They recognize the squaring of the circle in a human right to work. Levy, on the other hand, understands human rights differently. He wants a European state that always acts as a social welfare provider to the same extent, i.e., that guarantees the well-being of the owner of goods and regulates the wealth and poverty of its citizens, and thus corresponds roughly to the image that Hannah Arendt once drew of the ideologues of the French Revolution in contrast to those of the American Revolution. According to her, it was a certain form of compassion that was the undoing of the revolution in Europe, compassion for the poor as an imaginary collective, but formed in accordance with state rule. Empathy as a political consciousness that already imagines poverty in the repressive form of the sovereign with whom one wishes to identify. Such engagement pushed for direct democracy, i.e., to eliminate the distance between formally equal citizens and institutions superior to the state, to revoke the representative character of these institutions, and to abolish the separation of powers. It therefore appears to be the subjective driving force to place the law, the sovereign and the people in an immediate relationship. Perhaps the susceptibility of French intellectuals to German ideology, in particular their fascination with Heidegger, of whom the American neocons want to know nothing, results precisely from this legacy of the revolution. Here he is seen above all as a neo-pagan and Nazi sympathizer, with an ominous influence on contemporary intellectual circles. Together with Nietzsche's philosophy, Heidegger's teachings are regarded as subversive in a sense that Glucksmann and Levy have also come to dislike, subversive not only of bourgeois society and the Judeo-Christian tradition, but also of secular humanism, secular rationalism, bourgeois morality, and, in the end, of Western civilization itself, Crystal. The break with Marxism, which Levy staged with great effort, has reinforced this fascination in a paradoxical way. Because he cannot stop looking at social conditions, he also misses the rationality of the concept of human rights. And conversely, he continues to refuse to even take note of Marx's findings in their significance for the individual in bourgeois society when it comes to analyzing these conditions, as if he were still a Maoist. But as long as it is not understood that the dignity of this individual is based solely on the freedom of the commodity owner to sell his commodity, and as ultima ratio this is the commodity of labor power, whether he can sell it or not, but the sovereign is at best there to guarantee precisely this freedom, so that the value is exploited, as long as political commitment will ultimately apply to the people. Europe needs something like a collective history, Levy in Der Spiegel, 27. 3. 2007, and the philosophy of the committed will be oriented towards Heidegger's being, which Levy opposes to positivism and technicism. It is hardly surprising that Islam as a religion should then also be excluded from criticism. Glucksmann is different in his book on hatred, almost in the style of the American neocons. This author, who can also look back on a Maoist past, gets rid of the social question that Levy constantly misleads by anthropologizing social conditions. And Heidegger's philosophy, which Glucksmann so recently revered, embodies the continuity between the National Socialist and Islamist revolts against the Enlightenment and bourgeois society at the moment when he grasps anti-Americanism. Pascal Bruckner also devotes some attention to the devastating influence of Heidegger. In his wake, an entire school of thought from Gadamer to Derrida has challenged the Enlightenment's claim to embody a new age of self-conscious history. On the contrary, this philosophical and literary episode is said to have given rise to all the ills of our time: capitalism, colonialism, totalitarianism. The critique of prejudice is supposed to be just another prejudice, proving that humanity is incapable of self-knowledge. Bruckner. Bruckner develops his critique of multiculturalism from his defense of the Enlightenment, emphasizing a certain conception of the state. It contains a promise of happiness for the individual that is directed against identity. Out of sheer respect for particularities, individuals are once again locked into a racial or ethnic definition, pushed back into a rigid identity from which they were supposed to be extracted. There we have the black, the Arab, the Pakistani, the Muslim, prisoners of their history for life. They are being denied what was previously our privilege: the transition from one world to another, from tradition to modernity, from blind obedience to rational choice. Instead of celebrating freedom as a force that breaks with determinism, we promote the repetition of history and the coercion that the community exerts on the individual. End quote.
Bruckner thus grasps the lines of social conflict quite precisely. In the West, commitment against multiculturalism is therefore required, as it only grants equal treatment to communities, but not to the people who make them up, because it denies them the freedom to break away from their own traditions. Instead, recognition of the group, suppression of the individual, preference for tradition against the will of all those who leave customs and family behind because, for example, they want to live love according to their own ideas. End quote. Minorities thus become nations within nations, but these are usually nations that excommunicate and denaturalize individuality. The central question of political judgment therefore becomes the extent to which they allow bourgeois society into their structures. It is no coincidence that by posing this question, Bruckner makes clear the point of view from which he himself speaks. Republican assimilation, based on the ideal of equality, presupposes that all people, regardless of race, gender and faith, are entitled to the same rights. Rights, in turn, presuppose the sovereign, which Bruckner bluntly favors in the form of the French nation. Against the right to diversity, one must incessantly affirm the right to sameness. What unites us is stronger than what divides us. Quote end. The problem with Bruckner's argument is that he ignores the contradiction of bourgeois society, which a classic Enlightenment philosopher such as Lessing was still able to formulate when he spoke of the disaster that bourgeois society causes, completely contrary to its intention. It cannot unite people without dividing them. And this means first and foremost that bourgeois society divides and separates people into different peoples and religions. Lessing assumes the diversity of individuals, Bruckner only sees the diversity of peoples and religions, which he rightly subjects to equality, which applies to the individual and protects him. Insofar as he pays no particular attention to the diversity of individuals themselves, does not protect them separately from the sameness imposed on them by the state through the postulate of equality, it is clear that he himself has strayed less far from the waters of Heidegger's reception than he would have liked. For him, the diversity of individuals remains obscured by their national community. Certainly, Bruckner favors this community because it can protect the rights of individuals, and these rights are the prerequisite for individuals themselves being able to take a minimum of diversity from groups and families. But the community, although it naturally has a different political sound in French, always threatens to become the actual purpose. After all, Bruckner writes, if one abandons the common criterion for the distinction between right and wrong, any notion of a national community is undermined. Bruckner. An Enlightenment philosopher like Lessing, however, was not concerned with the idea of a national community, but with the common criterion for distinguishing between right and wrong, which could serve to establish a national community under certain circumstances, as if nature had intended more the happiness of a derived concept, such as state, fatherland and the like, than the happiness of every real individual being. Lessing. There are 2 points in Pascal Bruckner's argument where the national community emerges as an end in itself. One is his assessment of Islam, the other is his relationship with the USA. What repels him about George W. Bush's policy, apart from the piety and the mixture of strategic ostentation and naivety, is that he has given priority to the military struggle over a struggle of ideas. But unlike Levy, he was less interested in social conditions. In his opinion, this battle should have been fought on the terrain of dogma, the interpretation of scripture, a new comprehensive reading of religious texts. Europe, on the other hand, is bowing to the God crazy with suicidal ignorance, whereas it could set a shining example for a reform of this monotheism, and this enlightened Islam brought forth by Europe would serve as a model for Muslims all over the world. For Bruckner, everything appears to be a question of knowledge and ignorance, but not of coercion and violence. While Bernard-Henri Lévy wants to give Islam the cure of Judaism, the religious context is, as I said, a matter for the Muslims. The time of commentary is coming. Let the letters learn to fly and 100 Talmudic flowers bloom. Bruckner looks to Christianity as a model. Islam must succeed in doing what Christianity has done since the 15th century. It must submit to modernity. Bruckner and Lévy do not ask what made the Talmudic flowers blossom and why Christianity had to submit to modernity. They only record the result, that religion was brought to radical restrictions of its claim to determine the social order, to administer the consciousness and bodies of people. But the restrictions were only possible because the social order itself determined that consciousness and body would henceforth be administered as containers of labor power. This determination is not the determination that Bruckner and Lévy terrorize and rightly accuse the Marxist view of, rather it reveals the individual to be both the object of determination and the subject of freedom. It sees in his bourgeois existence the possibility of restricting religion as well as following it unconditionally. Together with the minimum of freedom that the development of bourgeois society entails, the fascination arises to liquidate even the minimum and with it to surrender the torturable libe to the community. Islam gained its uniqueness over Judaism and Christianity in the first place from the fact that it was able to use this very pound to its advantage. Intellectuals can reform it even less than the mass of believers as a mass. Islam is violence as a religion in its own right, which Judaism and Christianity have excluded from their realm in very different ways in the confrontation with state and society. It is the delusion of not recognizing the body itself in the exercise of violence. Levy and Bruckner, however, firmly believe that intellectuals can change religion, and consequently ignore the question of where the fascination for Sharia and jihad comes from and how it captures the masses, why intellectuals like Bassam Tibi really remain one-man sections. In the meantime, Tibi is proving what a civilized Islam is becoming, however pleasantly he may differ from Tariq Ramadan. Tibi accuses Hirsi Ali of abusing this religion in order to make a name for himself in a very cheap way. His little private fatwa shows what he himself understands by the concept of Euro-Islam, barbarism tempered by Habermas communication theory. The concept is based on observations I made in West Africa in the 1980s. There I noticed an Africanization of Islam. Taking into account the realization that Islam in West Africa has not become a foreign and autochthonous culture despite its Arab origins, I asked whether a Europeanization of Islam in Europe should not be sought in a similar way. This would achieve what is a reality in Africa and is missing in Europe, namely an indigenization, i.e. Islam becoming indigenous. Quote end. Tibi is not interested in the fact that African Islam, as Hirsi Ali had to experience it, includes the mutilation of female genitalia and the self-evident practice of stoning all those who act contrary to Islam in their ideas of sexuality. But he would like to see Euro-Islam in such a way that concepts of Salafism such as Sharia and Jihad are abandoned through religious cultural reforms, because his concept should relate exclusively to Europe, unlike the earlier universal vision of the westernization of the world, including the world of Islam. As a Muslim and migrant, he recognizes that Europe has a civilizational identity and the right to preserve it. And Tibi is not afraid to abuse the legacy of critical theory by repeatedly referring to Max Horkheimer as his Jewish teacher. Horkheimer knew what to make of the Prophet's concept of God, war campaigns, violent conversion, extermination of enemies. The reformation of Islam, as intended by the conceptual separation of Islam and Islamism, ultimately involves multiculturalism as a world order, and as a world order it is perfectly in line with Carl Schmitt's theory of Grossraum, destruction of the Enlightenment, which only deserves its name at all if it is understood as universal, shattering of the concept of humanity, which can only gain true unity in the diversity of individuals, not cultures. And the European Union is the nucleus of this multicultural Grossraum order. Tibi sees it as a community of values. In doing so, he unintentionally reveals the secret of the jargon that trumpets values, what is universal about the Enlightenment and can essentially only be defined in negative terms: emancipation from traditions and ties, abstraction from personal dependence and oppression. He turns into something positive, into a question of culture and ethnicity. It was still clear to Adorno and Horkheimer that the generality of law can only be understood as negation, and that this is precisely where the possibility of emancipation opens up, because it is nothing but the freedom of the owners of goods to sell their goods and their labor power, i.e. freedom from innate privileges and personal dependence. Thus Pascal Bruckner, who considers Islam in Europe to be reformable, prefers to attribute the authors of the Dialectic of Enlightenment to the anti-Enlightenment thinkers in the wake of Heidegger in order to avoid having to confront this negativity. However, this is the only way to understand the destructive potential inherent in a society in which the generality of emancipation can only exist as a negative generality. Conversely, those who believe that they already possess this generality as a positive and invoke it as a value for others will tend to trivialize this potential, however much it may contradict their subjective experiences. This does not have to take the insane form of Tibi, who approves of the Africanization of Islam just to be able to favor its Europeanization. It also comes through in Bruckner's assessment of the dangers in the Middle East. There is nothing there that resembles the overpowering danger of the Third Reich. Even the mullah's regime in Tehran is a paper tiger that a minimum of severity would bring to its knees. End quote. It is then enough to encourage the tired and self-doubt-ridden Europe, and the intellectual obviously sees this as his most noble task. However, self-doubt would suit him just fine, as he does not at all reflect on the conditions of violence in international relations, and that means considering the possibility of military action against a regime like the one in Tehran. It is like an epistemological necessity. Anyone who does not take the option of political violence into account will always play down the dangers emanating from such unstates, Newman, even if they do not want to. In response to Hannes Stein's statement that a military strike against Iran now would be madness, Norman Podhoretz replied in 2008, "If this is the worst scenario you can think of, it's still better than what happens if Iran gets the nuclear bomb." But he knows who he is dealing with in Germany, the home of the peace movement. It has now become clear that you can't stop Iran without military strikes, only through diplomacy and sanctions. So people are retreating to the position, let them have the nuclear bomb. Die Welt Online, August 28, 08. The anti-American tinge in Levy's and Bruckner's affirmations of democracy, which pervades again and again, is perhaps indirectly related to the impact of a certain philosopher, which, unlike Sartre's, is not only unbroken, but only seems to be fully unfolding today. I am referring to Emmanuel Levinas, who, based on Heidegger but quite independently of Sartre, showed many French intellectuals a viable, Western-oriented way out of the being toward death of German ideology. Does the subject not attain the status of the human only when it assumes responsibility for the other human being, in the election that raises it to this level, an election that comes from a God? Or God, who looks at it in the face of the other human being, its neighbor, the original? Place of revelation? Levinas. It is undoubtedly a break with Heidegger when Levinas invokes the beyond of being and the disinterest as the goodness to give, charity, mercy and, in responsibility, response and speech, and thus the positivity of an inclination towards being as the being of the other in each case. But this break is at the same time a retreat from the question of violence, which is evident in Levinas' definition of state sovereignty. It is not unimportant to know, and this is perhaps the European experience of the 20th century, whether the egalitarian and just state in which the European finds his fulfillment, and which must be established and above all preserved, emerges from a war of all against all, or from the irreducible responsibility of one for the other, and whether it can ignore the uniqueness of the face and love. Quote end. If such sentences were to be more than a translation of Martin Buber into French thought, or if they were merely Christian-influenced guff, they would pre-formulate the newer European ideology that rebels against U.S. hegemony. At the same time, Levinas resolutely advocated the State of Israel, without acknowledging the contradiction that this very state was created in order to be prepared for the ongoing war of all against the Jews, which results from the war of all against all. It is precisely the defense against the anti-Semites by the unique sovereign of the Jews that proves what the state in general, i.e., every state, including the egalitarian and just one, emerges from, namely by forcing it to ignore the uniqueness of the face of the other and love in order to ensure the mere survival of its citizens. This is the experience that Alain Finkielkraut, a student of Levinas, had to make and which he puts on record in a commentary on the new anti-Semitism that is as astonished as it is astonishing. By holding on to his identification with Israel, he feels compelled to turn against those who condemn Israel and its only protective power, the USA, out of the irreducible responsibility of one for the other and in the name of love and the uniqueness of the other. Quote, the future of hatred is in their camp and not in that of the Vichy supporters. Among the humane people and not among the barbarians. In the camp of the mixed-race society and not in that of the ethnic nation. In the camp of respect and not in the camp of rejection. In the camp of those willing to atone, of those who say never again, and not in the shameless camp of those who say French first, Finkielkraut. This hatred is not so new. Humanity has been defined since the Enlightenment, and by no means only by its opponents, as the exclusion of the Jews. Only that now it is no longer emancipation from religion, but guilt for the extermination of the Jews, emancipation from this burden, that seems to be directed against Judaism. Quote, all humbly accepted the civilizational burden of guilt. All took a reflective distance from what they were. All put their honor in detaching themselves from themselves. They all harbored a suspicion of the Nazi that lay dormant within them. Everyone felt hungover. Everyone but the Jews. Because they were building on being the superego of the old continent, they forgot about having a superego Finkielkraut. Like Bruckner, Finkielkraut exposes this pedagogy of remorse and recognizes that it is the best intentions that reveal their malignity. But he goes further in that he looks beyond mere moral reasoning. When he discovers the new, veiled form of hatred in those who are unceasingly willing to atone without limits, he penetrates to the immediate political consequences of hypocrisy and decouples the basic anti-Israeli character of this new European ideology. He immerses himself in its jargon, and only with a slight twist does he make it speak in such a way that he blurts out the truth about himself. Intoxicated by their sovereign power, imbued with their nation-state existence, the Jews of today resemble the anti-Semites of old and calmly succeed them, and this in the hour of the great penitential dissolution of the nation-state. They flagrantly and brazenly violate the religion of humanity to which Europe has converted. Finkielkraut consciously speaks of a religion. Ultimately, he sees in the new anti-Semitism the return of the very old, Christian anti-Judaism. He formulates as a terrible hypothesis that the penitent judges are incapable of condemning racism and social Darwinism in any other way than by updating and recycling St. Paul, that is, by once again reproaching the descendants of Abraham for clinging convulsively to their dynastic prerogatives and clinging to the bonds of blood, while proposing to them the union of hearts. End quote.
But in Finkielkraut's argumentation, this religious historical hypothesis appears to be an attempt to return from the political terrain to moral reasoning, which cannot succeed at all, because Finkielkraut himself has precisely defined the world of states in which St. Paul is actualized as post-Nazi. Without speaking of post-Nazism himself, he understands, in contrast to Levinas, the peculiar constellation between Europe and the USA. The final solution took place on European soil. This decision is a product of its civilization. The myths of the resistance are long gone. The Germans' plan had found accomplices, auxiliary troops, executive organs, sympathizers, and even apologists far beyond Germany's borders. And although democratic Europe had overcome National Socialism, the insidiousness of the new anti-Semitism was already lurking in the form in which it happened. It was precisely the externally imposed adoption of those principles that had made the USA a state from the outset that gave birth to monsters, because here they encountered different conditions. In that homeland without an ancien regime, no distinction is possible between the political regime and the fatherland. The form is the content of national feeling. Quote, end. Unfortunately, Finkielkraut fails to put Habermas' theory to the test. As much as his concept of constitutional patriotism seeks to do justice to those principles that have been decisive in the USA from the very beginning, when applied in Germany it almost automatically gives rise to anti-American resentment and insidiousness towards Israel. Finkielkraut nevertheless gets to the heart of the problem when he explains this opposite realization of the same principles with the memory of the end of the Shoah and the Second World War. Memory recalls America's vocation and Europe's vulnerability. It confirms the credo of the New World and robs the old of any positive foundation. Quote, end. Democracy as the rule of law, recognized in the USA as a political reality guaranteed by the sovereign, must be transcended in Europe as a creed that basically no longer requires a sovereign, but only communicative reason. This is the new European religion. It suspends the categories of the political and turns not only against the USA, but in noose against Israel. One has, says Finkielkraut, cared so much and so well about the other that the face of the other has in the end erased the face of the enemy. The Palestinians are no longer the enemies of the Israelis, but their other. To be at war with one's enemy is a human possibility. To be at war with the other is a crime against humanity. And where morality has eliminated the enemy, it reappears in the demonic form of the enemy of the other, that is, in the form of the enemy of the human race. Quote, end. In precisely this sense and in immediate political terms, Glucksmann has also grasped how international law is mobilized against Israel. Ironically, he writes, if the world conscience appointed by Providence enacts international laws, Israel must submit to the decisions of the UN. If Israel refuses, citing past experience, the Zionists will be ostracized. And the case is closed. Glucksmann. It is not surprising that Finkielkraut, Glucksmann and Levy are constantly confronted with anti-Semitic attacks. Tariq Ramadan, for example, accused them of a lack of universalism in the sense of the immediate generality of humanity, and made an immediate attack on them as Jewish intellectuals who were incapable of abstracting from their Jewish ancestry in order to judge Israel's Palestine policy fairly. Cf. Nzizi, 5. 12, 2003. They know exactly what methods Ramadan, Habermas' esteemed dialogue partner, uses to deceive European liberals, to feign adaptation to the rule of law and liberalism in order to refurnish the house of war, and they therefore perhorse the alliance of the left with such forces. Cf. the articles by Glucksmann and Levy in Lepoint, January 11, 2004. Only those who have retained the ability to marvel can see through the mutability of anti-Semitism. It is the same astonishment that, for decades earlier, led Jean Amory to speak of respectable anti-Semitism and Vladimir Jankelevich of democratic anti-Semitism. Provoked by the anti-Zionists of all countries, the moralist is literally forced to resume the political categories of friend and foe in order to be able to confront the most perfidious morality imaginable. For this morality only seeks to establish the unity of the human race in order to exclude the Jews, who are associated with the presence of a Jewish state, and yet in good faith wants to be nothing other than the much-quoted lesson that is now to be drawn from the annihilation of the Jews in the past. The French philosopher Alain Finkielkraut, on the occasion of the media coverage of the riots in the banlieues in 2005, said that anti-racism will be to the 21st century what communism was to the 20th. Its nature urgently needs to be examined, Haaretz, November 18, 2005. However, anti-racism cannot initially be understood as a coherent movement, while the very possibility of a different, true society, which communism once contained, had to be destroyed by the same, false coherence, by the form of the party. Unity in this negative sense, however, is nevertheless attributed to the various movements that invoke the new slogan, albeit in an indirect form. It is sympathy for Islam and hatred of Israel in which they find themselves firmly united. Shifted in this way, the self-proclaimed anti-racists are confronted with the question of the state, which brings them to a common denominator, and any emancipatory potential, which is actually part of the commitment against racism, is then destroyed by it. Those who speak the jargon of democracy, however, do not want to notice this, and the protest that rises up against Finkielkraut in the name of democracy and political correctness is essentially directed against the foundations of emancipatory consciousness, which Finkielkraut is trying to save with the existing means of today's politics. The good education system for all, as he envisages it, should therefore be demanded all the more, even if such a demand does not necessarily mean remaining silent about the seeds of racist ideologies that are already inherent in the form of the state and bourgeois society. No consciousness, no matter how democratic, can weed it out as long as this form exists, in which, to paraphrase Lessing, people can only be united by being separated, religiously and nationally. And finally, with a dubious remark about the high proportion of blacks in the French national soccer team, Finkielkraut himself provides an example of the existence of this germ in the most enlightened and contradiction-conscious citizen imaginable. However, the French neoconservative, who is almost the only one who still really stands up for the ideals of the revolution, recognizes very clearly what makes anti-racist commitment regress to an alliance with Islam. They are not protesting against the fact that certain population groups and entire regions are excluded from the emancipative possibilities of Western societies, but denying these possibilities at all has become more important than fighting the real racism that legitimizes this exclusion. Anti-racism as a veritable liberation movement has thus come to an end, for a force of emancipation can only be assumed as long as the relationship of the collective to the individual is at least left open, not already predetermined as a classification of every individual impulse in repressive communities, and as long as, above all, there is a concept or only an idea of which community would be the worst and must be prevented under all circumstances. Martin Luther King, who resolutely took sides with Israel, stands for such a movement oriented toward civil freedom. But while the American Baptist pastor restricted his commitment and adapted it to bourgeois society by declaring his renunciation of violence to be dogma, with astonishing clarity of mind, he defined himself as a civil rights movement and not as a human rights movement. On the other side of the anti-racist movement, violence became the content of the commitment, and formulating this content required a different religion, that of the black Muslim. In the same way that Christian charity has made room for Islamic frenzy, bourgeois society reproduces its own enemies here too. When violence becomes an end in itself, anti-racist commitment degenerates into a mere form. It is then only the ideological form that Islam takes on among non-Muslims when it conquers bourgeois society. In abstract terms, it is a question of legitimizing or tolerating the rule of the rackets, whether it establishes itself in the banlieues or in the Middle East, whether it conquers its territory outside the state proper or in the form of theocracies. What presents itself as political correctness is for the most part already an exercise in such anti-racism. Nothing may be said or done against a repressive collective as soon as it is also opposed by avowed racists. But the rule of the rackets means complete subjugation of all individual claims to the immediate, personally exercised coercion of the gang collective, which offers protection when the rule of the general law is no longer guaranteed. However, it is about political collectives. Their identity is determined by religious or national origin. If the degree of repression within them is most clearly demonstrated by the situation of women and homosexuals, then the extent of the depravity of the global anti-racist commitment to ignoring this situation. And if the minimum of freedom that the individual is at best entitled to in the form of equality before the law under capitalist conditions is considered quantite negligible, then anti-racism becomes the public relations work of the very gangs that realize the maximum of unfreedom. Sympathy with Islam, which leaves only reactionary politics for anti-racist efforts, is all the more compassionate. Religion is fetishized as an immediate expression of economic misery, as a so-called social issue, and anyone who then begins to act politically in the spirit of this religion is inevitably a resistance fighter. But this is the secondary, derived racism of such anti-racists, in the identification with a collective that pretends to receive its right to exist through the primary, directly perceptible one, to extinguish the freedom of the individual. It acts as a mere agent of a religious or ethnic community. The fact that it could also decide differently, against them, is either denied or already condemned as a betrayal in the social question. As a collaborator, it is already lynched in effigy if the masses are regarded as a revolutionary subject from the outset, regardless of what unites them. In more concrete terms, however, it is about Israel. It is no coincidence that the party communists, who misuse Marx as an ideology of legitimization, and the anti-racists, who only use the fight against racism as a pretext, always meet at the same point, at the end of the anti-Zionist crossfront between mullahs and multitudes. Anti-racism becomes the best ambassador of a foreign religion when it itself becomes its surrogate. In Freudian terms, both faith substitutes and faith are based on unresolved feelings of guilt, but in this case their respective content is complementary. The leftist, who can live reasonably well in the West and enjoys his freedoms, has a very vague awareness that these conditions have something to do with society's past, with a primitive accumulation of capital and colonialism. However, since he almost convulsively avoids establishing clarity about the connection between the past and present of bourgeois rule, about the emancipative possibilities and the destructive potential in the capital relationship, dissolving everything instead in the fact that he hates the capitalists and imperialists, all that remains of this awareness is a comfortable feeling, very similar to that of the Catholic in the confessional, who self-tormentally savors his sins so as not to have to change anything about their preconditions. The Muslim, on the other hand, whether he lives under good or, as is usually the case, under bad conditions, to which the racist aggression of the ancestral population is added in the Western metropolises, does not feel guilty towards others, but only before Allah. Only the Prophet, who instructs him to wage holy war against the unbelievers, provides this believer with a way out of the guilt that threatens him in all earthly things in the repressive collective of the Ummah. For unlike Judaism, existence under laws other than those of the holy texts is outlawed for him, and no Redeemer figure has taken his sins upon himself, as is the case with Christians. In this way, the comforting, Christian-inspired self-hatred of the left can ally itself with autochthonous Muslim fanaticism to form a sinister front against bourgeois society, against all possibilities of creating enlightenment about the conditions that produce self-hatred and hatred. The lack of resistance from bourgeois society is astonishing, as if it should be deliberately left to those who do not sympathize with Islam simply because they are racists. It is, after all, a religion that is literally determined, i.e. It is, after all, a religion that is literally determined, i.e. different from others, by the fact that it is more than mere religion in each of its traits, provided that religion is understood in the sense of civil religious freedom, as a private matter, that, unlike Jews and Christians, whose beliefs and institutional structures have each been contained and reshaped in different ways by coexistence with the state, it systematically undermines the separation from the state like all separation of powers, and must therefore enforce the violent segregation and division of labor between the sexes all the more consequent. Islam, on pain of losing its power and influence, has always been the immediate unity of religion and state, which in turn could initially only be thought of as separate and mediated from a Western perspective. But no sooner than in the phase of the dissolution of the original Islamic order, ultimately the integration by the world market since the fall of the Ottoman Empire, did the old barbarism turn into the contemporary one. Fending off the pressure of modernity, the attraction of its promises of emancipation, first and foremost, the new, astonishingly sadistic energy in the ancestral oppression, and the modern, individual zeal in the eradication of individuation, spring from the unmediated unity. This is the only, albeit radical, modernization open to Islam. There would be absolutely nothing left of it, and to call this nothingness quietism would already be saying too much, if secularization, the separation of powers and equality, were to actually have an effect and drive out the barbaric ideal state that holds the Islamic principles of faith together at its core and asserts itself through every cruelty decreed in the name of Sharia. Muslims such as Bassam Tibi, who truly profess democracy in the sense of a completely secularized state, are not only completely isolated from their co-religionists, they are actually barely able to communicate what their faith still consists of. While Ayaan Hirsi Ali has also left behind this formalized affiliation in order to summarize her experiences as a Muslim woman in the political judgment that the Prophet is not only a perverse man, which in itself is not reprehensible, but also a tyrant. Trau, 25. 1.2003. As long as this judgment has not become established among Muslims, it remains to be seen whether the majority will silently show solidarity with the Islamist terrorist groups or condone their actions. Anti-racists who sympathize with Islam, however, engage in a critique of religion that equates all religions. He is as little interested in the relationship between them as he is in their relationship to capitalist modernity. The more fanatically the Muslims strike, the greater the sigh of the creature, the protest against real misery, appears to him. However, his theorists are not Marx and Feuerbach, but Edward Said or H.N. Balibar, whose theories amount to putting Orientals and Muslims in the place of the Jews. Sharia, jihad and the urge to missionize were above all projections of the Islamophobes, the truly new anti-Semites, who thus accused the Islamists of a world conspiracy. See, for example, Balibar's argument in the Frankfurter Rundschau, June 25, 2002. Marxists, who have never understood Marx's concept of money and the value form, are particularly well suited to turn the concept of anti-Semitism against the Jews. They cannot think of totality as a globally enforced capital relationship, but only as an economically and militarily driven world conquest by those very capitalists and imperialists who, for this purpose, imputed to the Islamists what they themselves were up to. The core of the Pathic projections aimed at the Jews must therefore be eschamatized, namely that every anti-Semite personifies the impersonal and sinister, abstract side of capital, which appears all the more disastrous in the crisis, in his image of the Jews, and the delusion of such personification of the abstract can only come to fruition if they are ultimately the only ones chosen for this. If this connection between anti-Semitism and totality is denied, then the anti-Semitic myths become interchangeable tokens, and there is actually nothing to stop us from seeing the so urgently needed denunciation of Islamic martyrs as a new form of infamous ritual murder legends, concocted by the West or the Jews. The reversal is complete when practicing anti-Semites are turned into victims of anti-Semitic insinuations. The anti-racist, however, cannot allow the simple experience that clearly shows him that it is not a ritual murder legend when Theo van Gogh is demonstratively slaughtered or the Al-Qaeda executioner cuts off the head of his still living victim live and in color, and that one does not accuse someone like bin Laden and his numerous followers and imitators of any desire for world conquest, when they themselves regard the global Ummah as their sacred task and constantly proclaim this. The origin of this delusion of equation, which disguises itself as political correctness, just as well as it can argue with Said and Balibar, is in fact a particularly perfidious form of Holocaust denial. Where representatives of Jewish communities end up when they unreservedly join the anti-racist front often only becomes clear to them as soon as this origin comes to light somewhere, for example at one of the conferences in the Third World. The extermination of the European Jews is supposed to be the same as the enslavement of the colonially subjugated population. National Socialism is regarded as a certain form of colonialism. The next step is then to accuse the Jews of a particularly pronounced commitment to enslavement, as the American black Muslim leader Louis Farrakhan was the first to do, and thus to project anti-Zionism into the past. So all the victims of world history are ultimately Palestinians, including the Jews who were murdered in the concentration camps, assuming they even existed, of course. Quote, "In law, the worldview of a people, its soul, should be expressed pure and unclouded. The Roman needs a different law than the Athenian, the German a different one than the Englishman. A generally correct law exists only in the minds of unrealistic scholars and enthusiasts." Oswald Spengler. The equation that denies the Holocaust is already inherent in the term genocide, as it was once coined in the UN Convention. As clearly as it manifests the endeavor to prevent a repetition of Auschwitz, the definition proves to be open to the fact that it may also be applied with some arbitrariness to political mass murder or colonial oppression of any kind. Such ambiguity is inherent in the legal forms of bourgeois society as a whole. They form, as it were, a space of political conflict in which it has not yet been decided who will prevail. There can be no doubt that the concept of religion as a private matter is part of its emancipative potential, but this civic freedom of religion does not, of course, free us from religion. And the question of what happens to this emancipative potential depends, on the one hand, entirely on the inner nature of the individual forms of faith and, on the other, on the formulation and practical implementation of the individual laws. Seen in this light, every Muslim in bourgeois society is a sleeper, so to speak. Even if the vast majority of fellow believers sleep deeper and longer and do not get up with an explosive belt, it is ultimately the duty of each individual, as long as he professes Islam, to establish Muslim rule, because only then is he in a position to fulfill the requirements of Sharia. From the perspective of Judaism, the view of religion as a private matter is contrary. Dina di Malkuta Dina, the law of the respective country is the law. Jews are legitimized by religious law to live under non-Jewish rule and to recognize their legal system, however much it may contradict their own laws. Christianity, on the other hand, cannot be judged in this generality at all, but only in the extent to which it takes account of the separation of powers in each case. After all, it already has certain prerequisites for this in its tradition, which, however, causally, and this still constitutes its own specific dangerousness today, confirm hatred of the Jews. After all, Jesus' dictum that his kingdom is not of this world is linked to his self-sacrifice, which is based on the desire to imagine the Jews as murderers of God. The universally popular concept of fundamentalism, which ignores such fundamental differences and must therefore also remain silent about anti-Semitism, is still part of the anti-racist jargon insofar as it serves well to equate George W. Bush and Bin Laden, neocons and Islamists, national religious Jewish settlers and Palestinian gangs of martyrs. Within the framework of bourgeois society, however, there is little choice but to insist resolutely on secularization and to regard religion strictly as a private matter. Only then is it guaranteed that the fight against racism will benefit the individual and not his religious community, which oppresses him and therefore actually affirms racism itself, as the form that is supposed to legitimize its rule. More than ever, we should insist on defining the private sphere itself in a different form, on sharpening it in a certain way. All the weight of legal means and procedures should be placed on the rights of the individual, in strict opposition to the religious community, which, in the form of the family bond, which is not called that by chance, takes possession of the private sphere. Karl Kraus' aphorism, "Family life is an intrusion into private life," should be seen as the guiding principle of such a concept of privacy, and the Islamic headscarf as a symbol of gender envy that seals the intrusion into private life in public. This cannot happen solely in reliance on a tendency that is inherent in bourgeois society itself, insofar as it emancipates the individual, as commodity guardian or owner of labor power, from its original place of reproduction, the family. However, the protection of his privacy is given priority over that of the family, insofar as the mediation of needs through the commodity form gains weight over the immediate forms of reproduction of the family. However, this tendency also encounters resistance, which can by no means be described as a pre-bourgeois residual, but is also inherent in bourgeois society, as an interest in reducing the state's costs for the reproduction of labor by consolidating the traditional division of labor within the family and sealing it off from legal equality. In Germany, for example, the Hartz IV corrections mean that the reproduction of labor that is not in demand under current market regulation, especially that of poorly educated young people, is once again being handed over to the community of need family, preferably the Islamic one. But even a decision of the German Federal Court of Justice at the time of the beginning of the economic miracle could read, as if it followed the year laws of Sharia. According to the order of creation, the family is a unit strictly following its own order. Man and woman are the one flesh. It is absurd to want to apply legal forms of a social nature to this primordial fact, outside the marital sphere. Within the strict unity of the family, the position and task of man and woman are quite different. The man begets children, the woman conceives, bears and nurtures them and raises the minors. The law cannot doctrinally ignore this fundamental difference when it asks about the equality of the sexes in the family order. End of quote. This German fatwa of 1953 was obviously directed against Kant, whose Metaphysics of Morals of 1797 had doctrinally bypassed this difference and had brought the legal forms unadornedly close to sex. As is well known, marriage is defined in it quite independently of procreation as the contractual union of two persons for the reciprocal possession of their sexual characteristics. In bourgeois society, there is still enough to do to exploit the emancipative power of such abstractions, which lie in the principle of contract, as a negation of immediate domination, especially where this is covered by contracts. For example, with the recent change in criminal law, according to which rape, the opposite of reciprocity, in marriage is to be punished in exactly the same way as rape outside of marriage. This can now be seen as a reform that also provides the right orientation in the legal treatment of Islamic family morals, and the new criminal offense of forced marriage, now being considered in Germany, finally takes this into account. The implementation of individual legal forms and a certain legal practice is by no means automatic progress. The emancipatory tendency is not self-evident, even if the condition of its possibility is the capitalization of society. As long as the state and capital exist, there is a constant conflict between the interest in forms of mediation that can protect the individual and the intention to abolish them in order to subject them to immediate rule by invoking the protection of the family or religion. A debate such as the one between Michael Jenner from the Austrian organization, Assel in Not and Carla Amina Bagajati from the Initiative Muslimischer Austerierkrinnen, is suitable for shedding light on these lines of conflict. Jenner, who can be seen as a notable exception within the spectrum of anti-racist movements, takes the issue of sexuality as his starting point with the right instinct. Here, where the connection between the individual and the collective is decided existentially, as it were, the intervention of human rights activists would indeed be most urgently required. Fathers of families who curtail the freedom of their daughters and sons must feel the harshness of our justice. Religious groups who want the subordination of the individual to the collective must feel the same. Free, upright young people who lead a self-determined life do not join Al-Qaeda. Quote, end. There is therefore a human right not to have a religion, to change religion, to fall away from faith. It is also a human right to leave the family, to found a new one, to live without a family, to seek another way of living together. There is a human right to love, to sex, and therefore also, clearly stated, a human right to adultery. And there is a human right to political, anti-religious, pro-sexual agitation. If these human rights are to be placed alongside and thus against the human right to religion, then a criterion must be sought in each individual case as to which should take precedence. This criterion can only consist in strengthening the individual in relation to the religious community. To weaken it is therefore the demand made by the representative of the Initiative of Muslim Austrians. Human rights are indivisible? An unconditional yes. But of course we must not apply double standards. And that is why we should also remember Johann Galtung, whose concept as a peace researcher advocates pluralism in approaches to the topic of human rights. Pluralism in the approach to the topic of human rights, in the sense of Islam, already means no longer starting from the individual and protecting them against the claims of the religious community, but only taking them into account to the extent that this community can ruthlessly represent them externally, in order to gradually give them more and more room internally to develop immediate rule over the individuals. According to Bagajati, the right to their internal autonomy applies to the regulation of the internal affairs of the recognized religious community of Muslims.
Otherwise, as is indirectly conveyed, tenor threatens, but at least the insight is slowly gaining ground as to how much damage the arrogance of the West towards other cultures has already caused. Anyone who continues to refuse to recognize pluralism in the approaches to human rights and pits the individual against the religious community is counted among the right-wing populists. Without further ado, riding the wave of fear of terror is a means that suddenly no longer differs from the populism of the right and its demands for a constitutionally highly questionable fight against terror. Revocation of citizenship on suspicion of terrorism, for example. The only thing missing is the accusation of racism. In any case, any criticism of Islam will have to reckon with such invectives in future, regardless of which position it comes from. Taking sides in this conflict, therefore, does not necessarily mean harboring illusions about the fact that bourgeois society constantly generates the need for religion and the direct oppression of individuals, and that the state, albeit to varying degrees, needs the religious community and family constraints in order to secure its power. If the paragraph against blasphemy in the German and Austrian penal codes, which strengthens the religious communities against all public criticism of religion and now restricts freedom of expression in one of the most essential issues to the advantage of jihad, has not long since been deleted without replacement, then this may not only be a rudiment of old church power, but also an expression of the ambiguity of the bourgeois constitution itself. Fighting it within this constitution is therefore by no means hopeless, as the legal situation in other countries shows. At the same time as its abolition, it should be demanded that the laws against both anti-Semitic and racist acts be specified, insofar as this is at all possible in the forms of legal abstraction, especially in view of the fact that anti-Semitism and racism do not coincide, but each require their own legal preconditions. Only then could it perhaps be possible to push back the jihadists within the framework of bourgeois society, at least temporarily, and at the same time punish racist attacks more specifically and more severely than before. There is no doubt that some effective and in many respects accurate polemics against Islam, such as Oriana fallacies, contain racist twists and turns, which neo-fascists and neo-Nazis can also pick up on, provided they do not themselves have sympathies for Islam. In fact, the far-right camp is now divided on this issue. Even Jean Amory, in his irreplaceable criticism of left-wing solidarity with national liberation movements, also calls the mass murderer Idi Amin a guerrilla, albeit in a private letter to Eric Fried. In this context, reference should also be made to some passages in Alain Finkielkraut's or Hannah Arendt's portrayal of colonialism, in which, viewed in isolation, racism is at least trivialized in certain respects, either because the internal contradictions of bourgeois society and the modern state are not addressed clearly enough or because the Shoah must necessarily push everything into the background. Finkielkraut said in the aforementioned interview, "I was born in Paris, but I'm the son of Polish immigrants. My father was deported from France. His parents were deported and murdered in Auschwitz. My father returned from Auschwitz to France. This country deserves our hatred. What it did to my parents was much more violent than what it did to Africans. What did it do to Africans? It did only good. It put my father in hell for 5 years. And I was never brought up to hate." Quote end. It is obvious why a complaint of racism was filed against Finkielkraut by the FFDA, Fils et Filles de Déportés Africains. The name of the anti-racist organization says it all, equating colonialism and National Socialism. And the complaint is really aimed at the fact that Finkielkraut has brought the role of religion into play in connection with the unrest in the banlieues. A judgment about what racism means and what it therefore means to trivialize it, however, presupposes the awareness that racist oppression, which can include torture and murder, and the destruction of Judaism, which has torture and murder as an end in itself, are in no way related to each other. In this awareness, however, it is possible to put anti-Semitism and racism in relation to each other, i.e., to determine precisely in what respects they are similar and in what respects they cannot be compared, what services they render each other and in which one object of hatred cancels out the other. Even if the anti-racist resentment will never understand this and goes to court with every remark with a racist undertone for the sole purpose of making it comparable with the Auschwitz lie, a racist turn does not necessarily change the inner consistency of the commitment against anti-Semitism in particular and political annihilationism in general, although it must involuntarily deny the universal significance of the commitment. It does not disavow this struggle as long as there is clarity about the dangerousness of the opponent, because his victory, i.e. the worst, always includes the total unleashing of racism at the same time. On the other hand, every anti-Semitic turn fundamentally reverses the anti-racist commitment, and therein lies the difference that goes beyond all proportionality. Anti-Semitism always aims at totality. As the delusion of world conspiracy, it is already inherent in the smallest aspiration, and it only comes to a goal when it eliminates the Jews from the world. Therein lies the logic of that personification of the abstract side of the capital relation that the anti-Semite, whether he comes from Germany or the Middle East, projects onto the Jews, in the face of his own fear and powerlessness before the intangible that has become total. Racism, on the other hand, remains particular. In its hatred of people of other descent, who were once enslaved and are now entering the labor market, it does not see the whole picture, does not see any globally active conspirators in those humiliated by itself. Just as it still knows purposes that do not merge into the racist projection, the content of which is essentially a splitting off of its own inner nature, with which the racist seeks to preserve its integrity as a subject of bourgeois society. Thus, however, anti-Semitism, which does not occur other than in personal union with racism, be it the primary one of racial doctrine or the secondary one of Islam and anti-racism, remains the eternal compass in the soul of all Volksgenossen and jihadists. It is always aimed at the Jews. His logic is the only one that can explain everything and can really be carried to its conclusion: extermination for the sake of extermination. No sooner had the gunshots of the night of the Paris murders on November 13 faded away, no sooner had the first condolences dripping with pathos been made, than Germany's top Antifa activists showed that they had clearly recognized the seriousness of the hour. Although almost all political leaders, almost all ticker operators, almost all political commentators had initially avoided even mentioning the word Islam in connection with the mass murder, sometimes with contortions, they soon warned of the real danger posed by the second major bloodbath caused by Islamic perpetrators in the French capital within a year, namely that Islam-critical, as the new German term for supposed right-wing extremism goes, forces could draw their nectar from the attacks, which, as Federal Justice Minister Heiko Maas had already made clear after the Charlie Hebdo massacre, were primarily directed against Islam. NRW Minister President Hannelore Kraft pulled the ripcord less than 16 hours after the executions at the Bataclan. "I will oppose terror and ensure that right-wing propaganda does not use the attack for its own purposes," she announced on WDR's Actuelle Stunde, November 14, 2015, 1:30 p.m. The right-wing propaganda that Kraft was ostensibly referring to was, of course, initially what Marcus Soter and his followers concluded from the Paris massacre, namely that the admission of refugees from Syria had to stop immediately. Which, of course, is really wrong, because the Islamic State does not need covert terrorists to enter Europe disguised as refugees, because, even if it could possibly use smuggling opportunities, the problem is a different one. Its hitmen have long been there, have French, Belgian or German passports and places of birth. A recent and thoroughly conservative study by the French Ministry of the Interior estimates the strength of this potential occupying army in France's major cities at around 11,000 violent Islamists. Le Figaro, November 15, 2015. Their members do not have to be smuggled in or even paid, they recruit themselves, they join the ganglands they control in Paris, but also in Brussels or London, without being asked, because the Islamic State, on a large scale and in the desert, is constitutionally similar to the micro-territories controlled by young Islamic men in the European suburbs. The same motivation, the same world of ideas, the same character. And this is precisely what the Krafts do not want to make an issue of, because political and economic investment in these suburbs and the service proletariat vegetating in them should not be up for debate. Furthermore, the idea prevails that the communities of those deported domestically, so to speak, should be left to their own devices, whereby Islam is seen both as an important internal cement and as a border guard to the outside, vis-a-vis the surrounding Belgian, French or German society.
What should not be talked about, and what the Soters consequently do not talk about either, is once again Islam, or more precisely, the obvious consequences that arise when the late industrial hearts for society and its political management leave the Islamic milieus to their own devices, even helping to restore them. And so, to pick just one of countless examples, the chairman of the SPD parliamentary group in the Bundestag, Hubertus Heil, followed up on November 15 and tweeted to the world, "Europe's right-wing extremists and the IS are working towards the same goal, clash of civilizations. We are defending freedom against both which logically means the freedom of cultures, not that of individuals." The Krafts and Heils thus set the line that all the hastily arranged talk shows from Maybrit Illner to Gunter Jauch then transported into living rooms. It was now necessary to keep calm, carry on as before, cuddle up to Islam and regard defiant champagne drinking as the only permissible measure against terror. It was precisely this kind of quietist chatter, which dominated the radio and feature pages for weeks, which hasty television reporters had equally hasty good citizens say into the microphones at Christmas markets, that Charlie Hebdo had already dismantled on the cover of the November 17 issue. There, a grinning bon vivant empties his glass with the words, "They have the guns, we have the champagne," while this very champagne is already pouring out of his body through several bullet holes, and thus hit on exactly what can no longer be denied despite all propagandistic efforts, and what distinguishes the butcheries of November 13 from their predecessors in the Western metropolises. They were all anti-Semitic, from the attack on the financial metropolis of New York to the slaughter in the kosher supermarket in January and the mass execution in the Bataclan, the Paris club that has always been a thorn in the side of anti-Zionists. Killing as many unsuspecting people as possible was also the aim of the train bomb in Madrid and the rampage in the London subway. Punishing particularly conspicuous non-believers was already the motive behind the murder of Theo van Gogh and the terrorist actions in Denmark. What was new in Paris was that the terrorists acted as public Sharia police, claiming to enforce the Islamic way of life on the streets against everyone and to execute the punishments for unbelieving misconduct, such as drinking alcohol, soccer and rock music, on the spot. What happened in Paris was the self-confident appearance of a counter-sovereign whose aim was to demonstrate that its territorial sphere of power can no longer be limited to Syria and the Parisian suburbs, that its unrestricted claim to regulation is in direct competition with that of the existing state monopoly on violence, that its unmediated, Physical right of the fist replaces all legal and social mediations that still regulate everyday life in post-civil society by monopolizing and limiting physical violence. It is precisely in this appearance that contemporary Islam becomes recognizable. The massacres of Paris are its authentic expression as a religion that knows no saturation, that must export its inner constitutive contradiction, namely not to sublimate instincts, but always only to repress them, until there is no other kind of outside. The vague talk of an attack on our way of life, which journalists and politicians have been unable to avoid since Paris, registers this forcefully and reluctantly. Reluctantly, because this could already be the realization that the brutality of the means alone distinguishes the Parisian night of murder from the terror of virtue in the classroom or the Islamic border regime at the subway entrances to the banlieues, but the motivation and purpose are identical. So the question that must not be asked, let alone answered, is, why are there hundreds of Muhammad Attas and Abdulhamid Abouds for every Breivik? If being pushed down into the service proletariat and even lower, the experience of the complete social superfluousness of one's own existence, is the fate of millions and millions not only in the Western world, only a small proportion of whom come from Islamic families? Why is not every Muslim almost automatically a suicide bomber, but why is every suicide bomber almost automatically a Muslim? In other words, what distinguishes the Islamic racket from all others, what makes it so boundlessly aggressive and so insatiably expansive? Why does it celebrate self-destruction and, paradoxically, want nothing less than global domination? Under the fresh impression of the recent massacres, the Berlin Congress of the German Society for Psychiatry and Psychotherapy, November 25 to 28, 2015, ventured at least one step into forbidden territory. But only one step. Psychiatrist Mazda Adli, an expert in affective disorders, quite rightly identified fundamental experiences of exclusion and disintegration processes of social authorities as conditions, but not causes, for the radicalization processes in question. But what transforms these experiences into terror are certain social climatic conditions such as an encounter with a hate preacher. Adli on Deutschlandfunk, January 12, 2015. Of course, it remains unclear who and why listens to a preacher of hate, who and why is willing to eagerly subscribe to his message with skin and hair, and yet the nebulous talk of the triggering climate already contains a hint of the specifically Islamic character genesis or its necessary failure, a hint of how postmodern living conditions revitalize pre-modern death regulations and thus bring them to full recognition. For that which has always characterized Islam and at the same time distinguishes it from the other great monotheistic religions, despite all the similarities in mythology, is an archaic relic whose literal explosive power is only now becoming apparent: the conflict of the individual with his body and his drives, which remains unresolved in a godly life and therefore drives towards an end that is as murderous as it is suicidal. Even in its oldest traditions, Islam has a very clear relationship to these, that of war. They are not civilized with the utmost consistency, not transformed into the commandment of love, but humiliated and fought to the proverbial knife. Jihad-an-nafs, the holy war against physical desire, the lower self, is at the heart of a religion whose name does not mean subjugation in translation for nothing, and which thus also prevents psychological differentiation, in which it is not an ego that wrestles with its individual conflicts, but a fixed collective that fights and subjugates the individual bodies. This war is a total one, for it excludes all instances of sublimation. It outlaws play, it forbids the limited disinhibition of intoxication, it knows no humble internalization and spiritualization, it abhors music, aesthetics in the broadest sense, all those realms in which desire can find fulfillment, and yet at the same time renounces its uninhibited acting out, which would consequently make human coexistence impossible. Of course, despite this total self-abnegation, desire also lives on in the Islamic clan, but split off, projected and in a particularly crude sexualized form, which must meticulously register and combat every form of physical attraction or unrestrained sexual behavior. The idea returns in the terror of virtue, in the prohibition of sensual experience. Through this primitive repression, however, the repressive collective offers the individual an equally primitive compensation that cannot be described as anything other than narcissism on the part of the subjugated. Renunciation brings them closer to an avenging and punishing God, elevating them to executors of his will. In the name of purity, the subjugated are allowed to approach the filth in order to remove it in blood. This is one of the reasons why Islam can neither find peace nor give peace, because no prohibition can ever be strict enough as long as the dynamic of militant repression constantly demands new sinners and victims. Redemption, indeed, Mere relief can only be found in annihilation, in the transformation of the individual into a living corpse and the outside world into a large cemetery. Such is the momentum inherent in Islamic socialization, its clumsy immediacy, its brutal positivity, which Horkheimer disgustedly attested to Islam, corresponds to social ensembles that do not deserve the name society in the empathic sense. Every everyday emotion is prescribed, there is no outside that cannot be reached by war, familial power relations are not up for discussion. But again, it was the unchallenged position of the family tyrant, whose merely enlarged image the clan leaders, including the Prophet, were, whom the sons emulated while wives and daughters submitted to, that kept the place running at all. This position ensured time and again that the social ensemble, which was so full of unresolved conflicts and unsublimated aggression and remained in the pre-Oedipal, i.e. pre-individual state, did not fly apart, and that a necessary minimum of social and cooperative ability was maintained. However, this minimum, which patriarchal Islamic society has historically made possible, from the supposedly medically induced drinking of wine to concessions to the Western style of dress and the toleration of popular music, is always tainted with the stigma of deviation, and can therefore potentially be confiscated and branded at any time. And this is precisely what has been happening with increasing radicalism in recent decades. The collision with modernity marked the beginning of the fall of these patriarchs, which also marked the birth of Islamism everywhere in the Islamic world, first on the outskirts of colonial metropolises such as Cairo, then at the kitchen tables of major Western cities, and more recently in the post-colonial palaces of the Middle East. Islamism and its appeal to young, mostly, but not only male Muslims is fed precisely by this decline in authority, both traditional family and spiritual authority. This is revealed by the seemingly identical biographies of Islamist terrorists, which are no different from those of their predecessors in the case of the current Paris killers. Recently, for example, the Taz meticulously traced them, November 30, 2015 always, the Western life that lured them and that they tried to lead during the time of their physical puberty was at the same time a narcissistic insult. In other words, held quite not unusual frustrations and irritations in store, against which that narcissism of the subjugated then served as an antidote. The resulting extreme radicalization, often initiated via word of mouth and the internet and beyond the family, is then always so conspicuously rapid because this narcissism satisfies the psychological and mental preconceptions already present in nous and the unsettling experience of individual failure, be it due to circumstances or one's own desires, is once again incorporated into the grand plan of God and His Ummah. What previously plagued one is exterritorialized in the traditional manner of Jihadin Naf. What one did not get was bad and corrupt anyway, kufr, i.e. unbelieving and impure. Devaluing the outside world valorizes the offended self. The weakness of the fathers, whose nimbus was and is severely tarnished because they had hired themselves out to the unbelievers and were ruled by them instead of ruling over them themselves, as the believer believes he should, generally accelerated this development, albeit often unintentionally. They want to overcome their weakness, to take back their supposed apostasy, i.e. the at least external adaptation to the living conditions of Western societies, to their colleagues, to their neighbors and to the more secularized than Christian environment in general. Thus, everywhere in this milieu, special kinds of brother hordes are formed that are neither endangered by the individualizing forces of sexuality and love, the feminine is likewise exterritorialized or hidden and silenced, nor can they inherit the patriarch, who in this sense is powerless and without means. What remains for the brothers is to phantasmagorically take the place that the patriarch should have taken, but never did, and to rise up to become tyrants of their external world, whose almost unbreakable superiority must ultimately be defeated by the ultimate sacrifice, the suicide bombing, in which Narcissus' personal apocalypse becomes the apocalypse of the abhorred world. It is anything but a coincidence that Islam has come into its own in recent decades in such a way that its brutal core has been able to emerge so uninhibitedly, in pure culture so to speak, that Islam has become the everyday religion of suicide bombing, skite. For in times of precarization, it is alone with itself, regardless of the necessities of selling labor or social intercourse, which for 2, perhaps even 3 decades now has been limited for many after school to contact with the employment agency, petty crime and sporadic jobs in sweat lodges. The mechanism, already murderous in its original construction, spins freely. The connection between terror and precarity exists solely in this free spinning. That is why the terrorist always has the same creed, Allahu Akbar. No special theology or the emergence of the figure of the preacher of hate therefore leads to radicalization, because Islam has always provided its ingredients. The way in which the moderate Father Syed Farouk, who has lived in the USA since 1973, wanted to influence his son, the San Bernardino attacker, is revealing. I told him that he had to be calm and patient, because in 2 years' time Israel would no longer exist anyway. Russia, China and America don't want any more Jews there either. They will bring them back to Ukraine.
La Stampa, 6 dicembre 2015.
What has changed over the past decades is its social and generational composition. It is only through them that the jihadists' propaganda has an immediate effect, and it is only through them that a knowing brother, as the Wolfsburg jihadist and Syria Returnia UB characteristically describes his terror-mentor, can gather a young congregation around him in the local Daitib mosque, but bypassing the old top dogs. Wolfsburger Allgemeine, April 8, 2015. And these knowing brothers are legion. Of course, the uprising of the brotherly horde is by no means limited to the Islamic diaspora. It has long since spread to the heart of the Ummah. Since the 1970s, jihadist organizations from Mali to Malaysia have been multiplying like cancer cells, receiving a decisive boost from the victorious war in Afghanistan and, as is becoming increasingly clear, forming the only effective counterpart to the old hierarchies and despotisms in the Islamic world to date. The process of trumping the fathers, uncles and dictators in the true faith is thus similar on a large scale to the process that has transformed living conditions in the banlieues on a small scale over the same period of time. It is the true engine of the Arab Spring and the contemporary form of Islamic socialization, which has thrown off its traditional barriers without opening up and changing one iota as a result. Quite the opposite, the reform idea that is currently most popular is once again the one from the 18th century, that of Muhammad. On the contrary, the reform idea that is currently most popular is once again the one from the 18th century, that of Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab, the progenitor of Wahhabism, who at the time attributed every impending cultural and social upheaval to apostasy from true Islam and in turn preached this as a universal remedy against the modern age. The fact that Islam only knows one direction, namely back to itself, is the terrible experience that the urban elites of Algeria, Egypt and Syria in particular and first and foremost made, when these at least tentatively westernized social strata had to learn in a bloody and cruel way what they were really dealing with, what they had previously spoken about so carelessly as their people. This inner Islamic revolt, which feeds on the trumping of the fathers by the sons in the true faith, is now also affecting jihadism itself, in the form of IS, which within a few years has made Al-Qaeda look old in the truest sense of the word. Although Al-Qaeda was certainly the most powerful harbinger of the internal Islamic patriarchal overthrow, the organization still remained a matter for the Saudi or Arab upper class, embodied in the wealthy entrepreneur's son bin Laden. Its connection to traditional Islam was strong, and its images of the enemy and self-portrayal were still comparatively traditional. The fixation of the early Al-Qaeda in particular on overthrowing the supposedly apostate Saudi royal family and capturing the traditionally holy cities of Mecca and Medina remained just as alien to the growing diaspora Islamists as the organization's cooperation with the particularly ancient-looking tribal Islam in remote regions of Afghanistan and Pakistan. And Al-Qaeda had not completely cut its theological ties with the old establishment either. Ayman Az Zawahiri, for example, the current emir of Al-Qaeda and, like bin Laden, a veteran of the Afghan jihad, comes from a respected clan of high-ranking imams and Cairo University professors. As a young man he witnessed the execution of Sayyid Qutb and has remained attached to the Muslim Brotherhood milieu ever since. So although the beacon of Al-Qaeda terror was certainly effective, despite the unconvincingly produced shaky videos of elderly-looking terror princes, it was only a beacon. Al-Qaeda was fighting a battle that only scattered, isolated groups in the West could ever join purely symbolically. The cultural barrier between the lives of young Islamists in western suburbs and those in the caves and huts of Afghanistan and Pakistan remained almost insurmountable. In comparison, IS seems like flesh from the flesh of the brother hordes in the banlieues. It resembles their practice in the way it voluntaristically and ruthlessly seizes land and also in the way of its, in Islamic eyes half-educated, theological presumption, which breaks with the traditional principle of seniority, of subordination to the guardians of tradition, in order to surpass it in unrestrained second-hand archaism. IS thus follows the pattern of the uprising of the brotherly horde and borrows its self-presentation from the preferences of young Muslims from the First and Second Worlds. As soon as the Islamic State was established, terror tourism from Europe and the former Soviet Union began to flourish, especially as these diaspora Muslims, such as the Frenchman Salim Benhalim, can not only reach the organization's leadership level, but also deliberately shape IS propaganda, as demonstrated by the former Berlin rapper Dennis Kuspert, alias Dog, who was killed in Syria in 2015. A UN study from November 2014, unsurprisingly, estimated the number of foreign fighters in the IS forces at 15,000 from over 80 countries. In February 2015, U.S. intelligence services even estimated 20,000.
The Islamic State offers them all a unique playground for murder, a place to live out all their jihadist fantasies unrestricted by external resistance, the fulfillment of all the destructive desires of the offended narcissist without measure or consequence, a unique gangland as a real-life adventure park, a banlieue in the desert where, unlike in Paris, it is not only possible to torture people to death in secret and in basements, as was the case with the young Juihan Alami in spring 2010, but to do so brazenly, openly and with a selfie. The, by Islamic standards, almost breathtaking presumption of the proclamation of the Caliphate, June 29, 2014, fits in with this, when an upstart like the son of a farmer and theology student Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi was made the direct successor to Muhammad and called Amir al-Mu'minin, leader of the believers. The chief ideologue of IS, Turki al-Ben Ali, is also using this claim against the old grandees of jihad. In the summer of 2014, he took aim at the al-Qaeda leaders Ayman Aziz al-Wahiri, Abu Qatada al-Filistini and Abu Muhammad al-Makdisi, his former teacher, and rejected the Islamic concept of seniority, asbaqiyya, which is actually also unheard of. The sixth issue of the English-language IS magazine Dabak described Makdisi and Qatada as spreaders of false doctrines who were more dangerous than the devil himself, and the two were also insulted on IS social media accounts as puppets of the West who had conspired against the Caliphate. Guardian, October 6, 2015. It is in this light that the surprisingly determined distancing of old jihadist groups from the Paris terror attacks must be seen. It is unusual, for example, that someone like the high-ranking Hamas leader Bassem Naim spoke publicly of barbaric attacks, reported by Sat1 on November 15, 2015. However, the proclamation of the Caliphate is not only in line with the Horde's self-empowerment strategy because of this megalomania, but also because it lays down an equally excessive claim to conquest. The Caliphate is by definition already the core of world domination. It describes a territory from which permanent war must emanate until it is achieved. Accordingly, it has no borders, only fronts, as IS itself never tires of emphasizing, and fronts everywhere in the world where there are Muslims, including of course in the middle of Paris, Malmö, Brussels or London. And so the Syrian-Iraqi IS cannot be separated from the IS of the suburbs. Attacking and destroying its Arab center militarily is absolutely necessary, but it is by no means enough. The seizure of the land by the usurped caliphate must also be fought back in the banlieues, public transportation, schools and kindergartens. This is because the informal state of emergency of the Islamic counter-sovereign prevailed there long before President Hollande imposed the official state of emergency on the whole of France. Only if the Republican state's monopoly on the use of force were to be reimposed across the board in the suburbs could there be a safe prospect of dropping out for those who have grown up in Islam, if this were desired from a socio-political perspective. Unfortunately, even after the recent massacres in Paris, this is doubtful. There are no signs that the dominant political classes in old Europe will stop relying at least on a pseudo-institutionalized Islam, which, however, fails to achieve precisely what is expected of it, every so-called moderate, and that really doesn't mean much now. Preacher in no way prevents the Islamist revolt against him and his ilk. But he helps to consolidate and pass on this ideology of denial of life and the senses, and thus to raise the next generation of Islamists, which is already making itself felt in the mixed kindergartens of Kreuzberg, where little children tell girls who have painted their fingernails with felt-tip pens that Allah will burn their hands, a threat that cannot be taken seriously and literally enough, as the IS torture videos have shown. So if we really wanted to learn anything from the Paris massacres, it would be this: Islam as a religion of conquest should only be permitted as a private confession. Any public recognition, any participation in public education, especially in religious education, should therefore be strictly denied, because this does not appease Islamism, it fires it up. It would therefore finally have to be recognized that Islam is fundamentally different from the major Christian denominations, for example, because unlike them it is not compatible with formal law, self-restraint, and the minimum requirements of enlightenment. Islam should not be granted any kind of social vacuum. There should be an end to cherishing and demanding any kind of cultural indulgence for Islamic-motivated non-adaptation. These would be the minimum conditions for the possibility that the suburbs could be recaptured from the hands of IS in the long term, not least because people who grow up in Islamic social associations could finally free themselves from them. In France, Islamic practitioners have attacked a pillar of the Republican self-image and an institution that is expressly non-state within a few days. The teacher Samuel Paty was beheaded on October 16, 2020 near Paris as a civil servant professionally entrusted with spreading Laicism, and on October 29, the sexton Vincent Laux and the churchgoers Nadine de Villers and Simone Barreto Silva were murdered in Nice, in the case of Nadine de Villers also by beheading, because they wanted to celebrate a Catholic service. The teacher Paty was tasked with working for the strict separation of religion and society and familiarizing his pupils with the tolerance beliefs of the 18th century Enlightenment philosophers in particular, which he demonstrated in class using the Muhammad cartoons from Charlie Hebdo as concrete material. The public dismay at the gruesome end of Samuel Paty not only led to a large demonstration in Paris despite coronavirus restrictions, but also to empathetic portrayals of him in the media. In the case of Nice, it was public outrage at renewed terror, the victims of which were commemorated at a public rally attended by Prime Minister Jean Castex, who at least pledged his support to the French Catholic Church and all Catholic Christians in his speech. However, his decisive message was one of support for Islam: we know the enemy. Not just because it is identified, but because it has a name, and that name is radical Islamism. This is a political ideology that distorts the Muslim religion by distorting its texts, dogmas and commandments in order to assert its claim to leadership based on hatred and obscurantism. In doing so, he echoed President Macron, who had announced a week earlier, "We have been attacked because of our values, our enthusiasm for freedom," before adding, "In France, there is only one community, and that is the community of the nation. I would like to tell all our fellow citizens, regardless of their religious affiliation, those who believe and those who disbelieve, at this moment that we must unite and under no circumstances give in to the spirit of division." The objective division of society into followers and supporters of Islam in all its forms and the majority of the population who are harassed, frightened and terrorized by them is being cashed in on in favor of an authoritarian appeal to national unity, which is based in a qualitatively completely undefined way on the belief in a freedom that, in this conception, only begins beyond religious belief. Of course, everyone understood that Macron wanted to brand Islam as the real separatist. However, the fact that he only dared to announce his measures against Islamic activities at the cost of discrediting both Christianity and Judaism points to a tradition of exclusion that is inherent to the concept of nationhood and, in its aggressiveness, reveals the fear of the emptiness of national confession. On October 30, 2020, one day after the murder of the churchgoers in Nice and 13 days after that of Samuel Paty, the president discredited the followers of two religions from which no calls for murder emanate, let alone acts, people who are not first and foremost citizens in their place of worship, but members of their community and, moreover, of the worldwide Christian or Jewish faith community. He has lined up French people who loyally and without resentment come to terms with the laws of the Republic and do not claim any special rights with those who, in France alone, express their openly admitted disloyalty to the Republic by the millions with open approval of Paty's murder. It was right for him, and more secretly, but he really offended the feelings of the faithful. And Macron has not said a word about why it is not only in France that the enforcers of Islam are targeting churches and churchgoers. The recently increasingly used phrase of France as the oldest daughter of the Church cannot bring about a change of principle in the home country of the Enlightenment, as it has committed itself to an exclusive laicism in relation to Christianity and is at best able to recognize a cultural heritage in Catholicism in the form of monuments. In reality, the Church is wasting away in self-referentiality and the celebration of Marian experiences or neo-mystical meditation exercises, while the state establishment, together with all the supporting political groups and the public, trumpets its Republican claim to sole representation all the louder, even against Christians, the more indefinite its own identity-forming offer proves to be in crisis. Since the laws on the separation of church and state were passed in 1905, Catholics have only had the right to practice their religion freely. Their religion is considered a cult like any other, but since at that time it was only about Catholics and not about the much smaller groups of Protestants and Jews, who were not or hardly privileged anyway, professing Catholics, who were already dismissed by the Enlightenment philosophers of the 18th century as seducers of the papacy who were not amenable to reason, saw themselves as losers whose initially still considerable influence gradually dwindled after 1945. For years, official France had overlooked the constantly increasing attacks on Christians and, above all, their churches, not only as an expression of submission to the Islamic aggressor, but also due to a lack of empathy with those attacked, who were not accepted as real, ergo enlightened, Frenchmen. The fact that there could nevertheless be a bond between the two was demonstrated for a few turbulent days in 2019 by the burning of Notre Dame in Paris, the model for the smaller neo-Gothic copy in Nice, probably not least because the ultimately unfounded suspicion that Islamic supporters might have set fire to the church arose. But even the shock at the near loss of the country's most famous building has led to nothing more than the public rejection of typical Republican secularist appropriations through hideous modernist defacements of the cathedral in favor of the faithful reconstruction. The teacher and the churchgoers have each emphasized in a limited way that the first organized teachings in the monasteries must necessarily be followed by an educational system emancipated from the direct grip of Christianity, while on the other hand the increasingly less attended church services, through their mere ritualized form, are still able to express an objection to the confessions of a collective reason that has lost all promise of reconciliation since the expulsion of metaphysics. Thus, especially in times of Islamic separatism, as it is officially called by the state, the nation and Catholicism remain separated not only institutionally, to their mutual detriment. There are numerous attacks on churches, not only in France, without the perpetrators being identified in most cases. Even if it is likely that Muslims make up the majority of the perpetrators, which is often indicated by the location of the attacked churches in or around problem districts, there are also vandals from a seemingly completely different milieu in the Republic, some of whom adhere to satanic cults, profess left-wing radicalism or otherwise want to have fun. According to the Saarbrücker Zeitung newspaper from February 17, 2019, "Fuck tourism" was sprayed on the Sacré-Cœur Church in Paris in 2014 and "Long live the Commune" was added, referring to a practice of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic regime, when churches and monasteries were used as stables with the express intention of desecrating them. Many supporters of the Spanish Republic since its foundation in 1931 have also taken vile offense at Catholicism. The pent-up anger at the Church's close ties to the repressive state cannot be used to justify the numerous murders of monks, rapes of nuns and the pillaging of churches and monasteries, and obscures the view of the liberation that has taken place. In both cases, the fury of the oppressed who had been let go and the administrators of liberation, who were once again acting in a state-like manner, was directed against an only indirectly ruling representative of the old order, whose authority, even in a state of defeat, triggered both aggression and feelings of guilt. In this tradition, Islam and the children of the Republic march separately today, but strike together at an institution that, by its very existence, stands in the way of a social nihilism that articulates itself in one case in tags or pissed-up holy water pools and in the other as intimidation, threats and murderous terror against believers. The enforcers of Islam not only see their opportunity to spread terror without great risk in the poor state of construction and the almost non-existent protection of churches, visible signs of the public insignificance of Christianity in France. They know from their own countries of origin, be it the Maghreb or, more recently, Mali and the Ivory Coast, that systematic terror against small Christian minorities, Mali, and formerly even majorities, Ivory Coast, is in two respects the decisive preparatory act for the establishment of the respective caliphate. Murders and mass expulsions not only change the population proportions in favor of the Ummah, they also extinguish the hopes for a friendlier society, which manifest themselves above all in the Christian communities and institutions left defenseless. After all, the French Republic has also honored the Christians who have been killed, and it has also taken measures against the Islamic evil. The resentment against Christianity is most unconcerned where the victims of Islam are not allowed to have a name, the traces of the perpetrators are carefully covered up and Islam is supposed to be the religion of peace as a matter of course. In Germany, the homeland of counter-enlightenment, the country where Thomas Lips, who was stabbed to death by an Islamic perpetrator in Dresden on October 4, 2020, is still called Thomas L., where the public was kept in the dark about the background to the crime for almost 3 weeks, people regularly get very excited when criticism of Islam is called for. This is when the high hour of general criticism of religion strikes, whose representatives place the members of the world's most oppressed religion on the same level as its oppressors, as if the completely unreflective generic term religion could be used to identify murderers and the murdered as confessors of the same fundamental evil. Even before the 3 worshippers from Nice lost their lives, a renowned author and assembly speaker, who is the scientific director of an Austrian organization that nobody knows, gave information in the TAS on October 20, 2020 about the prerequisite behind which any rejection of Islamic-inspired murders must never fall. It is the denigration of the followers of Christianity, but also of Judaism as backwoodsmen ultimately capable of fundamentalist mass murders. Fueling this resentment, which he cheekily and incorrectly calls criticism of religion, was Stefan Grigit's most important concern as a critic in times of Islamic terror. Talking about criticism of religion in 2020 is difficult, says Grigit, who is in fact not plagued by any doubts, because it's hard to revive the battles of the Middle Ages. The question arises as to how to criticize people who in the 21st century claim in all seriousness that there are higher beings, and thus voluntarily and without coercion descend to the intellectual level of a few hundred years ago. We would only be too happy to confine ourselves to exchanging the best prophet, Jesus and Messiah jokes. How terrible this statement reads in light of the murders in Notre Dame de Nice 9 days later should be obvious. Less attention is paid to statements such as the following: if since the beginning of the millennium a few harmless cartoons can trigger a medium-sized uprising halfway around the world when groups such as Hamas win elections, then Islam as a whole, which is responsible for this, must be the focus of harsh, not relativizing criticism. That would have been the way to continue, but Grigit's sentence ends like this: when an esoteric obscurantist with a penchant for feudalistic power structures like the Dalai Lama acts as a role model for entire generations across all political boundaries, when Catholic homophobia in Poland and Russian orthodoxy in Moscow reappear as militant mobs, when what has been declared dead 1,000 times over proves to be very much alive today, in the case of jihadist Islam, so alive that it poses a deadly threat to non-believers, then we need to go back to the beginning and consider the basics of religious criticism. The Dalai Lama's admirers in the West do not murder, his followers in Tibet are also involved in sometimes murderous rebellion against the master race of the Han Chinese, whose atheistically motivated wholesale cleansing of feudalistic power structures should somehow be accepted in the spirit of the great critic Jutta Dittfurth. The often very ugly and militant followers of an evil state cult, Russian Orthodoxy, do not murder either, and the denigration of Catholicism by means of the mockery of Poland, which is still available in Germany and has been popular for over 150 years, should be out of the question for a German critic. So what is religious criticism about in the eyes of the Grigats of this world? The obvious question of the differences between Christianity and Islam is introduced by Manfred Dieks, who must have been the victim of terrible religiously motivated violence. The question of why the latter two, Ayaan Hirsi Ali and Kurt Westergaard, have to live with criticism, outrage and, at worst, ludicrous criminal consequences in a similar way to Manfred Dieks for a long time. While Ayaan Hirsi Ali was confronted with death threats and Kurt Westergaard with attempted murder, can only be explained if attempts are made in future to address the crucial differences between religions and their respective functions in today's societies. Quote end. Even the instrumentalization of Manfred Dieks is inadmissible, as he had desperately stated in his last interview in 2016, "I now only draw with the burqa. You obviously can't joke with these people with the long beards. We are experiencing a new totalitarian threat here. If I joked about Muhammad, my life would be in danger. My voice almost fails me. I'm suffering like a dog. It's a catastrophe." Quote end. Significantly, Grigit's text completely omits the qualitative distinction that would have been important. He was not allowed to say more than the concession that a radical Islamism is more brutal than Christianity if he did not want to disgrace his concept of religious criticism. Instead, he postulates, today it is a matter of defending the civil liberties of people like Ayaan Hirsi Ali, who called the Prophet a perverted tyrant. This poor, but at least acceptable statement is not followed by a period, but by a comma, after which it continues, by hip-hoppers who call Jesus a bastard and by Israeli pop leftists who proclaim that the Messiah will not come. Grigit, who could of course also be called Sasha Lobo or Kevin Kunert, who made similar observations in Der Spiegel at the same time, ends like them, of course, with the inevitable warning against right-wing populism, to which anyone who does not cite Manfred Dieks as a victim of Christian fundamentalism before even approaching the motives of Samuel Paty's murderer is slammed. If the left and liberals, even in the face of such brutality, are not comfortable with a consequent criticism of both radical Islamism and those elements of orthodox conservative majority Islam that threaten the emancipatory achievements of Western societies, anti-cosmopolitan political formations will continue to succeed with their criticism of Islam, which in terms of anti-Semitism, misogyny and homophobia are not nearly as far removed from the object of their criticism as they like to suggest. Anyone who only expresses Islamism in the popular, but not only linguistically incorrect, exaggerated form of a radical Islamism will also only mention criticism of Islam once in an entire article and then in quotation marks, namely as a kind of Islamism in disguise. Anyone who is serious about criticism of religion would have to acknowledge that Kant, Feuerbach, Marx or Freud were not talking about Islam, but about Christianity and, to a very limited extent, Judaism. Criticism of religion is, by its very nature, a post-theological discipline of thinkers who, long before Kant, were still examining Christian convictions as avowed theologians, questioning them in part and finally rejecting them altogether and conceding to philosophy, as the little sister of theology, the sole right to represent the question of what truth is. In Hegel, the defining characteristic of Islam, in contrast to Christianity, is its concept of God, without limits and without purpose, which can only require the individual subject to live, as the realization of this generality and purity, and which includes, dismissing the bodily feeling of particularity, and, as the highest merit, dying for the faith. Abstraction dominated the Mohammedans, their goal was to assert abstract service, and they strove for this with the greatest enthusiasm. This enthusiasm was fanaticism, i.e., an enthusiasm for something abstract, for an abstract thought that negates the existing. Fanaticism is essential only in that it behaves in a devastating, destructive way towards the concrete. And Hegel draws a parallel with the Enlightenment and the French Revolution, which in its anti-metaphysical, anti-Catholic, atheistic furor and idolization of the abstract nation turned into a new civic religiosity and practice on a par with Islam. La religion et la terror was the principle here, as with Robespierre la liberté et la terror. Hegel, Lectures on the Philosophy of History. Islam only appears in the marginal glosses of Schopenhauer, Marx and Jacob Burckhardt, for example, who all agree that this system of faith and rule can only be the object of contempt and not of criticism. It would therefore be important to emphasize that when speaking of religion with critical intent, only Christianity and, to a limited extent, Judaism can be discussed. This applies to any reflection on theology that is not guided by resentment, which does not exist in other faith alliances apostrophized as a religion, whereas in Judaism and Christianity it is already laid out in the holy books. Not every organized belief in higher beings and life after death is open to criticism, but only theology, which presupposes a distance from the revealed Word of God and makes the daring attempt to justify faith with the means of reason in order to ultimately reconcile both aspects in vain. But the criticism of Christianity, which has long since been concluded, continues to be cultivated as a seemingly enlightened defense against its long-abandoned objection to enlightenment at a pathetic level. For the bad battles of the Middle Ages were the beginning of enlightened thinking as much as a criticism of it. Horkheimer noted about the Christian religion, and not about other religions, that what was once different about it, the longing for the bad, has been lost. The fact that the other can only be present in two religions at all is ignored, as is the fact that Christianity in particular and, theologically, Judaism too, are at a pitiful stage of decline, which is actually a welcome departure from the Dark Ages in the sense of German critics of religion, because only pragmatic soul work is still being done, which is aimed at hardening the damaged life for the adjustments that are made to it. What once constituted religion has long since ceased to interest a critique of religion, which instead puffs up its chest when the official credo of both Christian denominations and Judaism consists in the sometimes explicit denial of wanting to stand up for the completely different, beyond the exact sciences and their reason, and thus de facto abdicates. In order to give criticism of Islam its due, the non-Islamic trivializers and whitewashers would have to be constantly pilloried in public, but this cannot be the end of the story. Rather, it should be investigated why a German feature writer and a French professor of philosophy refer approvingly to the anti-colonial fantasies of violence of Franz Fanon and are still honored for it. Or why people whose bookshelves contain all of Horkheimer and all of Adorno are not even capable of recognizing the great threat of this century in Islam, why they have no sympathy for the Armenians who fled from Nagorno-Karabakh or the persecuted African Christians. They shy away from this because they suspect that they would then have to name who is closer to them, the Christians or their murderers. On the basis of this closeness, they should be able to explain why some kill and others do not call for revenge, why some cultivate their fields and others drive their cattle in as nomads and organize a massacre in the event of resistance. Emphasizing the latest set phrases such as the emancipatory achievements of Western societies should be defended and misogynist, homophobic and anti-Semitic anti-cosmopolitan elements should be warned against does not even give us an idea of what has hardened the brains of so many inhabitants of the geographical West to such an extent that they are incapable of solidarity with the persecuted and therefore also incapable of collective self-protection. Christianity, and especially the Catholic denomination, is fervently hated not only in Germany. However, this result of stunted enlightenment is at work with particular force in this country. Child abuse, the Dark Ages, celibacy, crusades, the Dark Ages, the Inquisition, homophobia, these words are hammers against which there is no argument. For many years, they have been unpacked whenever Christians make a timid attempt to name the differences between Islam and Christianity. The mere observation that fewer and fewer offended Christians are going to court for blasphemy, the suggestion that peaceful followers of a peaceful religion cannot be put on an equal footing with perpetrators of crimes numbering in the hundreds of millions, or even the demand that the privilege of freely practicing one's faith should be restricted for those who condone civil war and mass murder in their places of worship, all this does not simply go unheard, but is immediately countered with accusations of a right-wing populism and Christian bashing. And no one believes Grigot that right-wing opponents of Islam have it in for Christianity or somehow have it backwards with Islam. Like their secular-minded opponents, they have stocked up on enough ammunition from the church struggle and National Socialist mockery of Christians to insult Christians of both denominations as unreliable and dishonest hesitants and sissies, and it is not they, but their mostly left-wing opponents who recognize potential for resistance in Islam that needs to be tapped into. The question is not what would be necessary to stop the spread and radicalization of Islam. It would be easy to answer, to counter Islam through repression, refusal of dialogue and a restrictive immigration policy, and to finally stop addressing immigrants from Islamic countries as prospective citizens instead of Muslims. But these would be helpless appeals to a state that bases its policies on ideologues who, in their hunt for critics of Islam, use quotation marks to warn against scaremongers, Patrick Bonners, FAZ, and our preachers of hate, Thomas Steinfeld, SC.
As long as the feuilleton heavyweight Patrick Bonners successfully comes up with sentences that can hardly be surpassed in terms of linguistic depravity, and therefore already point to the lie they convey, the front on which critics should line up has already been designated. The precious is usually wrapped in cloth. Veiling is an indication of nobility. It therefore contradicts our intuition that the purpose of the headscarf, as claimed by its feminist opponents, is the demonstrative degradation of women. Bonners, Die Panikmacher, 2011, 106. Compare this effusion with a quote from Frantz Fanon. Every veil taken off opens up hitherto closed horizons for the colonialists and shows them piece by piece the exposed Algerian flesh. A woman who sees without being seen creates a feeling of powerlessness in the colonizer. There are no interactions. She does not give herself away, does not offer herself. Aspects of the Algerian Revolution, in Frantz Fanon. The colonized thing becomes man. It is not far from Bonners to the French philosopher and Fanon admirer Elsa Dorlin, whose book Selbstverteidigung, A Philosophy of Violence, which deals with strategies supposedly only used by slaves, women and Jews, however these groups may belong together, has caused a sensation in Germany this autumn. In the same issue of Die Welt from 30.10, 2020, in which Nekla Kalek, Seyran Atesh and several other critics of Islam published an appeal with the headline, Let's Stop Political Islam. A day after the murders in Nice, an interview with Elsa Dorlin appeared a few pages further on, in which she acknowledged the right to self-organization against Islamophobic and racist ways of thinking for the perpetrators of Paris and Nice and their fans, who were not committed to the philosophy but to the ideology of violence. The question is, how? Do the issues of fascism and terrorism relate to racist statements that simply would not have been possible 20 years ago? The attacks have nothing to do with Islam, but are fascist terror. This terror in turn feeds nationalist and Islamophobic thinking. For example, the French Interior Minister considered removing products from supermarkets that are not even halal, but are simply used to make couscous. We're getting to insane definitions of what France should be. We are in an ideological war. The very possibility of debate has become rancid in France. We have a nationalist backlash that also enables terrorism. And of course there is only talk of slaves, the Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto and the suffragettes with their jiu-jitsu skills, when Dorlin ends the conversation in a completely non-violent manner. Those who are not considered worthy of protection by the state have no choice but to defend themselves. I show this historically in my book. I am not talking about armed struggle, but about fighting for one's own material living conditions. The consequence is then inevitably self-organization and a growing will to take these rights in order to obtain justice. I am interested in resistance that is organized bottom-up. Self-organization, resistance from below, taking the power to break the law in the name of justice formulated against the law. This is the program of Frantz Fanon, the philosopher and psychiatrist of violence, whose program Jean-Paul Sartre enthusiastically outlined in The Wretched of the Earth in the preface to the first task. To slay a European is to kill two birds at once, namely to get rid of an oppressor and an oppressed person at the same time. The same Fanon had already affirmed in 1960, albeit not without doubt, that Islam alone can guarantee liberation, something that neither Sartre nor all the recipients thereafter ever took offense to. Every veil that is removed, every body that frees itself from the traditional shackle of the haik, every face that presents itself to the insolent and impatient gaze of the occupier, expresses in a negative way that Algeria is beginning to deny itself and that it accepts the rape by the colonizer. The traditional shackle is now almost obligatory in Algeria and is hardly questioned anymore. Not only in France, although everyone knows that it is more than an expression of women's subjugation to brute male law. It is the symbol of a resistance that is admittedly concerned first with the emancipation of the predominantly Islamic districts from the laws of the Republic and then with power in the entire state. The camaraderie that the feminist Elsa Dorlins, who set the tone on campus, on the book market, at the Documenta and in parties and associations, maintain with the real murderers and women's veilers, points to a fundamental loyalty problem of the constitutional state, which harbors the danger of civil war and is often negotiated in Germany with reference to the Bockenford dilemma. The later constitutional judge Ernst Wolfgang Bockenford stated in 1964, at an event in honor of the Nazi jurist Ernst Forsthoff in the presence of the Nazi constitutional law expert Carl Schmitt, the liberal, secularized state lives on preconditions that it cannot guarantee itself. He added, that is the great risk it has taken for the sake of freedom. On the one hand, it can only exist as a liberal state if the freedom it grants its citizens is regulated from within, from the moral substance of the individual and the homogeneity of society. On the other hand, it cannot seek to guarantee these internal regulatory forces of its own accord, i.e., by means of legal coercion and authoritative command, without giving up its freedom and, on a secularized level, falling back into the claim to totality from which it emerged in the confessional civil wars. Bockenford, Law, State, Freedom, 112. In other words, the best constitutional order does not work if the subjects subject to it do not have a fundamental agreement on essential questions of social coexistence. Such a common ground can neither be derived immediately from the law nor can it be enforced by corresponding legal ordinances. On the contrary, the legal order, if it is not to come to nothing, is an expression of a prior social order from which it draws its substance. One could think of experiences made with civil wars, totalitarian rule or the impositions that emanated from the official churches, but also of the attempt, however helpless, to live according to one's own legislation, which is supposed to connect the individual with others in mutual recognition of their own particularity. What the best legislator cannot achieve, the respective values campaign against the right will not accomplish any more than a call for new spiritual, possibly even Christian self-assurance. And yet it is precisely the modern and specifically bourgeois, formally determined, abstract general law that is even more dependent on extra-legal preconditions than legislation with natural law and religious connotations. Precisely because it no longer covers particular living conditions in each individual case, but systematically abstracts from particular situations and the particularities of the individual. Because abstract general law no longer postulates any immediate substantive material provisions of general welfare or justice, but represents formal procedural law, it is dependent on social homogeneity. Even if civil law abstracts itself from natural law with its religious connotations and understands itself positivistically as a human determination, a moment of irreligion remains intact due to the specific nature of abstraction. As the necessary final binding back of law to fundamental principles that are themselves unfounded and unconditional. G. Rainer Ruthermund. Stat und Politik. 161. If this homogeneity does not exist, if there is no such link, then in extreme cases abstract, general law becomes the prey of arbitrary interests and, for Islam for example, a merely neutral means of overriding the law. This is precisely why the enemies of law are working into the hands of those who only use formal criteria, such as language acquisition and a declaration of loyalty to the Constitution, as a condition for integration. This leads consequent to the statements of the former Federal Government Commissioner for Integration, Aydin Ozoguz, who defined the multicultural society as a society in which life has to be constantly renegotiated on a daily basis. There can no longer be a reasonably predictable life with expectable actions on the part of the other person, which means that the law itself would no longer be based on any self-evident prerequisites. Conversely, Life as a permanent negotiation, it would become a permanent act of law, except that this law would then no longer be a law, but a pseudo-law with immediate moral implications. The old problem of the bourgeois constitutional state returns periodically in times of crisis. The slogan "Je no freedom for the enemies of freedom" was one answer. As early as the French Revolution, Rousseau's Je civic religion was another, itself highly totalitarian and terrorist, Hegel. In the Weimar Republic, and in modern mass democracy in general, the problem reappears in Carl Schmitt's concept of the e-politicalge, as a condition of institutionalized e-politics, and distinct from it. His student Behemoth, who did not sympathize with Schmitt's National Socialist predilections, aptly remarked about the Federal Republic in 1964. After 1945, especially in Germany, people sought to find a new basis for homogeneity in the commonality of existing value convictions. But this recourse to values, when questioned as to its immediate content, is a most meager and also dangerous substitute. It opens the field to the subjectivism and positivism of the values of the day, which, each demanding objective validity for itself, destroy rather than substantiate freedom's. Quote, end.
The values are, as it were, the general clause that everyone interprets one way or another depending on the political situation and tries to impose their interpretation with power. The apolitical can only be defined negatively, as demarcation, exclusion and marginalization, as practiced intolerance. It becomes concrete in the face of a crisis or a threat, such as that posed by Islam, as a possible awareness of what unites the majority against an enemy that uses the means of law to seize land and constantly poses the question of power. It is true that civil law not only contains the American idea of the pursuit of happiness, but also the idea of general reconciliation in the secular world that transcends it. And this is not because constitutions are often preceded by pathetic preambles that sometimes refer to God, sometimes to inalienable human rights, but because the system of civil law has reached a degree of formal generality that makes the individual, abstracted from his particularities, almost unrecognizable, but precisely for this reason cannot completely abandon the assumption of a liberated world, because it fundamentally contradicts particular counter-law. This does not solve the dilemma, because civil law cannot take away the individual's fear of destruction and certainly cannot insist on its application against an unwilling state and a despondent judiciary. However, the conflict, which can never be completely resolved, could be brought to a temporary halt if, in the face of extraordinary danger, a majority could be convinced not only of the necessity of preserving the legal order, but also of the possibility of achieving something better on its basis. It is precisely against this possibility, which is covered by opinion polls that are consistently critical of Islam, that the journalistic and cultural establishment is directing all the power at its disposal. In connection with Islam, Behemoth has recently been criticized, seemingly in the spirit of Franz Neumann, who, in the last years of the Weimar Republic, defended the expropriation of means of production through corresponding laws against Carl Schmitt as compatible with the democratic constitutional state and rejected Schmitt's assertion of a value system that could not be challenged by parliamentary majorities in a thoroughly democratic and partly right-wing positivist manner. Behemoth would no longer have been criticized if the 90-year-old had not made himself unpopular in 2010 when he remarked in an interview, "In terms of the state, the liberal order needs a unifying ethos, a kind of public spirit, among those who live in this state." The question then is, what is the source of this ethos, which can neither be enforced nor enforced by the state? One could say, first of all, from the culture that is lived. But what are the factors and elements of this culture? Here we are indeed looking at sources such as Christianity, the Enlightenment and humanism. But not automatically with every religion. FR Online, 1. November 2010. This brought Thomas Steinfeld, one of the most vehement fans of Patrick Bonner's campaign against critics of Islam, who, also in 2010, denied the strengthening of a bourgeois common sense against a very specific totalitarian threat as itself totalitarian and imposed a special preamble on the bourgeois legal system that it was never based on: tolerance. Tolerance is not a bourgeois legal concept, but a pragmatic agreement following the confessional wars and civil wars of Europe, which arose from the late realization that nothing fundamentally different separates the Christian denominations or sects and later also Judaism. Tolerance should actually only be a temporary attitude, it must lead to recognition. To tolerate is to offend. Goethe had soberly stated, without being able to foresee the abuse that would be made of his maxim over 200 years later. For what applies to the relationship between Christian denominations and Judaism and the state and among themselves does not apply to other spheres of law. The state deals with lawbreakers in an explicitly intolerant manner. The penal code, for example, is a single catalogue of intolerance, as is the tax code. According to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Germany, citizens do not have to tolerate anyone or tolerate any fellow citizens. Their rights, including the right to speak freely, are guaranteed by the law when things are running smoothly, supplemented by a lived agreement that the other person's quirks are to be smiled at or admired and sometimes only grudgingly tolerated. Critics of Islam such as Ayaan Hirsi Ali and Nekla Kalek, who were put in the crosshairs by Bonners and Steinfeld, were initially only concerned with disqualifying Islamic practices, which necessarily includes criticism of the underlying moral concepts, in order to insist on better protection for dissenters and critics. In doing so, they have outlined, without saying it, what Rainer Ruthermund had already stated in 1997, 4 years before September 11, if it should be the case that we are dealing with a consciousness that takes its own God so seriously that it does not consider him equal to all others and thus public, i.e. irrelevant for human coexistence beyond privacy, then there is an irreconcilable conflict with the postulate of tolerance. Quote end. Steinfeld, who was head of the features section of the Süddeutsche Zeitung at the time, took Hirsi Ali's and others' objections as an opportunity to address Bachenford's dilemma. But if you deal with Western values as militantly as radical Islam does with its holy scriptures, then you are behaving like the one you have chosen as your enemy. And even worse, you destroy the social and moral institutions that you claim to defend. This is due to the dialectic of these values. For those who insist on tolerance, tolerance cannot stop if someone else does not want to be tolerant. Those who demand freedom must reckon with the freedom to be vile and greedy. And those who are committed to equality must not call the police when they come up against individual interests. Quote end. In other words, anyone who treats the basic concepts of democracy as if they were articles of faith, commandments to which one must subscribe, is already imbued with the mindset of their opponents. That is why it does the basic democratic values no good at all if you are supposed to identify with them. No, if they ever work at all, then as everyday practice, as a lived order. Steinfeld, Our Hate Preachers, SZ, May 17, 2010. The trick in the argument is as easy to see through as a sermon by Heinrich Bedford Strom. According to Steinfeld, all articles of faith and commandments postulated by Islam or other authoritarian communities are to be accepted in boundless tolerance. It can never be ruled out that someone will take the liberty to be vile and greedy, but then, when it becomes an alleged individual interest not to be allowed to call the police, it is ingenious in its audacity precisely because we are talking about Islam and not bad neighbors. Debates on values, such as those initiated by Nekla Kalek, Seyran Atesh and Ayaan Hirsi Ali, are almost always helpless and tasteless. At best, they are an attempt to appeal to the righteous in order to create the idea of a threat that can only be defined in negative terms. Anyone who publicly calls for serious crimes or explicitly condones them should be targeted by the auxiliary organs of the public prosecutor's office and brought to justice. Anyone who forces children to starve for 4 weeks should first have their children taken away by the police and handed over to the Youth Welfare Office to be taken into care until a court decides how to proceed. The problem is not some Western values to be invoked, but the fact that the authorities, despite having the power to intervene, do not take action to avert danger or prevent further harm when identitarian communities, the largest and most dangerous of which is Islam, claim collective special rights for themselves by threatening or even murdering. When someone like Steinfeld talks about tolerance, he is not unnecessarily appealing to basically kindred spirits to refrain from acts of violence and discrimination against each other, but rather wants to see the motives of criminals motivated by offended honor, because that is what the greedy and vile people he is trying to appeal to really are, and their completely nonviolent admirers protected by the police, the courts, the legislature and, of course, first and foremost public opinion, as a legitimate expression of their identity. In this way, the denied right to call the police against Islamic calls for civil war turns tolerance into respect, that empty esteem for other people whose only merit is their being so, which they insist on all the more vigorously the more questionable the nature of their identity. In this way, they are not only removed from the law in terms of perspective, they also expect the prevailing law to adapt to their particular identity, which is always personally affected and at the same time collectively sealed off from any criticism. Thomas Steinfeld is not the only one to blur the terms. Islam in Western countries is only carrying out in an extremely violent manner what the disintegrating society in its midst tolerates and often promotes, the terror of convictions of the somehow empowered, among whom the supporters of the so-called queer theory with their transgender subjects are currently particularly prominent. If they do not get everything they demand, then, in the words of Elsa Dorlin, the consequence is inevitably self-organization and a growing will to take these rights in order to obtain justice. Resistance that organizes itself bottom-up interests me.
What interests Dorlin, Steinfeld and Bedfordstrom is not the completely different thing that Horkheimer emphasized as Christian with regard to the betrayed reconciliation against institutionally stifled Christianity. They want to see a repetition of what is already known and possibly even intensified, fascism in the form of Islamic self-empowerment of the offended, whose announced and already begun campaign of revenge they celebrate precisely when heads are literally rolling. For what can the perverse thesis that the attacks have nothing to do with Islam, but are fascist terror v. Dorlin, mean other than the encouragement of the greedy and vile, Steinfeld, to carry on? In a commentary on the former Pope's Regensburg speech published in Die Welt on September 20th, Gedmin, like the European press, confined himself solely to the incriminated quote and did not even attempt to place it in the context of the speech. Show me what Muhammad has brought that is new, and there you will find only bad and inhuman things, such as this, that he prescribed to spread the faith he preached by the sword. This is how the Pope quoted Emperor Manuel II. I have read commentaries that explain the context of the quote. I have read that the Pope's speech was beautifully written and that the Pope has the right to freedom of expression. Who would dispute that? Still, where is the common sense? Whatever Gedmin understands by common sense, this special form of practical reason obviously includes the fundamental reluctance to grasp a quote in the context of a lengthy and complicated text of a philosophical or theological nature in which it appears and to examine its meaning and truthfulness against this background. The U.S. political scientist and Applebaum seems to have read the speech, unlike Gedmin, who did not need to, but does not respond to it either, instead giving another lesson in common sense, apparently to the prophet's followers, but in reality to the Pope, about whose speech she judges in mysterious alliance with her readers, who do not know him. Let's face the truth, a deeply obscure speech. G. Welt, 23.9. In her article, she merely defends the Pope's right to freedom of expression against the marauding injustice of incited Muslims, just as one defends the right of the nutters on the soapbox in Hyde Park Corner to communicate their obscure stuff to an amused audience. This is little more than we are used to in old Europe, where opinion makers in almost the entire press vilified the Pope as an incendiary and a true fundamentalist. After all, Applebaum and Gedmin agree with them that the Pope's statements did not reach the level of common sense and therefore did not deserve critical evaluation. While Applebaum confined himself to defending a right to make even deeply obscure speeches against fanatical murder burners, Gedmin, who finds Islamic World War preachers just as repugnant, went a decisive step further when he said, but common sense suggests otherwise. I think if I were a Muslim, the Pope's speech would have offended me. I miss empathy in many comments and in the petty expressions of papal regret. Doesn't fairness dictate, precisely because I am not a Muslim, that I at least try to put myself in the other person's position? According to this definition, it is apparently unreasonable to give another person such unpleasant information about themselves or their beliefs and practices that they feel hurt by it. On the other hand, it seems to be reasonable to become so close to the other person that one not only spares their vulnerable sides in all discretion, but also makes them one's own as a compassionate contemporary, according to the bad principle. Do not inflict on another what you do not want to experience in your own life. This suggests that the practice of the very questionable wheelchair rallies, during which one civilian service member plays the paraplegic and the other pushes him in public, so that both experience firsthand what it means to be disabled, can be transferred to the critical battlefield. In the logic of the new sensualists, the claim of the paraplegic, who has neither chosen his condition nor is capable of reversing it, to be able to count on special consideration in the world of the non-disabled, because of his disability, is apparently also accompanied by a right to self-inflicted mental limitation that can be revised at any time. The corresponding mental confusion is consequent not only as a deviation from reason to be tolerated, as long as no right to harm others is derived from it, but its unconditional acceptance becomes a touchstone for common sense. The concept of common sense, to which Gedmin refers here, is an original expression of Anglo-Saxon philosophy since the end of the 17th century, and at the same time an expression of British and later, above all, American pragmatism or everyday common sense, which must necessarily be embarrassed by the reality of Islamic formation. A common sense originally meant an ability, naturally inherent in the autonomous, commodity-exchanging citizen, to relate to his fellow citizens and ultimately also to the state in a reasonable manner, i.e. with special consideration of his own private interests. Precisely because the citizen's private autonomy was the highest good and he was entitled to expect precisely this attitude in his fellow citizens, it was deeply alien to him to interfere in the world of his neighbor's beliefs, opinions, or particular quirks. Belonging to one of the many Protestant sects, or a passion for reenacting English battles in the sandpit, as Uncle Toby does in Ye Tristram Shandy, would never denounce a common sense according to which the orderly conduct of business, the universal and equal law, and the elective representation of citizens in the state were an unquestionable part of any rational thought or action. What's more, private beliefs, as strange as they sometimes seem to contemporary observers, were quickly recognized as a human resource, see Tocqueville, that ultimately helped the American dream take off. Self-discipline to the point of asceticism. Separating these Christian-influenced human resources from fundamentalist overconfidence, which would ultimately have impaired the course of business, is the merit of a constitution that set a limit to private enthusiasms, which was and is enforced by force if necessary. Ultimately, any philosophy that presumes not only to attack other people's beliefs for the sake of truth, but also to make the seemingly ontologically presupposed reasonableness of commodity exchange and its agents, as well as the state and social framework in which it takes effect, the subject of fundamental criticism, has also fallen into the realm of possibly public damaging rapture. Bourgeois self-protection, the sensitivity of the citizen against any objection to his private and public conduct, the pre-Freudian psychology inherent in this, found in Anglo-Saxon philosophy the answer to metaphysics, and here in particular the indiscretions emanating from German idealism, which would only ever result in new violations. Since Locke and Hume, this project has been called sensualism, which initially directed a sympathetic eye towards the individual actor and his very private expressions of life and sensibilities. After all, a self-protection against terrorists of philosophy and practice endowed with the power of history, such as the terrorists of the Jacobin dictatorship. And after all, it was also the starting point for Kant's overcoming of sensualism, which drives the current pope much more up the wall than Hume and Diderot together could have done. In a time of decaying bourgeois societies, however, common sense functions above all as a democratization of the power of judgment, and thus the tyranny of majority opinion, of bad collective subjectivism over all empiricism, which was actually the mainstay of Anglo-Saxon philosophy. By upholding the primacy of objectified experience for the formation of judgment, common sense once wanted to counter the traditional European doctrines which, by postulating the mind as independent, could not scratch feudal tyranny or even served it, with a bulwark of reason that would be an instrument of autonomy for the citizen. In the postmodern age, which has coolly bid farewell to idealism, and with it universalism, this has become the good news that truth is a question of collective consensus, i.e. the lowest common denominator of the prevailing opinions, however misguided and out of touch with reality they may be. Tolerance ultimately turns out to be submission to nostalgically embellished secondary virtues, which are ontologically inflated by an ideology based on renunciation, endless work and the hope of the hereafter, which supposedly has highly individual characteristics and is therefore supported solely by conscience. Jeffrey Gedman, my point of view is admittedly quite subjective. I recently read Khaled Hosseini's Kite Runner, a powerful story of courage, dignity, lost honor and redemption. It was written by a doctor who lives in California and whose name doesn't sound very Christian. Hosseini's protagonists are two boys in Afghanistan. Islam doesn't seem to stop them from living fulfilled and principled lives. The baseless attempt to see the puritanical American settler myth of courage, dignity, lost honor and redemption at work in harmony with Islam in a region that is completely Islamized, denationalized and devoid of any binding form of socialization, once again makes it clear how much the voice of conscience, which feeds on such obscurantism, has involuntarily emancipated itself from its material basis, the American Republic and the individual pursuit of profit. Only in this way is it possible for a completely secular, capitalist and liberal columnist full of empathy, to understand the woundedness of people whose canon of values differs fundamentally from the American one in that they lack any mediation between faith and reason, private interest and an otherworldly mission to fight. It is precisely at this point that the theologian from the Vatican has started and taken his criticism far beyond the level of an ideologue afflicted by common sense in its decaying form. The Pope did not speak of common sense, not of the sensitivities of a necessarily ideologically oriented individual and his megalomaniacal opinion, but as a metaphysician, disregarding the necessarily narrow-minded needs of each individual, asked about the reason of faith and thus began with a work that necessarily belongs to the whole of the Universitas Scientiarum, even if not everyone could share the faith that theologians strive to assign to common reason. Where Geoffrey Gedmin and the majority of the feuilletonists ended their quotation of the Pope and Emperor Manuel II, the Pope continued, G. the Emperor, having thus struck, then explains in detail why the propagation of faith by force is absurd. It is contrary to the nature of God and the nature of the soul. God has no pleasure in blood, he says, and not to act rationally is contrary to the nature of God. Even if Ratzinger quotes Emperor Manuel in the following with a commitment to conversion without violence, it is precisely not about the disastrous history of violent conversions, which for long enough was not only the nature of Islam, but also of practiced Christianity, which Ratzinger has never denied, but about the fundamental difference in the nature of two religions. This can only be partially derived from real history, but must be taken from the respective theology, the handling of the revealed word and its relationship to science. The fact that precisely this different approach to seemingly insignificant, purely spiritual scientific categories ultimately led to a very different development of the respective real history is an inexplicable riddle for positivists, which can only be solved by materialist criticism that is prepared to face up to Ratzinger's astonishingly critical history of religion and therefore goes beyond him precisely where he had to fail professionally. The core message of Ratzinger's criticism of Islam has often been concealed. Taking his cue from Manuel's II argument, Ratzinger states, the decisive sentence in this argument against conversion by force is, not to act rationally is contrary to the nature of God. The editor, Theodore Curie, comments on this, for the emperor, as a Byzantine brought up in Greek philosophy, this sentence is evident. For Muslim doctrine, on the other hand, God is absolutely transcendent. His will is not bound to any of our categories, be it that of reason. Curie quotes a work by the well-known French Islamologist R. Arnoldes, who points out that Ibn Hazm goes so far as to declare that God is not bound by his own word and that nothing obliges him to reveal the truth to us. If he wanted to, man would also have to practice idolatry. The absolute transcendence of the Islamic God, i.e. that Allah can also act absolutely unreasonably and demand unreasonable things if it pleases him, must necessarily manifest itself in reality as the absolute tyranny of those who claim to know his will. Here faith is not restricted by any worldly order, unreason can become a religious and thus at the same time an immediate social duty. In contrast, Benedict adheres to the link between faith and reason, which, as he explains in a wide-ranging historical arc, arose in Christianity in its interweaving with Greek Hellenistic philosophy. He speaks of a crossroads in the understanding of God and thus in the concrete realization of religion, which poses an immediate challenge to us today. Ratzinger goes on to describe this crossroads as opening up not only between Islam and Christianity, but also within Christianity. He sees this latter, inner Christian division as a historical product of the de-Hellenization movements, which endeavored to detach the Christian faith from its connection with Greek philosophy, and thus from the idea of universal reason first systematically developed by Socrates, which is potentially inscribed in every human soul. He first and foremost identifies the Protestant Reformation as the bearer of this arbitrariness of the concept of God, but adds in qualification, for the sake of honesty, it should be noted here that tendencies in theology developed in the late Middle Ages that exploded the synthesis of the Greek and the Christian. In contrast to the so-called Augustinian and Thomistic intellectualism, Duns Scotus adopted a position of voluntarism, which ultimately led in further developments to the statement that we know of God only his voluntas ordinata. Duns Scotus, together with his Franciscan friar William of Ockham, was a founder of nominalism, the view that in the late 13th century spiritually abolished the medieval order in favor of the emerging bourgeois age. Because the will, including the divine will, was superior to the intellect, not only would any order of names for things be arbitrary, but the order of things itself would be arbitrary, even if it was based on divine arbitrariness. Augustine and Thomas Aquinas, which is why Benedict speaks of Augustinian and Thomistic on the other hand, regarded the intellect as having priority. Its ability to order and evaluate things would come directly from God, i.e. it would be the divine in man because God is logos and vice versa. The nominalist attack on Thomas, the last great Socratic defender of the medieval ordo, ultimately revolutionized it, but harbored the danger of detaching knowledge in general from the actual nature of the objects of knowledge, the problem to which Kant's critique of knowledge then responded. This danger found pure expression 700 years after Scotus in the postmodern arbitrariness of definition. Bourgeois philosophy became childish again in old age, which, however, can hardly be blamed on the founding fathers of nominalism. Beyond this, there was the freedom of God, by virtue of which he could have done and could do the opposite of everything he did. Here, positions emerge that may well come close to those of Ibn Hazm and could lead to the image of an arbitrary God who is also not bound to truth and goodness. The transcendence and otherness of God are exaggerated to such an extent that even our reason, our sense of what is true and good, are no longer a true mirror of God, whose abysmal possibilities behind his actual decisions remain eternally inaccessible and hidden to us. In contrast, the faith of the Church has always maintained that there is a real analogy between God and us, between his eternal creative spirit and our created reason. God does not become more divine by the fact that we withdraw him into a pure and inscrutable voluntarism, but the truly divine God is the God who has shown himself as Logos and has acted lovingly for us as Logos. In the 19th and 20th, according to Ratzinger, the tendency towards de-Hellenization also became influential in Catholic theology in the form of the teachings of Adolf von Harnack, who preached to the return to the simple man Jesus and to his simple message, which lies ahead of all theologizations and also Hellenizations. Harnack was basically concerned with bringing Christianity back into harmony with modern reason, precisely by ridding it of seemingly philosophical and theological elements such as the belief in the deity of Christ and the triune nature of God. This cannot be right for Benedict, because he wants to hold on to a Christianity that can bring the Logos into the field against the subjectivist limitation of reason, i.e. its reduction to a common sense, which can also be unreasonable as long as it is only common. Against the restriction of religion to the private sphere, its concrete applicability and usefulness, he holds on to the indissoluble link between faith and reason and the universality of both, and this is precisely the obscure or dark thing that Applebaum, Gedman and co. would rather not even begin to talk about. The modern longing for the arbitrary God, which manifested itself in the de-intellectualization of theology, was the disastrous consequence of the increasing incommensurability of metaphysical questions with the requirements of instrumental reason. The question of whether practicing reason actually practiced according to reason became increasingly difficult to answer in the affirmative, so asking this question had to be frowned upon. Anyone who asks it is regarded as a drooling dogmatist. Anyone who demands that what is true is also reasonable and, conversely, postulates that only what is reasonable should become true, is regarded by such seemingly enlightened theologians and non-theologically inspired liberal ideologues as a totalitarian Enlightenment fundamentalist. The liberal apologist can no more make use of the disunity of truth and reason than the popular theologian can make use of the Trinity of God. This is why Adorno takes up the cudgels for Catholic scholasticism in his essay Reason and Revelation. At its medieval height, the Christian religion of revelation vigorously resisted the doctrine of two truths as a self-destructive one. The great scholasticism, above all the sums of Thomas, had their strength and dignity in the fact that, without absolutizing the concept of reason, they nowhere ostracized it. Theology only went over to this in the age of nominalism, especially with Luther. The Pope, who can hardly be said to have a particular affinity for critical theory, spoke of Duns Scotus and Luther in precisely this context. Adorno adepts, who underline their complete misunderstanding of critical theory by proudly calling themselves atheists, will never be able to grasp this not-so-great miracle. Unconcerned by the self-destruction of theology through its betrayal of reason, positivist thinkers today place the rediscovered, supposedly childlike popular faith on their heads as a fool's hat and thus help the doctrine of two truths to a late victory. The longing for an arbitrary God was always also a longing for personal, subjective arbitrariness, for a voluntarism in matters of faith that is no longer bound to any generalizable criterion. Thus, religion, emptied of the course of history, which always wanted to encompass the whole, the totality, turned into totalitarian ideology. Freedom of conscience and faith became the gateway to the great lack of freedom. This opens up at the latest when either the most important achievement of the nominalist Enlightenment, which at least knew how to keep the glorification of privatist arbitrariness in check, is lost or never came into force. What is lost is the realization that freedom of religion, even more than freedom to religion, means above all freedom from religion. This at least, but no more, is guaranteed by Anglo-Saxon positivism in the succession of Scotus and Occam. That the private delusion, the freedom of religion, remains inviolable only as long as it is kept out of the sphere of public affairs, in which not the Logos, but at least the civil law appears in the form of and in place of divine revelation. The fact that religion can only exist in the form of civil law, i.e. within the limits of mere reason, Kant, if it does not want to degenerate into superstition, i.e. into an arbitrary private religion that is not much better than ecology, esotericism, neopaganism, or Islamism. This is what Ratzinger conceals in his plea for good reason. The attempt to reconcile faith in God and reason not only had to fail, even as a spiritual guide in the midst of an at least instrumentally enlightened world, faith in God cannot have the objective validity that theology could still assume with Augustine, as the doctrine of the attainment of salvation and knowledge in one. Because he knows that he cannot once again declare theology to be the basis of state action, as Augustine did, even Ratzinger involuntarily transfers his theological endeavors into the same privatistic arbitrariness that has always characterized his opponents, the Harnachts and others. There is no going back to Augustine because there is no going back to Kant, not even for the Pope. Kant's proof that a proof of God can be given just as conclusively as its opposite, the proof that there can be no God, i.e. that neither theology nor atheism can be convicted of unreasonableness, makes God a thing in itself, from which no one can claim to receive clear instructions, neither for the running of the state nor for the foundation of public morality. Since then, reason has been on its own and has also waged its battle against sensualism, positivism, relativism, and existential ontology on its own account. The linking of faith and reason, which was in reality a confrontation that ultimately broke faith, led to the Enlightenment. Holding on to or reviving this old alliance must fail. As partially lucid as Benedict's criticism of positivism may be, by demonizing Kant, whom he accused of having denied faith access to the whole of reality, he simply denied the progress of reason beyond religion and beyond positivism, despite all the errors associated with it, i.e. the consequence that led from Kant to Hegel, to Marx and to critical theory. Ergo, he upholds a concept of reason that is completely empty and reads accordingly banal. For what he sees as being left out by positivist and instrumental reason is, of course, not the communist question of a society set up by people themselves in the interests of happiness and a good life, but the real human questions, the questions of where we come from and where we are going, the questions of religion and ethos, to which he ascribes a community-building power. The reconciliation of religion and reason is impossible. At best, religion can flash up in critical theory, since Marx is a placeholder for a better world, as a secularized transcendence in the idea of redemption. Theology is the deceased mother of all sciences, whose memory must be cherished, whose progress in thought should be turned into progress in thinking. Adorno, nothing of theological content will continue to exist unaltered. Everyone will have to face the test of migrating into the secular, the profane. Reason and revelation, in keywords. Benedict repeatedly speaks of vastness in his speech. He wants to invite his interlocutors into it, and into it he wants to bring the limited concept of reason of modern times back into contact with faith. This is initially appealing, as it also expresses the original Catholic enterprise that seeks to embrace and integrate everyone with a universal human intention. At the same time, however, this desire also has regressive traits. The death of the long-dead mother is not to be acknowledged, the irreparable break of the Enlightenment between faith and reason is to be denied, and people are not to be released from ecclesiastical paternalism into maturity and self-responsibility. The Pope remains true to his enterprise, the world-embracing but inwardly empty institution of the Ecclesia Sancta, retraces its history, not least its ideological history, does not deny the ruptures and thus involuntarily points to the end of glory. But because he combines theology and philosophy and necessarily fails at this junction, he ultimately betrays the critical content he has brought to light in his short history of Catholic theology. Kant's intelligibility, i.e. the assumption that the mind recognizes from external matter what resembles or could resemble it, immediately becomes Benedict's occasion for obscurantist banalities which, in the best case, amount to calling the thing in itself God again, which Kant would have been more amused than disturbed by, or to try to get hold of the unreasonable after all, which can only result in unreasonableness, namely banalities such as those discussed in the religious textbook in line with the astrocalendar as the question of meaning in this, as I have tried to show, modern scientific reason, with its inherent Platonic element, carries within itself a question that points beyond itself and its methodological possibilities. It must itself accept the rational structure of matter and the correspondence between our mind and the rational structures prevailing in nature, quite simply as a given on which its methodological path is based. But the question of why this is so does exist and must be passed on from natural science to other levels and ways of thinking, to philosophy and theology.
To recognize the great plan beyond our small world, which assigns even an insurance employee his very personal place in the world plan, would make many people happy. And so the Pope invites us into the vastness, which is probably best reached through prayer and meditation. It is precisely this need for a third-hand source of meaning that the stale metaphysics of an Orthodox Catholic tries to fulfill with his mélange of religion and philosophy in the time after faith. As if he himself knew that his claim to make faith accessible to reason can only invalidate it once again, like his great philosophical and theological predecessors, and that more than a reason-based morality and a human claim to earthly happiness in the wake of Immanuel Kant could not be demanded, he is frightened by his own speech and prefers to make a radical U-turn. He bows before total transcendence, the arbitrary God, against whom he had previously warned so fervently and quite rightly. Only in order to be believed at all, Benedict follows the anti-rational ideology of Duns Scotus, against which he had just turned with great emphasis, and does so in the whispering tone of Gedminian pragmatism. Only in this way will we also be capable of the real dialogue of cultures and religions that we so urgently need. In the Western world, there is a widespread opinion that only positivist reason and its associated forms of philosophy are universal. But the deeply religious cultures of the world regard precisely this exclusion of the divine from the universality of reason as a violation of their innermost convictions. By empathetically referring here, at the end of his speech, to the emotional world of the deeply religious cultures of the world, imputing to them, in a premature misunderstanding, an interest in the universality of reason, and, to top it all, defending innermost convictions, which are the first obstacle that enlightenment would have to overcome, the Pope decides in favor of faith and against reason. In one fell swoop, he invalidates his apt criticism of Islamic arbitrary annihilation and liberal consensualism, which still refuses to acknowledge this campaign of annihilation. This campaign of annihilation by deeply religious cultures would not only be an immediate threat to the materialist critic, but also to the Orthodox Catholic theologian who, by virtue of the traditions of his guild, still acts as the placeholder of reason, something that totalitarian Muslims immediately sensed. Ratzinger's predecessor Wojtyla was more or less a good fellow, even if the competing Catholic mission in the African and Asian border regions of the Islamic Empire of Darkness was always regarded as insubordination worthy of punishment against the certain final victory of the true faith, and treated accordingly. In the popular Wojtyla, who opened the door to the popular superstition so ingeniously channeled and inhibited by the Catholic Church for centuries, Wojtyla opened the door to superstition, which had been so ingeniously channeled and inhibited by the Catholic Church for centuries, and whose appearances brought the Catholic rite back down to the level of an archaic ritual. The Pole's disgusting kissing of the ground can only be understood as a symbolic return to the cult of the Earth Mother. The imams recognized their own bad spirit and officially had nothing against the pontiff, who in turn did not find fault with their practices, but preferred Israel all the more. In his dogmatism, the new pope has not only brought the rudiments of theological reason back to light, but has also significantly reduced the Vatican's populist anti-Semitism. Christoph Turk pointed out that the aversion to the idea of the Trinity was an aversion to reflection, to the applied logos. Only here, the intellectual and linguistic means develop to express the Trinity as something that has the structure of reflection, and reflection as something that has the structure of the Trinity, identity, difference and unity of the distinct. God is one, our Father in heaven. God is distinct in himself, Father and Son. And God is the union of the distinct, Holy Spirit. And it is this dogmatism that incites him to hold up a mirror to the patchwork of truths, in which liberalism also concedes its right to illiberality, and to denounce it as a competition between arbitrary rulers. Historically, this patchwork includes not only Islam, but also sects of all kinds, German Christianity, and also the Catholic religious states of the recent past, Franco's Spain and Ustasha Croatia. After all, in his Regensburg speech, Benedict set precisely the standard by which there can be no theological justification for these regimes and thus also for the Nazi-favoring policy of the unfortunate Pius XII. In keeping with Catholic orthodoxy, Benedict does not see the Jews as the agents of evil or even as Messiah murderers who have fallen away from God, like many in Reform Christianity, not to mention Islam, but as the decisive, because executing, part of the plan of salvation that God pursued with his chosen people. Without the killing of Christ, there would have been no redemption from sin. Thus, the Vatican's recent moderation against Israel has primarily theological reasons. Even if Benedict himself ultimately fails to live up to this standard and in the end prefers to take sides with the obscurantism of religiosity, he remains far superior to his positivist critics. Not wanting to understand the reminder of the objectivity of reason that Benedict gave in Regensburg and not wanting to build on it is an indictment of poverty. Not for the former pope, because his speech only became dark in the passages where the Gedmans and Applebaums would have understood it perfectly well, but for those very liberal defenders of the West who have been parading the pope with such outright stupid stuff as common sense and empathy for professionally offended Muslims. After the devastating fire at Notre Dame on April 15, 2019, it is difficult to say who has the more serious roof damage, the Paris Cathedral or the despisers of art, Christianity and republicanism who, in the wake of the catastrophe, bore witness to an amnesia about the history of civilization that seems to be epidemic in Germany in particular. The interconnection between Christianity and the Enlightenment, the Middle Ages and modernity is misjudged in this country to the same extent as it is unconsciously revealed in the mobilization of resentment against the decadent church or rational theology. However, some friends of the West also seem to be affected by the same amnesia, as can be seen from the empty pathos with which the fire was declared a symbol of the transience of all human endeavor on the axis of good, but which was somehow still a reason to hope for a new beginning soon to follow. Because the signs are not exactly pointing to hope, there is plenty of time to reflect on the beginning before the new beginning that awaits us, the beginning of the Enlightenment and modernity, which by no means dates back to the Renaissance and humanism, but to medieval Gothic and scholasticism. Notre Dame, probably the most important of France's high Gothic cathedrals, burned down. The skyscraping towers of these buildings, their voluminous naves and their exuberant ornamentation stand not only for the technical mastery of the building workshops and the flourishing urban development under the Cape Tian kingship. Above all, it was in the Gothic period that Christian theology, within which the transition to modern thought was taking place at the time, achieved its most striking architectural expression. Gothic architecture began with Abbot Suger of St. Denis, who in the 1140s had a choir with a cross-ribbed vault, which was new at the time, built for the conversion of his abbey church. The distribution of the vault load on a filigree pillar system made it possible to generously break through the previously load-bearing outer walls with multicolored windows and to design the interior of the building as a single light-flooded room. The richly decorated, bright building was intended to make the presence of God tangible as the all-enlivening light that points every earthly creature to its salvation. The gloomy, sometimes fortress-like churches of the Romanesque period must have seemed almost lifeless compared to the daylit skeletal buildings of the Gothic period. Suger's architectural vision was based on the mystical theology of the church father Dionysius Areopagita, who described heaven and earth, the divine angelic realm and the ecclesiastical human realm as hierarchically structured, complementary worlds. At the top of this order of salvation was God as absolute light, whose rays poured out over all natural things and living beings that emerged from him. This late antique author of the 6th century is also known as Pseudo-Dionysius, as he took the name of the early Christian disciple of St. Paul and Bishop of Athens, Dionysius of the Areopagus, without being identical to him. In Dionysius' doctrine, all creatures of creation are connected by the all-pervading divine light and lead back to God by virtue of the reflection of the divine through gradual reflections. In Suger's interpretation of Dionysian theology, the incarnation of Christ occupies a central position. God as the Father of light, had sent down the Son as the light born of light, and yet carnal light, as whole God and whole man according to the doctrine of two natures, spirit and libe at the same time. In line with the idea of the light-like emanation of God, the prologue to the Gospel of John says the following about God the Father and Jesus: "In him, God or Logos, was life, and the life was the light of men, and the light shines in the darkness, but the darkness did not take hold of it. He, God-man Jesus, was the true light that enlightens every man coming into the world. He was in the world and the world became through him, but the world did not recognize him." John 1:4 f.9 f. As is well known, this externalization of God in human form led to the death on the cross, resurrection and finally ascension, and thus ultimately, and quite analogously to Dionysius' light mystical doctrine of creation, means a turning of God back into himself, which gives him the structure of reflection. The special veneration of Christ as a celebration of the incarnation of God and the conquest of death reached a new height in the Gothic era, despite all adherence to the dogma of the Trinity. It was only through Christ that the reflective figure representing the Trinity was illuminated in its decisive meaning for the salvation of mankind. The building symbol of Gothic, according to Ernst Bloch in The Principle of Hope, is accordingly the Corpus Christi, is the exorcism of death, anti-death, is the tree of life as a dreamed of perfection, modeled in the form of Christ. The ground plan corresponds to the libe of Christ stretched out on the cross, with the altar as its head. The flower of the cross symbolizes the mystical larynx, which gives birth to the Son as the Word by uttering him. the stained glass windows correspond to the precious stones in the walls of the heavenly Jerusalem. The glorification of Christ was naturally accompanied by the exuberant veneration of Mary, the Mother of God. After all, the incarnation of God was only possible through a natural birth, albeit as a result of supernatural conception by the Holy Spirit, which had to be accepted as the only way to avoid the transmission of original sin. Because of this significance of Mary, numerous Gothic cathedrals in France are dedicated to her. Notre Dame equals Our Dear Lady. The fact that in Christ both the materialization of the spiritually conceived deity and the elevation of the carnal body to God took place paradigmatically and, analogously, that the entire material nature was interwoven with the transcendent light of the Creator God and referred to Him, expresses the Christian expectation of salvation, reconciliation of spirit and matter. Accordingly, man and nature, including flora and fauna, find new recognition in the Gothic age as works of God in which His greatness and His love are communicated. It is no coincidence that leaves, buds, and flowers adorn the capitals of Gothic cathedrals. Initially mystical geometric, but over time increasingly dynamic naturalistic representations of life were imprinted on the architectural forms. Ernst Bloch expressed the vital phase of the Gothic period and its utopian moment in almost hymn-like words. As the organic movement continues in a transcending way, it foams and triumphs all the more, with Christ-like restlessness. Plants, animal bodies, even monstrous ones, are effortlessly integrated into the Gothic ornamentation, not pressed, not stylized in relief. The exterior and interior of the Gothic cathedral could therefore be compared to a forest to the point of weariness. Branches are indeed incorporated into the stone organics in a very similar way, and the building ends at the top with a finial. The pillars chase upwards, their capitals are merely not formations in this movement, the ceiling is a single collision of these unfinished verticalisms, the wall is pierced with the huge blood-gold windows that tell legends, pious orgiastic light shines in from a day other than that of nature. The abundance of botanical and animal-like images, figures and ornaments aim to properly represent the totality of creation. Like the God from whom it emerges, nature is also one, and the cathedral is intended to represent it in this totality. Its decoration is not limited to exemplary samples. Rather, it sees itself as an exhaustive inventory, as a coherent image. It is itself a sum of creatures. This sum is incomplete without man, who as a rational animal also belongs to nature, even if he, created in the image of God, is also capable of working creatively with nature. Because man is the work of God, God's creation continues in His works that transform nature. This is why Gothic portals and stained glass windows also depict people working productively, whether farmers, craftsmen, or artists, a song of praise to the conquering worker within the cathedral itself. Indeed, Gothic church building was based on progress, particularly in agricultural work. While Germania was still densely forested, from the 11th century onwards the countryside around the prosperous cities of northern France was subjected to extensive agriculture. Farmers, who had previously only produced for their own subsistence and enforced feudal levies, were now also able to generate an additional product due to technical innovations in the means of production, which was offered for sale on the flourishing urban markets. The construction of cathedrals was financed by tax revenues and donations from rich merchants. The towers of Lyon grew from the soil of new crops and young vines, crowned by the image of plowing oxen carved in stone. The capitals of all the cathedrals feature flowering vines. The facades of Amiens and Paris depict the cycle of the seasons based on peasant labor. They are rightly celebrated, the harvester sharpening his scythe, the winegrower digging up the land, pruning the vines or lowering them. They alone have made the monument emerge from the earth through their work. At the same time, an early bourgeoisie emancipated from feudal dependencies emerged in the cathedral cities, which also included members of craft guilds. As individuals with an increasing division of labor and specialized production, they no longer corresponded to the traditional image of man as an interchangeable generic being, passively awaiting redemption at the mercy of nature's fates. Instead, his special activity aimed at the productive mastery of nature placed him in the position of the unmistakable individual, to which the Christian doctrine of the value of each individual soul corresponds theologically. It was no coincidence that surnames were established during the period of cathedral construction, which transformed the individual from a randomly named generic specimen into a person who could be identified beyond doubt, something that was indispensable against the backdrop of the expanding legal and contractual system. Individual freedoms protected by municipal law and relative prosperity naturally remained largely confined to the urban centers. In the world of the triumphant church, social injustice continued, while at the same time church treasures increased and ever more magnificent sacred buildings were erected. The contradiction was obvious. The church preached a reconciled universe, but under its secular rule the world's irreconcilability was revealed in all its harshness. The apocalyptic utopian impetus of early Christianity, which urged for a redemption in this world after Jesus' second appearance, had already faded since Augustine introduced the amillenarian doctrine of the indefinitely postponed parousia, return of Christ. Hope related to the here and now was to be attached above all to purely spiritual, inward redemption. The heretical movements that were bloodily persecuted in the 13th century by means of crusades and the Inquisition rebelled against the worldly ruling and materially enriching church, but rejected everything worldly and material in general. The important Cathar movement preached an extreme dualism, according to which everything earthly and carnal was a product of evil and salvation could only be gained through absolute poverty and asceticism. However, they were opposed by the official church not only because they stimulated the guilty conscience of the rulers, more pontifically than the Pope, so to speak, but also because they radically rejected the reconciliation of spirit and matter envisaged by the church. The Cathars worshipped Christ as Redeemer from the flesh instead of the flesh, as never really having become flesh himself, as the counterprinciple of the flesh. The heretical movements were nonetheless ambivalent in their relationship to the world. They idolized the pure, self-sufficient spirit, while at the same time ultimately aiming for a revolution in this world, most obviously the Joachimites, who expected the imminent dawn of the auspicious millennial kingdom on earth, in which the Holy Spirit would reign. The Church, on the other hand, defended the status quo and shifted the hope of salvation to the afterlife. At the same time, its rehabilitation of matter did not simply mean a cynical justification of the hardships of physical, forced labor in this world, but rather created the awareness that people's living conditions were produced by themselves. It was only on this basis that it became possible to see the development of productive forces as liberation from the curse of labor. In the monastic and cathedral schools, the changed relationship between man and nature led to the development of an antithesis to the Neoplatonic doctrine of emanation associated with the mysticism of Dionysius. According to Neoplatonism, creation should be the emanation of the Almighty Logos, nature identical with the thoughts of God. All particular beings were thus subsumed into hypostasized general concepts that had their fixed place in the order of being. The individual remained an insubstantial manifestation of the general. Undoubtedly, a first step towards demythologization had already been taken. The universe no longer appeared to be random and chaotic, but ordered according to reasonable, calculable principles. However, man was thus confined to a passive relationship with nature. The rational mind had to content itself with contemplation in the face of overpowering objective reason. Earthly happiness beckoned at most in the form of salvific knowledge. From the 12th century onwards, the early nominalism of Petrus Abelardus, for example, formed the opposite pole to this with his criticism of the universal realism of the Neoplatonists. The general concepts were not real, subsisting emanations of divine reason, but merely words invented by man. What is real, on the other hand, is only the particular beings that are conceptually mediated by the human mind. The subject itself must accomplish the mediation of the modus intelligendi with the objective res thing. According to this, cognition already tends to be determined as a synthetic achievement. The world that surrounds the subject and of which it is a part is no longer experienced merely as an eternal order of nature, but as the product of its own activity. By understanding reason as no longer contemplative but productive, man is further removed from the spell of sheer natural depravity. Here, in the Christian thought of the 12th and 13th centuries, he gains autonomy as a subject from the world and from God for the first time. Of course, this demythologizing thinking was not immune to renewed mythologizing. Ever since capital actually brought a generality onto the scene that ruled over the heads of individuals, an absolutized nominalism has fulfilled the function of making it impossible to think objectivity as such. Just as nominalism postulates the insubstantiality of all things, they become random material that instrumental reason can prepare for any purpose. Subjectivist hubris executes a bad general without reflection, whose principle asserts itself precisely as total isolation. The monads doggedly block their real generic dependence as well as the collective aspect of all their forms and contents of consciousness, the forms, which are themselves the general that nominalism denies, the contents, while the individual has no experience, no so-called experiential material that is not predigested and supplied by the general, it says in Negative Dialectics. Without any mediation with the general, positivism only registers plain facts. Nominalism, for its part, turned into ideology, that of the tongue-in-cheek "there is no such thing," which official science likes to use as soon as embarrassing entities such as class, ideology and, more recently, society are mentioned. The judgment of critical theory on modern nominalism does not need to be revised in view of the Enlightenment power that it developed in the Middle Ages, because it was made under changed historical conditions and concedes the right of past nominalism to Neoplatonism and naive idealism in general. The relationship of genuinely critical philosophy to nominalism is not invariant. It changes historically with the function of skepticism, writes Adorno, Ibid. While skepticism today serves to impregnate itself in a detached manner against reflection on a repressive totality and its other, reconciliation, back then it had the function of making the intellect the advocate of the particular and elevating it above an order of being that disparaged it. Man was placed in the position of the judging subject. Sacred writings were also subjected to critical judgment, for example by the Parisian scholar Petrus Abelardus, which, like everything linguistic, had to bow to the rules of logic. In his work Sic et non, Yes and No, Abelardus applied the dialectical method to contradictory biblical passages and church doctrines, thereby establishing the critical reading of the Bible. The contents of faith were to be explained rationally in order to create a unity of faith and knowledge. Although some of Abelardus' critical writings were condemned as heresy and burned early on, he was still one of the most important teachers in Paris during his lifetime, and his students included several later popes. It was suspected that the attempts to reconcile faith and reason meant a privileging of reason and a loss of authority for the old church teachings. For this very reason, however, attempts were made all the more strenuously in the following decades and centuries to save the faith through rational clarification, sometimes with ludicrous formalism. In contrast, Abelardus' conversation between a philosopher, a Jew and a Christian, Abélard 1995, which he wrote at the end of his life while imprisoned in a monastery, is an early document of free reasoning about the content of faith, and which also represents an indictment of the brutal anti-Judaism of the time. Behold, Abelardus lets the Jew speak. Among what men does our pilgrimage in foreign lands come to an end, and in what lords must we trust for protection? We entrust our lives to our greatest enemies, the Christians, and we are forced to rely on the loyalty and faith of the unbelievers. Sleep itself, which most sustainably enfolds and refreshes the relaxed creature, plagues us with such restlessness that even asleep we can only think of the danger to body and life. Even the princes who are set over us, and whose protection we bitterly pay for, desire our death all the more ardently, the more unrestrainedly they can then plunder what we possess. According to the same principle, they tried to combine the details of the visible world into a logically ordered sum. The Gothic master builders, who did not work independently of the cathedral and monastery schools, followed the same pattern. Just as complete organization and deductive reasoning became indispensable in scholastic treatises, churches were designed according to a transparent system of symmetrical order, in which all parts are clearly visible in their relationship to the others and to the whole. Erwin Panofsky was the first to describe this analogy between theology and architecture. As a result, this homology of components resembles the hierarchy of logical levels in a well-structured scholastic treatise. Panofsky 1989, 33, Gothic architecture, with its pillars, buttresses, services and ribs, followed a visual logic, Ibid. 38, that made it possible not only to experience the work aesthetically, but also to understand it intellectually. The viewer would not have been satisfied if the structure of the building had not allowed him to comprehend the process of architectural composition itself, just as the structure of the Summa allowed him to comprehend the exact thought process. He accepted and demanded a clarification of function through form that went beyond what was necessary, just as much as a clarification of thought through language that went beyond what was necessary. Ibid. 38f. Thus, both tendencies of the theology of the time were incorporated into Gothic church architecture. The Neoplatonic, partly mystically inspired universal realism, insofar as the world as a whole was to present itself schematically as a deducible system of emanations of the divine logos, the nominalism and Aristotelianism, insofar as the individual sculptural components were progressively designed in a more naturalistic way and the systematics of the individual members were to manifest themselves through and for the subject. In the Gothic cathedrals, the principles of reason were communicated sculpturally. It is therefore not without a certain consistency that Notre Dame was not destroyed during the dechristianization campaign of the French revolutionary government, but was rededicated as a Temple of Reason, in which the first Festival of Reason and Liberty was held in 1793. A sense of the interconnection between Christianity and reason, between the Church and the Republic, was also expressed in the intuitive initial reactions to the burning of Notre Dame. The heart of France was in flames. The shock and sympathy were by no means only due to fond memories of Disney movies or Paris vacations. There was also a nasty suspicion that an Islamist terrorist attack had destroyed the church, a not unfounded assumption in view of the countless desecrations of Christian places of worship that are now commonplace in France in the form of arson and vandalism. A record number of 1,063 desecrations of Christian churches and cemeteries were counted in France in 2018, VaticanNews.va, April 25, 2019. The perpetrators are mostly unknown. Notre Dame did not fall victim to deliberate destruction, but IS supporters actually planned a bomb attack on the cathedral in 2016. Once negligence was established as the cause of the fire, the inevitable backlash ensued. Taking advantage of the fortunate circumstance that no one lost their life in the fire and bypassing the fact that a firefighter was seriously injured, it was possible to play down the fact that only a church had been damaged. The fire in Notre Dame is only causing so much consternation and sadness because we here have a Eurocentric view of the world, explained an author who critically questions her identity as a white European, Aon Bento, April 17, 2019. The billions in donations announced for reconstruction were derided as an expression of misanthropic sentiment because the same money could ultimately be used to help people in need, a calculation that is tellingly rarely made when it comes to donations to WWF or Greenpeace. It is now known that most of the promised donations never arrived anyway because the benefactors were scared off by Macron's threat that he would rebuild Notre Dame even more beautifully than before. Prime Minister Edouard Philippe had announced an architectural competition just 2 days after the disaster to find a contemporary solution for the reconstruction of the burnt-out roof truss and the collapsed crossing tower. Macron announced that he wanted to consider a contemporary architectural gesture. The French head of state had thus released the building for public deconstruction at a time when the reconstruction of Notre Dame was actually out of the question. Of course, the most adventurous projections were not long in coming, with British architectural historian Tom Wilkinson's recommendation to replace the crossing tower with a minaret, domusweb.it, April 17, 2019, being the most openly anti-Christian. The renowned London architectural firm Foster Plus Partners impressed with a projection that should have been dismissed as self-plagiarism due to its similarity to the Reichstag dome in Berlin. The roof and crossing tower are to be redesigned in glass and stainless steel and given a viewing platform. A transparent church roof that allows a view of the profane sky and lets in only natural light would be an attack on Gothic aesthetics that Eugene Viollet-le-Duc, the 19th-century Notre Dame restorer, would never have allowed himself. However, it was precisely his changes to Notre Dame, which included the new crossing tower, that were used as justification for disfiguring the building, where there was no original, fidelity to the original was obsolete. The enthusiasm for postmodern deconstruction fantasies expresses a proud ignorance of the old Christian idea. Medieval theology, despite all the eschatology turned inward, expressed a longing that hardly anyone feels today. Even in the doctrine of the objective reason of a transcendent deity, the unreasonableness of this world was expressed at least negatively, the need for redemption of a suffering world. The early scholastic nominalist impulse, which transferred reason far into the subject, paved the way for modernity in the sense of the productive transformation of the world by man. However, just as the establishment of a rational world failed, subjectivism became a disaster. Truth, meaning, and reconciliation appeared to modern consciousness as mere anachronistic empty words. The void was filled by all kinds of expedient ideologies such as occultism, astrology, or ethnic paganism. Now, in the postmodern era, nominalist consciousness has reached its temporary peak. Enlightenment, modernity, progress, and liberation, not to mention theological concepts, are merely narratives that have lost their effectiveness. All human conditions appear to be discourses that can apparently be magically influenced arbitrarily by means of language, but in fact unfold an omnipotence that disregards the individual and their word, from which no human activity can free them.
As soon as the entire second nature only appears as a discursive thicket, the first nature beckons promisingly as the guarantor of a new objective order of being. The nature called air environment appears as a speechless, non-discursive force. The basic assumption of historical materialism that social progress becomes necessary and possible through the mastery of nature, and that the separation of first and second nature represents a working hypothesis that is supposed to shed light on this connection, has disappeared from thought, because the consequence would be a denial of the assertion that nature does not negotiate. It does so by means of its linguistically gifted animal. Unfortunately, this animal does not use its gift of language to think about the responsibility that could arise from this. For this it would need a corresponding subject. Humanity, the generic term humanity, however, is subject to a taboo in postmodern nominalist consciousness. This is why it neither succeeds in thinking society within the natural history of the genus, nor in conceptually anticipating humanity emancipated as a historical subject. Without reflecting on man's dependence on the species, first and second nature become a mediatorless antagonism. Here the artificial discourse machinery of man, there the authentic being of nature. This means that when people insist that we are all a part of nature, they generally do not want to express the neediness and instinctuality of every human creature, but rather to separate humans from nature, which is only conceived as reified, as the culprits of animals, plants, oceans, etc. This is why people willingly submit to nature. Hence the willing submission of postmodern ideologues to the ecologistic neo-religion, which even the most mystical Christian theology is ahead of in pointing to a transcendent, whereas ecologism only has the total immanence of a human being who humbly and sacrificially accepts his place in nature in its program. It is therefore not surprising that the design proposals that were most heavily acclaimed by the online public envisaged the transformation of the church into a place of worship for ecological idolatry. Jean-Michel Wilmot, for example, recommended redesigning the Notre Dame spire out of carbonier to make an ecological statement for the 21st century, Der Standard, June 17, 2019. The biggest hit, however, was scored by the renowned architecture studio NAB. Notre Dame is to receive a glazed roof garden with a greenhouse, and the crossing tower is to be renovated with integrated beehives as a beekeeping operation, Studio NAB, /Notre Dame. The transplantation of profane nature into the sacred space is almost a persiflage of the Gothic cathedral, in whose interior the forest of pillars represents an ideally proportioned garden of paradise, rather than wildly rampant mere nature. The animal figures, even when individually designed, are also embedded in an order, that of divine unity or human reason, and not in the unconscious order of the honeycombs around which the animals buzz chaotically. Macron and his Prime Minister Philippe have not only encouraged such madness, but have also provoked a social polarization along the question of reconstruction with their reconstruction project without any need. After all, more than half of the French have spoken out in polls in favor of restoring Notre Dame to its former appearance. Although the leader of the French Green Party warned against retrograde nostalgia, Abendblatt, June 27, 2019, the attempt to dismiss the campaign for the restoration as reactionary and traditionalist was disgraced by the mere fact that Raphael Glucksmann and Anne Hidalgo, the socialist mayor of Paris, also spoke out against a contemporary architectural gesture. Macron only failed in the end due to resistance from the French Senate, which had added the passage that the cathedral must be restored to its last known visual state to his draft law, according to which Notre Dame is to be reconstructed within 5 years, bypassing the monument protection regulations. Reconstruction architecture, as Germany's now most popular architecture professor Stefan Truby explained a year ago, is a key medium of the authoritarian, nationalist and historically revisionist right GTAZE, August 18, 2018. Unimpressed by this, the majority of French people, and by no means only conservatives and believers, have decided not to cut ties with a past whose aspirations have not yet been fulfilled. At the end of December 2019, the French judiciary took a step towards the self-determination of its case law. In the case of the murder of Sarah Halimi, which was committed on April 4, 2017, but was only widely discussed in public months later, a Paris appeals court ruled that the perpetrator Kobalai Traoré, a 27-year-old Muslim from Mali who lived in the same house as his victim at the time of the crime and was known to the police as a drug dealer, could not be convicted of his crime. Due to excessive consumption of cannabis, he was in an acute delirium at the time of the crime and was therefore not sane. Although he was not diagnosed with a mental illness, the court ordered Traoré to remain in the psychiatric facility where he has been housed since his crime and to undergo a drug withdrawal program. It is not yet clear whether the decision will mark the end of the proceedings against him. The representatives of the co-plaintiffs have announced that they will appeal against the verdict. However, as several lovers had previously voted for the perpetrator's insanity or diminished capacity, the Court of Appeal's verdict was the consequence of the appeals lodged against these decisions. There is not much hope of a real reassessment of the circumstances of the crime. Traoré had severely abused 65-year-old Sarah Atala Halimi, who had worked as a preschool director and doctor before retiring, in the building of a public housing project in the Belleville district of Paris, where he lived with the elderly woman, and then pushed her out of the window of her third-floor apartment. This was immediately adjacent to the apartment of Traoré's acquaintances, where he was staying in the early morning of the crime, after leaving his Malian relatives following an argument. From the bedroom, in which the acquaintances had locked Traoré because of his aggressive behavior, he climbed over the fire escape into Halimi's apartment, where he beat her blindly and shouted Allahu Akbar, and I killed Satan. Because of the woman's screams, several emergency calls were made to the police, whose officers waited outside the house for a special unit to arrive and witness the man throwing the old woman out of the window. After the attack, Traoré returned to his friend's bedroom and prayed loudly. When the special police unit arrived, he was arrested without resistance. In police custody, he then went on such a rampage that a doctor who was consulted declared him unfit for detention and referred him to a psychiatric ward, where he has been ever since. Although he was known to the police as a violent occasional criminal, Traoré was not considered to have a mental disorder. Halimi's Jewish background was known to him, as it was to most of the residents of the building. Before the crime, he had insulted the woman as a dirty Jew in the elevator of the shared apartment building. While Jewish newspapers and magazines such as the Times of Israel reported extensively on the murder immediately after it took place, and the Conseil Representatif des Institutions Juives de France, CRIF, organized a memorial service for Halimi, with over 1,000 participants 5 days after the crime. Traoré's hostility towards Jews was not openly addressed by political representatives and the media for a long time, because they feared it would give the Front National, FN, additional votes. However, these fears were a consequence of the fact that Marine Le Pen was actually alone for a long time in naming the anti-Semitic nature of Traoré's crimes. It was not until 2 months later, when an appeal by French intellectuals, including Elisabeth Badinter, Georges Bensoussan, Alain Finkielkraut and Michel Onfray, appeared in Le Figaro, calling for an end to the denial of realities with regard to the omnipresent Muslim hatred of Jews, and when Belgian MEP Frédéric Ries denounced the Europe-wide silence about Traoré's motives, French President Emmanuel Macron also publicly addressed the perpetrators' anti-Semitism. Macron's proclaimed plan to reconquer the districts and regions taken over by Muslim gangs and communities, which, despite justified skepticism, gives hope for a more offensive stance by the Republic against Islamic infiltration efforts, is to be understood not least as a consequence of the Halimi murder case. The initiative was a reaction to revelations about the financial support of numerous French local politicians by Islamist groups, and demonstrated how far the development that Macron wants to combat has already progressed. The Parisian district of Belleville, where the crime was committed, is not simply a metropolitan hotspot, but a neighborhood in which traditionally poor indigenous French people, European migrants, Muslims, Jews and Christians live together in a confined space, one of the last relics of traditional European cosmopolitanism, which exemplifies how the precarious unity in diversity represented by the old Parisian immigrant neighborhoods is threatened in its very substance by the Islamic compulsion for cultural isolation and anti-republican self-empowerment. The pedagogical and administrative measures that are now being developed on Macron's initiative for the purpose of recognizing the reintegration of Islamic parallel societies into the Republic, however, stand in stark contrast to the exculpation of Islamically motivated criminals undertaken cooperatively by courts and psychiatric experts, as exemplified by the murder of Halimi. Macron's reconquest is directed against the influence of Islamic states on the French school system, administration and judiciary, and is expressly not intended as a plan against Islam. Rather, control mechanisms are to be developed in order to be able to recognize Islamic institutions on the basis of French Laicism. The contradictory nature of this plan barely comes to light. The special quality of the Paris Court of Appeal's assessment of Traoré's crime lies in a twofold shift in the concept of culpability. First, the judges relativized it through the fact of the perpetrator's excessive cannabis consumption, and then, based on an understanding of self-induced drug influence as justification for the recognition of diminished culpability, moved on to an interpretation of Islamic hatred of Jews as a mental illness. Both evaluation patterns are based on an understanding of the law that traditionally distinguishes German jurisdiction from that in Anglo-American countries, but also in France. This difference is due to the so-called doctrine of causality in Anglo-American law. While people who, by their own decision, put themselves in a situation in which they, through clouding of perception, reduced ability to react or distorted self-perception, harm others and themselves, or are no longer able to avert avoidable harm from others and realistically assess the consequences of their actions, can expect a reduced sentence in Germany for breaches of the law committed in this state. The opposite is true in the USA in particular. There, it has an aggravating effect on penalties if people commit crimes in a state of impaired consciousness that they have brought about of their own volition. See the German provisions on fines regarding the imputability or culpability of drink driving. In the case of bodily injury as a result of willfully induced intoxication, according to Section 323 ASDGB, the inducement of intoxication can be punished with a fine or imprisonment for up to 5 years, but not the act itself, for which the presumption of reduced culpability applies. The degree of diminished culpability is determined by the blood alcohol level, i.e., for homicides committed while intoxicated, complete culpability can be recognized. In the USA, on the other hand, willfully induced intoxication in traffic, assault and homicide offenses is in principle punishable as an aggravating factor, in that the reduction in sanity is added to the sentence for the offense.
Although both legal understandings follow the civil principle of authorship or causation, according to which responsible subjects must bear legal responsibility for their actions and their consequences, they define the conditions for the possibility of responsibility and thus of accountability very differently. In the German legal tradition, the responsibility of the subject's actions is considered limited from the moment that the subject's own actions place him in a situation whose consequences can no longer be attributed to him or only to a limited extent. The Anglo-American legal tradition, on the other hand, interprets the self-responsible creation of a situation in which the consequences of the subject's actions are no longer fully attributable to the subject, to the detriment of the subject. The example of a drunk driving is striking. In both legal traditions, drunkenness is punishable under criminal law, but in Germany, self-imposed alcoholization, provided it was not carried out with the demonstrable intention of committing a crime, is seen as exonerating the offender, whereas in the USA it is a criminal offense. In other words, anyone who ensures that they are no longer in control of their own senses before harming their fellow human beings is punished more severely in the USA, but less severely in this country. In France, self-induced alcohol intoxication in the case of accidents, bodily injury and homicide does not reduce the penalty either, but rather aggravates it depending on the degree of negligence. French law therefore assesses the degree of personal responsibility in cases of willfully induced diminished responsibility more in line with Anglo-American than German law. The ruling in the Halimi case therefore represents an even deeper break in the French legal tradition. While German jurisprudence takes into account the possibility of self-responsible freaks and lapses on the part of subjects as collateral damage to society and makes legal concessions to the individual in the event of a self-induced mental state of exception, French and Anglo-American law insists in such cases on the continued validity of its legally and politically set limits, in line with the understanding of the citizen as a self-responsible unit of bourgeois and citoyen. In French and Anglo-American law, the subject is therefore still measured against the standards inherent in its own concept, especially when it has decided to temporarily suspend them. In Germany, the need for destructive self-delimitation within civil law, and under its protection, is granted space. The consequences can be observed in everyday life, where in the USA in particular, drinking alcohol, consuming drugs and generally any behavior in public spaces that harms oneself or others is punished with severe sanctions, including prison sentences, while in Germany, caricatured in cosmopolitan Berlin, such violations are not only accepted as trivialities, but even affirmed as a sign of libertarian relaxation. The constitutional form that the so-called justifiable state of emergency provided for in all civil constitutions has found in Germany alone can be understood as the constitutional and criminal objectification of the psychological and moral recognition of self-responsible irresponsibility. The fact that the Paris Court of Appeal ordered drug withdrawal, including psychiatric care, as an appropriate punishment for Traoré's anti-Jewish act of murder, includes not only a commitment to the German concept of legal responsibility, but also a readjustment of the relationship between crime and illness in the case of Islamically motivated crimes. Although Traoré had justified his cannabis use in court by saying that it calmed him down, the drug use was interpreted in the grounds of the Court of Appeal's judgment as a weakness that reduced the defendant's culpability, which had promoted the breakthrough of a mental illness that had never been diagnosed in him. The court considered the fact that Traoré had repeatedly insulted Halimi as a shaitan, a demon, a dirty whore, and bitch, to be a sign of such a disorder, suggesting that he had seen himself persecuted by evil spirits that he believed to be part of reality due to a mental disorder. Traoré's statement that he had felt provoked by the Torah in Halimi's apartment, meaning a Bible, was seen as an additional argument for the assumption of a mental illness, the onset of which had been facilitated by the drugs. The fact that all these denigrations, including the delusion of being persecuted by demons, are substantially part of the anti-Semitic projection, which always has delusional components without therefore corresponding to a clinical picture that could justify insanity, was not included in the reasons for the judgment. In this way, the anti-Semitic delusion, probably without comparison in the French judicial system, has been defined exclusively as a mental disorder that sublates culpability, without coming into view as a self-responsible and mass psychologically relevant political act. Of course, the anti-Semitic delusion is only understood as the subject's inherent first nature, which has been unleashed by reducing the subject's capacity for sanity, if the subject to it, and at its mercy has a very specific origin, the fact that a conservative Christian, a right-wing Republican or left-wing atheist felt provoked to murder by the presence of a Bible in the home of a Jewish woman would not have been considered sufficient proof of a disease-related loss of legal culpability in any court of law. Rather, the decision made anti-Semitism the first nature not of all anti-Semites, but exclusively of Muslims, to be legally and politically recognized, in a racist logic that encourages tolerating and excusing habitual hatred of Jews as a natural part of the character of precisely this population group. As much as this verdict is a slap in the face to all those Muslims in France who do not follow this logic or openly contradict it, it is also in line with the fact that physically practiced hatred of Jews is currently the only generally respected directive for action in Islamic collectives. It is precisely the harmony of a jurisdiction modeled on the German model with a generally practiced mass delusion that promotes the undermining of the Republican state by its own means, which Macron's plan of a reconquest is supposed to counteract according to its own claim. The pathological projection, as which the dialectic of enlightenment defines anti-Semitism, drives from a private obsession to a murderous negative socialization whenever the delusion collectively present in the individual, but also locked up in them, is objectified in real terms through communal confirmation. When pathology is elevated to a valid principle of action and the norm for the assessment of reality. This becomes possible when the projective impulse no longer serves, as in reflected cognition, to open up what is distant from the subject by internalizing what is external, but instead becomes the mode of an initially hallucinated and ultimately practical appropriation of land, by means of which the subject sees everything distant from the subject as merely part of itself. Horkheimer and Adorno distinguish such pathological projection from the projection that is the prerequisite for all knowledge. Anti-Semitism is based on false projection. It is the antithesis of genuine mimesis. If mimesis makes itself similar to the environment, then false projection makes the environment similar to itself. If for the latter the outside becomes the model to which the inside conforms, the foreign becomes the familiar, the latter transfers the ready to jump inside into the outside and characterizes even the most familiar as the enemy. The verdict in the Halimi murder case makes concessions to these psychodynamics by not taking the objectively delusional moments in the perpetrator's social character seriously as symptoms of a collective behavioral pattern rooted in his Islamic socialization, i.e. their political content, but by re-individualizing them as the psychosis of an individual. The belief in demons, the hypertrophic self-stylization as an exorcist, the perception of a Bible as an external stimulus that triggers one's own megalomania and to which one reacts with violent insult, the anti-Jewish insults that preceded the murder as well as the prayers that followed it. All of this can indeed be interpreted as symptoms of an obsession that Traoré acted out as the coordinated execution of a universally valid law. By not punishing such objectification of a madness valid within the Islamic communities as a political crime, but rather as an expression of a pathological symptomatology in the private sphere, in the inner world of an individual declared insane, the Paris Court of Appeal also releases the anti-Jewish community, in whose name Traoré acted in a planned and determined manner, from responsibility along with the perpetrator. The re-individualization of the crime corresponds with the exoneration of the perpetrator as the responsible subject. A conviction for the anti-Jewish murder, on the other hand, would have condemned not only the individual who executed him, but also the collective political delusion of which Traoré was the self-confident agent. The prescription of drug withdrawal, including psychiatric treatment, does not regard Islamic anti-Semitism as a social phenomenon, but sees it as a natural impulse, the existence of which cannot be changed and which can only be suppressed, but not punished, not condemned. The flip side of such a re-individualization of communal madness, as a result of which Islamic hatred of Jews becomes a patented private taste that must be suppressed, but for which its owners cannot be punished, is the collective silence about pathological aspects of non-Islamically motivated mass crimes. In this sense, the case of Tobias Rathjen, who killed 9 people with different migration backgrounds on the street and in several shisha bars in Hanau on February 19 and injured 6 others, some of them seriously, provided an opportunity to speak the truths that are denied in the case of Sarah Halimi and related anti-Semitic acts by Islamic perpetrators. Rathjen, who, in a message to the entire German people written to accompany his attack and in a video, indulged in conspiracy theories about being watched by secret services and feeling threatened by the secret knowledge of a very small elite, that Southerners, Turks and North Africans, as recruiting material in a war to promote the degeneration of our people. Several doctors and psychiatrists suspected a schizophrenic disorder soon after the attack, unlike in the case of the Halle assassin Stefan Ballier, without using this diagnosis to exculpate the perpetrator. In fact, several AfD politicians and authors from the identitarian milieu exclusively referred to the alleged illness of the assassin in a similarly trivializing manner, as almost all parties and media tend to do in the case of Muslim perpetrators. On the contrary, the example of Rathjen was used to explain in detail what was omitted in the case of Traoré, who was never diagnosed with a mental disorder, the connection between pathology and politics, abnormality and normality in the constitution of anti-Semitic madness. As an example, criminologist Britta Bannenberg cited in Die Zeit the psychiatric sociological common knowledge that can be used to explain that a clinically diagnosed schizophrenic disorder can lead to right-wing terrorist murders due to an environment that favors this development. Rathjen's ideas of persecution and conspiracy, according to Bannenberg, were quite clearly attributable to paranoid schizophrenia, a severe psychiatric illness that causes a loss of connection to reality. She described the symptoms as follows: sufferers have delusions, hear voices, feel threatened and often perceive their environment, experiences and other people as dangerous. Quite a few develop hostility and hatred towards their environment, towards parts of society and even the idea of a universal world conspiracy to be fought against. She then just as rightly states, being severely mentally ill and right-wing extremist and racist is not a contradiction in terms. People with paranoid schizophrenia or a pronounced paranoid personality disorder can also have a real hostility. On the contrary, it is precisely the combination of a negative delusional system and actual aggressiveness and hostility that makes them particularly dangerous. To counteract the transformation of private delusional fantasies into planned political paranoia, she recommends the following preventative measures. If a relative has violent fantasies, call the police. As soon as friends, family or colleagues notice that someone is developing negative thoughts and aggression towards others in their delusional thoughts, this could be a neighbor, their own partner, or a group of certain people, the police should be informed or the person should be taken directly to a psychiatric ward. If one hypothetically assumes what no expert diagnosed in Traoré's case, that he also had a manifest personality disorder that could have facilitated the acting out of his hostility towards Jews, Bannenberg's statements about the connection between pathology and politics, psychological disposition and terrorist intention would apply to him at least as much as to Rathjen, the hearing of voices. The idea of being pursued by agents of an uncanny power, the fusion of paranoia and fantasies of omnipotence through to the hallucinated fight against a world conspiracy, all condense into murderous violence, promoted by the tendency to aggressive hostility towards others, when the individual renounces control and reflection of the delusion just as much as their environment. Indeed, especially when this environment encourages them in the elaboration of their delusional explanations of the world and in the urge to commit destructive acts. This outlines a socio-psychological interpretation of the transformation of delusion into objective political violence, which could make it possible to assess the social dangers associated with the anti-Jewish disposition of right-wing extremist and Islamic individual perpetrators, whether Islamism is to be assessed as a manifestation of right-wing extremism or not, and what influence the affirmation of private delusion by the everyday Islamic community on the one hand and by the autistic self-isolation of potential spree killers acting on the internet on the other has on the respective acts. However, such assessments are only possible if psychological abnormalities are not used to exculpate the perpetrator in the case of Islam-motivated crimes, just as they are not used to exculpate right-wing extremists. If instead, the delusional component is assessed as an individual pathology in the case of Islamic perpetration, but rationalized in the case of otherwise motivated perpetration, i.e., the illness is made a criterion for judgment in one case and ignored in the other, the end result is cronyism with Islamic Jew hatred. If Horkheimer and Adorno's distinction between a projection that serves to open up the subject's distance qua internalization of the outside, and one that transfers the ready to jump inside into the outside, and shapes even the most familiar as an enemy, is taken seriously when assessing the handling of pathology and crime in the Halimi case, the conclusion is obvious: the pathic projection that helps to unleash the ready to leap inside has been granted a space for action and understanding, both legally and psychiatrically, that French law has not previously offered it and that it could still deprive it of. However, the cognitive projection that serves to open up the subject's distance and thus to understand the connection between private pathology and social delusion has been disempowered to a greater extent than before in the case of Islamic perpetration. By leaving other, politically less sensitive areas of responsibility to it, the ability to open up the distant subject, the projection that serves knowledge, without which what is beyond rational explanation cannot be understood, shrinks into the legitimizing ideology of a society that offers blind understanding of the worst, which is one with a lack of understanding. The convergence of French jurisprudence with the German understanding of law, as exemplified by the Sarah Halimi murder case, is the organization of this lack of understanding. As long as this trend continues, educational and administrative projects, such as those recently pursued by Emmanuel Macron, will be able to do little to change the way society deals with Islam. Since the AfD has been in the Bundestag, everyday parliamentary life there is indeed reminiscent in some respects of the Reichstag in the period before the Nazis seized power. The only difference is that the role of the NSDAP as a screeching, jeering and loutish mob is not played by the right-wing populists, but by MPs from the other parties that call themselves democratic. Whenever an AfD politician makes a speech on any topic, they adopt the pose of the loudly laughing, shouting abuse or haughtily running their mouths at the speaker, who is far too sure of his superiority to deign to put forward arguments and who feels so superior to his opponents that, instead of engaging in well-ordered polemics, he hurls the sputum of his own political unconscious into the plenary chamber at will and without inhibition. The outrage in the face of the trivialization of National Socialism by politicians of the party is itself a matter of arbitrariness in the face of the general jealousy that even statements by AfD politicians worthy of support trigger across parliamentary groups. It is not because representatives of a long-outdated revisionism are back in parliament, not because of their trivialization of the old Germany, that the AfD arouses resentment, but because of their criticism of the current nation that has been made good. June 8, 2018 should be remembered by all those committed to the cause of humanity as the date on which this new German consensus first came into its own by mocking the Jewish victim of a Muslim murderer. On this day, AfD MP Thomas Seitz used his speaking time during a point-of-order debate to observe a minute's silence in memory of 14-year-old Susanna F., from Mainz, who was allegedly raped by the rejected Iraqi asylum seeker Ali Bashar, strangled by applying pressure to her throat with a hard object and then buried on a railroad embankment near Wiesbaden. Susanna F. was Jewish. She and her family belonged to the Jewish community in Mainz. Although virtually nothing was known about the motives of the perpetrator and his relationship to the victim at the time, the entire press reported immediately after the body was found, preemptively and in proper neglect of their journalistic duty of care, that there were no indications that religion had played a role in the crime. Welt Online, 9. Juni 2018.
Seitz did not simply claim the opposite, but paid tribute to the victim's Jewish origins, which the parties, media and civil society groups had at best mentioned in awkward subordinate clauses, by introducing the minute silence with the phrase, "Out of the ground you come, and into the ground you shall be," borrowed from the first book of Moses and often used at Jewish funeral ceremonies due to Judaism's rejection of cremations. The AfD MPs then gradually stood up. Apparently the action was not particularly well coordinated, and did what the entire parliament and as many private and political initiatives as possible should have done in spontaneous self-organization. At least pay their last respects to a Jewish girl whose death could have been prevented by a prudent migration policy. Afterwards, there would have been an opportunity in the Bundestag to criticize the surprise tactics of MP Seitz in a debate, as well as the public denial of the facts, the talking down of motivations and the blurring of figures in dealing with Islamic violence in Germany. Above all, there would have been an opportunity to discuss measures to protect Jews in Germany from Islamic-motivated attacks. Bundestag President Claudia Roth, obviously unsettled for a few seconds by the silence with which the AfD MPs interrupted the usual routine, quickly returned to her habitus of philanthropic inhumanity and reprimanded Seitz in appropriately agrammatic diction. May I point out to you that we are currently speaking on a point of order, and I would also ask that you adhere to the agenda and the debate on points of order. This was followed by applause, laughter, outraged shouts directed at Seitz from all MPs outside the AfD and Roth's matter-of-factly scornful question, "Mr. Seitz, do you have anything else to say? Otherwise I would call on the next speaker. As you have not answered me, that concludes your speech or your contribution." The final applause for Roth confirmed the conviction of 85% of parliamentarians in the German Bundestag that people who mourn Jews murdered by Muslims have no say in Germany. An exemption is only granted to mourning Jews, provided that they abide by the rules of the game and remain silent about the origin and beliefs of the murderer in question. Conversely, on this day, shortly after Golan's comparison of National Socialism to a bird shit, the AfD of all parties demonstrated that resistance to everyday subjugation to Islamic alpha animals necessarily requires the suspension of the agenda. How serious the respective AfD MPs were with their minute silence is irrelevant to this realization. Gestures of mourning are always ceremonial, everyone who performs them is left to decide what they think about them internally. Anyone who disrupts or interrupts them on the assumption that the mourners are not serious about their gesture is thereby terminating fundamental agreements of civilization, just like the masses of Muslim school children who have been aggressively disrupting minutes of silence for the victims of Islamist attacks throughout Western Europe for years, so that such acts of remembrance can now hardly take place. In the collective pleasure of vilifying and ridiculing a gesture of decency and respect, which is both public and private in its ritual character, through demonstrative unseriousness, the German MPs have shown themselves to be people of the spirit of the Islamic Brotherhood. So even if the AfD's performance was just a cheap ploy to snub parliamentary routine, it would have served its purpose by exposing the absolute majority of Islamophile model Democrats who represent the German people at the height of the times as a barbarian assembly, which is ready at any time to sacrifice the memory of a dead Jewish girl to the fight against the right, which in Germany is always one for cultural sensitivity and accepts Jews at best as members of an ethnic group who, like Islamic women, have the right to their ancestral headgear. The minute silence in memory of Susanna, disrupted by the administrative stuttering of Roth and the banging of the elected parliament, is the oath of revelation, documented in sound and vision, of a state whose smug ritual of remembrance is nothing but a mockery of the concept of humanity, whose awareness of history critical of anti-Semitism is nothing but a multiculturally draped love for a brother nation hostile to Jews. In this respect, the AfD was the only party in the Bundestag on June 8 that did not embarrass itself. Susanna's alleged murderer, who was allowed to stay in Germany at the time of the crime despite his asylum application being rejected in December 2016 because he had appealed against the decision, was known to the police and had attracted attention for numerous offenses, including assaulting a policewoman and insulting women. In March 2018, he is said to have been involved in a robbery while armed with a knife, which is why criminal proceedings are pending against him. The accusation by an 11-year-old German girl that Bashar had raped her in his asylum-seeker accommodation in Wiesbaden-Erbenheim was not investigated further because no reliable evidence was found. The reason why he was able to flee with his family to the country, from which he had previously fled using false names, was that the federal police are not allowed to compare passport data with the information on flight tickets. Whether another man was involved in the crime alongside Bashar, who is now due to stand trial here after his arrest by a Kurdish special unit in Iraq and his deportation to Germany, is just as unclear as the question of whether Bashar raped the victim beforehand. After his arrest, he only confessed to the murder. A 35-year-old Turkish refugee, who was initially arrested and later released, is still considered a suspect. What is certain is that the police did not take Susanna's disappearance seriously for a long time, and that information from her mother, Diana E., who in May reported a WhatsApp message from her daughter, possibly sent by the perpetrator, with the information that she was in Paris with a friend, as suspicious, was not followed up sufficiently. The victim's connection to the suspect is also unclear. Susanna is said to have sought a relationship with Ali Bashar's brother and apparently had contact with a clique of people around the suspect. Her murder therefore provides material not only for a parliamentary debate, but at least for a committee of inquiry, which, even if there are no indications of an anti-Jewish background to the crime, would have to consider such a background just as seriously as other Islamic motives for the crime. The fact that none of this is to be expected was demonstrated after the AfD-minute silence by all members of parliament, including their civil society regard, who are no longer different from the German government's announcements, neither in their thinking nor in their propagandistic blather. SPD MP Carsten Schneider, who took the floor after Roth had asked Seitz to leave the lectern, echoed what everyone else was crowing. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bundestag is a place for debate, but not for the political instrumentalization of victims. Keeping silent about the victims of everyday Islamic terror, by debating them instead of keeping quiet for at least a short time in remembrance of them, is the German magic formula for dealing with Jewish victims of Muslim murderers. Anyone who does not go along with this mockery of the victims is accused of instrumentalizing them. Bundestag Vice President Thomas Oppermann, SPD, tweeted illiterately after Seitz's appearance. In the middle of a Go debate, the AfD is staging a minute silence in the Bundestag. It wants to make political capital out of Susanna's terrible death. This is completely inappropriate towards the victim and her relatives. The AfD should be ashamed of itself. Marco Buschmann, FDP, stated that the party's behavior had triggered a feeling of alien shame in him, and Britta Hasselmann from the Greens lashed out at the AfD, "You should be ashamed." In doing so, the members of parliament from all parties blurted out what they were denying, although it is obvious that the AfD fulfills the psychodynamic function of playing the role of the personified stain of shame on behalf of all those who are in conflict with Islam, the role of someone who refuses to do what everyone else should and never wants to do, to be ashamed of their own bestiality. Only those who have forgotten how to be ashamed of themselves can loudly declare their alien shame, and only those who do not want to know anything about the how and why of those deaths complain about the instrumentalization of victims, whose avoidable suffering is played down as terrible death. The fact that any memorial service for Susanna F. must be cleansed of Islamophobic and anti-migration sentiments in order to be held without shame was expressed by Gutmenschliche Action Mainz, which emphasized its own bestial shamefulness on its Facebook page on the occasion of shameless right-wing morning rallies. The discovery of the body of 14-year-old Susanna from Mainz near Urbanheim has shaken us deeply. Our condolences now go especially to her family and all those who were close to her. This terrible act also moves the people of Mainz. On this occasion, we would like to hold a memorial rally on Saturday, June 9th, from 1 p.m. on St. Peter's Square to enable a dignified commemoration. Some right-wing to far-right groups, including the AfD, Bewegung Mainz and Kandel ist Überall, have registered memorial rallies for Saturday, Sunday and Monday. The problem is of course not that memorial rallies are taking place, but that they are being instrumentalized to stir up ethnic racist resentment. With this event, we are explicitly opposing all attempts to charge this terrible act with racism and thus divert attention from the actual problem. With our rally, we not only want to commemorate the victims with dignity, but also draw attention to the general problem of violence against women. 40% of women in Germany experience physical and/or sexualized violence from the age of 16. Most women experience this within their social environment, not at the hands of the unknown stranger. Our feminism remains anti-racist. End of quote. The fact that Bashar is not an unknown stranger for Susanna F. was not an unknown stranger, but a known stranger, that Susanna's murder can no more be viewed in isolation from the perpetrator's Islamic socialization than from a refugee policy that, because its feminism remains anti-racist, claims countless victims. This does not occur to people who consider the state-supporting chatter of deep shock and terrible deed, as well as the redundant invocation of dignity, which expresses nothing but the lack of dignity and conformist self-betrayal of the chatterers, to be a manifestation of authentic concern. In view of the case of Susanna F., which in its particularity, as an expression of a willingly accepted Muslim land grab, is not an isolated case but a symptom, are not thin-skinned whiners who evade the general problem of structural violence against women and thus actually divert attention from the actual problem, whose cultural sensitivity prevents them from seeing the real threat, but rather reveal themselves as admirers of a hardness and brutality that is hostile to civilization and which they admire in their Islamic protégés even when they have not yet proven to be hard and brutal. Instead of at least reacting with cautious skepticism to the lack of delicacy that, by social necessity, shapes the social character of young Muslim men who have made it to Europe, because ruthlessness, not fragility, is the prerequisite for such an escape, the raw physical strength, gripping vitality and unspoiled, unpolished nature of the new guests are both admired and demanded by their culture-loving hosts. The constant invocation of shame by the collaborators of Islam against its critics does not express a request for respect for other people, but is far more reminiscent of the National Socialist cult of decency, in which the senseless idolatry of nationalistic toughness and strength found its moral and ideological equivalent. When parliamentarians from the other parliamentary groups interrupt every speech by an AfD MP in Bundestag debates today, with shouts of, "You must have no decency at all," or "Shame on you," this is nothing other than the reactualization of this cult of decency with anti-fascist pride. It is thanks to the adulation of a strength that is ultimately presented as racial, which goes hand in hand with emotional sympathy for immediate barbarism, not least among Islam-sensitive feminists, that the motive of a 29-year-old refugee from Syria, who attacked and strangled a 22-year-old Polish classmate, who did not want to be his girlfriend in the Friedrichshain Education Center in Berlin, and was only prevented from doing worse by other classmates, officially stating that the young woman did not return his love, basically provoking the young man to overreact, while the death of Susanna by the feminist exterminator Veronika Crocker, representing the majority of German conformists, may be trivialized as secondary to a general misogyny in a Facebook post as follows: "The upright German man sees his gender threatened, castrated, condemned to effeminacy by the feminism lurking everywhere for him because as a man, you are not allowed to do anything more." In Islam, on the other hand, the patriarchy that you yourself dream of still exists there, sometimes more, sometimes less. You are the undisputed master of the house, the woman obeys you, and she may even be a minor. In this way, one's own needs are split off and projected onto the outside, which is already predisposed as a threat, which is then pursued with all the more vehement hatred. End of quote. That Susanna was not murdered by an Islamophobic AfD voter, but, like most victims of misogynistic male morality in recent years, by a Muslim for whom living out those needs that Crocker insinuates as merely split-off German men is a matter of course, and that those who have so far been most vocal about the scandalous nature of this fact, whether you like it or not, are the right-wingers, must relativize it, because otherwise it would come out that murders like the one confessed to by Ali Bashar are not directed against the feminism lurking everywhere, but against all women, including non-feminist women, while official feminism marches ahead when it comes to handing over emancipated and unemancipated women to Islamic subjugation. Hasselman, Crocker and their ilk demonstrate that they are not only in cahoots with this subjugation, but also promote and protect Islamic master morality under the guise of humanitarian solidarity, with the hatred they pour out on perhaps unsympathetic, but in any case socially weak white old men and women who have too good a memory to disregard the forms of intercourse of civilized everyday life. The male-first sentimentality with which people like Crocker turn Muslim rapists and murderers into a projection screen for the hatred of German men is an expression of this cronyism. An involuntary and fortunate victim of this madness and a witness to its radiance, which has now spread throughout Western Europe, was recently Mamoudou Gassam in Paris, who came to France as an illegal refugee from Mali and on May 28, when Susanna had presumably already been murdered but not yet found, rescued a young boy in the 8th arrondissement who had climbed through the grating of a balcony on the 4th floor of a high-rise apartment building in the absence of his parents by climbing up the facade. Seconded by shouts of encouragement from a panicked and euphoric street crowd, Gassam climbed several floors up the tower block to rescue the child. As thanks for this heroic deed, Emmanuel Macron appointed the refugee, who was immediately dubbed Spider-Man by the media, as his protégé, assured him that he would be naturalized as soon as possible, contrary to the current legal situation, and ensured that Gassam was given a job with the fire department. The Western European media and all French parties, including the Front National, celebrated Gassam as a national hero, a strong man with superhuman strength, a real sportsman who, with his blatant action, had not thrown himself into the breach for the child whose life was in danger, but against isolationism and right-wing populism and for the image of refugees. The fact that the millions of videos documenting the event on YouTube and elsewhere clearly show another person trying to climb up the railing from the street, albeit in vain, while another person tries to calm and hold the boy from the neighbor's balcony, help without which Gassam might not have been able to save him, was left out of the coverage. The commentator on the Welt live stream took the cake by openly claiming counterfactually, "Only a young immigrant from Mali cannot stand idly by," as if the other witnesses had been unwilling and not physically unable to save the child. The boy, for whose rescue Western European civil society tearfully expressed its gratitude, played just as small a role in the reports as the citizens who had otherwise contributed to the rescue. In truth, the episode mutated in the media's portrayal into the heroic self-exaltation of the illegal migrant, who owes his promised status as a pro-spite/who citizen with a proper profession to no sensible political decision, but to a gift from the sovereign and his good fortune, which thousands and thousands of others do not have, solely to his physical strength and his courage to die. The fact that, beyond the work of firefighters in bourgeois society, facade climbing is more of a job for entry-level thieves, and that people who are physically and mentally capable of risking such things should inspire fear rather than admiration in everyday life, has been lost sight of in the euphoria for the superhero, as has the fact that Gas Sam himself has at least not affirmed the comic ideal that a megalomaniac public sees in him. In his public statements on his rescue operation, he seems rather overwhelmed by the vitalistic cult of madness that the multiculturally fixated civil society is organizing around him. This does not change the fact that he was just as effective human material for the pro-Islamic mobilization, for which his actions came at the right time, as the rescued child, the euphoric audience, or, a little later, the dead Susanna, who was humiliated into a victim of patriarchal structures. Those who constantly rant and rave about places of speech, minority experiences and marginal identities don't give a damn about the real living individuals who they harness to their cause and who they authoritatively interfere with as soon as some of them, instead of acting as civil society speech machines, actually mourn, show themselves to be powerless, overwhelmed or afraid. In general, the aim of the German welcome culture exported to Europe is not to protect the weak, but to protect the ruthless. The only thing that gives the good-natured brutes from Paris to Mainz the pleasure that they otherwise defame as patriarchal is unmitigated crudeness. The only thing that impresses them is the right of the strongest, which nowadays is always the right of Islam. This is the world in which Susanna died.
Everyone knew immediately that the vanguard of Islam had struck in Brussels on March 22, 2016, even though there was still no letter of confession and no perpetrator had been identified. This quick analysis required so little imagination that you would have to be scared to death. January 2015 Paris, February 2015 Copenhagen, November 2015 Paris again, December 2015 San Bernardino. A never-ending knife intifada in Israel and all the other incidents such as the murder of a Muslim retailer in Glasgow in March 2016 who had wished his customers a happy Easter, or the knife attack by a 15-year-old believer on a German police officer in Hanover in February 2016. Then there are the thousands of returned IS taster terrorists in Western Europe, Pakistani Sharia gangs with cab licenses and Labour Party cards on the hunt for girls not only in Rotherham, ethnically and Islamically liberated zones not only in the French banlieues and in Molenbeek in Belgium, but also in the UK, Sweden and Denmark. But as soon as the airport hall has been turned into a field of rubble, while smoke is still coming out of the subway shaft hours before the last victims have been rescued, we know that fear is not only a bad advisor, but even more so that there is no reason for fear at all. The educational work against fear works like an advertising jingle. A helpless, panic-prone person is invented with his "and again I'm afraid" citizen, who continues, "Nothing can be ruled out," say the politicians. It's only a matter of time, say the terror experts, before it happens in Germany too. I live in Germany. And I know that my fear comes not despite, but precisely because of the low probability. Terror is like a terrible lottery. The chance of being hit is very small. But it is precisely this minimal chance that exerts a magical attraction on my thoughts and feelings. Because it makes the danger so unpredictable. And all the questions so acute. It's high time for the expert, who is introduced with a socially respected impertinence, a prohibition borrowed from the Highway Code, which snappily interrupts the monologue of the bundle of fear. Stop. The best way to fight fear is with knowledge. So now I'm going to ask the really important questions. Am I in danger? How high is it exactly? And how can I reduce it? The expert, Professor Gerd Gidronzer, director at the Max Planck Institute for Human Development, knows that a period of fear of flying in the USA after the attacks of September 11, 2001 led to 1,600 additional deaths within a year, namely in road accidents, and warns of another consequence of fear that needs to be prevented, after the act of physical violence, against which we can only protect ourselves with difficulty. Terror strikes us a second time. By affecting our lives and exposing us to other dangers. The dead Americans in traffic are victims of this second strike. We could very well protect ourselves against this much broader effect of the second strike, sometimes as dangerous as a bomb, by refusing to go crazy over the first strike. So the question of whether and, if so, how I am endangered by terror is already terror damage. I become a victim when I think about whether I will soon be a victim. I can't do anything about the bomb itself. But I can do something about its echo. It's that simple. So difficult. Friedman Kerrigan Jetst, the youth page of the SC on March 23, 16. The message that there is nothing I or we or the security forces or politicians can do about the next Islamic bomb is apparently so comforting that even after the Brussels attacks, the order of the day is what it always is when the world is ending somewhere: calmness. It reads like this: after the terror in Paris, fear prevails. Why calmness would be better? SC, November 16, 15, or like this: calmness instead of fear of terror. ARD terrorism expert Holger Schmidt talks about the so-called Islamic State at the Innenstadt Family Center. Badische Zeitung, March 27, 16, or in the tone of civic responsibility, such as Bettina Gauss in the Taz of March 22, 16, showing composure in the face of terror is difficult. But it is necessary if the attackers are not to achieve their goal. The fact that this composure can also be put to good use in determining the enemy was made clear on March 22, 16 by an insignificant young politician who speaks all the more for the big picture and who is not afraid of the first strike, i.e. the one with the bombs. Irina Studhalter, member of the board of the Young Greens of Switzerland, confessed on Twitter, "I am afraid. Not of Islam, not of terror, but of the right-wing populist agitation that will follow." The attacks on the internet were numerous, but bounced off someone who can rightly say that she did not mock the victims, that she is a pacifist and condemns every murder, and that she is certainly not naive. As a political scientist, I think about the big socio-political contexts. 20 Minuten, March 23, 16. Studhalter could feel justified in her warning against the actual terrorists. One of those who, as an elected representative of the European Union, was meant by the attack on the metro, MEP Beatrix von Storch, had already tweeted on the morning of March 22, 16, "Greetings from Brussels. We have just left Parliament. Helicopters are circling. Military moving in. Sirens everywhere. Apparently many dead at the airport and central station," to add, "but nothing to do with nothing." This statement was first condemned so vehemently by parts of the Twitter community and then by all the media as soulless, selfish, without any sympathy for the victims and, above all, cynical, that even representatives of her own party distanced themselves from the frontwoman. Europe is not afraid of Islamic terror, and the higher the level of education and actual or prospective salaries, the more relaxed it is. The relaxed ones, however, become abusive as soon as a similarity between them and their favorite enemies becomes apparent, and make the mistake of underlining the traces of this relationship themselves. Robert Habeck of the Greens, who is not a young nerd from Switzerland but the Deputy Prime Minister of Schleswig-Holstein, described the AfD as the NPD for high earners 9 days before Brussels during the Berlin round after the state elections in Baden-Württemberg, Rhineland-Palatinate and Saxony-Anhalt. Yet since 2003 his party, and no longer the FDP, let alone Ms. von Storch's, has been the rallying point for high earners in the country. This would not be a flaw in itself if its leading politicians did not discreetly recommend this very fact to voters as a ticket to prosperity and at the same time deny a very German community of need that it also presents itself as the party of the left behind, which the Greens do not even claim to represent. The AfD's success as a party that excludes foreigners is not only due to the fact that the German public no longer knows any parties when it comes to the refugee and Islam issue, which even caught the attention of the Federal Minister of the Interior in March 2016 when he stated, "We simply lack a good, strong opposition." For fascism experts, it is actually surprising that the AfD, unlike the NSDP, because that is what is meant when the NPD comparison is made, has neither a suitable program, nor a party structure, nor the associated stormtroopers to at least organize spontaneous celebrations on the streets after the election victories of March 13, 2016. Unimpressed by this fact, Better Off Germany continues to believe in an imminent 1933 and, against the AfD of all parties, bravely upholds what the NSDAP upheld in 1933, a pronounced focus on values. While the NSDAP anchored its values in the Führerprinzip against legal rationality and, according to the maxim of feeling and faith, helped the common sense of the people to prevail in the administration and judiciary through the unlimited interpretation of laws and procedural regulations against enemies of the people, the establishment in the FRG, i.e. all parties represented in the Bundestag, is attempting to steer the course of events under the rule of law by means of a canon of values. That is laid down below the law and can be defined quite precisely, against which no objection should be permitted and which Irina Studhalter can already recite brilliantly, the insistence on one's own powerlessness as a result of thinking about the big social picture, also known as pacifism, and the unconditional will to denigrate anyone who calls for action against Islamic bombs as a right-wing populist and to join the NSDAP. AFD supporters, on the other hand, have almost as many values on offer as there are xenophobes, conspiracy theorists, saviors, ordoliberals, neo-Nazis, America haters, Russia admirers and, above all, lonely troublemakers among them. They have long since rationalized their fears and thus seemingly silenced them in the same way as their opponents, from whom they at least differ in that they point to a threat that really exists. The triumph of the National Socialists was only partly due to the so-called German angst, but also to the fears of doom based on facts, especially among the small middle class, whose stores, pubs and craft businesses went bankrupt even faster from 1929 onwards than had already been the case in the economically more stable years before, in the wake of the rationalization process. The members of this middle-class clientele only became dangerous as NSDAP supporters, who acclaimed the impending doom without individual fear. Propagating the overcoming of fear without tackling its causes and putting the frightened in a position to do something about the disaster that threatens them follows the principle of powerlessness, which has been elevated to the status of an article of faith and is unabashedly proclaimed as a lesson from history, from Auschwitz even. Those of the German alternative also follow this principle in their own way when they bow down before the Russian despotism, which alone can fix it. The impotence begins with the obsessive denial of any causal connection, which actually follows the slogan, "But nothing has anything to do with nothing." This applies to the relationship between Islam and terror just as much as it does to the relationship between deregulation and mass impoverishment. This denial, transfigured into a certainty of salvation, holds together a fearless civil society whose basic certainty is still that the Jews are our misfortune. Anti-Semitism remains particularly fresh and powerful among the beneficiaries of the existing conditions and protagonists of the latest welcome culture because, unlike the AFD, they have a collective enforcer on their side who proves in word and again indeed that he is really concerned with a new Holocaust, as the perpetrators who wanted to hit the El Al counter at Brussels airport proved. The fact that in the days following the attacks in Brussels, anti-Semitic perpetrators wearing headscarves, in only one case prevented from demonstrating their fight for jihad until the final victory by taking down the Palestinian flag and removing the Israeli flag from the central place of remembrance, was no longer noticed by anyone. In the country of the perpetrators, which claims the role of avant-garde in the fight against anti-Semitism, things are no less jihadist, even without autochthonous concern, like the anti-Semitic refugee girl Rem, who caused the Chancellor so much distress in spring 2014. On May 22, 15, Imre Kurdish, whose preferences for an alternative German collective movement are likely to have been limited, was given a lasting warning by a connoisseur of German needs named Matthias Schnitzler, not on an obscure private radio station, but on Deutschlandfunk. There are two passages in the book, referring to the diary novel Letzte Einkehr, published in German in 2015, that give the Kurdish connoisseur a sting. One reads about the imminent danger of Europe being flooded with Muslims who would take over and destroy the continent. Of suicidal liberalism and the fact that none of this should be discussed in public. Terminology that is now part of the basic vocabulary of the NPD and Pegida. The passages, only weakly protected by the autofiction, prove in an irritating way that even the clear-sighted author is not free from delusion. In fact, Kurdish should have adopted a German point of view instead of his Jewish-blinded, ergo-fascist one because of the xenophobic events in Troglitz, Saxony, in spring 2015, speaking of the NPD. When the mayor of Troglitz resigned in March under threats from an NPD-led mob and shortly afterwards the refugee accommodation in the town burned down, Imre Kurdish will have listened very carefully. Because he had been there once before, 70 years ago. Remsdorf near Troglitz was home to the Will subcamp, which was part of the Buchenwald concentration camp. After surviving Auschwitz and Buchenwald, Kurdish was taken to Will as a 15-year-old for forced labor. He tells the story in his novel of a fateless man. Almost 6,000 prisoners were murdered, including many Hungarian Jews. After the end of the war, a nasty twist from the perspective of current events in Troglitz, the barracks were used as a reception camp for displaced persons, i.e. German refugees. It is not clear whether Kurdish should be grateful to the Germans for his stay in Troglitz, or whether the German expellees were exterminated there like the 6,000 Jews before them, or whether the Muslims are Jews of the 21st century. All of these are meant and the message is clear. The Jew should kowtow, after all he should know best what could happen to him if he does not. The cabaret artist Idil Baydar, who finds Jan Bomerman's Erdogan poem tasteless and linguistically racist, according to the Tagesspiegel of April 17, 16, is also filled with the German mission. By virtue of her Turkish origin, she is able to express the major social contexts more clearly and move directly from the annoying Holocaust survivor to the perpetrator Jew and his state. All the clichés with which we as Turks have already been labeled are listed, whether goat fucker, whether oppressed, whether wife beater, Bomerman has it all in there. I wonder what people would have thought if the name Netanyahu had been there instead of Erdogan. End of quote. It's not far from Idil Baydar to the federally funded Place for the International Contemporary Arts and Forum for Current Developments and Discourse, and one of the largest welfare organizations in the country, which is affiliated with the SPD, the awarding of a sponsorship prize of 100,000 for a welcoming culture group called Refugee Club Impulse, which is supported by the Haus der Kulturen Welt and whose main supporters are passionate about the destruction of Israel, which they promote with creative intifada education, and at the Al-Quds demonstrations in Berlin, was only prevented in April 2016 because the American Jewish Committee intervened and not non-Jewish Germans. The values of the anxiety-free high earners, especially their offspring who are preparing for the good money in the ever more distant future through studies and internships, the millennial generation, which is based on feeling and faith and therefore affirms personal and social powerlessness, are their distinguishing feature from the rabble, from whom they have nevertheless borrowed a penchant for kitsch and consternation. In the FAZ of November 1, 16, editor Julia Lohr gave a few examples: aerial campaigns for equal rights for women in India, why laundry only a job for mothers. Ford shows a divorce drama in 3 acts in Denmark with the unmistakable message to all quarreling parents: don't do this to your children. The Danes have one of the highest divorce rates in the world, according to the campaign's accompanying material, and something has to be done about it. The climax of the sentimentalism was undoubtedly Coming Home, the memorable commercial for the supermarket chain Edeka, in which a pensioner fakes his own funeral so that his family can finally come by again. The film has been viewed more than 47 million times on YouTube so far, and the number of comments, "I had to cry so much," is in the tens of thousands. Such advertising messages are particularly appealing to the generation born after 1980, which is considered to be extremely brand conscious. At the same time, this generation is also said to have a pronounced value orientation. Whether at work or in their leisure time, everything should have a deeper meaning. Consumption for consumption's sake is frowned upon. Because the advertising format is hardly any different from the full-page reportage-style schmonzette, when things are supposed to get under your skin, the obscene media exhibition of a drowned 3-year-old refugee child could just as easily be a staging to emphasize the unifying qualities of the globetrotting community. The lonely old man whom his children and grandchildren take great responsibility in placing in a nursing home for his own good, where he is carefully placed under sedatives in case of protest and flight reactions, the children of divorce, who are equipped with reservations and mistrust for the purposes of a lifelong war against the other parent, and the Indian women who now have toilets installed, and the Indian women who are now being fitted with toilets so that they can no longer leave the house at all, behind which men ready to rape can actually lurk at any time, all those who are supposed to be helped and who gain nothing from it because they are abused as individual cases, lead their advertising existence in order to train those who have the necessary composure in hard-heartedness and in humanity. The party that has become the strongest in Baden-Württemberg and is once again the state premier is synonymous with the brutality with which it is reacting to the consequences of the wave of automation and digitalization known as the Third Technological Revolution, which made itself felt in Western Europe in the late 1970s and transformed entire regions into industrial wastelands with no chance of renewal from the early 1980s onwards. The understandable aversion to closed milieus of proletarian, peasant or petty bourgeois provenance, which accepted the joyless everyday life with the associated social control in dull contentment and harassed us with their authoritarian behavior in the form of janitors or aging colleagues, the arrogance of the established and war profiteers, who already knew 30 years ago that their skills would be in demand. The janitor would lose his job to a service provider, the older colleague would become a laughingstock and be retired early. They also knew that the way of life associated with the jobs would disappear, right down to the regulars table, which would no longer exist, or soccer watching, which they would be put off because completely different fans would turn the arena into an event venue. But since cosmopolitanism has been characterized above all by stays abroad, foreign language and advanced IT skills, and everyone feels that more and more people can do the same as themselves and that there are fewer and fewer unique selling points left in both professional and private life, contempt is cultivated for all those who, for various reasons, no longer keep up. At the same time, the attributes of the economic advancement of the parents' generation of millennials, whose so-called lifestyles in the 1980s still had something niche and exotic about them, as reflected in breaks in their work biographies and renovated old buildings, in unadorned wines, de-Baroquized furniture and individual travel, but also in the ideological legacy of declining K-groups and up-and-coming popular movements for peace and ecology, so much common property that the aging avant-garde can no longer enjoy their own achievements and their offspring suspect their parents of being Philistines without knowing how they could break out of their inherited doom. Because what Wilfried Kretschmann's voters would indignantly reject, that they belong to a class that resolutely defends its privileges, whose rise went hand in hand with the emergence of a precarious army of pizza delivery drivers, bakery saleswomen and temporary workers, also makes their offspring self-conscious. They follow the predetermined path and hold down the idea that they are condemned to become part of a merciless and bleak world with an accumulation of values that were already being passed around as junk on commercials when they discovered them for themselves. They can only grimacingly try to trump what holds their class together at its core and, instead of eating vegetarian food, go vegan, or instead of joining a Sandinista construction brigade in Nicaragua, do an internship in an organic farming cooperative there. Rigorism is directed against oneself in the embarrassing observation of every food intake and reaches outwards in the claim to want to find the unadulterated at least in other people. Every advertising jingle, whether it comes from television or the House of World Cultures, is only suitable for transforming complicity with the continuing effects of the great social contexts into consternation and cheap accusation of a soulless system from which one nevertheless wants to profit. People are fighting against this doom in an activist, but unfortunately hopeless way in pointless projects, especially in other countries such as the volunteers in Idomeni, who were portrayed so authentically by Der Spiegel on April 14, 16. Giorgia Lenardi, 25, from Italy, actually works for the German aid organization Sea Watch. She looks after women with small children in Idomeni. What is happening at the borders to Europe right now is of historic significance. If we are not with these people now, we will never understand that they are like us, but with more respect and dignity. I'm on duty all the time, even at weekends. I no longer have a private life, I hardly have any breaks. But sitting in a tent, drinking tea, and not thinking about complicated things can be a cleansing experience. And yet they are all like Anna Luffler, 23, a student from Germany. She works in a soup kitchen in Idomeni. I actually wanted to go to Bosnia, but then I saw on the news what was going on in Idomeni. It was clear to me that I had to help there. My mother opened a small store with free clothes and other things for refugees near Frankfurt. My parents are very proud of me. The proud old people are always on hand to help, an insult that is difficult to compensate for, even with the harsher conditions that the honest have to endure in the north face of Idomeni. The cleansing experience is made in the uninterrupted and reflection-free commitment against the hated Western culture, against which one would not stand up oneself, but which fortunately people endowed with more respect and dignity do for one. Such as the young Syrian refugee who was welcomed this winter in the Leipzig Autonomous Center Khan Island and immediately pulled down the Israel pennants hanging around there and raised his arm in the Hitler salute. Although he was thrown out for this, the incident has never officially taken place. This country, which makes fears taboo or puts them out of bounds in society, has been teaching its old and new citizens to fear incessantly since it no longer has a revenant in the GDR, which, through the absence of unemployment and extreme social inequality, upheld a standard that could have been dangerous to undermine completely. Fear is state discipline, but being afraid is detrimental to the common good. Formulating this socio-political credo needs to be learned. Henrik Müller, a professor of the interesting course Economic Policy Journalism, who deals with this professionally, summarized for Der Spiegel on 20.3. 16. He summarized what the daily newspaper with the most affluent readers, which is of course close to the party of high earners, had already issued in the early 1990s as a slogan against West Berlin vested interests who feared the loss of the Berlin allowance. It wasn't so long ago that the progressive opening of borders was a certainty. A worldwide movement wanted to tear down the narrow confines of statehood. It was predicted that globalization would continue unabated. Whether in the established West or in the ex- or still communist East. Whether in the previously isolated democracies of Latin America and India. In 1990, citizens were fed up with remaining in small, stagnating economies. The national stink of the post-war decades was to evaporate. Many hoped at the time that the flow of data, goods and capital would mean that the state would become less important, less able to control and manage things, and that cultural barriers would also be removed. In view of the AfD's election victories, and just 2 days before Brussels, the conclusion can therefore only be, rationally speaking, we should do everything we can to overcome the nation-state today. Because its reach is no longer sufficient. In order to solve the problems at hand, parts of state sovereignty would have to be shifted to international levels. This is an approach that Western Europe has pursued for decades through the deepening of the EU and the euro. Instead of perfecting the European order, we are now seeing a return to ever smaller state units. It is the triumph of national sentiment over reason. An aberration viewed rationally. Only fatalism and renunciation can help against the stink of the post-war years, in which Günter Grass recognized a kind of Philistinism that did not even exist among the Nazis. According to its own statements, Frontex cannot completely secure the EU's external borders. Germany cannot close its national border. And only a small proportion of rejected asylum seekers can actually be deported. This is not a nice, confident end to the article. But a solution to the refugee problem is not in sight in the foreseeable future. Simple measures will not have a significant impact on this event of the century. The tranquil life in Germany in 2014 is over. It will never come back. Stern, January 31, 16. This is followed by an admonition to anyone who does not want to go along with this, be it German citizens or European states, that they are getting close to fascism. Spreading the opposite will certainly create a better mood. In the short term. But that would be a lying press. The lateral thinker Meinhard Miegel takes up Heinrich Müller's hope of breaking down cultural barriers and gets to the apocalyptic heart of German solutions to the refugee crisis and the spread of Islamic terror in Europe in the FAZ of August 4, 16. His bland credo, flirting with Ludwig Erhard, is that we should no longer strive for an order that is solely committed to increasing wealth, but a new one that is much more committed to leisure, contemplation and leisure, in short, a more humane society in which children and the elderly, animals and plants also feel comfortable. The only question, he adds threateningly, is whether Europeans can physically and mentally cope with such a reorientation. Especially as this scenario also involves a different culture to the one we are used to. The other culture, however, does not mean organic farms and liquid manure power plants or home births and homewoven diapers. Even in the ideology of the alternative movement, these were only half-believed placeholders for a change in values that turned away from the confidence in progress and towards eternal natural cycles, which mankind had to acknowledge when threatened with extinction. The demographic decline of the West and the refugee crisis, both natural phenomena that we have brought upon ourselves, characterize this downfall, which can only be halted but not averted. Apparently, many people are still unaware of the existential dilemma facing societies whose population, like Germany's, stubbornly only reproduces 2/3 of its children. The warnings of a slump in growth, vacant apartments and used infrastructure, a slump in consumption, too few qualified workers and endangered social security systems are promptly followed by mockery of the elderly, who lack innovative ability and dynamism, representatives of a society that is becoming more fragile, anxious and rigid. Young blood is needed. The young savages among the apocalypticists, the real Nazis and the late Wurtsucher agree, because they see themselves as carrying out a superhuman mission. The historical Nazis thought in the categories of peoples and spaces that wanted to subjugate themselves. The better-off friends of pronounced value orientation think no less excessively and driven in terms of peoples and spaces. The demise of the West, which they despise, was or is in front of both their eyes. Some had linked their biologistic worldview with the Germanic race's struggle for survival, the victorious outcome of which they never really believed in. The others confront the Occident with the same nature that, in the form of a collapse in the birth rate here and the migration of peoples there, is beginning to shine a light on human hubris, and add that turning away from the dazzling work of progress will only bring about the albeit delayed downfall. With Miegel, we believe we know, if peoples start to move, no fence or firing order will protect them. Those who propagate means such as history know neither history nor the determination of starving people. Just apply this call to surrender to Israel, which has been confronted with such prophecies of destruction for decades, and you might know where the Islamic journey is actually heading. The flow of peoples and the need that drives them is too existential. Who would want to intervene? Europeans, for example? People who still make up 11% at the beginning of the 21st century, and according to a United Nations projection, 4% at the end of this century, a quarter of whom could be dark-skinned or have almond eyes. Where the population figures in large parts of the world, especially in Africa, are bursting, the only way to limit the damage is through a far-sighted immigration policy that makes it possible to allow what will then take place in a more or less orderly fashion, with a slight time lag anyway, but then all the more chaotically. More than the chance to stabilize the peoples of Europe a little and to consolidate them against external pressure is not possible. If they want to survive the mass movements of the future, they must consciously and willingly embrace other cultures, religions, values, customs, and traditions. This much is certain: whatever the dominant culture is, it will not remain so. End of quote. The fear of foreign infiltration, which actually drives many Pegida supporters, becomes a self-confidently proclaimed wish in such much more contemporary scenarios, in the hope that the decadent, civilization ally corrupted Western societies, by handing themselves over to the most vital, primitive and, in their proud insistence on dignity and respect, most brutal culture of the present, may yet be able to enforce the law of life, whose blind execution they stand in the way of. A law that, with its constantly invoked popular currents, mass movements, global demographics, projections and forecasts, has long since transformed the human world back into the animal world. Nothing about the submission to Islam recommended in the name of this law, which is shamefully made to disappear behind supposedly diverse cultures, religions, customs and traditions, is an original contribution by Professor Miegel. The postulated hopelessness, the population policy argumentation, the cozy doom-mongering characterized the German media self-talk until Austria and Macedonia, supported by the non-German EU, no longer joined in. A communist who, like Miegel, does not want to talk about nature and is silent about Islam, replaced it in concrete with capital and its eternal laws, which the Chancellor wanted to ensure were observed through her immigration policy in order to prevent worse things from happening. Rainer Trampert also cannot do without the science of human production, which used to be rejected as a National Socialist ideology of domination. Demographers assume that Germany will have a shortage of 7.5 million workers in 15 years, he announces threateningly. Europe is becoming increasingly panicked and unimportant. Both could have come from Miegel, with whom Trampert shares his knowledge of history. Capital is also aware that Germany's economy would be behind the times without the historical waves of immigration. Brandenburg Prussia already knew what it had in the Huguenots. According to Trampert, historical consciousness moves from capital to the great elector and then on to the brain of the chancellor, who appears to him as the memorial of an unpretentious, bourgeois capitalist reason. Woe betide if the monument falls. Mrs. Merkel's resignation would be worse for the European markets than Brexit. The background: capital needs open borders for the just-in-time production chain, the supply of young people, and the punctual arrival of the 1.7 million cross-border commuters at work. End quote. This is not true because even now, when there are multiple controls, the cross-border workers cross the EU's internal borders on time, and Trampelt does not even think of recognizing the possible lack of jobs as an opportunity for many to be paid a little better for their work. It is essential to take up the cudgels for Islamic immigration. Anyone who opposes it, i.e., almost all European states except Germany, is a fascist and responsible for the next world war. The economist Jacques Attali, who has advised several French presidents, is convinced, if we carry on as we are now, there will be another Franco-German war before the end of the century. Other wars will probably break out before then, between Macedonia and Greece, central Spain and Catalonia, Belgium and Belgium. However, if the Front National, Le Pen, comes to power, which wants to end the Franco-German friendship in favor of a strategic partnership with Russia, the war in Ukraine escalates, Poland asks the US for help, Macedonia claims Greek territories and Germany claims its Crimea, only a Serb would have to shoot an heir to the throne. If we take a broad view, argues Red Rainer in the tone of a well-informed geopolitician, we can say that the turmoil in Europe, the Middle East, North Africa and Asia heralds the decline of 500 years of world domination by the West. The West, of which his fellow traveler Miegel, conservative by origin, knows that its European peoples should consciously and willingly embrace the culture, religion, values, customs and traditions of Islam instead of adhering to a dominant culture that they themselves do not know what it is. The derogatory talk of a dominant culture is aimed less at rejecting the occasional chauvinistic outbursts of right-wing ideologues than at liberating the chauvinistic West with its world domination. Culture in the emphatic sense is the sum of the techniques and modes of behavior in a certain state-administered space that are by no means voluntarily adopted, but nevertheless accepted, for the purpose of mastering nature and organizing material participation in the social product. Culture means the endeavor to increase individual happiness for all through a fairer distribution of the wealth produced and a reduction in the renunciation of instinct on which it is necessarily based. This Freudian definition only appears in the singular and is Western and questionable. The only thing it has going for it is that it describes what people agree on, what they strive for, and what, modestly enough, can be realized in their lives. Culture is therefore, precisely because there is only one, the opposite and the critical objection to the promises of other cultures. On the other hand, culture is not capable of eliminating the turn to barbarism that lies dormant within it. Freud knew of this potential for self-destruction when he formulated in The Discomfort of Culture, what stirs in a human community as an urge for freedom can be a rebellion against an existing injustice and thus become favorable to a further development of culture, remain compatible with culture. But it can also stem from the rest of the original personality, untamed by culture, and thus become the basis of cultural hostility. The urge for freedom is therefore directed against certain forms and demands of culture or against culture in general. When he wrote this in 1929, he was not only thinking of the rise of National Socialism when he referred to the urge for freedom directed against culture, but more generally of the unwillingness to accept the burden that the compulsion to sublimate imposes on the individual and which can lead him to refuse his share in social production or to reject certain forms of transport instead of improving them in favor of unrestricted asociality. Freud could not have foreseen that a protest movement would emerge not from fascists or otherwise rioting mobs, but rather from the midst of those classes that were once considered to support culture through privilege and education, whose supporters would glorify personal and social powerlessness as a state of freedom. After all, in the late 1920s there were reasons to discover, in the form of the communists, that other urge for freedom against injustice in culture that remained compatible with it. However, the fight against injustice, including the injustice that can be found outside culture, has long since been transformed into a fight against culture in general. Everyone carries impulses untamed by culture within them throughout their lives. The idea that this dark side should not be civilized, but cultivated, was first adopted by those who liked to call themselves the untamed and, unlike the dark philosophers of whom Adorno and Horkheimer spoke, did not want to help their desires to prevail against social prohibitions, but set out to destroy the preconditions of their own weak personality and thus that of all others. In the 1960s to 80s, it was very easy to ridicule the old elites as an assembly of nincompoops, even if they had not made a pact with National Socialism.
The exhortations to respect culture and morals, not to go overboard, were too transparent, reactionary in the face of a social process that was seemingly taking place without human intervention, and which, on the surface, brought about a relaxation in the suppression of instincts without any happiness. A feeling of powerlessness and being at the mercy of others had to arise since power in the form of authorities and organs of repression withdrew, and at the same time the common sense in which it was held dissolved. As early as the 1970s, the pathos of resistance from the descendants of the middle classes only superficially concealed the fact that, instead of freedom in culture, they were initially concerned with postulating values against it and then transferring them into individual ownership, i.e., into the right to opinion. The unrestrained personality of today blends smoothly into the economic process, even dissolves into it and becomes a complete appendage of the advertising industry, which provides it with the existentially cleansing experience of somehow belonging to the 99% who will change the world by virtue of a previously internalized unified opinion. I'm on the job all the time, even at weekends. I no longer have a private life, I hardly have any breaks. But sitting in a tent, drinking tea and not thinking about complicated things can be a cleansing experience, said idomany activist Georgia Lenardi, describing her bleak but voluntary life at home, where you don't sleep in tents but no less feel like you're outside the door. The avant-garde from 1968 onwards and the millennials after them have a lot in common with the pipe-smoking skeptical generation of the years after 1945. The correct realization that a nation of all things Western had begun with unimagined cultural devastation, and even more so that the difference between fascination tending towards collaboration and fatalistic paralysis of fear in Western Europe in the 1930s was only a gradual one, served only to turn away once the war was over. From 1945 onwards, people were fascinated by the extent of the destruction of people and goods, and not only in Germany, where it was important to cover up traces, and were horrified. We help to cause all this, and all this empowers us today to stare calmly at the inevitable, this time final end of the world, which was blamed on the appointed overcomers of National Socialism, above all the USA, which was very quickly identified as the stronghold of the new fascism. The fact that culture can turn into a mass murderous event, this break with the criticism within culture that pushes for a better community in favor of the identitarian, a social march of feeling and belief, is not the irrevocable end of an equally false form of socialization. The knowledge that only culture in the singular, in the West, preserves what is better and thus freedom, should be held against such resentment-ridden displeasure. The historical proof is the victory over National Socialism. The current proof is that only in the West are Muslims treated like human beings. The Freudian concept of culture, which should also be that of communists, necessarily focuses on those who are most dependent on it, who have to rely on it the most because they are denied a retreat into the untamed. Those who are not of Jewish origins sing about the downfall so fearlessly, because they know that a back door is open for them. The curse of anti-Semitism is one of culture, and yet it is also repelled by it. It cannot reasonably regulate what it rests on materially. It has to mutilate the idea of progress to pure quanta, and yet it cannot get away from the promise that lies within it. It is unlikely that it can stand up to the unbridled fatalists who swear by nature to solve crises, but it is possible. For as long as the critique that is committed to it cannot grow beyond it, i.e. entry into the realm of freedom is blocked, culture must fight to preserve it without concealing the failure inherent in it. But since not just any indigenous peoples are considered the better people outside the one, indivisible culture, endowed with more respect and dignity, but explicitly people of Islamic confession, the autochthonous European unruly are activist and are once again pushing for the Holocaust. At the same time, the local enragement focuses on the enforcer that has been put in place and that they themselves do not want to give up. In April 2016, the millennial generation in Paris spat on and threatened the Jewish critic Finkielkraut, while in the UK, the National Union of Students elected an openly anti-Semitic, she says, anti-Zionist president, who is celebrated as a black Muslim, as its new president and warmly applauded a speaker who spoke out against Holocaust remembrance on campus. Opposing this European movement of the powerless, which so aggressively and fearlessly threatens the Jews in Israel and elsewhere with jihad, also means ensuring that no refugee perishes and no one goes hungry, regardless of which ideology they subscribe to. This means not only demanding far more than the paltry €6 billion that are being thrown down the throat of an Islamist goat friend, but also a resolute European foreign policy that gets by without German pacifism and creates liberated areas in which, unlike in Afghanistan, long-term care is taken to ensure that the conditions for a decent life are enforced and maintained. However, it also means openly stating that no followers of Islam will be considered for permanent settlement in Europe, but rather those who have turned away from Islam, whether out of critical insight or because of the suffering they have experienced, in the face of resistance from right-wing populists and better-off members of civil society. These are above all women and girls who are getting rid of the hijab and gays who do not want to hide their gayness, i.e. precisely those people who, if they are already living in Europe, are not being offered a hand to get out of the communitarian hell, in fear that their personal liberation could mean forfeiting the surplus of respect and dignity maliciously attributed to them, which proud Muslim social workers, translators and other block guards have long since promised to guarantee by all means in almost all refugee homes. We must therefore fight to ensure that Imre Kurtish's prophecy, for which he was anti-Semitically insulted by Germany's state broadcaster, does not come true. Europe will soon perish because of its liberalism, which has proved to be childish and suicidal. Europe produced Hitler, and after Hitler, here stands a continent without arguments, the doors wide open to Islam. It no longer dares to talk about race and religion, while at the same time Islam knows only the language of hatred against all foreign races and religions. End quote. After the Islamic mass murders in Paris and Brussels and the obligatory subsequent warnings against linking Islam directly to them, there were also a few Islamophobic overtones in the public eye in spring 2016 amidst the usual appeasement, giving reason to hope that not everyone is ready for fresh, cheerful submission just yet. I have always believed that a fashion designer was there to make women more beautiful, to give them freedom, and not to be an accomplice to this dictatorship that forces women to hide, said Pierre Berga, Yves Saint Laurent's former partner and head designer, who lives in Rabat, Morocco, in an interview with the radio station Europe 1. The large fashion chains that have included lines of so-called Islamic fashion in their range and are complicit in the oppression of women by coloring and whitewashing the misogynistic Islamic ruling class are, Berga said succinctly, part of the enslavement of women. The stewardesses of Air France also made it clear that they have a problem with the enslavement of women, of which they are prospective victims, by not only resisting the company management's instruction to put on the hijab immediately after landing on the newly reopened route to Tehran from April 2016, but also by going public with their criticism of the Islamic impositions intended for them. In contrast to the leading voices of political Europe, who can only come up with phony declarations of respect and helpless offers of dialogue in the face of increasingly aggressive Islam, the Air France stewardesses, who are self-confident in the best sense of the word, refuse to show the sexual philanderers of a thoroughly disrespectful religion the respect that their leaders shamelessly demand at every opportunity. By resisting the list of demands of the mullah regime, which has gained new honors, dollars and weapons as a result of the Iran deal, they are not only showing their attitude, but also reminding us that here and now, on board Air France, it is about nothing less than the defense of a way of life in which individuals are not at the mercy of the grasp and instructions of Islamically disturbed misogynists. The solidarity of their male colleagues was prompt. The homosexual stewards of the airline also refused to accompany the flight attendants out of a well-understood interest in survival. The fact that in France, at the state banquet in Iran, they did not miss the opportunity to do what is part of the French way of life, namely to serve good red wine, and even accepted an insulted refusal from the guests in defense of this matter of course, while in Rome they covered up ancient nude statues in anticipatory obedience so that the mullahs would not get nervous and leave in a huff, reflects the field of tension in which European policy towards Islam is currently operating, quite sympathetic and media effective, but mostly inconsequential rebellion in matters of detail on the one hand, undignified humility on the other. It is not only since September 11, 2001 that a lot has been written in this magazine about the unlimited reasonableness, Sunman, of the religion of submissive peace. There have also been some enlightening reports in the mainstream media about the consolidating and expanding Islamic no-go areas in Europe. The voices that identify Islam with peace without exception have become quieter, but this should not obscure the fact that the scant criticism of the Islamic land grab and the accompanying rampant everyday terror has so far been largely limited to a few atheist left liberals, intellectuals/artists, migrant, often communist, ex-Muslims, homosexuals, feminist women and, above all, Jews, groups of people on whom the concentrated hatred of the Ummah is brutally unleashed time and again wherever it can get hold of them. The group of people concerned is relatively small worldwide, partly because quite a few of them have already been murdered. Non-state murders of critics of Islam are also the order of the day in the Islamic sphere of rule, as the mobs from Bangladesh prove, who bestially massacre one liberal, atheist, blogger after another and are almost never punished. Publicly audible and effective criticism of Islam is still a rarity. Even after the further murders in Paris in November 2015 and Brussels in March 2016, there is no serious discussion about how to put political Islam in its place. Certainly no political consequences are being drawn with the aim of draining the swamp of sympathizers from which the jihadist murderers recruit their personnel. This grey zone is already huge in Europe too and is barely manageable for the police surveillance authorities, while the radicalization of a number of residents in the isolated Islamic enclaves is taking place rapidly. In order to, statistically, assess the extent of this grey zone, various survey results are usually compiled, e.g. the following. According to a Comres report commissioned by the BBC, 27% of British Muslims have sympathy for the terrorists who attacked the Charlie Hebdo office in Paris, 12 killed. An ICM poll, released by Newsweek, revealed that 16% of French Muslims support ISIS. The number rises to 27% for those aged 18 to 24. Among young European Muslims, support for suicide bombings range from 22% in Germany to 29% in Spain, 35% in Britain and 42% in France, according to a Pew poll. For France, the country with the highest number of Arab Muslims in Europe, and which also has the highest number of jihadist threats in absolute terms, the following can be stated demographically, depending on the research institute. According to the CSA, a survey institute specializing in religious surveys, 6% of French citizens and residents identified with Islam in 2012, about 4 million out of a total of 65 million people. IFOP, a leading national polling institute, put the figure at 7% in 2011, 4.5 million. Pew came up with a figure of 7.5% in 2010, 4.8 million. The CIA World Factbook assumed 7% to 9% in 2015, between 4.6 and almost 6 million out of 66 million. The INED already claimed a figure of 8% in 2009, 5.1 million. Later, in 2014, the INED and the French government claimed 9%, 5.8 million. Over 2 decades, The Franco-Muslim population is said to have increased by 25% according to the lowest estimates, by 50% according to the medium estimates, and by as much as 100% if one compares the Ionidian government estimates from 1997 with those from 2014. From 3 million to almost 6 million people. The fact that the country is home to a small army of over 10,000 Islamist threats, i.e. jihad soldiers who can be activated at any time, is ignored by the FAZ, which leans back and relaxes, mocking the somewhat hysterical reactions of the French after the devastating attacks in 2015 due to the no-joke, creeping Islamization taking place in their country. The often dense descriptions of the dreary, violent everyday life in the Islamic ganglands of Paris Saint-Denis, Montfermeil, Marseille District 8 via Brussels Molenbeek, London Luton/Berry Park to Malmö Rosengard, which can now be read in numerous books, reports and documentaries, are meanwhile underpinned by solid, up-to-date figures from the social sciences, which at best always reflect everyday experience. In his study on fundamentalism and xenophobia, which has been criminally neglected in the public debate in view of its explosive findings. Muslims and Christians in European Comparison, the Dutch sociologist and migration researcher Ruud Koopmans, who teaches at Berlin's Humboldt University, comes to some alarming conclusions. In his conclusion, he notes that religious fundamentalism is not a marginal phenomenon in Western European Muslim communities. Almost 60% agree with the statement that Muslims should return to the roots of Islam. 75% believe that only one interpretation of the Quran is possible, which all Muslims should adhere to, and 65% say that religious rules are more important to them than the laws of the country in which they live. Consistently fundamentalist beliefs with agreement to all three statements are found among 44% of the Muslims surveyed. Among Sunni Muslims with a Turkish background, 45% agree with all three statements. Fundamentalist attitudes are somewhat rarer than among those with a Moroccan background, 50%. Fundamentalist beliefs are much rarer among Alevis, 15%. Contrary to the assumption that fundamentalism is a reaction to exclusion by the host country, we find the lowest level of fundamentalism in Germany, where Islam has not yet been recognized on an equal footing with Christian faiths as a public corporation, and Muslims also otherwise enjoy fewer religious rights than in the other 5 countries. But even among German Muslims, fundamentalist views are widespread. 30% of respondents agree with all three statements. In contrast, notoriously Christophobic underdogs, such as those from the Berlin What the Fuck Alliance, are explicitly told once again, a full 4% of Christians can be described as consistent fundamentalists. Absurdly, one of the 3 items used to measure Christian hostility towards foreign groups was, Muslims want to destroy Western culture. A statement that is supported by the findings of the study. 65% of the Muslims surveyed place religious rules above the laws of the country. Western European Muslims also far outshine the not only Christian locals in terms of hostility towards foreign groups, homosexuals, Jews, the West/Islam. Neither can the phenomenon of Muslim fundamentalism be explained by socio-economic disadvantage or discrimination, nor does Christian fundamentalism, at least in Western Europe, currently have any future prospects. The results of the regression analysis, taking into account educational level, labor market status, age, gender, and marital status, show that some of these factors explain variations in fundamentalism within the 2 religious groups. However, they do not explain the difference between Muslims and Christians, nor do they even reduce it. One cause for concern is the fact that fundamentalist attitudes are as widespread among young Muslims as among older Muslims, while they are much less common among young Christians than among older Christians. These findings are confirmed by a meta-analysis of anti-Semitic attitudes among Muslims in Europe conducted by Gunther Jekyll last year. It summarizes, the prevalence of anti-Semitic attitudes among Muslims is significantly higher than among non-Muslims, although many European Muslims do not share anti-Semitic beliefs. The extent of anti-Semitism increases with the extent of religiosity and fundamentalist interpretations of Islam. Remarkably, demographic and socio-economic variables, i.e. educational attainment, age, gender, social disadvantage, discrimination and legal restrictions on practicing the faith, cannot explain the difference between Muslims and non-Muslims. This refutes the widespread assumption that anti-Semitism is a reaction to discrimination or oppression. The common assumption that jihadists are largely recruited from a large army of uneducated, petty criminals who cannot be economically integrated, as exemplified by the Dinslaken pizza delivery men or miserable figures like Dezo Dog, and with them around a quarter of all Western jihadists, is not entirely valid. Rather, the thesis that economic fears fuel radicalization is true in a different way, as the FAZ found out. Jihadism can also be deciphered biographically according to the scheme of a lack of economic advancement opportunities, which the U.S. historian Jeffrey Herf has already worked out for the reactionary modernism of the leading classes of National Socialism, which included a disproportionately high number of lawyers and people from the scientific and technical professions. Accordingly, the authors Diego Cambetta and Stefan Hertog come to the same conclusion in their study Engineers of Jihad. The Curious Connection Between Violent Extremism and Education, 2016. The authors conclude that of the more than 200 radical Muslims who have participated in terrorist attacks since September 11, 2001, 45% were engineers. It is obvious that this is not only a large number compared to the overall population, of which engineers in the countries in question make up barely more than 1%. Even if only academics are taken into account, the countries from which the terrorists originate account for not much more than a tenth of the population. So there can be no question of the terrorists being among those who have nothing to lose but their chains or their poverty. Among all fields of study, engineering far outstrips all others in terms of the proportion of its graduates who are Islamic radicals. This is as true for Syria as it is for Egypt and the Palestinians. And even among the almost 500 Western jihadists who moved to Syria and Iraq in 2013 and 2014, there were twice as many engineers as would have been statistically expected. It is therefore primarily the disappointed expectations of members of a privileged class due to stagnating economic development and the associated limited upward social mobility in Islamic countries that historically paved the way for terror. The production of disaffected academics who could not be absorbed by the labor markets facilitated the rise of radical Islam. The most Islamized professions in the Middle East, according to Elizabeth Longness of the University of Versailles, are doctors and engineers, because they have suffered the greatest loss of status in the past half-century. Jihad is by no means the global uprising of the impoverished hopeless, who can be put back on the right track with a little social welfare and recognition education, but primarily an ideological project of narcissistically damaged conviction perpetrators from the petty bourgeoisie, whose life situation is characterized by fear of decline or lack of opportunities for advancement, and who transform their disappointed expectations into sheer hatred against the impositions of an outside world. Experienced as hostile. The insistence, against all evidence, that it is the racist, imperialist and Islamophobic oppression and discrimination or the alleged wars of the USA against Islam that bring about jihad as an unavoidable self-defense reaction, the evergreen of bad sociology, so to speak, forms the stereotypical basis of all, not only left-wing rationalizations of Islamic terror, which in their cognitive egocentrism turn the prospective, European and Jewish victims into perpetrators and thus mock them. Unchallenged. For, according to the Nostra Culpa liar of the civilization, and thus life-weary representatives of the Nirvana principle, Freud, what have we done to the Muslims? The Crusades, slavery, the Enlightenment, colonialism, imperialism, the world wars and, of course, not to forget, the Holocaust, whose forgotten victims in this fool's logic are ultimately the Muslims themselves, since they have to pay for it all under the thumb of Israeli occupation. The fact that Freud, with his conception of the death drive in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, 1920, attempted to grasp an organismic endeavor, i.e. not one of the ego, that strives for a state of inorganic lack of tension, hits a decisive point. The European defeatism, the lack of willingness to consequently declare war on Islam even where it still rears its ugly head comparatively harmlessly in public, it proves to be quite difficult to get to grips with Islamic phallocentrism within one's own four walls, points to the fatal mindset that if one merely no longer thinks in categories such as enemy, this now other, will turn out to be as toothlessly dialogical as one already is. Of course, this wishful thinking is regularly disgraced by bloody reality. Opponents of any civilization, any argument, any tolerance and humanity are only impressed by state, violence, authority with a sword. Only people who consider any talk of Islamic shame cultures, blatant hatred of women and homosexuals, murderous antisemitism, psychoanalytically expressed, failed, pre-Oedipality, latent homosexuality and narcissistic overcompensation in Islam to be evil Orientalism can confuse their own wishful thinking with reality. The complaint made from all sides about Islamophobic discrimination, which is supposedly always genuinely racist, as if there were not increasingly urgent reasons to fear and, even more importantly, to prevent the spread of this death cult, which is hostile to lust and the spirit and, above all, life-threatening, is itself a systematic component of an Islamic ticket mentality, which is only just promoting the lamented ghettoization and radicalization, whereby Muslims have been massively supported by the European left in particular for years. For Great Britain, where the pattern for Europe's left-wing, multiculturalist disintegration policy was established in the late 1970s, Kenan Malik outlines in his highly topical book From Fatwa to Jihad, The Rushdie Affair and Its Legacy, 2009, Kenan Malik outlines several conditions that made this development possible. Firstly, he draws attention to the mass unemployment that emerged as a result of the great post-war recession from the mid-1970s onwards, which primarily affected unskilled workers who had immigrated from Pakistan, Bangladesh and the West Indies, and which gradually became entrenched with the late capitalist deindustrialization. The economic crisis was accompanied by a racist backlash in British society and mass, violent, migrant uprisings in the major industrial centres, Hull, Manchester, Birmingham, Bradford, Liverpool, etc., starting with a devastating riot in London Brixton in 1981. The left-wing Labour Party and the trade unions famously lost all major strikes and industrial disputes, and the left was finally forced out of the National Parliament by Margaret Thatcher in 1979. It then tried with all its might to consolidate its political influence at regional level, in the so-called local or city councils, such as the Greater London Council, GLC, which made national history under the reign of the later left-wing mayor of London Ken Livingstone, and to tap into new groups of voters. This was the birth of the left's communitarian alliance with political Islam, through which the left captured an Islamic immigrant electorate, in some cases successfully to this day. Anti-Semitic figures such as the aforementioned Livingstone, but also George Galloway, Jeremy Corbyn and, outside England, Philippe Morose can be seen as the direct long-term results of such an Islamization of politics.
Anti-Semitic figures such as the aforementioned Livingstone, but also George Galloway, Jeremy Corbyn and, outside England, Philippe Morose can be seen as the direct long-term results of such an Islamization of politics. The Iranian, Pakistani and/or Saudi foundations, cultural associations and mosques were given the public terrain, their buildings were freely approved and subsidized wherever possible, and in return the bearded law-abiding, i.e. the Islamic imams, community, family and gang leaders, were given peace from the rioting youth on the streets, at least for the time being. For a while, British society was able to present itself as a successful guarantor of social stability and security and of harmonious multicultural coexistence, while celebrating anti-imperialist hatred of the West and especially Israel together with the Muslims. Since the immense demonstrations against the Iraq War in Great Britain in 2003 and the Stop the War Coalition, SWC, which was founded by the Socialist Workers' Party, SWP at the time, the alliance with Islamofascism has been firm. Since then, demonstrations against the EDL have been held together with Al-Qaeda supporters in organizations such as United Against Fascism. As a result, however, Muslims were completely cemented into their communities under the banner of multiculturalism, and the political propaganda and indoctrination was able to ferment until it came to a historically violent head for the first time in the mass protests against the publication of the Satanic Verses and the Iranian death fatwa against Salman Rushdie in 1989. It is the same fatal conditions and social dynamics that today in Molenbeek and the numerous other mini-caliphates make life hell for the citizens who have to stay there for lack of alternatives. The Rushdie affair was merely the occasion on which the Western world was suddenly and painfully made aware of the extent of the problem of Islam and Islamization, not only in the United Kingdom but also worldwide, and the self-confident aggression and brutality with which it is prepared to assert its claim to power. In the meantime, terror in Europe is by no means limited to the urban, Islamic ganglands. It tends to target everyone everywhere, but above all the Jews, who have already fled or had to flee en masse from France or Sweden to North America/Canada or Israel. However, the development described for England is not specific to the island, but also applies to the notorious Brussels district of Molenbeek-Saint-Jean, from which most of the world's jihadists who traveled to Syria to join the Islamic State come, as Stefan Frank found out in an article that sums up the character of this European Islamization of left-wing politics. The responsibility for this, that Molenbeek has become a district of fear, lies with Philippe Morose, a member of the Part 1. Socialist and mayor of Molenbeek from 1992 to 2012. You don't have to look far to see that Morose, on whose initiative Belgium passed an anti-racism law in 1981, is the kind of anti-Semite that is not very common even in Belgium. In 2008, the Flemish magazine Dag Allemaal reported on how young people in the streets of Molenbeek shout, "The Jews are our worst enemies." Along the Rue du Prado and the Chaussée de Gand in Molenbeek, there used to be many stores run by Jews, but by 2008, with the exception of one furniture store, they had all disappeared. And nobody cared, certainly not Mayor Morose. For fear of revenge, none of the Jews wanted to talk to the journalist, with the exception of a man the newspaper called René. René had run a hairdressing business in the Chaussée de Gand for over 30 years. Then came a series of violent acts. It began with graffiti on his shop window, "Sale Yupin, Dirty Jew," and other anti-Semitic slogans. Later, 6 young Muslims stormed into his store, broke the furniture and punched René in the face. He called the police. An hour later, the perpetrators came back to punish him. They broke all the mirrors. In 35 years, René had built up a large loyal clientele, but after this incident, most of them no longer dared to enter his store. He had no choice but to close it. How did Morose react? By accusing the Belgian Jews of wanting to deny Muslims the right to dissent. At 20, he said, he was a Marxist and didn't concede anyone the right to dissent, but he had evolved. What changed my mind were precisely the conversations with representatives of the Jewish community. It saddens me today to see how they deny Muslims the right to dissent. Following the murders of the 12 members of the Charlie Hebdo editorial team and the 4 Jews in the Hypercacher market in Paris in January 2015, Morose told Maghreb TV, a television channel broadcast over the internet, as follows: "Some have an interest in dividing us. Unfortunately, you find these people in many places. There is a contagion of the problems in the Middle East, of the Israeli-Palestinian problem, which leads some to have an interest in fanning the flames of disputes here, as a kind of reflex to what is happening there. They will say it comes from both sides. But it's obvious that here in the West they are mainly trying to stir up hatred towards Arabs in order to justify the policies of the State of Israel, policies that seem unacceptable to me. But it is not only Islamic entryism, pandering to the urban Islamic electorate and inciting them that is the problem with the Islamization of left-wing politics. The original ideological contribution to discrediting any criticism of Islam as racist malice, and thus systematically driving out society's last defenses in this way, is also part of the problem. After every Islamic attack in recent decades, the left has warned of an Islamophobic relapse into fascism, which can only ever be imagined as a repetition, never as an Islamic variant. The left has been particularly successful in developing an intersectional anti-racist jargon that is now spoken fluently by large sections of the intellectual and political elite, right up to the government. This Orwellian newspeak is successful, easy to learn, and can only be exposed if you are prepared to offend a relatively influential just milieu with your own judgment. Those who have mastered this jargon will find themselves part of the global mainstream. How this reality-denying mainstream works can be illustrated by a fictitious Islamophobia test: rush into a movie theater and shout Allahu Akbar. Anyone who throws themselves to the ground is guilty of xenophobia and is accused of racism. The fact that the thought experiment is by no means far removed from reality is shown, for example, by the fact that the White House simply censored Hollande's talk of Islamist terrorism in the media, as the Obama administration, and here the administrative term is fully justified, issued the Kafkaesque order that terrorism has nothing to do with Islam, which is peaceful in itself. In this, Obama differs in no way from an Islamist ideologue like Tariq Ramadan, whose clumsy ploy is always to claim a pure transcendent Islam that does not exist in space and time, and that therefore all crimes committed in the name of Islam are to be blamed on the respective cultural interpretations. For detailed information on Ramadan's Islamist entanglements, his repetitive, tiresome accusations of Islamophobia, and his armada of ideological supporters, see the extremely instructive book by Paul Berman, The Flight of the Intellectuals. The Controversy over Islamism and the Press, 2011. Criticism of Islam, on the other hand, requires a reasonably unregulated way of thinking that does not allow itself to be stultified in advance by the increasingly impudent demands for cultural sensitivity and politically correct language rules. It also means a loss of career and market opportunities or a poorer standing in networks due to the dubious reputation that is gained by those who are quite indifferent to the feelings of offended Muslims and their advocates. The aforementioned Ruud Koopmans knows a thing or two about how such PC rackets deal with unpopular research or research results. He and his team carry out highly elaborate empirical studies, he publishes them in renowned international journals, and the results are hotly debated as far away as the USA. A man in demand, one would think. But not in German-speaking Europe. Here Koopmans' work is almost hushed up. I wouldn't call it a lying press in Germany, but in my experience there is certainly a selective silence, says Koopmans in an interview with the NZZ. There are researchers who no longer answer his emails and advise their young academics against contact with Koopmans because they consider him to be a closet racist. I have noticed an extreme intolerance in integration research towards dissenting opinions and, worse still, a total lack of interest in research findings that don't fit in with their own way of thinking, says Koopmans. He was once involved with the Dutch Greens until their faction leader of Moroccan origin wanted to ban Salman Rushdie's satanic verses. And he still sees himself as a leftist who sometimes no longer understands the left. For example, when they one-sidedly see Muslims only as victims.
The anti-racist practice of exclusion in the research milieu described by Koopmans corresponds with a specifically left-wing German political practice that, sometimes more and sometimes less consciously, paves the way for militant Islam. Driven by paranoia about the total surveillance state, which is particularly strong among people who are convinced that there is something to hide in their boring lives, business is made easier for the part of the Islamic scene that is willing to fight by not only showing disinterest in the jihadist threat, but by downright fueling it with demands such as the abolition of national borders, surveillance authorities, or NATO. The everyday culture spread, promoted and above all practiced in the segregated or self-isolating Islamic communities, mosques and cultural associations often amounts to an Islamic ideology of the master race, which is aimed at the systematic subjugation and ultimately murder of all impure Christian kuffars, but above all Jews, homosexuals and women, and thus at civil war. The actual social and spatial segregation of entire Islamicized districts should not be understood as the result of Islamophobic discrimination on the part of the non-Islamic majority population, as the common left-wing narrative would have it, but rather the other way round as the result of violent Islamic land-grabbing, as self-ghettoization or self-discrimination, which is regularly protected and promoted by mostly left-wing European politicians. The Dutch writer Leon de Winter, who lives in the USA and is one of the few voices that does not join the chorus of rationalizing Islamists, explains what the West must say goodbye to if it wants to seriously counter this Islamic declaration of war. The idea that Belgians coming from Morocco, and this applies ceteris paribus to all Islamic immigrant groups in the West, suffer from pervasive marginalization, discrimination and oppression is ridiculous, and notwithstanding this, completely acceptable to the politically correct scene. Life in Belgium is extremely good and safe for immigrants, if they are willing to adapt to their new cultural environment, if they are willing to act as individuals, to study with patience and openness, and to accept the secular system of the West. The Islamic subcultural combination of glorification of terror and domination, open anti-Semitic propaganda, systematic devaluation and mockery of everything non-Islamic, i.e. this aggressive pride of origin, which in the case of right-wing natives is wildly feared, but which Muslims are seen to be guilty of, is increasingly reflected in the public sphere in the form of harassment, insults and acts of physical violence against weaker people, mostly women, homosexuals/transsexuals or Jews, in this country too. Although the reports of the signs of Islamization taking place in Berlin-Neukölln alone have not only been clearly visible since the events of New Year's Eve in Cologne, apart from a bit of symbolic politics, for example by the former mayor of Neukölln, Heinz Buschkowski, who at least ruthlessly named the problem, nothing is being done to decisively counter it. The Berlin Senate administration has been examining an application for a ban against the association that runs the Salafist Al-Nur Mosque, which has already been in the media several times for its hate sermons, for more than a year now. At the beginning of the year, the Berliner Morgenpost, among others, reported that a gang of 30 Muslim teenagers and young adults had been giving a Kurdish kiosk owner in the Lipskitzeli subway station in Berlin-Rudow a hard time for quite some time because he sells alcohol in his store. In January 2016, they finally violently attacked him, his son and an acquaintance. There are increasing reports of attacks on Jews wearing kippah by Arab youths on the subway line 8 between Alexanderplatz and Hermannstrasse. Memory recently learned from the Imam of the Shiite Al-Mustafa Mosque at Karl-Marx-Strasse 58 in Neukölln, Sheikh Hassan Sharer, that he had celebrated a child murderer and PFLP terrorist, Samir Kantar, who had already been sentenced to 4 life sentences in Israel, as a leader and martyr. In 2008, Qantar was freed in a prisoner exchange with Hezbollah and was subsequently celebrated frenetically in Lebanon as a national hero, but was eliminated in December 2015 by a targeted IDF airstrike in Damascus, prompting Shar to praise him posthumously. Since the Paris murders in January 2015, German newspapers have been increasingly critical of Islam. Above all, Ahmed Mansour and Hamd Abdel Samad, for example, are authentic voices that explain the religious pedagogy of fear in Islam or criticize Islamic sexual taboos and the misogyny and homophobia associated with them. They also regularly point out that there are no serious theological debates in Islam, which presuppose a historical critical reading of the Quran and Sunnah that has hitherto been non-existent in Islam, which would mean the end of the idolatry of Muhammad. One important reason why such internal Islamic innovations can hardly be expected in the future is that German politics tends to reinforce the opposite tendencies. At the end of last year, for example, the German government proposed that the Islamic associations it promotes through the Islam Dialogue, in which numerous Islamists from the DITIB, ZMD, Islam Council, IGD etc. sit and which do not even represent 15% of Muslims in Germany, should be commissioned as guides for the integration of Muslim refugees. Like the Federal Constitutional Court, which now officially welcomes the wearing of headscarves in schools, this policy, according to which the reactionary Islamic associations of all people, some of which are monitored by the VS, will in future ensure that the integration of Muslims into society succeeds, as individuals, and that would mean through assimilation, will ensure that integration is in fact sabotaged, and instead the culturalist, success model banlieue, imported from Great Britain, as outlined above, is implemented with the corresponding consequences. An active member of the ZMD is the IGD Islamic Society in Germany, which, according to the Bavarian Office for the Protection of the Constitution, is a front organization of the Islamist, anti-democratic and anti-Semitic Muslim Brotherhood. The Bavarian Office for the Protection of the Constitution's 2014 report states, although the Muslim Brotherhood, MB, does not appear openly in Germany, it is represented by the Islamic community in Germany EV, IGD, and the FIOE as part of a global Islamic movement, and is therefore also active in Germany. This can be seen from documents that were seized in December 2009 as part of a police investigation. One of the seized documents is a 4-year plan of the MB written in Arabic. The measures it envisages are based on a dual strategy. Outwardly, the MB presents itself as open, tolerant and willing to engage in dialogue and strives to cooperate with political institutions and decision-makers in order to gain influence in public life. However, its goal remains the establishment of a social and political order based on Sharia law, with the MB claiming the leadership role for all Muslims. The plan shows a clear demarcation from the USA, Israel, the Jewish people and people of other faiths. The IGD attempts to achieve its goals, which are shaped by the ideology of the Muslim Brotherhood, MB, through political engagement in Germany. IGD supporters make every effort not to express their connection to the Muslim Brotherhood in public statements. The IGD's efforts are directed against the free democratic basic order of the Federal Republic of Germany. Although a small number of people, including Ahmed Mansour, Hamd Abdel Samad, Ali Ertan Toprak, Ralph Gadban and Sem Özdemir, have been writing about this for the past 6 months, nothing comes of it. It is also remarkable that no non-Muslim or ex-Muslim people are at the forefront of the debate in Germany. This is where the culturalist, identitarian reflex kicks in, according to which only those who are exclusively affected by birth or culture are entitled to take a stand. As if the whole thing were a difficult intra-Muslim debate that non-Muslim outsiders could not gain sufficient insight into anyway. It is by no means exclusively or even primarily the violent assaults by constantly offended Muslim half-wolves or the hate sermons that have become known in numerous mosques, the jihadi travelers and or the terrorist threat posed by the Syrian returnees or so-called lone wolves that are creating a climate of fear that has been insufficiently outlined here with the term Islamization. This is all just the famous tip of the iceberg. According to psychologist Sevil Yildirim, who works at the Madonna Girls Club in the aforementioned Rollberg district, half of the 16 mosques in North Neukölln are not clean. They are not terror mosques, but they are not in a position to convey our Western, democratic values. The young people are told that Germans are corrupt and don't like Muslims. Muslim young people are discriminated against, don't get an apprenticeship, and we have to fight against this. However, the fight is not about homework help, but about praying, isolating oneself and campaigning for prayer rooms in schools. Not exactly conducive to living together, says Yildirim. Rather, as the editors of Charlie Hebdo recently noted in a perceptive editorial, it is the many scattered pieces of the puzzle, perhaps insignificant in their individuality, but nonetheless everyday experiences of legal Islamization, which is as inconspicuous as it is sinister, that may only unfold its threatening, destructive nihilistic potential at the end of a long development. However, this development can only take place quietly and publicly because it is not resisted, because the fear of contradiction or objection. The aversion to starting a controversy has already become so endemic, the fear of being treated as an Islamophobe or labeled a racist. It is therefore the atmosphere of silent and generalized fear that precedes open Islamic terrorism that explains how we ended up here. However, at least in Germany, as a young city dweller and above all as a city dweller, you don't have to be constantly told by macho losers at school that premarital sexual intercourse, which the young male Muslim takes for granted with impure, unbelieving women, is a violation not only of his, but also of the collective honor of the family, which, as is well known, is often punished fatally by the Islamic sisters. Official figures on honor killings committed in Germany are rare. In a 2011 study, the Max Planck Institute for Foreign and International Criminal Law in Freiburg im Breisgau put the annual number of victims of honor killings in Germany for the period 1996 to 2005 at 12. For the period from the fall of communism in 1990 to the present day alone, the actual number of victims of honor killings could exceed the number of those murdered by Nazis many times over. This is a further indication of how little interest anti-fascists take in the victims of Islamization. Nor do we have to tacitly accept the ranting that the Jews control the economy, media, and states. Nor do we have to nod at the fact that the attacks of September 11th were not carried out by Muslims, but were planned by the West and or Jews, or pass over in silence when Israel is demonized as Satan, which itself is responsible for IS, which in turn by no means excludes expressions of sympathy for the latter. There are still widespread reservations among the population, including Muslims, at regional level about the Islamization of schools, for example in the form of teachers wearing headscarves. There is certainly an opportunity to object, and it is not at all unlikely that this will meet with approval from time to time. Furthermore, there is also legal leeway against incorrigible Muslims in propaganda mode, some of which are used aggressively and which can be resorted to in cases of doubt. It is very likely that the prospective Western dhimmis will continue to capitulate relatively without a fight. However, the shift to the right, which is feared to be Islamophobic, but is in fact envious of Islam, could very well lead to self-confident voices, such as those of the French stewardesses mentioned at the beginning of this article becoming louder. Their clear statement, "We hate it," certainly reflects the political and aesthetic sensibilities of the population beyond the culturally sensitive political and academic elites with regard to the everyday impositions that Islam imposes on all its fellow citizens. However, whether this will also lead to consistent, coordinated political, legal and journalistic resistance that is prepared to confidently defend the freedoms of the individual that have been fought for in this country is by no means a foregone conclusion, but, if one believes the common statements among acquaintances and colleagues, it cannot be completely ruled out either. The fact that adolescents are finding less and less pleasure in age-typical behavior, but instead see their destiny after completing childhood, which actually only takes place as an early childhood education marathon, in demonstrating responsibility for the community at an early age, is not only seen by the German public as an absolutely welcome substitute action for renouncing adventures of a private or even semi-legal nature. The political commitment that has recently become very popular among young people again, combined with a corresponding sense of mission, is particularly admired by society when smooth-talking class nerds from the middle classes lecture the adult generation about their moral failings in a lecturing style. Word has gotten around among the precocious know-it-alls that the only way to win sympathy and hope is with a good dose of paternalism, with which the adults are made aware of their backwardness. Young people who ignore such tactical finesse and behave in an age-appropriate manner, i.e. selfishly and in a way that is harmful to the community, have a reputation as boorish snotty noses. The 16-year-old French high school student Mila recently found out that this is not conducive to popularity. In January, she had a live Instagram chat with a lesbian friend about the unattractiveness of Maghribi women due to dress codes and other social restrictions. During the exchange, a Muslim teenager made an attempt to approach her, which the high school student refused, whereupon she was insulted by him as a dirty lesbian and by other Muslim chat participants as a dirty whore. The young man, whose courtship the schoolgirl rejected simply because her desire was directed towards women, immediately insinuated that Mila had turned him down for racist reasons. In addition to this rejection, the homosexuality of the attacked woman must have been an affront in itself for the Muslim socialized men. As a woman, Mila's sexual inclination towards her own sex violates the generic definition of a childbearing machine subject to the male domestic and family norm and prospectively appears as the spawn of the individualistic West, while boys or gay men, as long as they do not appear as self-confident homosexual subjects, are at least considered as objects suitable for penetration in Muslim male societies. The accusation of racism and the insults of the cyber jihadists prompted Mila, who with her bright eyes looks like she can't hold her tongue, to post a video message to the offended admirer with the following wording: "I hate religion. There's only hate in the Quran. Islam sucks, that's what I think. I'm not racist, not at all. You can't be racist towards a religion. I've said what I think, you're not going to make me regret it. There are always people who get upset, I don't care, I say what I want, what I think. Your religion sucks, I'll stick my finger up your God's ass. Thank you, goodbye." It wasn't just that she denounced Islam, but also that she used hate speech diction that is now widely regarded as unacceptable in cultured Western Europe, which had far-reaching consequences for the 16-year-old and her family. First, the address of her high school was published on the internet in conjunction with a call to punish the godless bitch. The calls for rape and murder, as well as threats from classmates, if she had come back, she would have been killed, meant that Mila was unable to go to school for weeks and had to rely on police protection. Although she assured the police that she had not meant to offend anyone personally, but only said that she did not like Islam and that it is a religion of hate, nothing more, from then on it was fire under the roof for her, because her dislike of the religion of peace was not only perceived by Muslim young men as an insult with the potential to divide the Republic. In fact, for a long time there was no question of unconditional solidarity with Mila. Instead, the prevailing view in the political just milieu was that Islam should be guaranteed protection, despite the high level of respect for republicanism and Laicism. The former socialist presidential candidate Ségolène Royal announced that there is freedom to criticize religion in France. But it can also be done respectfully. I refuse to engage in a debate on the basis of a teenager's crude remarks. For Justice Minister Nicole Belloubet, it was clear that insulting religion is a violation of freedom of conscience. Even though she later described this statement as unfortunate, Mila's lawyer, Richard Malka, was right, calling the minister's statement shocking and criticizing her for parroting the propaganda of the Islamic World League, which is campaigning all over Europe to make blasphemy a punishable offense. As expected, Abdallah Zikri, the general delegate of the Islamic Council CFCM and head of the French Islamophobia Observatory, took sides with the Islamic mob, to whom he gave Mila a free shot. Her young age is no excuse for such insults. She knew exactly what she was doing, she sowed the wind and reaped the storm, now she has to bear the consequences. Zikri did not want to condone the death threats trivialized by his statement and did not want to restrict freedom of speech, at least not as long as it was not about Islam. But that had nothing to do with freedom of speech, it was an insult, a provocation. And she knew exactly what she was doing. The French Secretary of State for Women's Rights, Marlene Schiappa, at least replied that such statements were criminal, and Marine Le Pen, leader of the Rassemblement National (RN), defended Mila's posting as an oral version of the Charlie Hebdo cartoons. Meanwhile, as the Jewish Algerian editor of Le Figaro, Eric Zemmour, noted, the experts of media feminism in France remained silent. Unfortunately for Mila, she did not insult France, the police or Catholicism, but Islam. This may have been the reason why left-wing women and feminists like Ségolène Royal simply ignored the fact that the high school student herself had not threatened anyone, but had merely reacted to the misogynistic tirades of hysterical Muslims. Instead of concentrating on their core business, the representatives of contemporary feminism declared that the dignity of Muslims had been insulted and that this must be respected. For such feminist activists, as Zemmour diagnosed, the reviled patriarchy is only that of the white Western man of Christian culture. In contrast, they feel the greatest indulgence for the exotic Arab Muslim patriarchy. One might have expected at least the LGBT community, which otherwise preaches the politicization of the private sphere, to show solidarity with Mila, who as an openly lesbian teenager is actually one of the main addressees of this movement. Instead, various LGTB activists approached Mila with the coercive request that she remove the rainbow flag from her Instagram profile. The German portal Queer.de at least published a neutral report on the whole affair, but this apparently went too far for many of its users. The comment by a user called Audias from February 5, 2020, can be seen as exemplary of the linguistic and intellectual skills of this scene. This is not just defaming a religion, but also calling for hatred of all people marked Muslim. It is anti-Muslim racism. But to claim that this is not racism because Islam is not a race is highly naive and makes the experiences of discrimination and all the suffering of people marked as Muslim invisible. Just because the high school student is part of a marginalized minority does not give her the right to discriminate against and belittle other minorities in this way. Committed to this logic, the queer community was not bothered by the fact that the threats of murder and rape by Muslim young men were made against a person they had marked, i.e. denigrated, as French, which is much more in line with the concept of racism than Mila's answer that separates religion and origin, but only by the courageous reaction with which the victim confronted her persecutors. Self-confident pomposity as a reaction to arrogant masculism, practiced by today's feminists for even the slightest reason, is perceived as mean, evil and discriminatory as soon as its addressees are not Western normal people, but Muslim master race. Following this logic, the police measures made necessary by the threats against Mila do not serve to ward off a danger to the life and limb of those threatened, but rather speak precisely for the rampant anti-Muslim racism, which a scene educator named Jenny from the Block in the Queer Forum also suspects in the student. The education expert concluded that Mila's criticism of Islam was aimed at lumping millions of people together because one of them was discriminatory. As a result, this child still has a lot to learn. The lack of solidarity from the left, feminists and the gay and lesbian community was at least countered by Interior Minister Christophe Castaner with the assurance that the offense of blasphemy would not exist in France, even after the investigation against Mila on suspicion of hate speech on social networks was dropped. Freedom of expression in our country allows everyone to criticize a religion. President Emmanuel Macron brought the debate to a provisional close with a plea for criticism of religion that did not address the different tolerance of criticism among Muslims, Christians and Jews. Instead, he abstractly defended the fundamental rights guaranteed by the Republic, without even hinting at how it would be possible to take action against those who react to any criticism of their faith by calling for jihad. According to Macron's interpretation, the rape and death threats from the Islamic enforcers were rather one of the new forms of hatred and bullying on the internet, as if it had been about different tastes in music and styling, which Mila has otherwise devoted herself to in her postings. Even where Mila's hate speech was defended as free speech in the name of republicanism, the connection between appearance and content, which Mila's invective was aimed at and which she perhaps recognized precisely because of her pleasure in outward appearances, was not appreciated. The insight that the unattractiveness of Islamic dress standards and the associated social behavior are in themselves a symptom of brutality, i.e. that the surface phenomena very precisely describe the essence that is expressed in them. In fact, Macron and his interior minister were able to invoke Laicism and the separation of church or religion and state associated with it as a principle enshrined in and guaranteed by the French Constitution, which dates back to the bourgeois revolution from 1789. However, this is precisely what marks the weakness of French Laicism compared to Islam, which does not tolerate the separation of state, religion, private sphere and public sphere. From the very beginning, French Laicism was based on the fact that the monarchy, which had just been stripped of its power, was closely linked to the Catholic Church. The civil law established after the Revolution and especially the Code Civil, which was gradually developed from 1807 onwards, ended the competition between pre-civil and civil legal systems and canon law in favor of the primacy of civil sovereignty, republicanism and laicism. What began with a demand for Catholic priests to swear an oath to the Constitution was systematized after the proclamation of the Republic in 1792 in the form of numerous decrees that included, among other things, a ban on state funding of religious communities. In the education sector, the school strike in the second half of the 19th century led to Catholic teachers at elementary school being replaced by secular staff and religious education being abolished. With the abolition of Sunday rest, church holidays and religious ceremonies at the opening of Parliament, further state restrictions on the political influence of the Church were introduced, culminating in the so-called Separation Act of 1905. In practice, these restrictions still have an impact today in a way that has as few equivalents in Germany as it does in traditionally liberal Great Britain. In France, there are no crosses hanging in schools, headscarves are banned in public buildings. There are no religious education classes, no theological faculties, heads of congregations or even bishops are not recognized by the state. Speaking publicly about one's faith is frowned upon, and it is even forbidden by law between pupils and teachers. There is no second Christmas holiday and no Good Friday. The secular principle, according to which the state largely ignores religious beliefs and downgrades them to a private matter, is still widely accepted today. According to a 2017 survey, 84% of French people are in favor of it, while 81% consider it to be under threat. Laicism, which is due to a historical constellation determined by the competition between civil and Catholic concepts of law, also implies an indifference to the links between secular law and canon law, which is proving to be a weakness in the face of the challenge posed to Western societies by Islam. The moral philosopher Olivier Abel describes the situation as follows. In the French university, almost no one is concerned with biblical texts, which form the basis of our culture, which is why our students miss out on a large part of our literary culture. And philosophy is unaware of the theological questions that occupied great philosophers such as Descartes, Kant, Hegel, and Nietzsche. It is an evil that a global culture of forgetfulness dominates France. It is precisely the secular separation of the bourgeois state and the Catholic Church that has caused the historical connections between the two spheres to be forgotten, the reflection of which would be indispensable for the defense of republicanism against Islam. This forgetting was promoted by the fact that the historically assertive Laicism in the late 18th century encountered an already weakened opponent in Christianity, which had already proven its ability to secularize itself as a private creed. The fact that the separation of religion and state in the sense of Lessing's Ring parable wanted to see all religions treated equally without inequality proves to be the decisive problem in the case of Islam. Only Islam has a genuinely anti-state impulse that prevents the development of an intrinsically reflected, codified and thus limited understanding of law, as in Catholicism, from the outset. What was unleashed against an individual pupil in Mila's case can be seen in the analogous world of Islam's claim to rob the Republic of its foundation, by its own means, under the guise of an abstractly proclaimed tolerance that is only ever demanded of Islam in concrete terms. In the name of Laicism, its historical prerequisites are undermined. The sociologist Bernard Ruger first systematically recorded the consequences of this process in 2002 in the volume The Lost Territories of the Republic. Based on reports from teachers at all levels, he describes how the Islamization of families with a migration background is now threatening the values of the state school system. This threat points back to the limits of Laicism. One of the basic principles of state education à la Française is to regard the classroom as a refuge of the Republic, in which children, regardless of their origin and religion, emancipate themselves thanks to the imparting of knowledge and grow up to become self-determined citizens.
To achieve this, France banned religious garments such as the Muslim veil back in 2004. However, the so-called headscarf ban in state schools did not reduce the influence of Islamist zealots and Salafists on families with a migration background. In response to this, the current Minister of Education, Jean-Michel Blanquer, was forced to send an open letter to French teachers in 2018 asking them to report all incidents with a religious background in the classroom on a platform specially set up by his ministry. The reason for this was a report by the Secret Service, which was not originally intended for publication. It listed 1,000 religiously motivated disputes, i.e. serious breaches of secularism, which were by no means the fault of fundamentalist Catholics. For example, Muslim pupils reject red-colored tables as haram, there are repeated refusals to take part in swimming and sports lessons, biology and sex education lessons trigger tumultuous protests, the classics of French literature are rejected, even in primary school classes, boys refuse to shake hands with girls, the pupils who observe Ramadan are getting younger and younger. Furthermore, there is increasing social pressure on Muslim pupils from less traditional homes who are not so strict about dress and dietary regulations. They are increasingly being threatened by young machos who are loyal to Islam. These developments are not a French specialty. In Germany and Austria, too, there are increasing reports of problems with Muslim adolescents and their families in educational institutions. However, while a contact point for religious incidents was set up in France last year in addition to the aforementioned reporting system in order to offer teachers support in the face of Islamic impositions, there is by no means a consensus among teachers and the relevant authorities here that such problems should be addressed. Even the untenable conditions during Ramadan with overtired and aggressive pupils are regarded as an absolutely acceptable enrichment of the otherwise dreary school day, as the philosophy teacher at a Wuppertal grammar school told the FAZ, "When I look at the effort that goes into celebrating Carnival in Cologne and Dusseldorf, I'm sure no one will ask themselves whether this is an unacceptable intrusion into the school day." These are cultural traditions, and if, as a cosmopolitan country, we are prepared to see such different traditions as an asset, then we have to accept certain things. In view of such colleagues, it is not surprising that Suzanne Wiesinger admits in her book Kulturkampf im Klassenzimmer that it took her some effort to publish her experiences as a teacher in Vienna, especially as she was close to the left fringe of social democracy, as a trade unionist and staff representative. In more than one place, she refers to the pressure from the city school council, the trade union, and the moral pressure from her private environment not to talk about integration problems. A look at the forum Muslim Student Violence Against Fellow Students and Teachers on the For Teachers platform shows that her fear of being called a racist was justified. The user Kzerly1990 already finds the headline racist and concludes with the statement that migration and diversity are a part of this society, and that their effects have determined everyday life in our schools long before the public acceptance of this fact, which involuntarily expresses a truth. A survey showed that many pupils, 85%, in particular, were against a ban on headscarves in schools, which shows that the Islamic dress code is even more accepted as normality among pupils than among teachers. It is unclear whether confronting pupils and teachers with the results of empirical research would also help to correct the misconception expressed in this forum that violence is not specific to one religion. In any case, a study from 2010 showed that the violence of young Muslims grows with increasing adherence to Islam and that the propensity for violence is by no means the same across religions. While young Christians commit fewer acts of violence as their religiosity increases, the opposite is true for young male Muslims. Studies confirm that Muslim pupils place the commandments of Islam higher than the laws of the country in which they live, and that the Quran is considered indispensable for them to lead a moral life in a sexual sense. It could also be shown that Muslim pupils generally hold more authoritarian values than Christian pupils and pupils with no religious affiliation. Added to this is the higher level of negative attitudes towards homosexuality, Jewish people, and the greater importance attached to religion or worldview by Muslim respondents compared to Christian respondents. These findings correspond with the results of a survey of Berlin teachers conducted by the American Jewish Committee, AJC, in cooperation with the State Institute for Schools and Media in Berlin-Brandenburg. It states that it is primarily children and young people with an Arab and Turkish migration background who engage in anti-Semitic incitement. It is striking that it is not only children from Palestinian families who hate Israel, but also children from North Africa. While a change of school or boarding school in Israel are now becoming options for many Jewish pupils who are subjected to anti-Semitic abuse and threats, the perpetrators are met with understanding, as their anti-Semitism is ultimately explained by the fact that they are victims of increasing Islamophobia. In view of such attempts at exoneration by so-called experts, the question arises as to why there are dizzying approval ratings for anti-Semitic conspiracy theories in Muslim countries in the Middle East and North Africa, where the much-vaunted anti-Muslim racism simply does not exist. Unimpressed by the fact that Jewish pupils are not being bullied out of their schools by right-wing extremist bio-Germans, Federal President Frank-Walter Steinmeier blustered in Yad Vashem on January 23, 2020 about wanting to protect Jewish life by referring to the evil spirits of the past, which today appear in a new guise, but still embody the same evil. Since statesmen like anti-fascism is primarily interested in the past, assessments such as that of historian Michael Wolfsohn, according to which Muslim anti-Semitism is the most dangerous form of contemporary anti-Semitism, must remain just as external to it as the fear of the chairman of the Jewish community of Thuringia, Reinhard Schramm, of the consequences. If the individual Arab anti-Semites who have lived in Thuringia for a long time are suddenly joined by many more Arab anti-Semites. In view of these tendencies in almost all Western European schools with a high proportion of Muslims, the Dusseldorf-based Islam and education scholar Klaus Spendler does not want to speak of an impending Islamization of schools. He is unintentionally right, because schools are not threatened by a hostile takeover by Muslim rioters, it is already part of everyday life. It is facilitated by the increasing influence of mosque associations on Muslim pupils and their parents, such as the Al-Nur Mosque in Berlin-Neukölln, which runs a youth and family center that offers classes. As the association does not require any funding and is not linked to any child or youth welfare organization, the state has no means of monitoring the content of the lessons. There is no need to speculate about their content. The head teacher of an elementary school in the neighborhood stated that around a third of her 650 pupils attend lessons at the mosque at the weekend and noted that the pupils who come to school wearing black headscarves are getting younger and younger. Teachers report a parallel education in view of the increasing influence of imams on pupils. On the one hand, we have what has to be officially taught at school, and then we have mosque visits and mosque associations that influence many pupils. And a lot of what we teach at school is checked by imams, by people who work in religion. We are increasingly noticing that the influence from these circles is becoming much stronger and that we are only the second instance in many matters. Ultimately, it's about control and influence. The mosque community pays close attention to the direction in which the children are developing. Equipped with the appropriate ideological tools about what is to be considered haram, the Prophet's followers do not encounter Laicism in schools, as practiced in France, which claims to keep religion out of the school public sphere and must be measured against this claim, but rather a constellation historically conditioned by the pacification of biconfessionalism, which is based on the cooperation of the state with the Christian churches despite the principle of separation. In Germany, for example, there are special regulations, particularly in the school system, but also in the charitable sector, which place the churches on an equal footing with public bodies. Caritas and Diaconie, as church-affiliated organizations in health care and nursing, are the largest non-public employers. The state and churches also work closely together in many other areas. Christian holidays are protected by the state. In the federal states, denominational religious education is a regular school subject. The state universities maintain theological faculties that are bound to the direction of the churches. At the same time, the churches run their own universities. The demand to integrate Islam into this arrangement in order to positively enable it to practice its religious confession is growing louder, and not only on the part of corresponding associations. Since Islam, in contrast to secularized Christianity, is not a private matter, the promotion of a positive commitment to it in the education system must torpedo the claim that schools are a place of enlightenment where pupils develop into citizens with the ability to self-reflect through the imparting of knowledge, regardless of religious sensitivities. This softening of an educational ideal that is bourgeois in the best sense of the word is encouraged by educational policy publications and recommendations in view of the ever-increasing number of Muslim pupils. The magazine Politik und Unterricht, for example, states that it is important to give Muslim pupils space and recognition for their identity and also for their problems in everyday teaching, be it in politics, history, ethics, or German lessons. Their problems are primarily seen in the fact that many young people often only become aware that they are seen as Muslims at school, and many only begin to take an interest in and stand up for their religion here. The authors answer the question of why a group whose members allegedly only realize that they belong to this group at school should be given space for their own identity from the outset by stating that Muslim consciousness is only created by the organic Germans, in that Islam has to serve as a foreign image to confirm their own superiority and progressiveness, for example in terms of democracy, human rights, or gender relations. Even if there is a lot to negotiate with regard to the devaluation of women or people of other faiths, anti-Semitism as well as forced marriages, authoritarian parenting styles, traditionalist concepts of honor or norms of masculinity that legitimize violence, it remains questionable whether and in what form these are actually religiously based or conditioned, as is often claimed. Those who insist that there is nothing to negotiate with regard to the points mentioned contribute to the reproduction of centuries-old images of Islam. In view of such statements, one should not be surprised at the practical advice for schools and other institutions on how to deal with Muslim children and young people. A handout published by the Ministry for Intergenerational Affairs, Family, Women and Integration of the State of North Rhine-Westphalia, for example, states that Muslims in particular can appreciate and learn from Muslims how religion determines everyday life and what reverence for religion means. The unconditional devotion through minor benefits on religious occasions such as Ramadan should be praised. Here, consideration for tiredness and lack of concentration can signal recognition and appreciation to the pupils. The authors are particularly concerned about Muslim girls who express their special role and independence as well as their religious commitment through clothing or headscarves. In the case of coeducational sports and swimming lessons, in the event of explicit objections from parents and female pupils, attempts should be made to organize sports lessons temporarily in gender-homogeneous exercise groups of one grade or even across grades instead of in class. Such gestures of subjugation seem to be ruled out in French schools due to the legal situation. Even if older teachers point out that the implementation of secular principles is a matter of course for them, whereas the younger ones lack this awareness, the Islamic dress code remains suspended at schools in France. A recently published field study by Bernard Ruger nevertheless provides evidence of the increasingly virulent problems in the suburbs, which suggests that the secular practice in schools is de facto hardly still in force. While the riots in the middle of the last decade could still be described as an attempted and in many places successful land grab by Muslim gangs, 15 years later the situation is more complex, i.e. more threatening. According to Ruger, the lost territories of the Republic have become conquered territories. For a long time, the establishment of a comprehensive Islamist ecosystem, with a complete infrastructure consisting of mosques with schools, swimming pools, restaurants and sometimes even morgues was turned a blind eye to for the well-intentioned motive of not providing the extreme right around Marine Le Pen with new arguments against French people with a migration background. Ruger's study shows that the suburbs are sometimes hermetic counter-societies, in the creation of which the mosque associations play a decisive role. The institutions developed by these associations were followed by the rejection of all links to the French Republic and its conventions. Since the daycare centers and public schools uphold the principle of secularism, at least in the abstract, even under the changed conditions, the preachers warn against sending children to these institutions. As a result, many Muslim pupils are now being taught in private schools or illegal Quran schools. There are currently thought to be 150 territories in France where public and religious life is tailored to the consequent enforcement of Islamic rules, especially against women and those parts of the Muslim population who until the 1990s emulated the Western model of values. Once hegemony has been established within the neighborhoods, the aim is to shift the balance of power with the state institutions by filling strategically important positions in the city administrations, whose jurisdiction extends to the areas of housing, sports and cultural associations and youth. This is done by the spokespeople of the counter-societies approaching the relevant candidates before elections with the prospect of votes and demanding something in return. Using the example of the Parisian suburb of Aubervilliers, Ruger's researchers documented a complicity between the communist city administration and Salafist associations, which had become institutionally anchored in the administrative structures. However, the alliance of Muslims and anti-racist and left-wing activists not only sees its field of activity in the conquered territories, but is also preparing to attack the Republic with its own means, exploiting the legal system. The historian Georges Bensoussan speaks of a legal jihad that uses not only accusations of blasphemy or insult, but also racism, to silence unpopular, mostly Jewish or pro-Israeli citizens. In France, in the past 2 decades, all attacks on Jews in which the perpetrators could be identified were carried out by Muslims. It is not right-wing anti-Semitism but Islamic anti-Semitism that is responsible for ethnic cleansing, as more and more French Jews who are financially able to do so see no other solution than to emigrate. Others are simply leaving their neighborhoods for the time being and accepting less favorable living conditions to avoid the danger. The French constellation differs from the German one because France has been a country of immigration since the mid-19th century, pursuing a republican model of integration in immigration policy that emphasizes universal values, combined with a political concept of nationhood that places all citizens on an equal footing before the law and disregards ethnic or religious identities. This model also proved its worth when decolonization led to increased immigration from the Maghreb states. Although this led to a growth in Muslim communities, it did not initially result in any significant Islamization. This circumstance, as well as the fact that the living conditions of the immigrants were mostly poor, drove the professional Muslims to go on the Islamic offensive. In alliance with left-wing supporters, the accusation was made to explain the situation in the suburbs that the Republic was still characterized by colonialist discrimination, only this time in France itself. If one follows this logic, the Islamic ecosystems are to be understood as a continuation of the anti-colonial struggle. The autochthonous French are seen as colonial masters in their own country, which is to be liberated from them and their laws, as Algeria once was. The activists can refer to Emmanuel Macron himself, who repeatedly emphasizes that colonization was a crime against humanity. They deliberately ignore the fact that famine and violence existed before the colonial powers arrived and that they were the first to bring about the end of slavery. It is also forgotten that, in contrast to the belated German experiment, which in contrast would have to be seen as a struggle of barbarians against barbarians, French colonization generated progress of a technical, political, and even cultural nature. In this respect, without underestimating the brutality of this mission, French colonialism can be characterized as a civilizing mission against tribal societies, with the aim of transferring the republican virtues of liberty, equality, and fraternity to the colonized. For a long time, the republican virtues appealed to the Muslim population, and it is certainly too simplistic to blame the fact that more and more Muslims are submitting to the orthodox interpretation of Islam primarily on a failure of integration on the part of the Republic. On the contrary, Macron must agree that Islamic separatism is the greatest enemy of the Republic. Its strategy of republican reconquest would then be a colonial project in the best sense of the word. The schoolgirl Mila would be the perfect ally for this project, even if, or precisely because, her language is closer to the burps of a rapper than to the prose of Chateaubriand. Because, in contrast to the country's elites, she refrains from humble expressions of respect, Mila is able to offer an accurate critique of Islam in the first place. And she does so in a way that could hardly be more convincing, as she manages without academic and tactical justifications, which cannot be used to deal with assaultive Muslim young men anyway, and which should be familiar to any enlightened contemporary. Unlike the mouthpieces of discursive appeasement, Mila is an example of how the French Republic has managed to familiarize ordinary, possibly superficial, consumerist and selfish young people with the principles of the bourgeois public sphere and to stand up for them. In Cannes, the burkini is being banned from the beach, while in Germany the public wearing of the burqa and niqab is being debated. From Al Jazeera to Süddeutsche Zeitung and Die Zeit, the tenor of these discussions and bans is that the women concerned are the ones who suffer. How many assassinations have actually been carried out by girls in burkinis? Zeit even asks seriously. Something about religious freedom is repeatedly emphasized, and that the burkini is an opportunity for Muslim women to participate in public life. Empowerment and visibility are once again the phrases of the hour. Burkini is a complete non-word and an oxymoron that attempts to combine the most extreme veiling with the most extreme freedom of movement. Contrary to what Layla al-Sarori writes in the Süddeutsche Zeitung on August 15, the absurdity of the term is not its association with the burqa, but with the bikini. A burkini is not a burqa is the title and leitmotif of the article. That is correct so far. However, the reasoning behind this verdict and the associated defense of this bathing accessory is almost unbearably perfidious. A burkini does not cover a woman's face, it does not stand for oppression, as it ultimately also leaves hands and feet exposed. Rather, the burkini is more like the bathing variant of a hijab, i.e. the most commonly worn Muslim head covering, and tens of hundreds of millions of Muslim women can't be wrong. The English term Sharia swimsuit, on the other hand, is much more accurate, as it deliberately ignores the apparent boundaries between these coverings and identifies their repressive similarities. According to al-Sarori, the burkini is now an indication of the increased participation of devout women in public life. A common argument is that banning this fashionable garment would lock women up all the more. They would be relegated to their place at the stove and turned into objects once again. This is absolutely correct, but only within the Islamic and allied forms of thought, and therefore completely wrong in a sensible sense. It is rather an expression of that appeasement which seriously regards Muhammad as a feminist, as can be read on the website of the Gunda Werner Institute, the branch for feminism and gender democracy of the Heinrich Böll Foundation. There is no question that the ban is authoritarian and therefore a rather unpleasant affair. But it takes Islam as seriously as many Muslims themselves, namely as a totalitarian ideology that can be reduced to one sentence: you enjoin what is right, forbid what is wrong. Surah 3:110, the duty to enjoin what is good and forbid what is bad has been the de facto sixth pillar of Islam for centuries, alongside or rather together with jihad. The projective need for punishment, against which the saying of Jesus, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone," is directed, is downright institutionalized in Islam, as can be seen, for example, in the symbolic stoning of the devil several times during the pilgrimage. It should never be forgotten that this devil embodies almost everything that deserves to be called freedom. The obvious terror of the attacks is just the tip of this misery, which, contrary to the numerous relativizations, is homemade in everyday Islam. For these reasons, David Lisnard, the mayor of Cannes, is absolutely right when he justifies the burkini ban by saying that the burkini is an ostentatious garment that indicates an affiliation to terrorist movements that are waging war against us. This war, the small and large jihad, is an everyday phenomenon, and Lisnard is actually only mistaken in his restriction that it is not the uniform of the Muslim religion. From the feminist side, the headscarf and veil were defended as early as 2002 by Birgit Rommelspacher. Keyword culture of dominance. The veil serves as security and protection for women by taking their private space into the public sphere. With this statement against the separation of public and private, she is even within the framework of Islamic logic. After all, the derivation of the headscarf obligation also refers to a partition. The headscarf and the veil are therefore an extension of the concealing tent walls. This is also the alleged emancipation that the founder of the religion, Muhammad, brought to women. He turned them into walking tents, which today, in case of doubt, should simply fall under the camping ban on the beach. The premise of Islam that a woman is only allowed to be in public, a public that shifts into her own four walls through the mere presence of a strange man, if she is veiled, cannot be accepted in principle without subscribing to the deeply patriarchal aspect of this. Rommelspacher wrote about the ban on the veil during the colonial era. Algerian men also perceived this as a symbolic rape. In addition to colonial feminism, the criticism is also directed against the unveiling policy of Ataturk and the Persian Shah. However, this symbolic rape of men is only a necessary narcissistic insult to those who put the relative honor of a woman in the place of her absolute dignity. The beach is a very unsuitable place for political struggles. On the one hand, it is a place of unclear thoughts, of dozing, where the sun sizzles the brain. On the other hand, today's Western beach culture and fashion is an extremely late result of the Enlightenment. However, it was never as rigid as the burkini fans. However, it is precisely because of the relative topicality of this achievement that it must be so vigorously defended, as it is not yet deeply rooted. In principle, we are talking about trends here. The bikini restricts the area of female shame to the bare minimum, microkini, whereas the burkini expands the shame, aura, to the maximum possible. The Süddeutsche Zeitung now states, anyone who goes to the beach ultimately shows that they feel they belong to the local society. Not exactly, but anyone who goes to the beach dressed in this way shows in public that he, or in this case she, does not feel part of local society in any way and is practicing jihad by al-yad, a jihad through moral deeds. The question of whether Islam belongs to Germany and local society is fundamentally wrong, because it does not belong anywhere, not even in the Levant, the Maghreb or Southeast Asia. It is just as treacherous to call for a reform of Islam, because the Islamic awakening, in the course of which the burkini finally became popular, has long been the often called for reformation of Islam in the Lutheran sense. It is not the reformation of Christianity, but secularization that has brought about achievements of individual freedom in this country, for example, quite relaxed customs on the beach. A ban is never enough. Anyone who is satisfied with a ban is revealing himself to be an old-school authoritarian. However, enlightenment and encouragement also include a certain amount of coercion, such as compulsory schooling including coeducational sports and swimming lessons. It is completely fatal to resort to the burkini from the public side in order to make the latter more attractive for Muslim parents and girls, as this is already giving in to the blackmail of collective Islamic coercive morality and gratefully accepting the offer of Islamic awakening. Even the one activist ban does not resolve the dilemma in any practical way, because this would require us to first become aware of the goals of the practice, which cannot consist of a compromise as long as Islam displays a totalitarian claim and forces the compromise. This, however, is its essence. And prohibitions, education, and the public must finally address this whole evil in equal measure if they want to put a real end to the triumphant advance of Islam, its oppression of women, including the moralization of everyday life and thus also the beach. If empowerment is the current imperative, then that of the woman as an individual, whether naked, in a dress or trouser suit, but not as the wearer of an Islamic straitjacket called a burkini, burqa or hijab.
The school must reach the generation of Allah. How often did we talk about the Holocaust and the Third Reich at school? Of course that was important, but young people today want to know other things. This threat, directed at both Western education and the Jewish communities in European countries, was not made by a renowned Islamist, but by the Arab-Israeli psychologist Ahmad Mansour, who formulated it in an interview published in the BZ newspaper on October 21, 2015. Since Mansour's book Generation Allah was also published in 2015, He has enjoyed great popularity among moderate critics of Islam in Germany because he addresses the virulence of Islamic anti-Semitism without abandoning confidence in the young generation, which is particularly dear to the hearts of a people who came to themselves in the Hitler Youth. If Mansour had aimed his statement at today's autochthonous German schoolchildren, there would have been something to be gained from it. After all, since the fall of the Berlin Wall and Germany's subsequent economic and moral ideological triumph in the Western world, the arrogant, penetratingly all-human overtone of German education in coming to terms with the past has become an unmistakable problem. Mansour, however, formulated his appeal with a generation of young Muslims in mind who boycott memorial services after every Islamic mass murder, regularly harass their lewd classmates, confess to their teachers that they would like to kill Jews, and who present themselves as victims of a perfidious Western colonial policy for no empirical reason. Such underage friends of murder, rape and tyranny would, as Mansour sensitively explains to the BZ editor, much rather talk about discrimination and arms deliveries to Israel, have a great interest in religion and origin, which is not a bad thing in the first place, and are eager to deal with Syria, Islam in Germany, or the Middle East conflict, because these topics are closer to them. Instead of confronting Generation Allah with Western reality, which is very far removed from them, schools should meet their regressive needs with comprehensive programs, help them develop a sense of unity, and speak the language of youth with them. The aim of such pedagogy should be to compete with Salafists and other Islamic agitators in the battle for young souls. Islamists are now the better social workers. What Mansour proposes here and recommends at length in Generation Allah, as a progressive strategy against the fanaticism of young Muslims in Western Europe, is in reality a dead letter. The empathetic pedagogy directed against supposedly authoritarian knowledge transfer, evil frontal teaching and emotional coldness, which already permanently deformed the generation of pitiable hippie children growing up in West Germany in the 1970s, is now, despite its proven failure, to be applied to young people of a human race that the flower children did not even suspect in their drug-induced nightmares. Mansour's insane idea can hope for approval because the tendency to view school lessons not as a form of basic knowledge transfer, but as an offer to pupils to engage with what is close to them, based on sensitivity and empathy, now receives hardly any criticism. This pedagogy contributes to the enforcement of barbarism and regression in schools because it does not portray teachers as those who have an advantage over their pupils in terms of experience and knowledge, which, in conflict with their expectations, leads to a process of knowledge in which everyone participates. Rather, teachers are seen as narrow-minded due to their advantage in knowledge and experience and are instructed to allow pupils to impose their limited perception of the world on them. Where it is decreed to be the task of the school to reach the pupils, especially the most brutal and stupid among them, to devote itself to topics that are close to them, and to speak the language of youth, and not the language of the adults that the pupils are supposed to become one day, any pedagogical canon, any universal knowledge as a standard of education is replaced by the self-esteem of immature pre-adults, whose need for development and education becomes the guiding principle of education. It is just as unsurprising that such a pedagogy approves of an interest in religion and origin, even if it is expressed in schoolyard racism against white classmates, as that it degrades education about the Holocaust to a supply of needs, which can be reduced if the pupils react to it with displeasure. The fact that the desire of Islamic young people to deal with religion and origin, Syria, or the Middle East conflict, does not articulate any interest in imparting knowledge, but rather in propaganda that corresponds to their own sense of self, does not occur to Mansour at all due to his respect for Generation Allah. A class that would respond to these needs in the spirit of enlightenment could in fact only take place under police protection, because it would have to provide information about the hatred of Jews inherent in Islamic culture, make the Quran the basic text of Islamic terrorism, and include the necessity of Israel's existence and the backwardness of the Islamist states compared to the West in the curriculum. If this is what Mansour wants, he would have to formulate proposals on how teachers can be protected from being lynched by their pupils. But Mansour cannot admit that the needs of the Generation Allah are not aimed at changing everyday school life, but at liquidating it, at replacing teachers with gang leaders ready to murder, because this would mean that his concept of a supportive pedagogy that accommodates the pupils instead of opposing them would collapse. Mansour's ideas are popular right down to fans of the Amadou Antonio Foundation because they transfer a developmental model of childhood, youth and adulthood to the offspring of coercive Islamic associations that has been gained in the bourgeois societies of the West. A false conclusion that is often legitimized by claiming that the members of Generation Allah are young people who have grown up in the West and can hardly be distinguished from their non-Islamic classmates in terms of their taste in music, cell phone use and pornography consumption. However, this argument is in fact abstract because it confuses the fact that someone has grown up in a Western country and is familiar with its technological and industrial infrastructure with the existence of Western socialization. In fact, not only can such a socialization not be assumed for the generation Allah, its members would even have to be regarded and fought against as a fighting force for the purpose of destroying it. A decisive reason for this is that childhood, which even in the Occident became a general reality of experience very late, in the course of the establishment of bourgeois society in the 19th century, has never existed in Islamic societies. The fact that the exorbitant birth rates in Islamic families, even in Western countries, are an expression of a social formation that does not allow for childhood despite countless children, that in Islam young human beings are born with far greater frequency than in the secular West who never become children, this fact should be reflected by enlightened educators in all the frightening things it expresses. Instead, however, the members of the generation Allah, whose potential for violence is feared not least by their parents, are addressed as young people who have left their childhood behind them and have a life as adult citizens ahead of them. However, unleashing people who were never children on the world as future adults creates a reality that far surpasses the scenario of horror films such as David Cronenberg's The Brood. That in such a reality, obsessive neuroses in 14-year-old girls are tolerated with obtuse patriarchs because the man, who is the worst enemy of his beloved, is their only confidant in the life situation of refugees, while unaccompanied refugee minors are treated as children under criminal law even if they commit adult sexual crimes. The fact that the adult status of a wife is imposed on enslaved girls, while underage offenders are granted criminal immunity, is only seemingly a contradiction. In fact, it is the only way in which a society calibrated for empathy, which sees its justice system as an extension of its educational institutions, can react to the fact that the model of individuation and socialization that underlies its educational system and is reflected in civil law has reached its limits in Islam. What is frightening is the widespread blindness to this contradiction, because in Western countries childhood itself is increasingly eroding as a reality of experience. That children have long spent more time per day in various educational institutions, locked together with their peers and under the curatorship of educators, than at home with their families, that full-time professional and voluntary educators are now more important as authorities for their individuation than their parents, that childhood, and even more so adolescence, is set and experienced in this way as an immediate and constant activity, and not as a residue of individual happiness against the grip of the state and society. All this favors the shameless chumminess of pedagogy with the civil society advocates of Islamic impositions. What the bourgeois family by no means guaranteed, but at least favored, that children can experience social authority not only as repressive and punitive, but also as protection of the weak against the strong, as a defense of freedom of purpose and imagination against the brutality and desolation of social reality, becomes increasingly unlikely under such conditions. Everyday life in schools suggests that the master race embodied by Generation Allah, which seeks to subjugate its teachers rather than obey them, and which strives to impose immediate violence and legitimacy-free rule in the schoolyard, has gained the upper hand. Once this kind of habitual barbarism is enforced, however, the possibility of childhood becomes unattainable even for secularly socialized people, because childhood is not a paradisiacal origin, but itself a very young, fragile result of civilization. Of course, this can only be understood if we take note of what the pedagogy of empathy does not want to know. Successful education is dependent on conditions that it cannot create itself. The fact that for education to succeed, something must be present in the individual that can be educated, and that this objectivity in the individual cannot in turn be produced by education, but only by society, is a contradiction addressed by a thought of Ludwig Wittgenstein, which, hardly by chance, was always unpopular, unlike his philosophy of language. It is summarized in the concept of Abrichtung, which plays a prominent role in Wittgenstein's later philosophy. The apology of abstraction is not a plea for unquestioned authority, but rather Wittgenstein's attempt to get to the bottom of the fact that skepticism, criticism and contradiction are not possible without respect for objectivity, for the given, which, in contrast to criticism, cannot be justified, but can only be accepted. Those who do not accept it place themselves outside any discussion, and are not to be taken seriously as interlocutors. Wittgenstein's favorite examples of this are sentences such as 2 + 2 is equal to 4 in mathematics, there is an outside world in philosophy, or, revealing for the historicity of his thought, there has never been a man on the moon. These are all evidences which, as the last example shows, are by no means inviolable, but can be refuted by historical development, but which are the prerequisite for all judgment in each specific historical constellation. According to Wittgenstein, the acceptance of such evidence, on the basis of which it is possible to argue, judge or condemn, is not based on conviction but on training, unlike the victory of the better argument in a dispute. The decisive pedagogical idea is that a moment of training also underlies the sphere of individuation for which education is responsible, in other words, that only people trained in this sense are gifted for individuation. Childhood is the time in which young human beings are enabled to individuate by learning to distinguish between imagination and reality, not by the reality principles simply taking the place of imagination, but by both talents correcting each other as autonomous and working together to develop individual judgment. If, with regard to animals, the concept of training is aimed at such techniques that contribute to the mediation between the human and animal worlds, i.e., to the humanization of animals, Wittgenstein applies it to education in order to get to the bottom of how humans differ from animals, with whom they are connected in terms of natural history. Childhood refers to the time in which people learn to transform their responsiveness and capacity for experience, which in children appears as a boundless but passive ability, into activity carried out on their own authority. Where such transformation is prevented from the outset, the contradiction between fantasy and reality cannot be resolved, and children's fantasies of omnipotence take on a life of their own as infantile claims to omnipotence that are brutally executed against the outside world. Because their relatives were never children, the destructive potential of this infantilism comes into its own in the generation Allah. The idea of training, unpopular even among Wittgenstein fans because of its apparent inhumanity, which is in fact the result of the effort to determine what is specifically human, should be developed in order to justify why an education to maturity presupposes the ability to obey. Those who do not want to be taught, who are not able to tolerate anything that resists their own arbitrariness, express their inability to perceive objectivity at all. However, it is precisely this ability that people can learn if they are allowed to be children. The inability to do so goes hand in hand with the infantile will that the outside world should submit to the self, i.e., with the need for absolute obedience. On the other hand, those who know how to obey the undeniable and irrefutable are gifted with the ability to disobey. By learning this, the child also learns to refuse obedience. The fact that the restitution of the bourgeois nuclear family was a genuine part of Allied re-education after the end of the Second World War, to the displeasure of anti-authoritarian leftists, gains immediate plausibility in view of this context, since, contrary to the conceptual meaning of re-education, its aim was to enable Germans to re-enter humanity, from which they had proudly, cruelly and with unprecedented barbarity excluded themselves. Because the bourgeois family in Germany was able to build on traditions, institutions and aspirations, models were available for this re-entry into humanity that could be strengthened by re-education. The generation Allah, on the other hand, demonstrates with frightening drasticness that those who have never experienced what Wittgenstein calls a Brichtung are ready at any time to force all others into unconditional obedience under threat of death. The only way to counter this would be to abandon the idea that pedagogy is a kind of world community science and that justice is its offshoot. On the contrary, when dealing with Islamic youth, it would be a matter of practicing pedagogy as jurisprudence and putting teachers in a position to administer justice to those subject to them by virtue of their state mandate, because otherwise breach of the law and disenfranchisement will become established as part of everyday school life. However, neither German nor Islamic educators express this insight, because Germans understand Islam so well, not least because, like them, it wants to rule without restriction, but never obey. Despite the dismantling of their party system under Emmanuel Macron's presidency, despite propaganda against right-wing populism and for the Islamic religion of peace, and despite growing sympathy for veganism, waste separation and naturopathy, the fact that the French are skeptical about the complete Germanization of their nation is a constant source of annoyance for the local attitude press. While the French population did not react to the recent recommendation by the Haute Autorité de la Santé, that 30% of the cost of homeopathic preparations should no longer be reimbursed by public health insurance, a survey on the educational practices of French families had already revealed far more sinister findings. In 2016, the IFOP Survey Institute found that 85% of French parents occasionally use spanking as a parenting tool. 70% of all parents were against a general ban on corporal punishment as a parenting tool. In response to this confirmation of the belief that the home of Western Laicism is a hotbed of black pedagogy, the British child protection organisation Approach lodged a complaint against France with the Council of Europe's Committee of Social Rights because its legislation does not completely prohibit corporal punishment of parents. At the insistence of the Secretary of State for Equality, Marlene Schiappa, who is a member of Macron's party La République En Marche LaRem, the National Assembly and Senate subsequently passed a law in July 2018 that, following the example of the legal reform implemented in Germany almost 20 years ago, prohibits all corporal punishment of children in accordance with Art. 17 of the EU Social Charter, and thus also criminalizes what is known in French as la fessée or la petite claque, the little slap in the face and the slap on the bottom. In any case, there is no such thing as a little slap in the face, Schiappa had cited as justification for the loi anti-fessée and rigorously decreed. I don't see what could justify slaps on the bottom and other educational violence. In future, registrars will be obliged to inform all couples entering into marriage with them of the ban on physical violence in parenting as a preventative measure. Church representatives are also required to enforce the new law. A Catholic priest in Meaux near Paris who hit a crying baby during baptism was often cited as an example of the Church's approval of corporal punishment, although his actions were immediately sanctioned and he has not been allowed to perform baptisms since. Nevertheless, the law reform is less popular with the French population than with the media mouthpieces of German and European politics. Marine Le Pen and Emmanuel Ménard, who had spoken out for the Rassemblement National (RN) against the adoption of the corresponding provisions of the EU Social Charter, received a lot of support for their criticism of state interference in family matters, and the Family Association Familiste de France saw the reform as a symptom of the disintegration of parental authority. Teachers pointed out that they were more frequently confronted with violence by, mostly Muslim, children and young people against adults in schools than with violence by parents against minors. The philosopher Anne-Sophie Shazad, who writes regularly for the Islam-critical magazine Le Causeur, interpreted the law reform in an essay for Le Figaro as a gesture of self-emasculation and self-subjugation of adult citizens under their little kings, which is tantamount to a suspension of the principle of reality that synthesizes civil society by its own representatives. The fact that the differentiated dispute over the loi anti-fessée in France has been followed with complete incomprehension in Germany is not only due to the ignorance of the distinction between state and family education, public and private educational institutions, which is constitutive for France, but also to the lack of any clear-cut concept of violence, which has always been a symptom of the German entanglement of barbarism and peace, unkindness and warmth of heart. Since the 17th century and throughout the entire bourgeois era until the late 20th century, interactions between parents and their children in France have always been characterized by an objectivity that in Germany tends to be perceived as an expression of coldness and authoritarianism. The codes of conduct in the French bourgeois family are the crystallization of such objectivity. Claude Chabrol's films, which are misunderstood in this country as criticism of the hypocrisy and prudery of the French bourgeoisie, provide a realistic portrayal of this objectivity in its contradictory nature. The dampening of emotions, especially in intimacy, promotes the tendency of the family to become an expression of social domination, a private agency of republicanism, as it were, but at the same time counteracts the transformation of intimacy into crudeness, the bestial consequences of which Rainer Werner Fassbinder spelled out in 1974 in his best film by far, Martha. Where their love and blackmail, intimacy and submission become indistinguishable, in Chabrol's films from the 1960s and 1970s, such as La Femme Infidèle and Just Avant la Nuit, the principles of marital fidelity and familial loyalty are so much a part of the moral code internalized by the characters that they maintain their validity even when their own lives no longer live up to them. It is precisely this rigorism that German Chabrol fans misinterpret as criticism of the facade-like nature of the French bourgeoisie, while in reality it is a defense of the facade against the bestiality of immediacy. While Fassbinder's every gesture of delicacy bears witness to contempt, Chabrol's respect survives only in delicacy generalized into habit. The interweaving of convention and love, intimacy and morality has often been emphasized in the history of mentalities as characteristic of French society. It testifies to the successful development of the state insofar as formerly aristocratic manners, restricted by privilege, have been transformed into general modes of intercourse and universalized in everyday bourgeois life. This preservative change is partly responsible for the fact that intimacy and privacy in French everyday life are perceived as a matter of course, and without seeing any contradiction in them, as forms of social interaction rather than merely as a contrast to the anonymity of the public sphere. as free self-expression rather than a social self-encapsulation. In an article in Die Zeit, which combines complaints about the spanking habits of French parents with stroppy complaints about mothers refusing to breastfeed and the negligently frequent administration of effective medication to minors, the German France expert Margaret Moulin, following Jean-Paul Sartre, blamed this unity of intimacy and civility on an overvaluation of the regard de autres, the stern gaze of others.
According to Moulin, the overvaluation of this external gaze, which is due to Republican idealism and according to which individuals shape their appearance and actions, is to blame for the fact that French women entrust their children to external care too early in order to be able to work again, that they have a distanced relationship to breastfeeding, often give children antibiotics even for pure viral infections and even refuse to allow them to sleep in the same bed as their parents. Children slipping into their parents' bed at night is a taboo in France and is seen as a pedagogical defeat, even tending to be incestuous. Contemporary German mothers, on the other hand, who don't know the difference between work and private life anyway, arrange to meet as hordes of girlfriends to cart their offspring through streets and parks for hours on end in traffic-disrupting cattle transports, present their happily desexualized breasts to unsuspecting cafe visitors at every opportunity and refuse to give feverish daughters and sons painkillers, but don't mind if they spit in dad's pillow. From the perspective of such encroaching nest warmth, the willingness of French women to entrust their children to educational institutions as early as possible in order to gain time for themselves, their own work and their own friends outside of family obligations appears to be a mixture of faith in the state and selfishness. The long tradition of amment that Moulin disparagingly attests to France, also an aristocratic legacy generalized in the bourgeoisie, actually promotes the attitude hated by German civil society of seeing children as prospective citizens in a double sense, as bourgeois and citoyens, instead of as an externalization of parental fantasies of protection and community, which the mothers also see themselves as. What Moulin denounces as a unity of faith in the state and egoism is an expression of the dichotomy of the citizen between the state citizen committed to the public and the private citizen pursuing individual happiness, a dichotomy that has its institutional form in the division of labor between the educators who are responsible to the state and the family protected by the state from the state. In contrast, German parents envision education in harmony with the multiculturally renovated Volksgemeinschaft as a permanent plenum in which children, parents, and educators negotiate the conditions of their equal cooperation on an equal footing in a friendly game of ring around the edges. This is why educators and, increasingly, teachers in Germany are not perceived as representatives of a profession at all, but as loyal henchmen of a social family ties, whereas in French daycare centers and schools, at least ideally, parents have to obey their children's educators just as much as their children have to obey their parents and educators. The fact that both loving and harsh physical contact between educators and children has always been more strictly regulated in France than in Germany, while French families are more strictly opposed to state intervention in their educational practices than German families, is a consequence of these differences. Precisely because in France, unlike in Germany, it is still widely recognized that education is the educator's profession and not their heartfelt task, while family education takes place in the time released from working life, parents can forbid educators from getting too close to their children, be it warmly or angrily, but conversely must follow the educators in pedagogical matters in case of conflict. The resistance of the majority of French families to state regulation of private educational practices is due to their self-confidence that they do not need to be controlled in this respect and their respect for the authority of the educator, whose job includes mediating between private demands and the state's educational mandate. In contrast, the agile tendency of German parents to take everything into their own pedagogical hands, to bungle the business of professional caregivers at their whim, to set up free daycare centers and free schools and to tolerate educators at most as whimsical service providers, expresses contempt for the state, contempt for the teacher and contempt for the child, all of which only come into view as extensions of their own empty and hypostatized subjectivity. This subjectivity appears as a comradely warmth of heart, while the pedagogical tenderness expressed in respect for distance is denounced as the particular coldness of the French educational system. It is only against this background that the French version of the women's movement can be understood, which German feminists only appreciate because it advocates professional equality, provided that this is not already, as with Moulin, slandered as an adaptation to the role model of male subjectivity. Elisabeth Badenter's study Die Mutterliebe, which was at best received by German feminism as a critique of women's commitment to maternal role models, was published in 1980 under the title L'Amour N+, which can be translated as The Extra Love or Love in Abundance, a title that was obviously too dazzling for the German book market. In it, Badinter not only describes how the confinement of bourgeois women to the private sphere turns the resulting feminine and maternal qualities, emotionality, empathy, communicativeness, into the opposite of themselves, into the restriction of individual freedom and self-chosen friendship, as derivatives of a love that is not free but forced. Rather, the point that distinguishes her book from works by German historians of those years is the diagnosis that motherly love, which has thus coagulated into a principle of false socialization and is fetishized by the women's movement in particular as a counterprinciple to patriarchal society, also undermines the progressive function of the father as a representative of the outside world, conscience and law, and thus as an agent of boundary setting and mediation, along with the productive aspects of female experience that is banished to the private sphere. With this diagnosis, Badinter proves herself to be a representative of an alliance between republicanism and the women's movement, whose protagonists refuse to figure as embodiments of an alterity that is withdrawn from the principle of bourgeois socialization and insist on asserting those principles for themselves. This is why it is easier in France not only for feminists, but also for women and men in general, to speak out against Islamic gender apartheid, against the right of the fist granted to underage thugs, and against the undermining of state sovereignty by champions of the Islamic counter-sovereign in educational institutions, the impulse of a civic self-confidence that is, however, less and less supported by state institutions. The great importance attached to the regulation of closeness and distance between children and parents in pedagogical and feminist debates in France, in addition to la fessée, breastfeeding, and the separation between children and parents are topoi of this discussion, is due to the refusal, children into little kings out of misguided maternal love, and thus the insight into the interconnection between affection and humiliation, love and violence, as is most brutally demonstrated in the Islamic clan context, whose description as an extended family is a trivialization. The conviction that children should not be elevated to the status of kings, that it is rather a more appropriate expression of parental love to relegate them to their place as not yet adults in their own right, is not simply part of the anti-monarchist founding myth of the French Republic. Rather, both the dispute about la fessée and the discussion about breastfeeding and co-sleeping are about the necessity of respecting bodily boundaries as a prerequisite for their happy transgression. The love of prolonged breastfeeding, in which German mothers are only surpassed by Muslim mothers, is not an expression of care, but of the refusal to give up the mother-child symbiosis in favor of an intervening third party, father, law, outside world, and, through mutual recognition of the physical boundaries of the mother and child, to establish both as independent beings capable of love. Only that which the subject recognizes as not belonging to itself, and therefore as free, can become the object of love. Only objects can be loved, libidinally occupied by the subject, objects of the outside world. The impulse to turn them into a derivative of the subject aims to destroy them. The distance towards breastfeeding is therefore just as little a symptom of a lack of capacity for love as the separation of the child from the parent's bed, but rather an expression of the effort to create the conditions for such capacity for love in the first place. The child who has to leave the parental bed learns that the love of the mother for the father, the love of the adults, is different from that of the parents for the child and therefore remains withdrawn from the child. In order to participate in it, the child must leave the parental bed and at some point, in another place with another person, catch up on what it had to do without. In this sense, the separation of the child's and parents' bed expresses respect not only for the privacy of the parents, but also for that of the child. The place of child masturbation, which makes adult sexuality possible in the first place, is the child's bed, separated from the parents. The prerequisite for love between mother and child, and this is the aim of Badinter's book, is the transgression of symbiotic mother love, which can only become mutual love if the mother experiences herself as different from the child and asserts this experience by refusing to breastfeed it.
Only in this way does she give the child the opportunity to give up the archaic object of love and replace it with a self-chosen one, transforming the love born of necessity into a self-chosen one. If the majority of French parents are still opposed to the state depriving them of the right to la fessée, the occasional corporal punishment of their children, they are not defending the customary right to spank, but rather the setting of such limits. Parents who mistreat, torment or injure their children can be punished for this even under the previous law in France, as in all Western countries. The defense of the right to la fessée is not about exculpating them, but about maintaining the possibility of relegating the child to its physical boundaries if it disregards its own or those of others. In France, the parental right to corporal punishment was usually defended in contrast to the sanctions imposed by state educational institutions. These debates have nothing to do with the discussion about the pros and cons of corporal punishment as an instrument of criminal law, which also continued into the 20th century. In this respect, the often circulated claim that corporal punishment was previously legal in France is at the very least misleading. Adorno was not the only one to use this argument to defend parents who smack their child on the paw when it pulls the wings off a fly in the name of an education for debarbarization, with the same justification, and independently of knowledge of critical theory. French parents understand the right to corporal punishment granted to them up to now as a way of showing their children respect for the physical integrity of others when they attack, torment, or injure others by physically pointing out their own physicality. In this sense, there is a connection between the defense of the right to la fessée and the distance from breastfeeding. Just as the early renunciation of breastfeeding prepares the early differentiation between mother and child and helps to strengthen the ability of both to love, the slap in the face as a gesture of boundary-setting violence sanctions impulses of unbounded violence and thus contributes more to an upbringing towards nonviolence than the so-called nonviolent upbringing, which is nothing more than the pedagogical rationalization of a situation in which adults offer integrative cultural dialogues and anti-aggression training to underage bullies and rapists, thereby foregoing any possibility of occasionally bringing to bear the moment of chastisement that is inherent in all education as an attempt to mediate between first and second nature. By treating the child as an inherently contradictory subject that is capable of violence as well as love, reason as well as delusion, as sensitive and fragile per se, as the little lamb that it is not, demonstrated with unsurpassed distastefulness by Bettina Wegner in the song Sin so klein Hand, nonviolent education gives incalculable scope to the desire to remove the boundaries of violence, which is inherent in every subject, by dispensing with boundary-setting violence. When Katharina Rutschke, already considered persona non grata among German feminists, once slipped out the remark on a talk show that she knew from her own childhood experience that a slap in the face can sometimes unleash enormous development potential, she had definitely blown her role as a public intellectual. Instead of complaining about her inhumanity, one could have thought about why Rutschke, of all people, who as a historian had investigated and documented the black pedagogy of the bourgeois age, was now appearing as a critic of nonviolent education. In fact, Rutschke had not denied herself, but recognized the difference between nonviolence and nonviolence. In a world in which violence prevails, education for nonviolence cannot itself be nonviolent. Rather, the violence that nonviolent education only denies instead of abolishing is imminent to it, both in terms of language and meaning. Instead of aiming for black pedagogy, it aims for a whitewashed pedagogy in which the moment of violence is literally subtracted and thus all the more perpetuated as something that is concealed and repressed. In a daycare center or neighborhood family, in which parents, children and educators prescribe behavioral therapy in conformity with Islam for Muhammad, who habitually spits on his female comrades, while smiling icily at the spit-upon Layla, who has pulled Muhammad's hair out of helplessness, that violence is no way to resolve conflicts, the violence has been totalized by her shameful retreat, while the mother who slaps her son for calling a schoolmate gay, or a classmate slut, is practicing education in nonviolence. In fact, the contempt with which the French dispute over the ban on slapping is reported in Germany is not evidence of a special sensitivity, possibly acquired through historical remorse, but an unmistakable sign that Germans are still incapable of distinguishing between violence and delicacy, love and contempt, happiness and suffering, power and powerlessness. That a slap in the face can certainly help us to recognize the equality of everything with a human face instead of the other person's grimace. That love does not simply mean giving your loved one everything they want, but also having the courage to deny them what you do not want to lose. That generosity is something other than yielding, and that happy self-abandonment is only possible where the self that abandons itself need not be afraid of being destroyed as a result. For Germans, no. Different from the followers of their favorite religion, these are all mere trifles, hair-splitting matters that people who know that a no is a no, a blow is a blow, a breast is for nursing and a child is for suckling need not bother with. The reluctance with which large sections of the French have reacted to the Republic's recent rapprochement with its non-violent neighbor at least gives us hope that such differences will live on, if not in the institutions, then at least in the memory of the French population. After the First Senate of the Federal Constitutional Court ruled in March 2015 that a blanket ban on headscarves for female teachers in the teaching profession was not legal because the Muslim headscarf neither specifically endangered peace in schools nor undermined the neutrality of the state, the leading voices of the Berlin Republic added the usual superlatives from the compendium of political Sunday speeches. Whilst Volker Beck, Green Party, was the mood setter, "This is a good day for religious freedom," Theo Sommer, Zeit, was relieved of a heavy burden and conceded that the ruling meant nothing less than a late victory for common sense. A triumph that inspired Heribert Prantl, Süddeutsche Zeitung, who was in high spirits, to adopt the motto "Dare to wear more headscarves for the coming years." The reason why opinion makers in particular go into raptures at the idea of veiled women in the civil service, apart from the personal disintegration of moral judgment, is that the notorious preachers of Islam receive confirmation that their commitment to German Islamic fraternization is in line with the constitution of this country. The Supreme Court has now also approved the ideological and practical contribution that Islam can make to the misery management of pupils with a migration background at school. While Islamic social structures keep the déclassé in line, even if they no longer have any prospects, the entry of Islam into schools means that pupils who, as adults, are destined for their uncle's kebab store or hearts for can be taught from an early age that with a little respect for mainstream society and Islam as a consolation prize, life is not so bad, even without tangible opportunities. When Udo Ulfkott, ordinary xenophobes or notoriously offended Zonies consider the so-called Islamization of the West to be a conspiracy against Germany, such erroneous conclusions are usually based on the disturbed perception of startled Germans. The establishment of the Berlin Republic, which has discovered Islam for itself, although its customs are a mockery of the democratic jargon used elsewhere, sees the national interest as being safeguarded precisely by the integration of Islam. It goes without saying that we need Muslim teachers, Muslim civil servants, judges and police officers. For me, it is also only consequent that we think together about how Muslim welfare organizations can also perform welfare state tasks, or how the Muslim community can become even more involved in ethical debates in Germany. Sigmar Gabriel. The fact that the judges in Karlsruhe were not insignificantly concerned with popular pedagogical instructions from the very top is made clear by calls such as the one to teach pupils tolerance towards other religions and worldviews, especially in community schools. The self-commitment to intercultural communication kitsch, which is appropriate for the postmodern age, turns out to be an inability to make a judgment that is even remotely committed to reality testing. According to the majority of the judges, the encroachment on the freedom of religion of the two Muslim plaintiffs, who had taken legal action against their dismissal from the teaching profession, was serious, as in the case of their headscarves, in accordance with the self-image of parts of Islam. It is an imperative religious requirement to cover up in public, which also understandably affects their personal identity.
The fact that an imperative requirement to cover up in public is not a cause for concern, but merely a welcome opportunity to ennoble freedom of belief, which in the case of Islam amounts to nothing other than the freedom to be stupid and destructive, is due to the fact that the country's highest judges blithely filter out the violence and oppression common in everyday Islamic culture. Instead of taking note of the fact that wherever the headscarf is set as a collective commandment, the individual rights to physical integrity and free development of the personality of girls and women in particular, but not only them, are being violated, the identity of two female offenders is declared to be a good worthy of protection in a society that has abandoned reason, thereby stabbing everyone in the back who wants a life outside the cultural prison structures intended for them. It is therefore not surprising that personal identity, a favorite vocabulary of New German cultural protection, has been placed at the heart of the argument, a vocabulary that was coined years ago in esoteric therapy circles but is now used whenever some kind of abomination is to be advocated with a strict disregard for truth criteria. Only if the wearing of religious clothing poses a sufficiently concrete danger to the peace at school and the neutrality of the state is there a basis for a ban. The reason we are talking about religious clothing is because not only do they not want to differentiate between religions in a blatantly atheistic way, but they also seriously identify the cross as a bigger problem, because the wearing of a headscarf by individual teachers, unlike the state-approved cross or crucifix in the classroom, does not involve the state identifying with a particular faith. What sounds like the modest balance of a merely benevolently moderating state actually undermines the safeguarding of a reasonably rational and calculable school process. Parents in particular, who pursue an ideological interest in the education of their children disguised as freedom of belief, will very quickly realize that unruly protest from outside can interfere with the running of the school. In addition to the wrong decision to allow the headscarf in the first place and thereby support the repressive efforts and propaganda methods of Islamic orthopraxy, the ruling encourages potential rioters to give free rein to their basest instincts. The court, which en passant introduces the law of the jungle in schools, leaves it up to the schools or school districts to come up with different regulations. In the better-off areas, pupils are spared headscarves because, firstly, there are hardly any female teachers there who wish to wear headscarves and, secondly, The locals prefer to leave their threatening customs to the highly esteemed foreign cultures themselves so that they can consume them all the more tolerantly from afar. In the Islamic districts, where Islamic guardians of morals already see their peace of mind endangered if they come across freely dressed women, Jews, or those scorned as infidels, the authoritarian whips and their followers will keep up the circus until the headscarf is also enforced in schools. They will also see no reason not to get into the ring for further Islamization measures. For example, when a cross or even a Star of David on a necklace or a lewdly dressed teacher provides a further reason to claim the right of the fist in the religious struggle. The Education and Upbringing Association, which is one of the critics of the headscarf ruling because the teachers organized in it know the sometimes threatening school realities from their own experience, also points out that considerable difficulties are already arising in everyday school and classroom life due to inappropriate or intolerant, and that means, intolerant, advocacy of radical religious beliefs, e.g. by parents, as propagated by traditional Muslim groups, among others. In future, intolerant supporters of radical religious beliefs will also find it easier to educate their daughters by being able to put even more pressure on them than before by referring to the modest teacher wearing a headscarf. The practice of forcing minors to wear headscarves, forbidding them to do anything that is fun at this age, and suppressing possible resistance through authoritarian threats and religiously authorized scare tactics, in short, the systematic spoiling of the childhood of girls from Muslim families, has been given the constitutional blessing by the Karlsruhe ruling. Even parents who want to give their children the freedom not to walk around modestly are thus exposed to the social pressure of religious zealots. Those who advocate the self-empowerment of Islamic neighborhood politicians also have no problem with the wearing of headscarves in class, which in itself does not have a promotional or even proselytizing effect, according to the judges. The fact that a headscarf has a meaning even if its wearer does not blatantly call for conversion is beyond the imagination of postmodern, stupid constitutional strategists. Aside from the objective meaning that a political symbol has regardless of the characteristics of its wearer, a teacher comes across as a person and is perceived by her pupils, whether she wants to or not, as a representative of the prevailing order. For younger pupils in particular, she acts as an object of identification and a projection surface for unconscious impulses, unlike the wooden cross on the wall. If she wears a headscarf, regardless of what she says, she not only conveys the inequality between men and women that runs counter to the state's educational mission, but also the message that it is normal to be subjugated. In the Taz, a Muslim teacher who was at least able to bring herself to take off her headscarf in class in order to work as a teacher, tells us what makes Islamic Orthodox socialized women tick. Suddenly I had to show areas that are part of my private sphere. A friend said to me, "You must have beautiful hair. The others will like that." Okay? But for me it's a bit like someone saying, "You must have great, wavy pubic hair. Why don't you show it to me?" This teacher's deeply ashamed self-image is not an individual quirk, but the original product of an educational practice fixated on female virginity, which pursues the goal of training girls and women until they parade as chaste paragons of family honor. Because the Islamic girl is not only constantly persuaded that both her sex and her lust run counter to everything that is sacred, but also because the required unspoiled nature is subject to constant scrutiny, she experiences the complete loss of self-control and autonomy under the systematically frightening control practice of the family, which has been formed into a surveillance collective. The sense of shame expressed in the headscarf craze results from the feeling of the badness and dirtiness of one's own body, one's own desires and wishes, which is radicalized into a virulent disorder by the ubiquitous demonization of women in the Islamic community. The feeling of being small, which is sometimes propagated by Islam-infatuated cultural relativists as a particularly valuable form of female gratitude, is accompanied by a suspicious to hostile perception of the outside world, which also includes the paranoid feeling of being under constant observation and tending to turn on all men every time they go out. The wavy pubic hair on the head is the symbol of a religion whose followers are notoriously disturbed by their fixation on sexuality and, for this very reason, they are at odds with everyone else with their deformed morality. Meanwhile, you don't have to be a passionate sex educator to know that it is certainly not unfavorable in a teacher's job to be able to display a certain composure in the face of pubertal provocations and the collectively acted out libidinousness of pupils. However, this presupposes that one is not already completely overwhelmed in coping with one's own instinctual conflicts and suffering from Islamic psychotics without even entertaining the idea that the reason for the crazy shameful life is not to be found in the imaginary lustful looks of others, but in the Islamic impositions to which one has dedicated oneself with skin and hair. Pupils and parents who experience not only the headscarf itself, but also its social prerequisites and individual psychological side effects as alien and threatening, are not small-minded or even racist, but have retained the maturity that the Constitution usually assumes of members of society. Parents who do not want to be accomplices of the Islamic ideology and its supporters, and who have a problem with their children being accustomed to barbarism even if it appears to be moderate and constitutional, will have to look for alternatives at school if the worst comes to the worst.
Because the ubiquitous antisocial behavior of young men socialized by Islam, which is directed against both teachers and fellow pupils in some problem schools, can no longer be brought under control with the usual pedagogical means, a few female teachers in headscarves will soon be placed in front of them, and it is hoped that first-hand intercultural pedagogy will help to calm the classroom. A little Islamic tradition and education in the form of Islamic mother substitutes can't do any harm in German schools either, as far as the lower classes are concerned, according to the implicit message of those who now want more headscarves in schools. The fact that the methodical and democratic teaching measures and educational ideals of the Berlin Republic are supposed to go hand in hand with Islamic educational dirigisme may be irritating. However, Islam, whose educational mission primarily consists of instructing the next generation to obey Allah and to integrate the adolescents into the order provided by the Creator, does not differ significantly in its demand for a fundamental willingness to adapt from the contemplative and unquestioning devotion to misery, which has been accepted as unchangeable, that is demanded of people in late capitalism. Zeit also trusts in the pedagogical effectiveness of deliberately administered doses of Islam and underpins the call for an expansion of Islamic education with an obtrusive unctuousness. You are welcome, you belong to us, we take your faith seriously. It is also a piece in the mosaic of preventative work against extremism if the mosques do not reach young people in search of meaning, and they are then only taught Islam by jihadists on the internet. The prevailing pedagogical idea that completely brutalized sadists, who get off on execution videos of jihadists on the internet instead of pursuing age-appropriate activities, can be put back on the right track by providing them with accepting social work in a Quran-compliant version, apparently cannot be refuted by anything. Not even the blatant failure of the prevention work that is currently in vogue. The image of the academic woman with a headscarf plays a prominent role in the marketing strategic armament that the German Islamic associations are currently pursuing in order to change their image. At a time when the militant enforcers of pure doctrine are demonstrating the abysses of their faith to the world on a daily basis, thus thoroughly disproving the myth of Islam being tolerant in principle, the presentation of level-headed representatives of Islam with a university degree is becoming increasingly important. Unlike the housewife lugging shopping bags and trotting after her husband in a headscarf and second-hand clothes, the representative of Islam who is fashionably dressed and eloquently parroting away from the headscarf stands for progress, which, depending on the cultural sector, can also come across as a rebellion of the bitches. The image of the headscarf-wearing Turkish woman with a long coat and Aldi bags is often buzzing around in our heads. That's over, bitches. Wake up. The headscarf is no longer a sign of the uneducated Canuck cleaning lady. The headscarf is punk. Lady Bitch Ray. Not punk, but a bit hipster are also the few women who combine the headscarf with accessories, skinny jeans or horn-rimmed glasses in order to counteract the dark image of the headscarf, but primarily to prove the compatibility of Islamic preformed ego armor and colorful headscarf including fashionable style. Especially in Germany, many people think that headscarves must be dark and worn with long, wide coats. My colorful and cheerful way of dealing with this is surprising. What is more surprising is how effortlessly the headscarf ideologues seem to succeed in completely assimilating fashionable clothing and putting it at the service of a colorful, prettified uniform. The Islamic youth organization Juma, Jung, Muslimish, Active, Young, Muslim, Active, has a somewhat more serious approach, but also wants to make the point that the time of the Canuck cleaning lady is over. Co-initiator Sasan Chebli, who now works as deputy spokesperson at the Federal Foreign Office, must know what is good for Germany. 80% of our Juma girls wear a headscarf, are highly educated and a resource for Germany. It is possible that being young, Muslim and active can be a resource for Germany, which, strictly speaking, speaks neither in favor of the one nor the other. However, the assertion that self-confident headscarf wearers speak for the harmlessness of the headscarf or against oppression, as soon as they wear it in a colorful and cheerful way, and put on horn-rimmed glasses is simply unfounded. To find out that the model Muslim women who strive for democratic compatibility usually only differ slightly from representatives of the militant wing of their religion, it is sometimes enough to simply listen to them. Fereshta Luden, Germany's most popular campaigner for the right to wear a headscarf, who already shone years ago with a statement that she felt like she was on the verge of the Holocaust because of all the discrimination, and who has no place in any school simply because of this morally degenerate self-victimization, is now plagued by completely different worries. It has always irritated me when women make themselves excessively pretty for other men. The female bonus for participating in the compulsory patriarchal community is the libidinous pleasure derived from their own submission. This happens when those loyal to the Quran act as guardians of morality to compensate for the renunciation of self-imposed instinctual goals and believe themselves to be superior to other women who, whatever that means, make themselves excessively pretty. Perhaps it is thanks to Luden's walk through the educational institutions that she does not emphasize her irritation by calling those she considers excessively pretty Western sluts, as has already become the custom among devout pupils in schools with a high proportion of Islam. However, one cannot hope for much more than merely moderate malice in the name of collective honor and morality, even from educated Islam. The faithful also regard the acquisition of knowledge as a mere means to the right faith. Gaining knowledge should serve nothing other than to encourage those called to higher things to cram more intensively on the Quran. Apart from the fact that education has never been a guarantee of good intentions, and that the penchant for cultural assets sometimes harmonizes with both ridiculous arrogance and a willingness to be brutal, the blind trust in the demonstrative educational chatter of seemingly emancipated headscarf women also proves that no one seems to have any concept of the ideal of individual freedom contained in the classical concept of education. Even if the education of the personality, the turning of the creative will back on itself, abstracting it from everything social, has contributed to the hardening of the individual, to arrogance, to a sense of privilege and the darkening of the world. The promise of civilization and humanity, explicated in the classical concept of education, is still suitable today, as an objection to the contempt for freedom and uniformity of everyday Islamic culture. There is a simple reason why Wilhelm von Humboldt's call for individuals to recognize the prevailing culture, but also to think beyond it by means of proportional education, plays no role in Islam. Anyone who accepted the call would have to renounce Allah. What concerns teachers today, more than the question of the possibilities of education in the managed world, are the problems that sex raises. The consumption of internet porn or precocious behavior are among the most popular topics at educational conferences, where the latest horrors from a sexualized society are presented with the kind of scowl you only see in disaster movies when the president steps in front of the cameras and announces to the humanity gathered on the screens that it's about to go down for the last time. While some rely on sex education emergency workers to ward off animalistic dangers, who enter schools equipped with dildos and condoms to demonstrate how to do it properly and, as an encore, ask the children to think about brothels, positions or anal intercourse, others go on the barricades at the idea that the children could get to know something other than the dreariness of marriage that they are taught every day. A high school in Würzburg, which is no longer willing to stand idly by and watch the rampant shamelessness, recently issued a dress code in which the lower Franconian Lolitas are preemptively called to order. Even if your belly button is an eye-catcher, you should not present it to the school public. Apart from the fact that, in case of doubt, such information reveals more about the concerned eye-catchers than about the girls who walk around in belly-free shirts, the uptight teacher from Würzburg shares the need to ban potential sources of arousal from the public eye with the staunch Muslim, who, however, has a religion behind him that still has enough vitality and influence over its own followers to relegate physical stimuli from the public sphere. However, the educational rules and family structures are also attractive to non-Muslims, as long as they are no longer capable of anything other than defending with holy zeal the childlike and foreign sexuality that is only perceived in a perharescent form. The appeasement towards Islam also touches on the question of sexuality in late capitalism, which goes beyond the school environment. The Islamic rejection of individuality, depravity and sexual competition does not seem to frighten Europeans, who are weary of civilization, but rather attracts them at times. The uncanny love of the regrets for Islam is fed not least by the fact that, in their eyes, Islam stands for a world in which there is apparently still encouragement even if one has neither economic nor interhuman success to show for it, and in which the headscarf symbolizes the negative sublation of sexual competition. The exaggerated interest in the physical and sexual is the result of an economic system that takes control of all dimensions of existence. Through the fusion of work and everyday life, the rules and competitive patterns of the company are also transferred to non-working time, in which the expansion of freedom of movement and the competitive sportification of sexuality has created a combat zone in which repressive desublimation takes place, who misunderstand their dogged and renunciative juggling as an urban orientation towards pleasure and enjoyment, are driven to peak performance in order to cheat the weakness and aging of their bodies, be it through health mania, liposuction, or manic workouts. The unconditional will to be successful outside of work, the ambitious and disciplined bookkeeping to get ready for potential partners and their approval, or even more, the self-referential proof of one's own success right down to the pores of the body resembles the pseudo-activity at work to a T. The physical and sexual exhaustion of narcissism, the socially adequate form of regression, which is as joyless as it is exhausting in the long run, corresponds with agonizing fatigue. At some point, the crisis-ridden post-bourgeois subject, freed from all critical thought, hope and utopia, just wants to lie on the couch or fantasize about the island of the unfortunate, whose desires are erased from the outset, like those of women wearing headscarves. All that remains of the civilizing progress of the erotic, of the attraction of the strange that one seeks in the other, is the dull relationship work of the physiognomically and mentally homogenized. Instead of happiness, recognition and admiration are sought in the next best feel-good community, which can just as easily be a yoga group as a disco acquaintance. The world, which the narcissistic monads no longer know what to do with, is only catalogued from the point of view of strengthening or offending the stunted self. At the latest, when the busy recreational painter realizes in constant comparison with others that one cannot keep up forever in the battle zone, subscribe to the physical and the adolescent simply because one is getting older, the view of the world increasingly shaped by sexual envy can turn into the stubborn gaze of the hater. It urges him to isolate himself from the demands of thinking and to overcome his own inadequacy in coping with the excessive demands of the drive economy and narcissistic frustration through over-sexualizing desexualization. The flip side of repressive desublimation is pathological projection, the urge to leave social forms behind in order to take revenge on the hallucinated perpetrators of the deep-seated dissatisfaction. The fact that the sexual taboos have not fallen despite all the sex shop libertinage and that people still wildly fight against what they themselves desire is evidenced by the constantly recurring persecution rituals against so-called child molesters, the collective indignation about the preferences of others, or the high-pitched malice against the shallowness and unnaturalness of cultural industrial productions. In principle, it can affect anything and anyone if the right keywords are provided to the German who has lost his temper. The abysmal ugliness of the common sense of the people was recently demonstrated in the collective uprising against the television show Germany's Next Top Model, GNTM, in which young women who want to become models compete for the favor of the judges in silly games and sometimes degrading scenarios. So far, so harmless. The fact that this particular model show, which is no different from many other TV banalities, is regularly met with the most venomous hostility is due to the fact that the competition-driven bickering, gleefully commented on by the judges, unintentionally reveals how things are in the flexibilized working world. Having to go along with any nonsense and being exposed to the scorn of colleagues, who are all the more disgusted with each other the more drastically the communal team gossip is imposed on them, is something that the self-assertive critics of GNTM are also familiar with, but they don't want to hear or see it. However, the spitefulness of the competition would be bearable if the women in question weren't pretty girls who, however naively, dream of going to Milan or Paris instead of hanging out at some village fair when they're 40. In the modeling business, the down-to-earth German can see nothing but vanity and insensitivity. He would rather surround himself with his peers than expose himself to the dangers of beauty and superficial seduction, whose unattainability he perceives as an insult that deserves retribution. After the finale of this year's season had to be aborted due to a bomb threat, the collective need for retribution was revealed in its most rude form. The fact that the show was ruined for the women dubbed vomit models sent the comment column mob into a frenzy. Vomit model is the Twitter-compatible version of the lay medical remote diagnosis of anorexia, which is usually given to catwalk models in the feature pages because they do not conform to the German preference for fertile country girls. One Manu, who also has nothing but calories on her mind, fantasized in the heat of catastrophic lust into the role of the amok runner in the campaign against thin girls, and is also representative of the frighteningly degenerate humor of the average German. I threw in a calorie bomb. Now all the thin girls are fleeing the hall. Whether Manu is simply so nasty because the contestants can wear things that are out of the question for them is not known. What we can say with certainty, however, is that the latent readiness for violence expressed in the form of unsuccessful irony is not the privilege of angry female commentators, but is also commonplace among trained journalists. This was demonstrated by Georg Thaddeus, who, after many years as a well-behaved presenter and reporter for the public broadcaster Frankfurter Rundschau, discovered his rebellious side after all by heroically posing against the 17 to 19-year-old mannequins. As long as nothing happens to anyone. A bomb threat for the top model show is like a Wiener Schnitzel for a mannequin after 3 days of calorie-free photosynthesis. Forbidden, but simply wonderful. It should be simply wonderful to terrify a few thousand people. The Islamists, who have been mobilizing against beauty contests on the continent for years, also find this kind of thing simply wonderful. After all, unlike the Islamists, Thaddeus doesn't want anyone to get hurt, but in alliances like these, the means are a matter of negotiation as long as the enemy is standing. So far it has not been possible to determine who made the threat. The fact that it could have been all of them is a cause for concern. The fact that contemporary society no longer has much to oppose Islam is reflected in the fact that even German conservative opponents of Islam are getting into trouble when it comes to defining the enemy. In the magazine Tumult, which focuses on right-wing intellectual rants about the decline of values and disorientation in the Carl Schmitt style, Gerd Koenen defines Islam as an enemy in its own right, thereby causing psychosocial stress. We can even say with certainty that the liberation of women from their subaltern position and the development of their productive potential is the key to the development of many Islamic countries in particular. What is underestimated, however, is the scope of these socio-cultural upheavals and the very real psychosocial stress that was and is associated with a completely self-determined and potentially unrestricted choice of partner, or with a full entry of women into professional working life and into the social public sphere. Presumably, the very real psychosocial stress is also the reason why it is so easy to empathize with the motives of the Islamists, whose vitalism we secretly admire, even if we still resent their instinctive nature. The Islamist backlash perhaps feeds less on Puritanism and prudery, which is more of a Christian inheritance, but almost the opposite, on an instinctive, aggressive defensive reaction against the tendentially deadening effects that permanent sexualized infrared irradiation does indeed have. In bourgeois society, the primary task of the school is to instruct its members in the independent sale of their labor and to teach them the necessary civic virtues. However, school practice is not exhausted by training for capital productivity and loyalty to the state, but to a certain extent also provides individuals with the conceptual means to reflect on their fate with critical intent. In the best case, the desire is awakened in the student to overcome their own limitations through effort and reflection, and to work their way out of the narrow-mindedness of family and other communities of origin. The civilizational surplus value inherent in the contradiction between conditioning and empowerment is currently in danger of being cashed in. The schoolchild has become a socio-educationally supervised case, from which the alliance of parents and teachers exorcises all stubbornness, and which at some point is so broken that it demonstrates together with teachers and parents for the environment and against America, while the prevailing practical educational policy and teaching design aims to turn it into a flexible office idiot. However, as long as schools also open up spaces in which people can listen and learn in peace, and as long as the institutional rules ensure that those being taught are protected from physical violence and immediate indoctrination, they preserve the civilizational surplus that is present as a promise. Not only, but especially, for pupils from strictly Islamic families, school often offers the only opportunity to get to know something smarter and more civilized than what they are used to at home, an atmosphere that is not completely characterized by narrowness, hatred and fear. Getting to know the usual school subjects, however limited they may be, without being constantly nagged with family honor and dull Quran stuff, is in their case an evidently important opportunity for experience. By contributing to the gradual disappearance of this space for experience, the Karlsruhe constitutional judges are actively helping to destroy the last remnants of the school's contribution to enlightenment. Adorno and Horkheimer's writings on educational theory, which were not only concerned with saving individual education, but also with the limits and possibilities of maturity and re-education, do not offer any means of countering the current betrayal of the Enlightenment, but you can read in them, sentence by sentence, what is currently being so criminally neglected. The theses on the relationship between school and family also make it clear how little the decisive texts have lost of their topicality. Some passages read as if they were conceived as a rejoinder to the Karlsruhe ruling. In cases where strong counterpressure is exerted by the parents, an educator should not shy away from conflict with the parents. He would have to teach the children that what they hear at home is not pure gold, that their parents can be wrong, and why. In addition to urgent social solidarity with pupils who come to the conclusion that what they hear at home is not pure gold, the task would be to show the family bullies who are driven to interfere in schools' concrete limits. In dealing with the politicizing Muslims, we should take up what Adorno recommended against the anti-Semites in the 1960s. Where they make serious advances, the really available means of power must be used without sentimentality, not at all out of a need for punishment or to take revenge on these people, but to show them that the only thing that impresses them, namely real social authority, is still against them for the time being. Of course, using the available means of power against the most reactionary movement of the day would also mean enforcing the headscarf ban for teachers and pupils without ifs and buts. There is only one problem: the fact that social authority is clearly not opposed to Islam, but is in the process of clearing the way for it wherever it ventures. On the morning of September 18, 2017, an 18-year-old Afghan in Vienna murdered his 14-year-old sister, who was on her way to school. Hikmatullah S. stabbed Bhakti 28 times with a Rambo knife. He then turned himself in to the police. "Arrest me. I killed my sister. And yes, it's good that she's dead. Because she defiled the honor of my family." Bhakti had turned herself into a youth crisis center a week earlier and had been placed there. She complained about the repression by her family and wanted to lead an independent life. She bled to death at the scene of the crime, the courtyard of a council house in Favoriton. An honor killing? No, one should not be so quick to judge, said Der Standard, and in the following days the left-liberal spectrum provided countless justifications for the perpetrator, who was proud of his deed. A few days later, reporting was left to the Kronenzeitung because Hikmatullah had confessed to his crime all too clearly. 2 defense attorneys had already resigned within a few days, and new investigation results no longer allowed any relativization. It was a political crime, it was ideologically motivated by the Islamic concept of family honor, and the father was probably the mastermind. Bhakti had already fled from her family twice. She had even filed a criminal complaint, which was not pursued due to a formal error. As always in such cases, the male family members who had planned and carried out the crime were then dealt with. But what about mom? The common perception of Islamic patriarchy sees women only as passive sufferers or victims. The fact that girls and women from Muslim families are only recognized when they empower themselves to lead their own lives, i.e. to appropriate in rudimentary forms what others take for granted, makes those women who do not do so appear to be objects of a patriarchal claim to power, from which they must be freed if they are unable to do so themselves. However, it was reported that Bhakti's mother, Maimona S., said just 2 weeks after the crime that the family had already forgotten her daughter and no longer wanted to be reminded of her. Bhakti had told the police that she had often been beaten up by her father and brothers, and that her mother had watched laughing. Bhakti was afraid. 2 of her daughters had already been forcibly married off to Pakistan. Maimona S. was therefore not just a passive victim, but an accomplice who was just as concerned about the family's honor as the father and sons. It was probably no coincidence that the youngest son carried out the crime. He can be sentenced under juvenile law, provided he is only 18 years old, which is now in doubt. The role of the mother is obviously that of the one who gives and suffers. Hikmatullah testified that the mother suffered because of her daughter, that she often cried. By murdering his sister, he avenged his mother. She didn't have to encourage him to commit the crime, she just didn't have to say anything. Just as she said nothing about her son's criminal activities, it is unimaginable that she would have insisted on sending her sons to school. Hikmatullah took advantage of all the freedoms he did not allow his sister and always knew his mother was by his side. It is not unlikely that he was also beaten by his father when he did something that did not suit him, but a no from the father, combined with entering the line of succession, the father's name, cannot exist where the mother's law prevails. Jacques Lacan used the nom du père, which sounds like both the name and the no of the father, to describe the paternal law that establishes the incest taboo and thus turns the child's desire for mother and father into a conflict in the first place. Lacan declared this principle to be the precondition for all child development, although the law of the father, from which the superego emerges, is not itself without preconditions. It can only establish itself if the mother in turn establishes this law. According to Freud, the mother is the first other whose language is incomprehensible to the child. She introduces the father's name and thus the world of symbols. The mother's law is an archaic one, it is the law of dependence and forbidden pleasure. Only when the child can feel excluded in the Oedipal triangle, observing the parental couple, does the awareness of separateness arise, which is a necessary prerequisite for individuation. Maimona S.'s sons, in contrast to her daughters, were unable to develop this awareness because their mother had to prevent the separation. After all, her sons are the substitute for her phallic desires, as Natasha Wilting has shown. The woman has given up her own phallic desires, the satisfaction of her own instinct, and experiences them only as a male domain, something to which one must bow in the case of one's own husband. Her desire can hardly be aroused, and thus she cannot be disappointed again. Separated from the public world of men, she now lives in a world full of women and children that is free from the impositions of adult, manifest sexuality. If she continues to remain undemanding, she is at least assured of a material livelihood, if she bears enough sons who, as her substitute phalli, represent the only connection to the world of men apart from married life. She can end her life as a respected, albeit secondary, member of society. In this sense, it could be concluded for Hikmatullah S. that the son murdered his own sister on behalf of his mother. The inability of many Muslim men to enter the adult world is due to their unresolved dependence on their mother, who herself cannot have any interest in breaking away. She is the one who promises her sons omnipotence and a life without responsibility, and this promise is upheld as abruptly as it is unbroken when they enter the world of men. The higher number of sexual and so-called acts of honor violence committed by young Muslim men in recent years is by no means due to the sudden freedom from patriarchal family structures from which these men have escaped on their way to Europe, as common explanations claim. According to this, all they have to do is adapt to the local customs in dealing with the sexes and everything would be fine. However, it is not the case that a Muslim man loses control of himself at the sight of a freely dressed woman. Nor is the seemingly easier availability of Western women a sufficient reason for such acts. Rather, these men believe that they have rediscovered the boundlessness of maternal paradise in Europe and believe that this legitimizes them to treat all other women as whores. The French psychoanalyst Janine Chasquet-Smergel has described this regressive movement of unification with the mother as an unconscious desire for inseparability and as a prerequisite for barbarism. It is a matter of merging with the mother, freeing one's self from the ego in a state of intoxication, by destroying all representatives of the father, reason and the law. Unconsciously, the opening of the border in 2015 was probably understood by many Muslim men as an invitation to unite with Mummy against reason and the law. Even the Chancellor's familial address combines contempt for women and the insinuation of an immense, archaic power of the mother authority. Merkel already had her nickname before 2015, but it was only with the opening of the border that it became a program of collective unconscious wish fulfillment. In her granting gesture and in her omnipresence, in the simultaneity of media selfie representation and the impalpability of the maternal principle, she corresponds to the anti-Oedipal mother image with which Muslim men suspend the law of the father. The father is defeated, the mother belongs to the sons and the sons to the mother. This unconscious fantasy is the urgrund of Islamization. Islamic patriarchy can only exist by means of gender apartheid, and even this separation can hardly conceal the fact that this patriarchy is a castrated one. In Germany, this disposition meets what the psychoanalyst Hermann Bieland has called defect nationalism. This defect nationalism consists in an illusionary feeling of fusion with an idealized great body Germany, actually a split-off aspect of an early mother imago, whose narcissistic ideality makes one's own woundedness and castration disappear, because one can disappear in the feeling of greatness of an identification. The rule of the brother horde, however, does not bring forth a new law as a consequence of the guilty conscience over the patricide. In the alliance with the mother, it is merely the law of dependence that prevails. In this respect, it is also wrong to speak of political Islam, as the Islamic movement is geared towards destroying the political as a mediation between citizen and law and establishing the Ummah as an all-round dependency, in which the separations made by the law are eliminated. The word Ummah is derived from Aum, mother, as pointed out by Fethi Ben Slama, the Tunisian French child analyst whose psychoanalysis of Islam has finally been published in German after many years. In his book Der Muslim, he explains that Islamism is an anti-political utopia invented by Muslims on the basis of Islam, which is directed against the West, not without making use of some of its political achievements. The super-Muslim is a mass ideal that feeds on the failure to develop an individual ego ideal, a narcissistic de-individualization. The ego ideal remained as a conceptual precursor of the superego in Freud's metapsychology because it describes the individual side of the superego that the subject strives for. But where, Because Oedipal separation was not possible, a superego can only develop weakly, the ego ideal as a conception of the ego remains rudimentary at best. This fact explains the failure of efforts to de-radicalize Islamists. What is entirely possible with Nazi dropouts, the re-establishment of an individual canon of values and an idea of what I want to be like, has failed spectacularly with Islamists in recent years. One reason for this is that Islamism is wrongly understood as a political ideology, comparable to fascism or National Socialism, and the Islamists are accordingly seen as perpetrators of political persuasion. However, as Ben Slama shows, most of them have no conviction in the true sense of the word. In fact, they have nothing except their destructive narcissism, which strives for de-individualization. It is precisely their fundamental rejection of reason and law that makes them inaccessible to pedagogical measures, as these always refer to an external authority that is capable of appealing to an inner equivalent. The Protestant Church Congress, which took place in Berlin on Ascension Day weekend 2017, was one of those events that are both completely inane and very significant. In the year of Luther, the EKD put on a particularly big show. Mutti came along with Obama, and hardly a minister was absent from the major events. While atheists and Antifas thought they had to point out what a rotten piece of shit this Luther was, an anti-Semite and misogynist, the Kirchentag took care of the really important issues. The simultaneous affirmation of multicultural and multireligious community as a fact in a world of dissolving borders, geographical, psychological, physical, but first and foremost, ideological, and a criticism of Islam, which was partly formulated as self-criticism by Muslim intellectuals, partly as demands for coexistence of cultures, was revealing. It was thanks to the Freiburg Islamic scholar Abdul Hakim Aourgi that at least some of the Kirchentag visitors had something of an awakening experience. In his lecture, he attributed radical evil in today's Islam to its widespread lust for domination and destruction, and said that claiming that Islam has nothing to do with violence is an expression of collective repression. The pedagogy of submission, which is propagated in numerous mosques, serves to pre-radicalize children and young people. Aourgi, who published a joint declaration of secular Muslims for modern and enlightened Islam, with Nekla Kalek and others in the fall of 2016, was outraged when his Christian audience pointed out the crimes of Christianity. He countered that, at best, today's approach to this history of violence could be of significance for Islam. It is precisely this self-criticism that is lacking in Islam. This is why Reform Muslims have nothing at all to gain from the Christian horror always being placed alongside the Islamic horror. "You're not helping us with this comparison," Aourgi called out to the audience, and received great applause. Welt, May 26, 2017, DITIB Secretary-General Bakir al-Boga found himself on the defensive, as his usual clichés. Such criticism is unscientific, portraying Islam in a bad light, is dangerous and encourages Islamophobia, no longer worked. In addition, the knowledgeable moderator Friedman Eisler from the Protestant Central Office for Worldview Issues asked questions that were as objective as they were persistent. After al-Boga had rejected the propagation of Sharia as a civil law code of conduct, Eisler described a booklet that is available on DITIB book tables. According to Eisler, it describes in detail the Sharia rules according to which Muslim women are by no means allowed to decide on their marriages themselves, but must first obtain the permission of several relatives. Al-Boga replied that it was not forbidden to reprint old texts. After all, the Bible with its glorification of violence is also reprinted. What Eisler was addressing were clichés. "Away with these templates," shouted al-Boga. Eisler responded, "I've heard stereotypes from you now." Strong applause for Eisler. Ibid. At the beginning of the Kirchentag, Interior Minister Thomas de Maizière criticized the churches for offering asylum to refugees threatened with deportation, and said that the churches were leaving the topic of Islam too much to the state. However, de Maizière spoke neither with Aourgi nor with Hamad Abdul Samad, who also appeared at the Kirchentag, but with the Grand Sheikh of Cairo's Al-Azhar University, the theological center of Sunni Islam, who uttered the same platitudes as al-Boga, but was not contradicted by the Minister of the Interior. However, the fact that critics of Islam of various stripes were able to appear at all at the Kirchentag and also found a sympathetic audience is a striking change after years of tabooing even the slightest criticism of the public mantra, "This has nothing to do with Islam," as is public opposition to the functionaries of DITIB and the Central Council of Muslims, ZMD. Perhaps many of those attending the Kirchentag were themselves drunk on the national frenzy of welcome culture, and are now sobered to realize that the real refugees have nothing at all to do with the objects of their desire. But perhaps this change only needs to be explained from the perspective of the German left. The furor with which the radical left and queer feminist circles have taken action against alleged and real criticism of Islam in recent months, and even more so the extent to which the rest of the left has practiced gestures of submission, correlates with the adoption of a certain selective form of criticism of Islam by the German public. The mass persecution of homosexual men in Chechnya, which was reminiscent of the Rome Putsch of 1934 in terms of its scale and planning, was noticed by the German public, but in contrast to reporting in France and Great Britain, the Islamic basis of the wave of persecution was ignored. While the role of a reformed Islam is discussed more openly in Germany than in the other two countries, while the discussion about Islam in France and Great Britain revolves around the binding of the political sovereign to the paternal law, i.e. around the containing, limiting and failing functions of the state, in Germany, under the auspices of cultural coexistence, the granting and delimiting characteristics of the mother nation are praised, which has always differed from Western nation-states in this very tendency towards self-delimitation. Thus, the concentration camps for homosexuals in Chechnya are misunderstood in Germany as an expression of a patriarchal tribal culture. The pre-modern patriarchal society already considers the verbalization of non-heterosexual orientation to be a moral violation. Taz, January 5, 2017. Even the reference that during Chechnya's de facto independence from 1996 to 1999, Sharia law applied in the self-proclaimed Islamic Republic of Ichkeria cannot be placed in an appropriate context. At that time, homosexuals were punishable by death. Today, homosexuality is not forbidden in Russia and therefore officially not in Chechnya either. However, the unwritten laws of Chechen society dominate official law. Many Chechens are of the opinion that a homosexual has no right to live. FAZ, April 17, 2017. However, Sharia law is not an unwritten law, and it takes more than an opinion to set up 6 concentration camps within a few days and imprison and torture hundreds of men, often resulting in death. Pre-modern societies, unwritten laws and bizarre opinions are discussed, whereby Islam may be mentioned en passant, but it must not become the focus of attention. The question of whether Islam can be reformed into a religion would then be up for debate. Conversely, Islamic culture would have to be distinguished from the Christian religion, secular society and the secular state. However, by blindly affirming the concept of culture, these 3 achievements of civilization, which respectively set boundaries for religion, society and the state vis-a-vis the individual, are dismissed and merged into a Western culture, which is juxtaposed with Islamic culture, but at the same time is merely added to it in a relativistic manner. In this way, Western culture is made into what Western civilization is precisely not, an inescapable identity from which there is no escape, neither in the intimacy of private relationships nor in public debate and criticism, and which therefore tends to coincide with the Ummah's comprehensive claim to power. When one of the survivors of the London attack on June 4, 2017, shouted "Muslim cunts" in his excitement, he was immediately rebuked in the spirit of such relativization, saying that it had nothing to do with Islam, just a few minutes after several people had been stabbed like cattle. In the television coverage, the presenters apologized on behalf of the angry crowd for their shouts of abuse because they were politically incorrect. Instead of rejoicing in the fact that many people were braver than usual that evening thanks to the alcohol they had consumed and therefore probably even fewer people had died, the truth that arose from the immediate effect, that the murderers were disgusting types and their actions inexcusable, became a taboo breaker like smoking and eating ice cream during Ramadan, which cost the life of a 33-year-old Syrian refugee in Oldenburg. The London attack and the murder in Oldenburg thus become a religious conflict, as the Oldenburg police called the murder, thereby declaring the victim to be an accomplice and the perpetrators to be victims. Through such self-culturalization of the West, freedom of opinion and equal rights become just as much fetishes as the burqa and Ramadan, and thus become the bargaining chips of a new cultural community to be created. Then, as at the Kirchentag, the motto will be, "Your values, our values," and criticism will then also be possible under this motto. The prerequisite for criticism, however, is the structural alignment of the West with Islamic culture, which disempowers criticism from the outset. This is exactly what happens when de Maizière says that the burqa is not part of Germany, that it is part of our culture to show one's face, or worse, to show one's face. The fact that refugees who have come to Europe in order to be able to eat and smoke during the day during Ramadan are not safe in their lives, if they are mistaken for Muslims by others, while corresponding intercultural handouts call on people to refrain from eating and drinking in the presence of fasting Muslims, corresponds to this alignment with Islam, which is associated with a morality of negotiation camouflaged as criticism and which must prohibit any anger, any expression of hatred, and desire for revenge in order to feel superior. This implicitly xenophobic gesture, "You can do what you like, we will continue our soliloquy unperturbed," provokes ever more cruel acts. The increasing number of attacks are now being dealt with in a routine manner. First the shock, then the warning not to generalize, then the condolences to the victims' families, then the question of the radicalization of the perpetrators. Salman Abedi, who murdered 22 people in Manchester, many of them very young and female, was, like many other attackers, known to the security authorities. But because he, like many other mass murderers before him, had not always strictly adhered to the Islamic way of life, he was not classified as dangerous. This ritualized process corresponds to a manic defense under the spell of the compulsion to repeat. The avoidance of grief goes hand in hand with the refusal to admit failure in the face of threat, and is transformed into ritualized repetition that goes hand in hand with habituation. Habituation is not only propagated, it is a reality. Only when the habituation is broken, for example at the moment when the murderers encounter celebrating and drunken Britons who fight back, does it become apparent how ubiquitous habituation has already become. The critics cannot exempt themselves from this habituation, who, although they aptly point out the subjugation again and again, are nevertheless just as exposed to what is happening as everyone else. Only the individuals who go to the relevant embassies after such attacks to lay flowers and pause for a moment in grief and anger articulate, under the given circumstances, the memory of a yesterday when this action was not yet part of everyday life. A remembrance of the murdered, to which anyone can belong more or less by chance, a solidarity with relatives, to which anyone can also belong more or less by chance, and which is more than just lip service, consists of the will not to join in and to repeatedly withdraw oneself from the spell of repetition. This is not just a political gesture, however necessary it may be. It is an inner psychological process of understanding habituation as an imposition. Habituation is so much closer to the ego, practiced in striking a balance between internal demands and external constraints, between the superego and the ID, between the pleasure principle and the reality principle, between libidinal and destructive impulses, i.e. creating a balance by means of compromise solutions. The ego is anything but an agent of change. It is the inner, the internalized objects, occupied with instinctual demands, that can resist and do not want to resign themselves. However, the ability to feel this way is linked to the awareness of separateness, which is able to recognize and mourn the loss of the mother-child symbiosis. The ability to preserve these remnants of an outdated subjectivation process against the barbaric longing for union with mom will be decisive for being able to continue to criticize the symbolic equation of culture and civilization without going to eye level or even giving the impression that there is something to negotiate. Short cuts from the anti-Republican War of Liberation 20 years ago. Just suddenly shots are heard, loud shouting. A group of 10 plainclothes policemen slowly withdraw from the grounds of the Site de l'Europe, each with his weapon drawn, aiming at the crowd. They use flashballs, pistols with rubber bullets that can knock a strong man unconscious. A half-serious man is led away in handcuffs. A beefy guy is shouting at the police officer, threatening, gesticulating, swearing. It's the Big Brother. A group of youths have taken up position and are approaching dangerously. The officer shouts at a photographer, "If it wasn't for you, the damn banlieue wouldn't be burning." Yesterday in Tremblay, they set fire to a school just because of the camera. The police convoy roars off. Now there's a general howl of war. An African mother brandishes 2 rubber bullets and shouts, "They're killing our children." Cute milky beards with broken voices pose in front of the press representatives and declare that tonight it's going to be tough. They have kept quiet for 2 days now, but you can see that the police are to blame for the violence.
There is a brief distraction when 2 black youths want to beat up the photographer because he took a picture of their mother. She asked him to take a picture so that the rubber bullets could be seen, but it's up to the boys and nobody else to decide who takes whose picture. After all, a 5-year-old is supposed to present the rubber bullets. Then you can see straight away that small children are being targeted here. Le Pont Blanc consists of classic 60s social housing boxes. Half integrated into the housing estate is a huge textile factory, a good 100 by 20 meters. Or rather, that's where it once stood. It was set on fire on Friday night, leaving behind a stinking field of rubble made of bent steel girders and charred bales of fabric. You could be forgiven for thinking a cruise missile had hit it. Most of the residents just say that the young people need to express their frustration. Jamal and Malik also find nothing wrong with the fact that the textile factory was set on fire. We don't like the owner of this factory here, they add. He didn't treat the employees properly, they say. He exploited illegal workers and didn't give work to the coupains from the site. The owner only got what he deserved. He's a Jeff, says Malik. Jeff is slang for Jew. No, Jamal corrects him immediately. It's got nothing to do with that. We just don't like him. So it is that a small incident in which a tear gas grenade exploded next to a Muslim prayer hall has become just as important to the agitation of the rioters as the deaths of the two teenagers in Clichy. The boys in their jogging shorts and basketball caps don't usually look like they've often seen the inside of a mosque. But whoever you ask in the sites why the violence happened, they tell you about the incident with the mosque. Almost by itself, Islam becomes a point of identification for young people who are characterized more by nihilistic disorientation than by religious fanaticism. Daniel Binswanger, Weltwoche 45/2005. These images from a parallel world, which begins a stone's throw from the Franco-German border in the satellite towns around Strasbourg, are as vivid as they are in need of explanation. What has changed over the last 15 years in the most conspicuous of the 800 or so, according to the French police, problematic suburban districts? For more in-depth reading, please refer to the detailed and systematic report, Suburban Riots in Major French Cities, by Chief Inspector Bernd Bell and Police Commissioner Wolfgang Noske. The extensive footnotes are impressive, referring to dozens of detailed French sources from the press, literature, hearings, specialist conferences and official reports, especially those of the French Domestic Intelligence Service DCRG, some of which are available on the internet, the analysis of which would provide the devastating material for a book of its own. In order to get beyond platitudes that explain nothing, it is inevitable that the eternal triad of repression, racism, and social upheaval should not be used as the sole cause. Instead, we need to look at the inner world of neighborhoods which, for the most part, may have been poor just a few years ago, but were neither above average in terms of crime nor largely Islamized or ethnicized. What needs to be described and analyzed is a process that began in 1991 at the latest with the first major riots in satellite towns near Lyon and has since spread with increasing vehemence throughout France. One result of this investigation should be mentioned in advance as a thesis: the enforcement of conditions as described by Binswanger, the economic logic to which this process is committed, the solidarizations and enemy definitions that accompany it, follow the principle of land grabbing. Both territorially, with the aim of gaining exclusive access to certain areas, and hegemonically, with the claim of the new masters to shape the population in their own interests. The transformation of a poor, ugly and underserved French site into an emergency area, in which the personal safety of the individual is no longer guaranteed and the order of the Republic is completely or largely suspended, regularly begins in busy places frequented by all residents, most likely where retail outlets and public transport stations are located next to each other. Ordinary citizens first notice that groups of male youths, mostly from immigrant families, regularly gather in such places and provoke and intimidate passers-by. This ranges from verbal and gestural insults or the display of violence through the presentation of fighting games, threats and minor, often only implied violence, to leaving permanent marks such as smashed windows or burnt cars. Individual citizens are powerless against these young people because they are alone in the event of a confrontation, and witnesses to the incident are also not effective helpers due to a lack of appropriate weapons or at least training. Social workers or so-called police assistants who try to intervene are the first to be inundated with threats, the consequences of which, if they do not live and are not recognized in the neighborhood, are also felt in a tangible way. Social workers who live in the site are accepted if they are of the same origin and culture as their flock and behave in the same way. In other words, they do not exert any influence on their clientele to prevent violence, but try to block out any justified accusations with anti-racist tirades. The police assistants adjoints de sécurité are always regarded as traitors and enemies if they are really dedicated to maintaining order. Here, too, there are experiences with autochthonous helpers who have confronted the police together with young criminals. The posts of mediators who were supposed to mediate between the police and the migrant communities have now largely been abolished because many of them were proven gangsters. The police do not permanently occupy the numerous and changing meeting places, and no arrests are made because nothing criminally relevant happens when the police are present, and banning orders are not very successful. In the next stage of escalation, the behavior of young people hanging around in public places becomes openly criminal. First of all, there are robberies committed in groups against weaker passers-by, for example old women who have their handbags snatched, or young people who do not belong to the group who have their cell phones or MP3 players taken. The physical violence used in these cases is increasingly taking on life-threatening forms for the victims. With the intensification of crime and brutality, the organizational structure of the initially loose groups is also intensifying to form truly organized gangs. Increasingly, there are burglaries and robberies in which the gang members simply break into homes, threaten the residents, and take what they consider valuable. The victims are regularly so intimidated that fewer and fewer of them report the crimes to the police. The result is a feeling of being at the mercy of the state, especially among older people, and deep resentment towards the state, which they feel has let them down. With very few exceptions, there are no attempts by ordinary citizens to defend themselves individually or in an organized way, for example in the form of citizen militias. Of course, this does not apply across the board. In Emeryville and some other problem neighborhoods, the DCRG reports that there are security services and citizens associations financed by the tenants of the apartment blocks, which try to exert pressure on the authorities to provide more security. It is also striking that in the problem districts there are no so-called protest votes, such as for the Front National, by the white minority, but rather an above-average number of abstentions. Among the migrants affected by the violence, all of whom are French citizens, anger about the violence they have suffered is often mixed with disappointment about their precarious situation and is expressed in completely crazy-looking articulations of hostility towards the state, which can even lead to solidarity with their own tormentors. This is one of the reasons why many migrants in the suburbs, who have never broken the law, refer to Sarkozy's abuse of the perpetrators of violence as riffraff.
The harm done to private individuals is seconded by targeted attacks on representatives of the state. In most cases, it is not the police officers who are targeted, as they would ultimately be able to strike back effectively, but unarmed representatives of public order, ranging from social workers who take their jobs seriously, to the janitor of a communal housing complex, the employee of a private security company who is supposed to protect a supermarket, the firefighter, and the bus driver. This answers the reproachful question as to why buses often no longer travel to certain problem areas at night. The drivers are afraid, and the public bus companies are restricting the timetable in view of their duty of care towards their employees. Putting the state's monopoly on the use of force out of action, the prerequisite for any land grab, is only exceptionally successful in open confrontation with armed state power. Attacks on state or state-related infrastructure and the successful public demonstration that the state cannot protect the security and property of its citizens are more effective. They create a mood of insecurity and a power vacuum that is filled by the self-appointed representatives of a new, informal order. What can already be seen in targeted attacks on firefighters or bus drivers is increasingly being expressed in larger public riots, the so-called youth riots, of which those of October and November 2005 were merely the largest and, above all, most widespread in a seemingly endless series. Small, mostly arbitrary incidents are the reason for larger riots, which are misinterpreted by the protagonists as well as by large sections of the public as spontaneous social protests or self-defense measures against police arbitrariness. The deaths of young car thieves who lose control of their vehicles and crash during police chases have been used several times as an excuse for riots that quickly spread to neighboring districts. The perpetrators are regularly the same people who began their careers as mobbers at the metro station, supplemented by previously inconspicuous young people who, convinced that they are fighting for a just cause, try their hand at arson for the first time or attack the police as a mob. All it takes is a few young people passing by chance and using their cell phones to bring hundreds, sometimes thousands of street fighters into position, as if on command. The principle is that of wildfire. The means, the new communication technologies, and the motive and obvious unifying need to show the representatives of the Republic how much they are hated at every opportunity. Normally, young people, like the two who died in the Clichy-sous-Bois substation in October 2005, are stylized as martyrs in order to start a riot. If, with the worst will in the world, no martyr can be invented and no attack by the infidel state on Islam can be fabricated, then neither can police actions, which are regularly portrayed as racist attacks. The often ugly and humiliating practices of the French police cannot disguise the fact that the operations are generally not based on police arbitrariness or a perfidious state program of repression against immigrant children, but on the often completely misguided attempt to prosecute or prevent crimes. Police critics, especially from the banlieues themselves, often cannot decide whether they think the operations are excessive or whether they want to complain that their cars are being deliberately burned down because their neighborhoods are not adequately protected from street violence for racist reasons. The police checkpoint in Vichy-sous-Bois, which the three youths tried to bypass by fleeing into the substation, served the purpose of maintaining public order at night. Accusations of racism and fascism have been leveled in particular at such police operations, which are directed against the extremely widespread criminal underground economy in the problem areas, especially against drug dealing and receiving stolen goods. In connection with such operations, riots also break out in neighborhoods where the youth gangs are explicitly not in charge. In these neighborhoods, power is in the hands of professional gangs made up of the older brothers of the riot kids, who have long been subject to adult criminal law and who, as long as business is quiet, do not want any unnecessary trouble with the police and certainly have no interest in seeing their own cars burn. In the event of raids that threaten their criminal existence, however, they are able to stage an uprising of the smaller brothers, put themselves in the lead and thus demonstrate to the state the security risk that any intervention in their criminal shadow economy represents. Tightly organized gangs sometimes cut off the power supply to an entire district or position themselves on rooftops, from where they pelt police units with manhole covers and concrete slabs. The territory of the older brothers is the first circle of hell. Daily violence, such as burning down cars or ripping off passers-by, usually takes place in the second and much larger circle of hell, where the gangs are active, but only loosely organized and only partially anchored in the population, and where there is still a certain degree of ethnic, social and religious mixing. Here, the older brothers have no interest in peace and order. On the contrary, the terrain still needs to be cleared. The post-war order that prevails in the first circle has not yet been fully established, and this is where the underage brothers operate. The directly criminal shadow economy is joined by an economy that is legal but often illegal, which is fully established in the liberated first circle and increasingly dominates the picture in the embattled second. These are above all gastronomy and crafts, which are based on illegal employment, and the trade in undeclared goods. The impoverishment of many satellite towns as a result of the great waves of rationalization in French industry since the mid-1980s initially led to the liquidation or migration of local retail businesses run by whites, as well as branches of supermarket chains, drugstores, etc. This was accompanied by an enormous increase in the number of white-owned shops. This was accompanied by an enormous drop in property prices and commercial rents, so that some of the stores were taken over by other local operators, this time usually of Maghrebi origin. This process was and is being accelerated by the sometimes systematic gang terror against retailers of white origin, but also against Maghrebians who do not want to submit to the gangs. Some retailers were able to absorb the pressure by specifically hiring people from the neighborhood, with apparently convincing success. Staff and perpetrators know each other and the number of crimes dropped noticeably. However, the boundaries to protection money measures are fluid in some neighborhoods. Who is declared the Jeff whose business is to be torched is determined by their unwillingness to cooperate, unless the person in question is actually Jewish. The hatred of state authority and, even more so, the often criminal character of the ethnic economy have long led to business disputes being settled internally and respectable people from the respective community being called in. For the Turkish minority in particular, these are mullahs. For many Maghrebi these are neighborhood chiefs, so-called Chabanis or a council of wise men for black Africans. As much as the territorial principle dominates the internal constitution of the zones largely liberated from the state order, i.e. the crony is always also a neighbor, it is obvious that the same applies to the youth gangs as to the rackets of the older brothers or the respectable. They are almost exclusively of Muslim origin and base their actions, decisions and justifications on points of view from a generally accepted internal morality that overarches the fragmentation. It is that of Islam. Just as Sharia law regulated an economy based on robbery, conquest and enslavement 1,000 years ago, the competing gangs in the sites have mostly been able to reach a bloodless balance between themselves in the sense of a balance of interests between clans and the draconian punishment of lawbreakers who break the law. Of course, this does not rule out outright expulsion campaigns against non-local dealers. Without the unifying external enemy, the will to seize more land and the arrogance of superiority, which manifests itself in gangsta rap as well as in pious rules of conduct from the mosque, the courts of honor would work far less efficiently. However, as long as it is still possible to pray outside the liberated and divided zones, as was the case with the attacks on a student demonstration in March 2005 by migrant youth gangs in central Paris or the recent attack on a train, the relative calm between the gangs should be ensured. Nevertheless, a war of all against all in gangland cannot be ruled out in the future. It is not only the seizure of land in the problem districts and occasional forays outside that consolidate the liberated zones, but also Islam as common sense. Many of those who did not want to put up with the rule of the gangs and could afford to do so countered the pressure from the perpetrators of violence by moving to other neighborhoods that still follow the law of the Republic, non-Muslims as well as secular Maghribis. It is mainly black African migrants, mostly from the Islamic countries of Senegal and Mali, who move into the apartments vacated by their departure.
They assert themselves surprisingly quickly in the gang world, which is dominated by local Maghribi and, to a lesser extent, Turks, not least because of the particular degree of unscrupulousness typical of up-and-comers, but also because of their clan-based self-organization and their reference to Islam, which they claim as their cultural root just as much as their competitors. Many youth gangs are now entirely in the hands of these immigrants. Organized crime, ethnicization through displacement, and the capitulation of public order cannot adequately explain what holds the gang society together in the inner circle of hell and what is to be enforced in the second contested circle. Nor does the use of Sharia law as a substitute for the Code Civil and the Code Penal in conflicts within the gang world provide sufficient clarification of the inner constitution of an apparently contradiction-free society. In the last 3 years, a number of additional aspects of the new order have come to the attention of critical observers, which until 2001 still played a subordinate role in the reports of the French authorities and the media. First and foremost, there is the decidedly anti-Semitic and racist, anti-white ideology, which seems to suit the Muslim big and little brothers without exception. But these are also predominantly manifestations of the ideologization of violence, which provide little information about living together in areas that have long been virtually free of Jews, in which even the whites are no longer dhimmis, protected subjects with severely restricted rights, i.e. subjects of the Islamic economy and morality. However, one cannot live on pride alone. The decidedly illegal and the ethnicized semi-legal economy yield little for the majority, and the whites, over whom one would like to rise, usually live far away. The real glue that holds the lived or yet to be realized counter-society together, the expression of honor of the young and not so young men, is the systematic disenfranchisement of women and girls and their subjugation to the sole personal rule of their brothers, husbands and sons. This is not only reflected in the fact that there are more than 20,000 polygamous families in France with a total of over 300,000 members, most of whom come from Mali and Senegal and a high percentage of whom live in the problem districts. Far more alarming than the polygamy imported from the countries of origin is the subjugation of women in the originally predominantly secular Algerian majority population of many satellite towns, whose female half has for years been given the choice by militant young men and the masters of the criminal economy of either living out their lives as whores or being forced under Sharia law. The mosque associations, which do not act violently but are omnipresent in the problem districts, probably play a considerable role in the broad acceptance of this subjugation, especially as far as the training of girls from an early age is concerned. Girls and young women who have entered into love relationships with gang members are initially regarded as whores. These women have to make the upsetting experience that it is not possible to have an exclusive relationship with a young Muslim man from the gang world. What may begin romantically is abruptly broken by the law of the gang. No gang, not even the non-Islamic one, can allow a member to put his private life above the community life of the racket. In the classic criminal rackets, for example in the USA during the Prohibition era, the problem was solved either by the gangsters' exclusive intercourse with professional prostitutes and/or by exclusive forms of love life with complete segregation and subordination of life with the mistress or wife to all the affairs of the syndicate. The Muslim young men's rackets turn the women who have given themselves to one of their own out of admiration or love into what they must be as unmarried, sexually active women according to the dictates of Islamic morality, dishonorable whores who, like spoils of war, are also left for the other gang members to use. They are not only excluded from the men's circle, but are considered forever dishonored for the purpose of sealing their final exclusion from a broader male community that is effective far beyond the rackets as the Ummah, the religious community of all Muslims. At the same time, they remain subject to the omnipotence of the gang over their bodies for as long as there is still interest in it. If they do not manage to leave the banlieues, their future very often lies in prostitution under extremely humiliating circumstances. In its manifesto of February 15, 2003, Untitled Chapter calls for the causes of prostitution to be combated, citing polygamy, mafia structures, and the abrupt severance of all ties by the family when a young girl misbehaves. The terrible fate of these lovers degraded to whores threatens an even larger circle of young, mostly unmarried women, and quite a few of them are actually done too. These are the ones who defy the laws of the Islamized collective and not only do not acknowledge the new masters, but also make them understand how much they despise them. The public presence of these women, who dress as revealingly as the unfortunate gangster brides, but who, unlike them, do their utmost to make their way outside the Islamizing neighborhoods, is the strongest challenge to the criminal and bigoted morality of the younger and older brothers. But they also arouse the displeasure of quite a few women who have adapted to the role imposed on them and have since ensured that no other woman of their sex can go unpunished in pursuit of happiness. The independent, Western-oriented women are currently the only real threat to the closed societies, because their imminent departure, which will be forever, denies the presumed right of access to all women and girls as well as the God-given hopelessness of the Islamic ghetto. What's more, their path calls into question the lie of life of the banlieue residents, according to which, as an indigenous person, you can only survive in a counter-society set up according to the rules of your own collective identity. The school dropout rate among girls in the banlieues is considerably lower than among boys, and unemployment is only half as high. Many young women, especially those whose parents or grandparents immigrated from the Maghreb, have retained the dream of a middle-class life in a normal, upwardly mobile relationship. They are not attracted to the life that Islamic morality and its enforcers from the mosques and gangs have in store for them. The attacks and threats against these women, the repeated gang rapes perpetrated against them, the Islamic dress code imposed on them with threats and violence, and the presumption of their brothers to control their every move, all this has taken on enormous proportions in recent years. The male collective senses that the refusal of very many girls and women could break the back of its power and glory, and strikes preemptively. A frequent punishment for such recalcitrant girls are, in the worst cases, so-called tournants, gang rapes. Samira Belil was the first to describe this phenomenon in her book Through the Hell of Violence. The young woman had been the victim of gang rape 3 times before, after undergoing psychotherapy, she found the courage to go public. Samira Belil was also the patron of Untitled Chapter until she died of stomach cancer last year, aged just 31. NZZ, July 18, 2005. Anyone who had read the reports from the Domestic Intelligence Service, looked in the French press under miscellaneous or local, or simply trusted their own eyes could have known what was going on, seemingly in secret. But there is a fear in France that one could be accused of sympathizing with the right-wing extremists of the Front National or other racists because of a critical comment or a probing question. This might still be the case today if the persecuted had not spoken out themselves a few years ago. In France, it was not the intellectuals, apart from a vanishing minority, but of all people who, from their own experience, have good reason to be skeptical about the promises of the Constitution and the solidarity of the majority society, who, in a situation of extreme personal distress, resorted to not begging for the universal Republican promise of emancipation as citizens from the state and the majority society, but to demanding it quite confidently as in rages. The appeal from the suburbs for the enforcement of humane living conditions for all does not come from the Recales, whose battle cry was Sarkozy, dirty Jew, nor from the Minister of the Interior himself, who offered the residents of the banlieues help from the gangs with a high-pressure cleaner and at the same time offered the mosque associations a security partnership, but from those who, for entirely selfish reasons, cannot conclude a standstill agreement with either the mafia or Sharia law, and for this reason alone have resorted to an apparent shopkeeper, the indivisibility of laws and Republican freedom and equality. Since the book Through the Hell of Violence by Samira Belil and the burning of Sohain Benzian shook the Republic in 2002 and the much-noticed manifesto of Untitled Chapter, Neither Whores Nor Subjects, was published in February 2003, the social consensus seems to be far from broken, but at least scratched. The consensus that reaches from the problem neighborhoods directly into the agencies of public opinion and which consists of having to have understanding for every ethnically or socially motivated outrage. With the central demand to all French people, stop justifying our oppression in the name of a right to difference and respect for those who force us to submit, Untitled Chapter have attacked the consensus of the politically correct look the other way.
With a rhetorical question posed to their male neighbors and relatives, how will you overcome injustice, racism, exclusion, failure at school, prison, if you too oppress us, you too. They have also provided information about with whom humane conditions cannot be fought for in the foreseeable future. How Untitled and Sumises want to throw off the yoke under which Muslim young men force women and girls appears at first glance to be as nostalgic as it is naive. We, the women who live in the suburbs, women of all backgrounds, believers or not, are spreading this appeal for our rights to freedom and emancipation. Socially oppressed by a society that confines us in ghettos, where misery and exclusion are concentrated. Stifled by the machismo of the men of our neighborhoods who disregard our basic rights in the name of tradition. Together, as the first general estates of the women of the neighborhoods, we reaffirm our will to conquer our rights, our freedom, our femininity. We refuse to be forced into the false choice of either being subjected to the constraints of tradition or selling our bodies to the market society. Based on the insight that where men suffer, women shoulder the suffering. The women of Untitled and Sumises have long since stopped calling on the men of the sites, but rather on the French Republic, to finally take responsibility for the problem districts and stand behind those who are actually oppressed. While the young men are attacking or damaging the mostly poor educational institutions in the satellite towns under the motto Je hooray, hooray the school is on fire, evading classes to a considerable extent or transforming the schools into institutions of anti-colonial resistance against the Republic with the help of autochthonous or radical left-wing teachers and social workers, the women, like the anti-Catholic Republicans 100 years ago, are focusing on the education of the human race. In the schools of the Republic. At the top of a long list of demands in their manifesto is the right to sex education for all, followed by the right to civic education, which includes the complete learning of the French language as well as general legal education, especially with regard to the most personal civil rights. It is more than questionable whether compulsory lessons in sex education, civics, gender equality and the special rights of girls up to high school can really break the violence. The fact is that the necessary struggle to establish public safety in problem neighborhoods is lost from the outset if a consensus is not established there that is committed to inalienable individual rights and that can only be secular and republican. This actually self-evident prerequisite of any emancipation, not just that of women, is precisely not a consensus in France. 2005 was the year in which not only the most serious street riots took place, but also an important anniversary of the Republic, 100 years of separation of church and state. The memory of the overcoming of integrism, the unifying ideology of a Catholic anti-republican counter-society, which was closing itself off and in part endowed with sovereign rights, seems to have increased the willingness of only a minority to take a critical look at a new, more malignant version of the old evil, Arabo-Muslim integrism, as it is particularly at home in those problem neighborhoods, where the worst outbreaks of violence can be observed. Whereas in 1905 it was a decidedly Republican coalition of liberals and socialists that brought down the old privileges, for 2 decades now there has been a coalition of decidedly anti-Republican liberals and socialists, supplemented by so-called left-wing radicals, who are doing everything they can to pave the way for a new integrism that not only ignores the laws of the Republic, but in particular fights the idea of universal freedom on which they are based. Unlike 100 years ago, when the special rights of a Catholic milieu that had long since become rotten only needed to be withdrawn by decree, today an apparently completely rotten republic is faced with the rebellion of a seemingly far more universal alliance than the republic could ever represent, without any action or ideas. While the latter was officially aligned with cosmopolitanism, but practically with the power interests of the French state and a bourgeoisie jealously guarding the preservation of its privileges, the anti-republican Frente is ideologically oriented towards the uprising of the damned of the earth and practically towards the worldwide successes of the Islamic gang collectives. If universalism is only translated literally and thus incorrectly as global presence and global acceptance, then the petty egoism of the French nation, together with its not at all petty and completely inadequately realized ideals of freedom, fraternity and equality, disappears before the strengthening anti-imperialist international, which extends from Hugo Chávez's Venezuela to Ahmadinejad's Iran and, quite logically, from the Palestine of the Intifada to the uprising of the big and small brothers in the French suburbs. This works for the simple reason that the standards by which the French Republic can justifiably be accused of betraying its own principles are not applied to the world gang movement. Nor is it entangled in contradictions, since it represents no other principle than the demand for unconditional respect for the right of the respective autochthonous masters to deal with their subjects as they see fit, in other words, the right of the strongest. Instead of taking up the sensible idea of ni putes ni summises and demanding that French society show solidarity with oppressed women, and that the state take all the repressive measures necessary to enforce the rule of law in the suburbs as well, a large part of the French intelligentsia and politicians are ultimately following the mullah's calculations. Not only is the just milieu openly collaborating with Islam, which clerics like Abdulali Mamun rightly see as a success and encouragement, Jouy, on the other hand, have already experienced in previous riots that the rioters listen to us. At times, the sub-prefect even called him for help when young people were gathering. The imam recently caused a public stir when he called for the police to be replaced by religious figures of respect during riots. Right down to the wording, the statements of most representatives of the Republic are similar to those of the followers of Sharia law. Abdulali, many immigrant children only know the police and courts as state authorities. They live without any intermediaries in a total republican void in which only the memory of religion still helps. Die Zeit, 17. November 2005. The widespread assertion that police repression and early contact with the judicial authorities are the only contacts immigrant children from the banlieues have with the state is a lie, if only because it does not apply to girls at all. But even with regard to the young men, it only makes sense at first glance. A moment's reflection should suffice to recognize such statements as highly ideological. Aren't there kindergartens and schools, youth clubs and leisure activities, and furthermore at least officially the intention to teach young people some basic information about the equality of the sexes, even about reasonably free sexuality? Many young men are most familiar with the repressive side of the state, because they are as much at war with its educational programs as they are with the police. They have long since learned from the imam or the left-wing social worker or from their older brothers to oppose what the Republic wants to teach its citizens so fundamentally, that ultimately all that remains is the republican emptiness, about which the mullah complains, just as much as the white left-wing intelligentsia. The deep-seated contempt for the Republic, apparently declared quite critically as hostility to the state by a left-wing personnel dominating public opinion, the majority of whom live directly from the state, is at the expense of those who are being humiliated and disenfranchised by practicing enemies of the state. The left-wing intelligentsia in France prefer to earn their money as teachers or social workers, permanent employees in the state sector, in the public legal media, or in the highly subsidized cultural sector.
On March 5, 2004, for example, the traditional International Women's Day demonstration in Paris was on the verge of splitting up because some of the demonstrators, including ni putes ni summises, had explicitly declared their support for the headscarf ban in schools with banners, much to the annoyance of the left-wing cartel of Trotskyists, party communists and anti-racists from the MRAP, Mouvement contre le racisme et pour l'amitié entre les peuples. The official voice of left-wing France for fellow Germans, the Parisian Volksempfänger Bernhard Schmid, reported, the background to the dispute was the law banning headscarves, which was definitively passed by the French Parliament in both chambers on March 3, 2004, and its differing assessments. This should not necessarily have played a role in the demonstration. After all, it has been customary to focus on criticism of the real social grievances in France at the March 8 demonstration, existing wage differences between men and women, poorer working conditions or employment opportunities for women, lower representation of women in some social leadership positions. It was not usual to take the government's point of view and share its priorities. Laborniti.de, October 3, 04. It is obviously common among friends of the social revolution and all the other anti-capitalists to think of feminism exclusively in terms of social grievances against which in reality only a few 100,000 unionized female postal workers, nurses or teachers can effectively fight. On the other hand, it is unusual to even address the reality of the lives of millions of women, to whom one is supposedly particularly committed as an anti-racist and who can only dream of a permanent position in the state sector. There is nothing wrong with the demands for equal pay and better career opportunities for women. To play off these grievances as the only a real expression of misogyny against the call from the banlieues for a life without the daily terror of virtue is evidence of the unprecedentedly cynical will to enter into an alliance with the masters of the problem neighborhoods against the Republic, which necessarily hits the women from the sights first. The French left-wing cartel, which has unhesitatingly and not without success pulled together with the supposedly hated state when it came to protecting the huge state sector against privatization and deregulation, which has helped to enforce labor laws that make access to the regular labor market almost impossible for French people under the age of 30 and especially for the often poorly educated migrants among them, is suddenly standing up like a man against the women from the satellite. towns because they have taken it upon themselves to call on the Republic to act. The spoilsports of ni putes ni sumices had to be targeted by the autochthonous anti-colonialist and white, anti-racist leftist camps simply because they named their epical betrayal of their supposedly original claim to want to fight for the emancipation of humanity. In spring 2005, left-wing France discussed the March of the Indigenous of the Republic, a historically revisionist and anti-Semitic action by left-wing circles from the banlieues, which was supported by quite a few anti-racist left-wing radicals. In the course of the preparations, migrant anti-racists had openly rejected feminism and secularism as an expression of colonialist heteronomy for their clientele. Their white, radical left-wing alliance partners had a hard time contradicting this on the one hand and not allowing the alliance to collapse on the other. In the end, they succeeded, by presenting a unifying image of the enemy. The white, radical left-wing speakers at a panel discussion in no way criticized secularism and feminism as such, but explicitly only those variants, which, like the women's organization Ni Putes Ni Sumices, neither whores nor submissives, which was founded 2 years ago and has since become a clear satellite organization of the Social Democratic Party, refer above all positively to the Republican ideals of the state, largely gloss over the majority society and focus their criticism almost exclusively on misogyny among Muslims and in lower-class neighborhoods. They have been called the good conscience of the white majority, and not really without justification. Bernhard Schmid, Trend Online Zeitung, 05/05, Anti-Republican Statism and Anti-Republican Hostility to the State, two sides of the same coin, are in essence deeply related to the aims of anti-colonialist gang collectives. Organizing the state as a kind of hereditary court of public service employees in a feudal gang-like manner, quasi-excluding the labor market, is fine with them. They are statists, but where the state as a law-setting and enforcing authority should ensure freedom, equality, anonymity, competition, and protection against arbitrary violence, they are enemies of the state. As a consequence, both the left-wing cartel and the ideological representatives of the Islamic counter-society are concerned with the establishment of an unscrupulous, directly democratic, i.e. plebiscitary and therefore total rule, free from concerns and laws, mediation and protective rights. This is the state in which the separation of state and society is abolished and individuals are at the mercy of arbitrariness without any appeal authority. This necessarily establishes itself as a regime of rackets that offer the individual precarious protection with simultaneous complete subjugation. Nothing else is meant by the mockery of the irrepublican ideals of the state. This complicity with the recales against girls and women is held together by a longing for solidarity and community typical of the bobos, the bourgeoisie bohemians, of which there is indeed a great deal among men in the banlieues. This fascination with very primitive men's groups demonstrates what direct particularist violence, the right of the strongest, is capable of triggering in those who are supposedly fighting for the interests of the weak and oppressed. It is based on the will for a kind of Armageddon, the cleansing destruction of Western civilization. The social view of the banlieues allows us to look at the social dislocation as if through a burning glass. However, it does not create a tendency towards solidarity. On the contrary, the widespread image evokes fear and horror in large parts of the rest of society. Instead of the desire for a universalizable answer to the social question, a growing need for security dominates, especially among the population outside the satellite towns themselves. Schmidt in www.unrast-verlag.de/unrast,3,0,246, HTML. Anyone who does not harshly criticize the fear and terror spread by a few thousand young men with the support of tens of thousands of older brothers and Muslim respectables as part of an answer to the social question, but rather glosses over it and wishes in all seriousness for solidarity tendencies with the perpetrators, which should be above any need for security on the part of the population, at least has an idea of what he is babbling about. Anyone who talks like this wants to break the big taboo and is partly responsible for the universalization of daily injustice in Clichy-sous-Bois and elsewhere. Much has been made of the citizens' nightmares of riots, uprisings and revolution. Nightmares that were unleashed twice in France, in 1848 and even more terribly in 1871, not on the citizens but on the defeated insurgents. Nevertheless, even revolutionaries have nightmares that are strangely similar to those of the citizens at some crucial points. They are based on the fear of the spontaneous outbreak of the oppressed, the terrible reckoning with the real and supposed oppressors and the senseless orgies of destruction. Spontaneous uprisings, this was once common revolutionary knowledge, regularly bring out the archaic deposits in the collective soul, that unpleasant mixture of repressed urges, the experiences of violence or the frustrations of unfulfilled hopes. The hate-filled cry of those disappointed by life always contains a readiness for completely uncontrolled orgies of violence. The Paris Commune was characterized by little violence, even less murder and rape, i.e., it did not do almost everything that the bourgeoisie accused it of. Its supporters, although only slightly organized, were by no means spontaneous, but committed to an organizing goal. Precisely because they wanted a socialist French Republic and the redistribution of wealth for the purpose of everyone's participation in national prosperity, they confronted looters and pillagers with a completely different but effective police force, a loose force of militias and neighbors who would not allow individual enrichment or the violent gratification of sexual urges, because they knew that only a general order would prevent what the bourgeoisie, awaiting the day of retribution at Versailles, was accusing them of, the rule of the Arable et Sarkozy, or the Lumpenproletariat e Marx, or the cattle law of the strongest, Fadela Amara, co-founder of Ni Putes Ni Sumisses. The Paris Communards, the early Bolsheviks, the American Wobblies or the left-wing officers junta during the Portuguese Carnation Revolution had one thing in common: despite their sometimes fundamental differences, they were guided by the promises of the bourgeois republic, which they did not want to fall behind, but which they wanted to finally help achieve a breakthrough in the question of property. They were like all revolutionaries worthy of the name, Republicans and thus Universalists who fought against every form of spontaneous and thus always personal rule because they abhorred the law of the jungle of the strongest.
The friends of spontaneous uprisings, the brutes who demand solidarity with murderers and seem to joke about the fears of the citizens, but in reality mock the threatened women, have long since brought their idea of the universalism of destruction to the same point. The notorious French nonsense philosopher Alain Finkielkraut, a Maoist in the 1970s and today a neo-reactionary, new philosopher, probably went the furthest in terms of ethnicizing statements. Never at a loss for grotesque comparisons, Finkielkraut claimed in a full-page interview with the conservative daily newspaper Le Figaro, among other things, this is not a revolt against the racism of the Republic, but a gigantic anti-Republican pogrom. Until now, the author of these lines had naively assumed that a pogrom consisted of the persecution of people and not of states. In an interview with the Israeli daily newspaper Haaretz, published in its November 18 edition, Finkielkraut went even further. Finkielkraut is also one of the leading right-wing Zionists of the politically diverse French Jewry and, for example, one of the uncritical defenders of Israel's construction of a wall across the Palestinian West Bank. He defends this position with the anti-universalist justification that he will not criticize measures taken by the Israeli government, so as not to stab ours in the back. Bernhard Schmid, Trend Online Zeitung 12/05. Pogroms really cannot be carried out against a republic, which is merely a form of state constitution of a certain society on a certain territory. In the enemy image of EGF, however, the anti-republican resentment that urges pogroms has long been fully developed. At first it seems to refer only to the rich in money and influence. But since there are also such people among the masters of the gangs, to whom one knows oneself to be indebted, Jeff quickly becomes Jewif, i.e. the one who, under the protection of a rotten and corrupt regime, which he has undermined and infiltrated, secures undeserved advantages at the expense of the masses. As much as the Jewif is needed to determine the real disturber of order, the agent of the Judaized Republic is indispensable in determining the enemy on the ground, where almost no Jews live anymore. Jewish unmanners can also be found among those who are similarly dependent on the special and therefore precarious protection of the Republic. First and foremost, of course, those who are derided as the good conscience of the white majority, if only because they thwart the urgently needed solidarity tendencies with the anti-colonial resistance and are therefore already sufficiently described as whores. The very real French Republic, however, which cooperates in all innocence with the enemies of anti-universalist Israel in cordial agreement, is by no means sufficient protection against pogroms. This can be seen from the fact that when understanding with their marauding sheep threatens to fail, the German and French Schmids can rely on being able to dismiss the most prominent French critic of the Volkssturm from the suburbs as a despicable right-wing Zionist by referring to his Jewish origins and his solidarity with his own without at least jungle world or concrete shining home to them forever. Schmid can rightly claim to be the interpreter of the ideology of the French left-wing cartel. The French pages of indie media, the MRAP, the Trotskyist Party LCR and Le Monde Diplomatique should be cited as evidence. Because in November and December, To their everlasting shame, he was the exclusive correspondent on the riots, not only for smut sites such as Trend Online or LabourNet, but also for Jungle World and Concrete. He should have his say here pars pro toto. In France, for example, Schmid's job is done by the MRAP. I therefore assume that the criminal complaint against the philosopher, meaning Finkielkraut, is consciously or unconsciously guided by the same feeling that the rioters very often express, namely that their Islamic honor has been mocked. The MRAP only discredits itself when it gives the impression that it feels obliged to act as an avenger of this honor by pillorying such an important thinker, who is also Jewish. It is better not to even imagine the possible outbreak of anti-Semitism for which this organization, which once fought him so courageously, would then be responsible. That would be the moral justification for those who, on the occasion of the riots, did not hesitate to chant, Sarkozy, dirty Jew.
Sarkozy, dirty Jew. Point.
So Menahem Messina, on November 25, 2005, in the website of the Union des Patrons et des Professionnels Juifs de France. On the morning of June 27, 2023, 17-year-old Nahel Merzouk, together with two friends, 14 and 17, decided to go on a joyride in their hometown, the Parisian suburb of Nanterre. The Frenchman of Algerian-Moroccan origin, who worked as a pizza delivery boy after dropping out of school, was already known to the police for drug possession and refusing to follow police instructions, and had only been taken into custody 3 days previously, was driving a yellow Mercedes with a Polish license plate at excessive speed, partly in the bus lane, disregarded several red lights and endangered a cyclist and a pedestrian with his reckless driving. He did not have a driving license due to his age and had obtained the car through an illegal subrental system known in police circles from a company whose business model consists of protecting the growing number of traffic hooligans on the streets of the banlieues from prosecution by providing them with anonymous sports cars, without a contract, deposit or proof of identity, and via Polish and French intermediaries. Two motorized patrol officers, who had become aware of the vehicle and had asked the driver to stop several times, were only able to catch up with him when he drove up to the end of a traffic jam. At gunpoint, the officer Florian M. asked Nahel to switch off the engine. When he drove off again, M. fired at close range and the car hit a road sign. Nahel Merzouk died on the spot from the gunshot wound. Florian M. was suspended from duty and arrested on suspicion of intentional homicide. A short video shot by a passerby shows the interaction immediately preceding the fatal shot. The reaction from the French left was not long in coming. In a radio interview, Marine Tondelier, leader of the Greens, immediately diagnosed an Americanization of the police, in the sense that police officers can carry out vigilante justice, and continued. There in the video, I see a 17-year-old, Nahel, who was executed, in France, in 2023, in broad daylight, by a police officer. There is a racism problem in the police force. An American white supremacy researcher was not only allowed to rant about systemic racism as the cause of Nahel's death in a column for Al Jazeera, but also on French television. The lawyer for Nahel's family also picked up on the obviously counterfactual talk of an execution. It is true that the French police are known to discriminate on the basis of skin color in those neighborhoods in the catchment areas of major French cities, where the majority of petty crime and indiscriminate, everyday violence is perpetrated by young men of Maghrebi descent. Furthermore, as the Yellow Vest protests against disease control measures and, most recently, those against the pension reform have shown, the low inhibition threshold for the use of riot control tactics in harmless demonstrations testifies to a much more authoritarian self-image than in Germany, for example. Nevertheless, Florian M.'s evidence-free and therefore self-evident insinuation of a racist motive in a measure that was anything but unprovoked is an attempt to push a narrative of a George Floyd moment, literally, according to numerous German and English-language media, as a prelude to the far-reaching attacks on French civil society that were already underway. The wrong and clearly unlawful. The wrong and clearly unlawful momentary decision by a police officer in a stressful and dangerous situation, which resulted in criminal proceedings, suspension and arrest, had to be justifiably lied about as a planned racist murder with state backing, which was intended to make resistance to the system using means from the well-known banlieue repertoire at least understandable. After riots broke out on the evening of June 27, first in Nanterre itself and then in other Parisian suburbs, in which cars were set on fire, public buildings damaged and police officers injured, the next day young people were at work in cities all over France in their campaign against the Republic. Police stations, schools, libraries, streetcar lines, bus stops and town halls in Toulouse. Amiens, Dijon, Lille, Lyon, Strasbourg, Colmar, Roubaix and Clermont-Ferrand were attacked, often by arson. In Paris and Toulouse, rioters fought street battles with the police. On the occasion of a memorial march for Nahel Merzouk, which took place in Nanterre on June 29, the Ministry of the Interior mobilized 40,000 police officers in anticipation of further riots. In addition, concerts were cancelled and public transport in the suburbs was suspended in the evening. The next 2 nights were the peak of the violence, this time in all of the country's larger towns, but also in numerous smaller and medium-sized towns, and later in the tourist town of Montargis in the Loire department, where over 200 rioters destroyed and looted 60 stores and burned 3 residential buildings to the ground. The town's understaffed police force was largely powerless. In Brussels and Lausanne, outside French jurisdiction, there were also several nights of street fighting following the same script. Attackers tried to set fire to the house of the mayor of El Les Roses, where his wife and children were sleeping at the time, using a burning car. She and one of the children were injured. Fortunately, the mayor of Pontoise escaped with a scare when a group of 14 to 15-year-old youths harassed her in her car in front of a barricade and attacked her with fireworks. They recognized me. They literally bombarded me. Then 2 rioters jumped on the vehicle and started denting it. I heard, that's the mayor, we're doing this now. That's when the survival instinct kicked in. In a case like that, you don't think anymore. I'm not even sure I could say that I was afraid. The balance sheet after 8 days: 6,058 cars set on fire, 808 police officers injured, 1123 buildings partially destroyed or set on fire, 269 police stations attacked, 3,651 arrests, 1 firefighter killed during firefighting operations and 1 death from a police rubber bullet. A comparison with the 3 weeks of unrest in 2005 comes to mind. The unrest in 2005 spread much more slowly in France. The violence of the last few days has spread much more quickly and on a much larger scale. It's not guerrillas in the neighborhoods, but through the neighborhoods. In 2005, the insurgents got very little out of their neighborhoods. In 2023, virtually the entire territory is covered and a large number of cities are affected. The number of police forces needed to keep the uprisings under some degree of control was more than 4 times as large. The average age of those arrested was 17, most of them were between 14 and 18, but some of them were only 12 years old. Insurance companies estimate the damage to be more than €650 million. In 2005, it was only 204 million. The obviously considerable psychological and physical strain on police officers on duty had already called the police unions into action on June 30, who, based on the experiences of their members, understandably described the situation as a war against wild hordes, and demanded the restoration of republican order and the rule of law against a violent minority in the interests of the majority of citizens. The letter ended alarmingly with the words, "Today the police are fighting because we are at war. Tomorrow we will be in resistance and the government must be aware of this." The fact that, as a trade union representative immediately made clear, it was a strike threat in the face of unacceptable working conditions did not, of course, stop leading left-wing politicians such as Jean-Luc Mélenchon from interpreting the 2 sentences as an announcement of a coup d'état and the descriptive war vocabulary as escalation rhetoric. The civil servants, who worked night shifts at risk to life and limb to prevent even worse devastation in many places, were thus identified as the real perpetrators, whom the government had to rein in. When banlieue residents mourn the death of one of their own under the banner Allah y Romo Nahel, anti-Semitism is not far away. What participants in a supposedly peaceful demonstration in Nanterre on June 29 were able to say was at best reported by some Jewish and right-wing media. In reference to the Belgian protest movement against the pedophile ring around Marc Dutroux, it was christened the White March, and unsurprisingly many participants saw the police as a troop of organized child murderers. While there were shouts of death to the pigs, death to the Jews, later in the day, the statement no forgiveness, no forgetting by Holocaust survivor Noche Flug, which has long been a standard tenet among German anti-fascists, could already be read in the afternoon, as graffiti on the desecrated memorial to the deportees of Nanterre, along with insults against the police and under the eyes of numerous demonstrators passing by in peace and quiet. Later, another graffiti appeared near the memorial, this time, We will make you a showa. The operator of an LGBT club in Brest experienced another demonstration of Islamic power when he was forced to close his establishment for 5 days on the advice of the police following threats on social media. The classification of the events by the left, represented above all by Jean-Luc Mélenchon, was predictable. Racism, a colonial past, stigmatization, ghettoization, exclusion, poverty and unemployment were to be blamed. Mélenchon recognized the disinhibited collective aggression against public institutions, private individuals and small businesses in their own neighborhoods as a logical protest against their own dependency. It is the poor who are rising up, the police were partly responsible for the situation. Whoever has the power also has the responsibility. He did not even get carried away with a plea for an end to the riots, but merely demanded that schools, libraries and sports halls be spared from being set on fire in future. The joint statement by a broad alliance of left-wing parties, trade unions and NGOs is also dripping with sympathy for the perpetrators. Nothing can be done without redistributing wealth, without fighting social inequality. Nothing can be done without fighting against poverty and precariousness, which are exacerbated by climate change, against the increase in rents and utility costs, without strengthening utilities and public schools. The Part 1 Socialist, PS, and the Part 1 Communist Français, PCF, were the only left-wing parties to refuse to sign. Finally, the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination published a statement in which it not only called for an end to discriminatory police practices, but also placed the response to violent protests under general suspicion. The committee calls on France to respect the principles of legality, necessity, proportionality and non-discrimination in its response to mass protests and demonstrations. Quote, end. The fact that the rising number of fatal shootings during traffic checks in recent years is not due to a sudden increase in racism, but rather to a law from 2017 that is certainly worthy of criticism and gives officers far too much discretion. Sociologist Sebastian Roche comments, the sudden and sharp increase in fatal shootings is therefore not a question of the training, origin or age of the police officers, because they were the same officers as before. And further, in the case of Nahel Merzouk, the conditions were certainly not met. A certain Mohammed Amjahid insinuates downright genocidal intentions in a column for the Taz newspaper. Where death from a police bullet lurks around virtually every street corner, just because you are Arab, images of fireworks and burning cars are like a fragile life insurance policy for the racialized youth of France and membership of the violent crime collective is ultimately unavoidable. They have no choice is the title of the pamphlet, and Mohammed Amjahid's enlightening words about the political culture of the French sound like this. At the very least, it is more than just unworldly to project a German longing for social peace romanticism onto the situation in France. While people affected by racism in Germany are joining the Green Youth or the Young Socialists, young people in Nanterre and Marseille are throwing cobblestones to save their lives. That's the way the political system works in France. The question of what is actually going on in the minds of the protagonists when they go on destruction sprees through the neighborhood in gangs between the ages of 12 and 18, displaying an alarming degree of habitual lack of empathy, is no longer even asked. The self-evidence with which not only figures like Mohammed Amjahid now assume that growing up in the banlieue will inevitably lead to such personal brutalization is the greatest injustice against future generations. Where the individual only acts as a vicarious agent of a racialized community of fate, there is silent agreement with an order in which the interests of the group supersede those of the individual. Maurice Berger, a child psychiatrist at a therapeutic facility for violent youths, is one person who does not want the children and young people of the banlieues to fall victim to such a life. Right in the introduction to his book Sur la violence gratuite en France, which is well worth reading, he makes it clear, senseless violence is not due to precariousness. 50% of the parents of violent minors, at least, work and have no financial problems. Another part suffers from psychological problems. A certain number of fathers have obviously decided to live off illegal businesses that regularly land them in prison, etc. Fortunately, not all poor people have a violent adolescent, and serious experts know very well that a gift of €3,000 a month to all families in a precarious situation would not reduce the numbers of senseless violence in the slightest. To make precariousness a decisive factor from the outset means covering up dysfunctionalities of a different nature, namely very serious ones that the children concerned have experienced in their family context since they were very young. No, senseless violence is not due to ghettoization, racism, etc. The young people Berger is talking about here are up to their mischief on an alarming scale. In 2017, 777 cases of senseless violence were recorded statistically every day in France, and the acts only make the news when they are fatal. The retired florist Philippe Mathot, who was beaten to death by a gang of 3 on July 11 after he had simply asked them to leave him alone in front of his house, was hardly worth reporting outside the local press. Very early experiences of marital violence against the mother, neglect and maltreatment in often broken nuclear families often lead to an upbringing after infancy that knows no verbal je n'ose, but all the more frequent beatings. Even where parents aspire to give their offspring a better life through educational advancement, they often fail because they themselves have never experienced a middle-class upbringing. In everyday family life, therefore, there are no meaningful commandments and prohibitions that could be used to develop the ability to sublimate instincts, but sanctions only take effect, but extremely harshly, when the first conflicts with the state have already occurred: bad grades, the first joint, the first shoplifting, etc. Typical phases and activities of childhood are simply skipped. Playing, fantasizing, pretending, which are essential for a young person's personality development on the way to becoming an independent self, often only take place in a rudimentary form, and the therapist only finds the necessary skills in his patients in a frighteningly stunted form. What would be the basis of every encounter between the adolescent and his environment in the context of bourgeois socialization? The acquisition of knowledge and the development of one's own thoughts and desires is suspended in these young people. Difficulties concentrating, hyperactivity, and later hyperaggression in everyday life are typically the result. The fact that their own parents fail in their educational goals, that they can either dance around on their noses or have to fear beatings, which are also a sign of weakness, has basically been known for a long time. From this point onwards, older brothers, cousins, or even neighbors, following the rough model of a Maghribi clan that no longer has a patriarch, replace the caregivers for whom all respect has been lost. In contrast to the bourgeois family, the aim of such a relationship is not to release the child into the world at some point, because the distinction between those who raise and those who are raised no longer applies. Instead, membership of the group is permanently established. The group ego dominates over the particular interests of its members. In contrast, a path to individuation is not even envisaged. Similarity and conformity in thought, appearance and behavior and, related to this, the fear of being different are the defining principles of living together. Central to this is the concept of bid'ah, Arabic for innovation, or heresy, which is always met with rejection. The possible innovation of a clan member to strive for a successful school and then university career or to pursue gainful employment beyond the drug trade is a threat to the sacred order of the brotherly collective. Where the first foundations for a career in gangs and petty crime are laid long before the first behavioral problems, therapy, which only begins after the first spontaneous acts of violence, usually for trivial reasons, actually comes too late. The indifference that the young offenders show towards their environment, their own well-being, even incisive life events, is expressed in the eerie sentence repeatedly uttered in the sessions: "Gee, that's normal." How did you feel after starting your prison sentence? Normal. Why did you break off your internship, which was going well? Normal. Why did you decide to beat up this particular person on the street? Normal. The absence of any self-reflection and any ability to imagine a world outside of the familiar cycle of crime, prison and failed reintegration that is exemplified in the group is a prerequisite for a normality in which the will and interests of the gang block individual thinking. What in everyday life is characterized by competition between small groups, and against the patrol police, quickly turns into a campaign by a large group that believes itself to be homogeneous and feels empowered to strike out against everything and everyone. The 1995 film La Haine captures this pattern. After a boy from the banlieue named Abdul is critically injured during a police check and lies in hospital, young people engage in street battles with the police, setting fire to cars and stores. A friend of the three main characters in the film laments the loss of his car. "I lost 50,000 francs down there, that's all I have to earn my money with that." Vince responds, One of us is in hospital and you're upset about your car." Even Hubert, who also lost everything that night, appeases him. The reproachful, instructive scolding of the young jokers demands humble renunciation in memory of someone who is not yet dead, but whose martyrdom one wishes for in order to feel united in the fight against state power. Those who are in the process of building their own individual existence must take a back seat to the interests of the group. After all, you know the masterminds on the left. That's just how the political system in France works. It's an unbelievable catastrophe. The whole media library has burned down. Next year, we would have celebrated our 30th anniversary. We doubled the usable space so that the young people of the neighborhoods who wanted to work, study and read would have a peaceful haven, je lamented Sarah, a regular at the library, to the cultural officer of the city of Metz. I'm a big reader, this was a bit of a reference point for me, especially when I was little. I knew the place by heart. I didn't have the means to buy books, plus it was a meeting place. It was a rare piece of infrastructure in the area that had that purpose. The sinister figures who set fire to schools and libraries know what they are doing. For those who have failed on their educational path, which the state is trying to open up to every resident of previously disadvantaged neighborhoods by investing billions in school buildings, media libraries, bus and metro lines, the mere existence of those institutions is a single continued insult in two respects: one's own life, which could have gone very differently, and the success stories of others who have managed to get out under similar conditions to oneself. The first years at secondary school, college, 6th to 10th grade, are crucial. Anyone who, like many children in the banlieue, resigns themselves to the increasing demands of abstract thinking and the pressure to perform, disengages from the school curriculum, disrupts lessons and is often truant, usually has no chance without support from their parents or massive intervention from committed teachers. The encounter with a school system that painfully demonstrates one's own inadequacy is often the reason for the search for a countermodel. Heavy cannabis use from the age of 11 to 13, a big brother who is a member of a gang, and finally one's own descent into petty crime. It is not for nothing that the snippet of dialogue from La Haine is often reinterpreted in certain circles in terms of identity. I never went to school, I was on the streets. Those bullied as nerds and traitors at school, who out of an early impulse against the everyday brutality of banlieue life, prefer to flee from the physically cramped and mentally restrictive living conditions in the neighborhoods to the just safe haven of the library, are of course the enemy for this type.
The declarations of the Mélenchon left in and outside France, which range from partial understanding to the invocation of the police as a common enemy to open solidarity, are a necessary condition for the small-scale war in the cities to take place at all. The feeling of being empowered to do anything is fed by the certainty that the young disinhibited have political backing. While the bourgeois camp around Macron is preoccupied with maintaining its own fragile majority, a Marine Le Pen is exercising restraint in preparation for the next presidential election campaign, and Eric Zemmour is little more than a side note. Mélenchon's party alliance, NUPES, has long since become the strongest force in the districts, and not just for socio-political reasons. Rather, his commitment to combating Islamophobia also paid off when he won 50 to 65% of the vote in the 2022 presidential elections. But perhaps not all is lost, because where partisanship for a lumpenproletariat, Pascal Bruckner, becomes all too obvious, resistance is even stirring on the left. Michael Delafosse, P.S., mayor of Montpellier, reports on the approach in his city: the question of parental authority is effectively the right issue. What can we do if a young person becomes a drug mule? Can he be reintegrated into the school system? The parents of all the minors arrested during the Montpellier riots will be invited to the town hall. I will talk to them to remind them that there is a social framework. No child has any business being on the streets at 11 p.m. or midnight. Calls for calm and accountability during the riots should not have been debated in the first place, by Mélenchon, for example. The left fights violence, it also fights those who break rules and laws. Quote end. The events that shook the whole of France for a few days from June 28, 2023, were certainly not a civil war. Without downplaying the aggressor's extreme willingness to use violence, which has nothing whatsoever to do with France's much-vaunted revolutionary tradition in either practical or substantive terms, there was no counterforce capable of successfully wresting large parts of the country's territory from the state, which is crucial for the assumption of a civil war. Only when it gets that far will the state, including its leaders and followers, transform itself into a particular power that is no longer distinguishable from its insurgent opponents. France is a long way from such a state of affairs, although the hordes from the suburbs and their supporters from the academic middle class are indeed betting on civil war and are striving to provocatively challenge state power until it reveals itself, stripped to the point of recognizability, as the real aggressor, which no longer represents society in its overwhelming majority, but only the beneficiaries of vested white class privileges. Nevertheless, the considerable expansion of the combat zone into areas that have remained unchallenged up to now indicates that liberated areas could emerge in the event of a reprise, even if it is through a mass exodus of the whites living there. Since around 1980, the banlieues, which are now regarded as particularly precarious, have undergone a gradual process of ethnic cleansing, to which the Jews were the first victims, and have regressed from partially socially mixed residential areas with adjoining industrial areas to ethnically largely homogeneous neighborhoods in which the laws of the Republic only apply to a very limited extent. However, only if the state felt compelled by a real threat of civil war to use internal mobilization to transform loyal citizens into activists who did not stop at self-protection, but instead patrolled ideologically charged against an enemy defined as alien to the people, would the border to civil war be reached. However, the occasional small groups of militant right-wing extremists who would have liked to play this role in early July 2023 are as undesirable as they are marginal and not even a manifestation of internal militarization. The majority of French people, regardless of their origin, do not sympathize with Muslim suburban riffraff, even if the white majority of French people form the largest group of those who support the state power. This has little to do with the much vaunted fraternité. All that remains of it is an acceptance of the general security and order guaranteed by the police in case of doubt, cleansed of any excess potential. This principle, which overarches political camps, social status, and different origins or religious preferences, rests on two pillars that are mutually dependent. Firstly, there is the inviolability of the individual, who wants to be protected at all times in his home and on the street from marauders or harassment that appears to be below the threshold of violence, which definitely includes the joyrides of underage hire car users, and secondly, the similarly strong conviction that personal and communal property should not be touched by means of robbery, looting, or pillaging. The slightly older residents of the particularly precarious banlieues know that the destruction of their cars and that of the bus depot, the library, and the branch of a large supermarket chain are connected, and that the numerous attacks on town halls give rise to fears of further escalation. Even if the loss of their car causes them the most grief, they are also aware that the restriction of public transport limits their freedom of movement, if only because it lengthens their commute to work or significantly shortens trips to places of entertainment due to the discontinuation of nighttime services. They know the connection between truancy and outbreaks of violence, and they know that if the devastated local intermarché is not rebuilt and reopened, they will have to rely on the lousy and overpriced offerings of the almost universally Arab retail chains. The difference between the private appropriation of other people's property, for example through looting, and the social abolition of private ownership of the means of production is not a gradual one. In the first case, it is the pure opportunity for private enrichment seized by those who, by virtue of greater unscrupulousness and formation in small groups, make the bargains, while all others are left with only the crumbs left behind by the stronger ones. Expropriation and robbery are one and the same. The targets are chosen according to the opportunity that presents itself, as are the means, e.g. pyrotechnics used as a weapon of attack, to get at them. No distinction is made between the door of a closed branch of a fashion chain and the front door of the local mayor or simply any resident suspected of wealth, behind which the powerless fear not only for their property. By contrast, activities that are committed to criticism of the still prevailing laws of the capitalist mode of production put an end to the institutionalized right of the strongest, which nevertheless cannot be put on a par with the arbitrary access to the property of private individuals, through planned production in which the fruits of socially organized labor increase the wealth and property of all. Similarly, this would even apply to a reasonable redistribution on the basis of the existing. Here too, expropriation would not have to apply to private enrichment, but to the utilization of real estate and parks in particular for the many. The initial bourgeois consensus on freedom and property, which should not be touched and should be protected by the state, was always more than just the presumption of the privilege to secure for themselves what they or their ancestors had unscrupulously appropriated. As repulsive as the system of privilege that can be identified in every corporate hierarchy along huge differences in income is, which is reflected, for example, in very different forms of housing, it is striking how stubbornly, throughout the bourgeois centuries, craftsmen, small farmers and even workers have shied away from spontaneously seizing the property of those above them. Initially, it was the experience of civil war with the attacks of feudal lords on each other's property and freedom and, as a permanent side effect, the plundering of those subject to the feudal lords that made peasants and craftsmen in particular rely on the central state and the power it monopolized. But there was more at stake. The need of small property owners to create their own little empire also arose from the desire not to be exposed to the arbitrariness of others and decidedly not to have to vegetate in an empire of imposed equality like Russian peasants under the law of the village community known as Mir or Chinese in the Maoist People's Commune. The call for the police was always also a call from below against attacks that could come not only from wild-eyed junkers in the transition period, but also from muggers or thieves. The fear of nocturnal raids on belongings went hand in hand with the weariness of always having to watch over livestock or even the then valuable laundry on the line. People no longer wanted to have to entrench themselves in their own wagon fortress. The monopolization of power in the absolutist and then fully in the bourgeois state was more than the creation of a large economic area for the establishing capitalist production and trade. It also took place with the approval of the majority, who did not have much to sell, operated at a primitive level, and yet did not want to be deprived of the fruits of their labor. The successors of the landed servants in the feudal wars, who stripped the land bare and, when the opportunity presented itself, were beaten to death by peasants, were those who were thrown out of the feudal relationship, which still ensured their survival, by capital in the period of original accumulation and who, due to a lack of demand for labor, only saved themselves in a later step into the wage relationship. After the miserable wanderings of the hopeless, when charity failed and the honest starved to death and the dishonest ended up on the gallows, many were left behind who tried to escape the impositions of the emerging new society by means of robbery. This was initially at the expense of the farmers, craftsmen, and small traders who terrorized them. The theft of bread or fruit at the market, touchingly portrayed in the Charlie Chaplin film as harmless theft by mouth, was, although it was often really based on sheer hunger, at the same time a violation of those less affluent classes who knew very well that the first successful tramp would soon be followed by others. It is one thing to want to abolish conditions in which stolen loaves of bread were punishable by severe imprisonment and only 2 centuries before that by the death penalty, but it is not suitable for realizing an idea of freedom and the comprehensive unleashing of wealth to seek a romanticized alliance with outlaws, who only exceptionally took, for example in the figure of the poacher, what everyone was entitled to according to a rural agreement and not exclusively the feudal lord represented by his foresters. Such romanticism clearly glorifies the strongman, who not only mocks his victims with his cheeky mouth, but all those who increase their mostly small property in a less heroic and spectacular way within the framework of the laws, including those of capital. It is only in rhetorical exuberance that the character of Spiegelberg in Schiller's The Robbers, 1780, speaks of the revolutionary. The truth about the tirades of the Spiegelbergs of all times is their arrogance, documented by the real or conjured-up band of robbers, to disregard all legal and moral barriers. A long time ago, there was a consensus about revolution as a means of radically questioning property relations, even by force, and enabling public negotiations about production in the first place, that revolutionaries had to protect public order, including the individual right to property, from the grasp of a rabble that Marx described as the ejectors, refuse, and expropriation of all classes. When a real civil war raged in France 150 years ago, the Parisian revolutionaries did not try to maintain the old order, but set about enforcing a completely different monopoly on the use of force, based on the most decentralized citizens' committees possible, which were accountable to their principal at all times. The police, previously the tool of the state government, were immediately stripped of all their political characteristics and transformed into the responsible and always removable tool of the Commune, noted Marx in the Civil War in France a few months after the defeat of the Paris Commune. Initially, the National Guard primarily took over the function of the police and developed into the armed agency of the Paris Uprising and thus into a civil war party against the troops loyal to the Versailles Republic, behind which stood the Prussian army. The revolution of 1870-71 presupposed a class compromise, which the rulers were only willing to enter into in the face of impending defeat against the German invaders in order to turn the tide militarily. The more hopeless the situation at the front became, the more rapidly public order deteriorated, especially in Paris. Civil war prevailed regionally, by no means limited to the capital, because it was not just some insurgents who were rebelling against the state, which was firmly in the saddle, but the sovereign, who had basically been stripped of his power and reduced to a particular gang of the ruling class, had called the majority of the population to arms against the usurpers on the other side of the Rhine, who, however, were just as hostile to the old order in the guise of a not very new republic as they were to the Germans. During the 100 days of the Commune, the saturated bourgeoisie, under the protection of the Germans, turned against the continuation of the war just as much as against the new order emerging in Paris. The security faction disgraced itself and went on the attack against the Commune, which was not at all fraternal. With the words of the Commune they proclaim, wants to abolish property, the basis of all civilization, Marx reproduced the core of the propaganda of the supposedly legitimate French Republic sitting in Versailles. However, his answer was more complex than party communists or romantic enemies of the state would have liked. Yes, gentlemen, the Commune wanted to abolish that class property which transforms the labor of the many into the wealth of the few. It intended the expropriation of the expropriators. It wanted to make individual property a truth by transforming the means of production, the soil and capital, now above all the means of the servitude and exploitation of labor, into mere tools of free and associated labor. The civil war in France, from which the cheerful workers' Paris of the Commune emerged, arose from weariness with the dictatorship of Napoleon III and hatred of the Germans. What began as a defense of the territory against invaders turned into a war between those who produced wealth through their labor and those who appropriated it according to the laws of the capitalist mode of production. As in the first phase of the February Revolution of 1848, what the bourgeoisie, fearing for its property, propagandistically accused the insurgents of did not happen during the Commune either. There was only sporadic looting, and not only because the National Guard, which was associated with the revolution, stood up for the protection of private property and the maintenance of public safety. As if the communards and their predecessors perceived Paris as their property in the short term, individual despotism against the suddenly unprotected privileged was largely absent, and there were no arsons at the time. The dream of a cause was greater than shabby bargain hunting or revenge-driven vandalism, which would have destroyed it. For all his exuberance, Marx was only seemingly contradictorily a friend of public safety. Wonderful indeed was the transformation that the Commune had wrought on Paris. No more corpses in the morgue, no more nocturnal burglaries, and almost no more thefts. Since the February days of 1848, the streets of Paris were really safe again for once, and without any police. As in 2005, when the largest, but by no means first, wave of violence raged in the banlieues and also spread to the neighborhoods of the relatively well-established, there is no potential for civil war in 2023, despite the considerable increase and intensity of the aggression in the perpetrators and their out-of-control hinterland. Today as then, there is a lack of quantity, equipment and organization among the suburban men, while at the same time state power is not wavering. Although everyone recognizes that all those who reject the degenerate morals of the suburbs are met with nothing but deadly hatred, the lumpen academic propagandists of their revolt still turn against him the fact that the state does not use the brutal methods of the marauders, which is why the pressure washer that President Sarkozy called for in 2005 has not yet been used. Like their Islamic allies, they misinterpret the deliberate and sometimes hesitant use of force as a sign of weakness, as if they were longing for a punitive hand. At home, the enraged act out their freedom on those disenfranchised by their own neighborhood, which includes women who do not submit to Islamic morality, and at the same time, as the younger brothers of the criminal patrons, they faithfully accept what the latter dictate to them. The constant control by the alliance of criminal economy and totalitarian ideology with its special jurisdiction, which leaves even a murder unpunished if compensation is paid, the lynch law that can be called up at any time, which repeatedly includes gang rapes of young women and brutal attacks on gays, are the cement of a dehumanized community whose spontaneously assembling avant-garde is capable of anything. Although almost everyone was relieved to see the end of the haunting, the restoration of order by the police is only accepted with reservations. There must not be so much fraternité, even though it would be the prerequisite for changing conditions in the suburbs, even without the use of direct coercion, in such a way that gifts are not given to a supposedly racialized or even working-class youth that look like protection payments. This is what the ideologues in the Taz or Liberation mean when they proclaim, the price for the murders committed by police officers and made possible by politics in the first place must be driven up. Taz, March 7, 2023, thus serving the logic of the marauders. In academic discourse, the state in the particularly dangerous version of the centralized state is regularly presented as the originator of the recent unrest, precisely as if delegating violence to a now regional police force and administration would be the tried and tested means of ultimately taming the marauders from the suburbs without violence. Marx was also an opponent of centralized and hierarchical power, but not in order to pay homage to irrevocably vanished pre-bourgeois conditions, but rather to transform the bourgeois order into an order free of domination.
Once the communal order of things had been introduced in Paris and the second-tier centers, the old centralized government would have had to give way to the self-government of the producers in the provinces as well. He was not thinking of the abolition of a consensus uniting the united producers, but rather of the unity of the nation without coercion. The unity of the nation should not be broken, but on the contrary organized through the communal constitution. It should become a reality through the destruction of that state power which claimed to be the embodiment of this unity, but wanted to be independent and superior to the nation, of whose body it was only a parasitic outgrowth. Instead of deciding once in 3 or 6 years which member of the ruling class should represent and crush the people in parliament, the general suffrage should serve the people constituted in communes, just as the individual suffrage serves every other employer to select workers, supervisors and accountants in his business. He objected to the regionalists of his time with their cooperative system, who wanted to somehow bypass the capital relationship in order to manage themselves. It is the usual fate of new historical creations to be provided for the side piece of older and even outdated forms of social life, to which they look somewhat similar. Thus this new commune, which breaks with modern state power, has been regarded as a revival of the medieval communes which first preceded that state power and then formed its basis. Liberationist left-wing regionalism has increasingly lost its appeal in recent decades, without the idea ever being abandoned. The prosperity chauvinist objective is too obvious when entire provinces turn their backs on the declining central state in order to better compete within Europe and avoid transfer payments to less developed parts of the country. This rejection of the central state has long been inherited by an Islamic gang ideology that knows no borders in districts that are as run down as they are marginalized, whose fragile order and miserable economy is only maintained by the promise of land seizure and robbery, which includes the extortion of protection money to be paid by the Republic. Regionalism without a consensus that transcends the respective internal morality of a region, which used to be called fraternity, does not necessarily end in the conditions that have long been a reality in the relevant residential areas of Nanterre. The oppressive conditions in the postmodern Basque Country, where ethnic solidarity and brusque hatred of poorer Spaniards in other regions are practically always directed against the central state, give an indication of a new world in which fraternity is a matter of blood. Only the central state, so passionately opposed by the same ideologues, offers protection against the marauders of deed and word, since the abolition of the police and self-administration demanded by Marx, even in matters of order, becomes a perverse reality precisely where terror regularly originates. Instead of a cheerful Paris of the workers, the victory of these regionalists would turn the capital into a wasteland of ruins, of which they served up plenty of samples at the beginning of July, especially in the provinces. In unfree times, the central state not only grants the freedom to move about unmolested. It is also what swears everyone to the same monopolized and, in the Republic, largely controllable power, instead of exposing citizens to particular powers that tend towards barbarism. The current rejection of the central state aims to delegitimize the public order that applies throughout the Republic in favor of the counterstate that is establishing itself in the banlieues as a legitimate power. Its subjects are supposed to organize their affairs according to their collective identity, which is tantamount to their surrender to the fist of the strongest, whether they kiss the fist or abhor it. They are to be handed over forever to forms of rule that are not general and abstract and therefore cold like those of the Republic, but personal and therefore as warm as blood, which stands for the racialization of the banlieues as well as for the very concrete blood of the punished. For the Republic, Mohammed or François are not the criterion, but citoyen Mohammed and citoyen François, who should pursue their respective private and political goals as long as they conform to the laws of the Republic and not those of clan chiefs and mosque leaders. This promise sounds trite. On its basis, freedom, which is supposed to mean more than protection from the threat of violence and unequally distributed income, cannot possibly be realized, not to mention the monads wasting away in desolation and loneliness. Following the recent unrest, the Republic has honored mayors, especially those whose communities and, in particular, town halls were severely affected. Adorned with the tricolor, the office holders were honored as patriots by the president and his ministers, with the word fraternité being constantly invoked. This gesture of solidarity, which certainly made sense, also revealed the hollowness of the term, which had become a creed. And yet the realization of a better order of things without the dream of a cause, that the world should be better organized than the Grande Nation is able to achieve, is only possible on the basis of the Republic. Only citoyen Mohammed and citoyen François can do this together, by turning against the identitarian violence raging in the banlieues. Otherwise, the necessary criticism of the unfulfilled promises of the Republic, which at least promises individual security and the undisturbed enjoyment of personal property without realizing a rationally organized world, is not possible. The success of the marauders from the banlieues is based on the displeasure of people who, as bourgeois, do not make the cut they hope for, who, as pseudo-citoyens, wish death on the Republic and therefore write the Muslim gangs from the suburbs on its neck. They want to take revenge on their mostly left-wing parents, who will probably leave them nothing, and on a state that no longer provides for them as civil servants, and if it does, then not on the terms it granted the previous generation. The daughters and sons, most of whom come from good families, are certain that they have no choice but to help others set fire to their homes, even if it means they can't get any protection money from the state. A tirade by Spiegelberg in Schiller's Robbers may illustrate this. Choice? What? You have nothing to choose. Do you want to be stuck in the debtor's prison, and purr together until doomsday? Do you want to struggle with a shovel and a hoe for a morsel of dry bread? Will you extort a meager almazen at people's windows with a ballad? Or will you swear to the calfskin, and there is still the question of whether your faces will be trusted, and there, under the lenient whim of an imperious corporal, earn purgatory in advance? Or go for a walk to the sound of the drum, or grind the whole of Vulcan's iron magazine in the Gaulish paradise? Look, that's your choice, that's what you can choose. The complaint about the less than pleasant future prospects of the German intelligentsia in 1780 was already both lachrymose and big man addicted at the same time, and thus the latest cry among not only materially precarious bourgeois academics in semi-feudal times, who, far from preparing a bourgeois revolution, got drunk in student pubs and made a racket in the streets at night in an entirely anti-bourgeois mood. More than 2 centuries later, the motto is Ye hooray hooray, the school is on fire, and the perpetrators are celebrated as victims of the system, who do everything they can to ensure that they have no choice but to occasionally work for a criminal patron who employs young people without driving licenses as delivery drivers for a pittance. Instead of branding the mostly juvenile offenders as the common danger they are, accusing their parents of being disempowered, but at the same time co-responsible figures who have long since submitted to the laws of parallel society, instead of cooperating with the agencies of the state, which do not primarily include the police but teachers, librarians and youth welfare workers, the lumpen intelligentsia shows solidarity with terrorists who are eagerly awaiting their next opportunity. They are believed to be committed to a national tradition when they ram a mayor's front door down with a burning car and attack the mayor's wife, who is fleeing with her children, at close range with cannon fire. German Romanticism includes a glorified view of France, which is supposedly always resistant and ready for revolution, which is why barricades and street battles are glorified regardless of their purpose. In Paris and Berlin, everyone agrees, whether it's the yellow vests or months of strikes, windows are always broken, barricades erected and cars set on fire in France. The police always respond with even more violence. But only in the case of young people in the suburbs is the reaction so horrific. The question arises as to whether some observers are applying double standards here. Taz, March 7, 2023, it is appalling enough that marginal phenomena during the Yellow Vest protests or recently against the pension reform are put on the same level, quantitatively and even qualitatively, as the murderous activities of the Muslim suburban mob. One reads such atrocity propaganda, which is not only found in the leaflets and brochures of the latest howlers from the radical left, but is also discursively dressed up in the university script or the lead article of high-circulation daily newspapers, without even being shocked by what one's own milieu is hatching.
The equalization of completely different forms of protest is not just a grotesque lie, because strikes and social protests in France do not lead to a woman and her children running for their lives from arsonists who are only simulating a lynching. The fact that the accompanying phenomena of social protests are placed on the same level as the incomparably more brutal, sole purpose of Muslim land grabbing and transfigured on an equal footing as an essential feature of Republican tradition is an indication of a blunting and brutalization that is not only French and points to an unspoken alliance. The methods used by the Yellow Vests in 2018 mainly included street barricades, which were also set alight in many cases, albeit outside populated areas. The vandalism on the fringes of the protests, reminiscent of the banlieue riots, was mainly carried out by a black bloc that could not count on broad sympathy from those wearing yellow vests. The looting of stores in several city centers during the pension protests in spring 2023, organized by the same spectrum, is also fatally reminiscent of the attacks by suburban gangs. However, these acts of violence were sporadic and did not characterize the image of the respective rallies. As in 2018, the organized groups seem to belong to a particularly brutalized but marginal part of the radical left, which, in the German tradition of resistance, relies on bombing the fascist state. The decisive factor is that the borrowing by left-wing radicals from the methods of the suburban mobs not only discredits the protests that arose for economic reasons, but also blurs the difference between fundamentally different intentions in the use of violence. In seemingly bygone times, setting fires in Germany was the domain of bourgeois children, and in France it was also regularly the often unhelpful side effect of reasonable protests, committed by people who did not belong to the bourgeoisie. The activists were more or less generously allowed to play with fire, as it was known that no matter how many shop windows were broken, bank branches damaged, and stores occasionally looted, all those involved followed a consensus. It was a game in relatively regulated channels. This violence was symbolic. Since the banlieues in France have been getting serious and waging an increasingly brutal war against the citizens, the symbolic level has disappeared even where the suburban boys are not involved. For example, they are not interested in wage earners who do not want to be deprived of the longest and most comfortable life possible after work, which is why Mohammed gave François free rein during the pension protests. The French Black Bloc probably did not act any differently in 2023 than in previous years. They probably continue to ensure that bystanders are not harmed, and yet everything has changed since the terror of 2005 and even more so since 2023. The level of symbolic violence by a left-wing radicals, which didn't count for much whenever police officers had to be incapacitated, disappears when it is no longer possible to distinguish between the original and the alleged fake. What the state has never been able to do in France could be achieved by a radical left whose ideology of revenge, even more than its methods, amounts to chumming up with the Islamic gangs. Their practice is capable of preventing public manifestations for the improvement of living conditions in times of a deepening economic crisis, which are supported by people who still expect something from life. These people were horrified to hear about the massacres in Nice and at the Bataclan in Paris, nor did they fail to notice the enthusiasm with which those from the banlieues approved of the mass murders, especially on social networks. Anyone who loots and attacks mayors today is not only doing something very stupid, they are also showing their unconscious agreement with the disruptive economic conditions that they want to free from their still civilizing political shell. The same lumpen intellectuals and their practicing allies from the established intellectual middle class can no longer see any contradiction when their revolutionary violence practiced by their comrades is no different from the mass terror of the suburbs. They brutally impose their conviction that there is nothing to vote for and that bourgeois freedom has been abolished on all critics who prevent them from demonstrating, for example. Their motto, "Get your life back," means the destruction of all material and intellectual foundations for a better life and forces them into an alliance with the identitarian representatives of a gang economy that no longer has any scruples, that only follows the law of the strongest, and that they admire as much as they fear. In a country whose intelligentsia pays homage to an anti-Semitic but fiercely class-struggling Nobel Prize winner and, like her, gives its voice to a revolutionary anti-Semitic popular leader without raising any objections, the call for a repetition of the Shoah, which can be heard again and again between June 28 and July 3, 2023 from the suburbs and smeared on house walls, is dismissed as a trifle. And probably not just for the Jews. In a country like this, pogroms are not out of the question.